Night falls, deep and silent. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the quiet. Perhaps it is just the cold wind howling late at night, or maybe the sharp senses of a master assassin. No. The shadows are whispering. Before them, a loyal knight is kneeling, bowing his head in deep respect once again. He looks up slightly, whispering his gratitude to his master, Lord Derus Robert. Standing before him is Derus Robert, long loose hair, cold demeanor, and a terrifying aura. But the whispers in the knight's head won't stop. He's going to die by this man's hand tonight. Derus Robert speaks gently, telling him he has shown results worthy of a true Shadow Commander. Thanks to his work, their clan has taken a massive leap forward. The knight responds with absolute humility, saying he only did what was required. His name is Glenn Zieghart. Lord Derus Robert smiles knowingly. He is curious. His eyes lock onto Glenn Zieghart's shadow on the ground. He asks a strange question. Does a shadow actually need freedom? But the clever Glenn Zieghart quickly catches Derus Robert's drift. Still bowing, he replies clearly, stating they only exist to follow orders. No thoughts, no emotions, no hearts. This response pleases Derus Robert, who offers cold praise. Good, he says, so you understand. He looks down at Glenn Zieghart and whispers. Then his gentle tone completely vanishes. Derus Robert's face darkens, eyes glowing as the room turns freezing cold. The interrogation begins. Why did Glenn Zieghart dare to act on his own? He glares with crazed eyes, demanding to know how the knight escaped his brainwashing. Glenn Zieghart is horrified. How? How did his lord find out? What is the real story behind this brainwashing system anyway? Suddenly, painful memories flash in Glenn Zieghart's mind. Keep watching to see how the cruel Robert family actually builds their shadow army. Derus Robert runs a brutal operation. He kidnaps or buys young children, stripping them of everything. But he doesn't stop there. He does far worse to turn them into mindless elite killers. They throw away their lives doing the dirtiest work for his family. Essentially, they are just loyal dogs. Glenn Zieghart was just another unfortunate kid who fell into those cruel hands. He was brainwashed too, but a chance encounter during an old mission allowed him to shatter those heavy chains. Glenn Zieghart never expected Derus Robert to find out. How could the master have realized his mind was free? Deciding to stop guessing, he asks directly, wondering how his lord discovered the truth. Derus Robert explains in a low tone, rubbing his fingers together. He reveals that all the assassins, including Glenn Zieghart, are bound by two tight chains around their necks. The first is the brainwashing that Glenn Zieghart broke. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Derus Robert's tone turns deadly as he launches a direct attack. He declares that this is the second chain. Blood instantly sprays out and Glenn Zieghart's eyes widen in shock. Unable to react, he screams in agony, clutching his chest. This brutal twist changes absolutely everything. It feels like his heart is being torn to shreds. Unlike the suffering Glenn Zieghart, Derus Robert merely smiles. He calmly explains, watching the knight writhe, that it is a parasitic heartworm. The creature inside his body obeys only Derus Robert, slowly eating his heart away. Glenn Zieghart is utterly horrified. This vile curse is designed to read a slave's innermost feelings. Gritting his teeth, he gasps out, asking if brainwashing was not enough, forcing him to ingest a parasite as well. Despite doing such despicable things, Derus Robert still acts noble. He is truly a miserable, petty coward. Derus Robert remains completely unfazed, proudly calling it caution rather than pettiness. After all, the knight did escape. Standing tall, he declares his philosophy. Everyone wears a mask, mine is just a bit thicker than most. Glenn Zieghart cannot process anything else. He only knows that this man is the greatest enemy of his life. The name Derus Robert is burned forever into his mind. Suddenly, the shadows of his painful past rush back. He was kidnapped at an age so young he could barely remember his own home. Those dark days are unforgettable. Raised as a mere hunting dog trained to kill for the Robert family, his humanity was slowly stripped away. Even as a Shadow Commander, he lived completely devoid of emotion. But then a fateful turning point arrived. Thanks to a lucky encounter, he learned a secret technique called Fire Eyes, proving his soul was still alive. It was a special ability of the continent's strongest swordsman, which finally helped Glenn Zieghart break free from his brainwashing. Lost in memories, Glenn Zieghart recalled how he once believed he could escape the Shadow Squad and gain his freedom. Finally, he had dared to hope, but resentment made him scream in despair. Why did his road have to end in death instead of freedom? Glenn Zieghart collapsed to the ground with a broken body and a heavy mind. His mind was still heavily bound. What crime had he committed to deserve such a meaningless death? The more he thought, the more his rage and hatred grew. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his hands into fists and slammed them down. He swore he could not let everything end like this. With his last shred of willpower, Glenn Zieghart struggled to stand. Determined to fight even in death, he rose. Derus Robert watched him, feeling a sudden wave of panic. The tyrant stared, demanding to know how Glenn Zieghart could stand in that state, but Glenn Zieghart completely ignored the foolish question. Bracing his hands, he assumed an attack stance. If this was his end, then so be it. Glenn Zieghart grit his teeth, his eyes shining as he resolved to take his enemy's arm or at least wound him first. In the quiet night, Glenn Zieghart screamed silently inside his mind, vowing that he would never accept a pathetic death. Charging forward with everything he had left, he lunged at Derus Robert, but his enemy stood perfectly still, completely unfazed. Glenn Zieghart's eyes locked onto Derus Robert, but his heavily broken body was simply in no condition to face such a cold-blooded monster. With a swift, decisive swing of Derus Robert's blade, blood sprayed once more, and Raon Zieghart collapsed back onto the cold ground. As Raon Zieghart lay dying, his eyes staring wide, Derus Robert looked down at him, but this time his gaze held a hint of surprise. The monster was surprised that Raon Zieghart had actually forced him to block. Turning to leave, Derus Robert could not stop thinking about him. Even though the boy was trash, he had somehow broken free from the brainwashing and withstood the agony of the parasite, and he actually managed to strike back. Derus Robert stared at his bloody hand, wondering how many years had passed since his last wound. To be bitten by a hound he had trained himself was truly unbelievable. Derus Robert cast a cold glance backward. He told himself there was no need to worry anymore since the boy was dead before ordering his men to dispose of the body. Raon Zieghart's fading eyes stared at Derus Robert's back. This man was revered as one of the strongest warriors on the entire continent. He tried to console himself, knowing his defeat was inevitable. Derus Robert was the ultimate predator, while Raon Zieghart was weak. How could he possibly resist? Yet his glaring eyes refused to accept this cruel reality, and honestly, can you blame him? The ghosts of his past rushed back. He deeply regretted living a hollow life of servitude under the shadow of Derus Robert. The tyrant made it impossible to die in peace, leaving him with bitter regret for being toyed with his entire life. His biggest regret was failing to master the flame ring. A desperate prayer began to echo in the dark. He begged any god or demon who would listen to grant him just one chance to take his revenge. Suddenly, the crest on Raon Zieghart's chest flared with a blinding, mysterious light as something completely unexpected began to happen. A strange message appeared. Host was chosen by wrath, but the body was already dead. System error. After that blood-soaked night, the sun rose, filling the air with warmth and a gentle voice. It belonged to a beautiful woman. Look at mommy, she cooed, calling him her precious little sunshine. The infant babbled softly, raising his tiny hands. His mother giggled. What is this? She asked. He was surprisingly smart, babbling back, immediately prompting his glowing mother to pull him into a warm embrace. She cooed happily, wondering who he inherited his cuteness from, completely unaware that this baby was far from normal. Raon Zieghart stared at her, thinking like an adult. He still had not adjusted to his fragile new body. The woman holding him was Sylvia. As she gently lifted him up, he still could not believe it. She kept smiling, asking him to say mommy. Raon Zieghart stared back, realizing there was no doubt left. He had been reincarnated as her son, yet he still retained every memory of his past life as an assassin. When he first opened his eyes, he had been utterly bewildered initially, assuming it was all a dream. He had slept for 100 days, yet he never woke up. No matter how much he rested, the truth remained. Accepting his reincarnation was hard. Sylvia cradled Raon Zieghart in her arms, looking out at the beautiful scenery. Gazing outside, she hoped the lord of the house would return soon to finally name their child. With a hopeful voice, she spoke of the beautiful name he would receive. Raon Zieghart looked at her with slightly sad eyes. It felt strange to be called by a baby nickname, especially when his father had not even visited him yet. 100 days have passed and the family head must be incredibly busy. The tiny boy babbles cute baby sounds to keep his mother smiling. His current room is massive and elegant. A single glance reveals nothing but wealth and luxury. Raon quietly observes his surroundings. He realizes he hasn't been able to explore much since his rebirth, but one thing is certain, this is a highly influential, noble family. Even his nursery is decorated with absolute opulence. It's a striking contrast to the grim, dark room from his previous life. He quickly realizes that being reborn into a powerful and wealthy clan is a massive upgrade compared to starting over in an average household. Yet, despite the warmth and comfort of his new life, Raon still harbors a dark, intense, burning desire inside. This life of luxury is merely a stepping stone. His survival and rebirth serve one ultimate purpose: absolute vengeance. He will never forget the ruthless face of Derus. The intense hatred and fury he felt right before dying are still fresh in his mind. For now, patience is key. Since he returned as a helpless infant, there is only so much he can do. He has spent his entire new life confined to this single room, unable to take any real action yet. He doesn't know where he is, what his status in the family is, or how the world currently stands. The tiny baby falls deep into thought. On top of that, because he has yet to perfect his legendary Ring of Fire technique, he has no choice but to stay patient. In his past life, he was the greatest assassin of the Robert family. Now reborn by some miracle, Raon lives solely for revenge against Derus. He has to push himself to the absolute limit. He can suppress his raw emotions and deadly urges until the perfect time comes. He looks around his luxurious room once more. The grand scale and blinding richness of this mansion only fuel his growing curiosity. This place is far beyond high society. It's practically royal. Suddenly, the baby's sharp gaze locks onto the door. Sylvia's maid Helen bursts into the room in a panic. She yells out across the spacious chamber, calling for Lady Sylvia. The family head is returning. Sylvia gasps in disbelief, stammering out a question. Raon is startled. Wait, is the Lord actually his grandfather? Sylvia panics, asking what they need to prepare. But Helen stops her, explaining it's too late, he is already at the door. Oh no, Sylvia whispers, her face filled with anxiety. Both women turn toward the entrance. Raon also watches with curiosity. Suddenly, he freezes in absolute shock. What is this terrifying presence? Three silent figures walk through the doorway. The family patriarch has returned. Each of his steps is heavy and loaded with power, exerting an oppressive aura over the entire room. The man possesses striking blonde hair and a towering muscular build. Raon is absolutely captivated by this raw display of power. He is completely stunned. The more he looks, the more unbelievable it gets. This man must be his legendary grandfather. Sylvia can only stammer in pure fear, addressing him as father. Without greeting her, the man bluntly asks if this is the child. Raon stares intently. He is absolutely certain now. Pieces of his memories from his past life begin to slot into place. An older man with hair like spun gold, eyes like raging fire, and an expression colder than deep winter ice. The lord of the continent's greatest family, the king of destruction of the north, Glenn Zieghart. He looks down with a stern, imposing gaze. Raon looks up at his grandfather with wide, innocent eyes, but inside his heart is absolutely racing with pure excitement. He has been reborn into the strongest family on the continent. Meanwhile, a shocked question echoes, does he really intend to keep the child? Lord Glenn lifts the baby and coldly declares that from this day on the boy's name will be Raon. He instructs him to live quietly, existing like a silent shadow as if he isn't even there. Raon can only stare blankly. After crossing the boundary of life and death, he finally has a new name. With that, the Grand Lord turns and leaves. Now let's fast forward a bit. Late at night, surrounded by total silence, Raon figures everyone must be fast asleep. He sits up in his tiny, adorable baby body. The depressed expression on his face is gone, replaced by determination. Those 100 days were incredibly boring, but now he finally has an opportunity. His baby body still controls his daily habits, though. He randomly gets sleepy all the time. Whenever he wakes up, Sylvia is always right there by his side. He still can't control his mana, but at least he can sleep alone in his crib, giving him a moment of peace. His lingering adult consciousness pushes him to sit back up. It's time to begin. He focuses, condensing the legendary Ring of Fire. Standard mainland techniques require controlled breathing to absorb natural mana and accumulate aura at the center of the body. But the Ring of Fire is different, requiring unique catalysts. Raon concentrates with absolute focus, channeling his energy. Similar to how a mage forms a mana ring, he must create a perfect circle around his heart to boost his stamina. This special circle stimulates body growth, enhances willpower, and increases mana affinity, laying the perfect foundation for a warrior. Raon gets more excited the more he thinks about it. This is the ultimate skill, and he has absolute faith in it. Best of all, even a genius like Derus Robert would never detect the secret power of the Ring of Fire. He questions whether that perfect state even exists, but Raon keeps pushing forward. If he can train both his body and mind using the Ring of Fire, he can bridge his current form with his past self, adapting Jigga's swordsmanship to fit this new life. The mere thought of it brings him immense hope. Revenge against Derus Robert is no longer just a distant dream. But looking at his tiny infant body, he senses a deep problem. His mana circuits are frozen solid. This icy block explains why he remains shivering cold even after sleeping for 20 hours straight. Closing his eyes, baby Raon focuses his mind. It is a severe block in his 9 mana circuits, and if left alone, this cold energy will eventually kill him. He must use the Ring of Fire to clear the path, but instead of discarding the biting frost, he plans to fuse it with his body's internal heat. Underneath the trees in the wild forest, rustling leaves fill the quiet air. Raon lets out a silent sigh of relief. It is going to be slow, but it is steady. Next, his infant physical body rebels against his adult mind. Lying back down on the ground, he curses his weak, tiny frame for getting exhausted after only a tiny bit of training. Soon, the baby falls fast asleep. Lord Glenn silently watches his grandson sleeping peacefully inside the brass pot, casting a gentle protective spell before quietly slipping away. As morning arrives, baby Raon crawls across the grass, looking thoroughly displeased. Sylvia cheers him on, cooing at how cute her little Raon is as he babbles and crawls. Inside, Raon is crying tears of frustration. Entertaining a doting mother while carrying an adult soul is exhausting, but Sylvia just scoops him up with a warm hug, showering him with sweet words and endless affection. To her, her precious little Raon is the most adorable baby in the world. Suddenly, a clatter echoes from outside. A voice calls out, asking if Sylvia is there, making her gasp with joy. It is the Ragged Saint. He lets out a hearty, warm laugh that perfectly matches his holy reputation. The saint tells her to just call him an old man. Raon stares in wonder, surprised to see this highly influential figure. His divine power and holy arts are considered the absolute best on the continent, making him a revered legend. But because he loves to wander, meeting this legendary healer is normally harder than catching a shooting star. The ragged saint looks down at Raon, explaining he dropped by to visit after hearing Sylvia had a baby. He gently picks Raon up, chuckling at how the baby's golden hair and red eyes look exactly like his mother. Sylvia proudly smiles, agreeing they are beautiful. The saint notes how cute the child is, completely different from Glenn. He then asks for the baby's name. Sylvia hesitates slightly before introducing him as Raon, prompting a sharp look from the saint. He asks if the name represents darkness, and Sylvia nods in agreement. The saint frowns, wondering what Glenn was thinking. Meanwhile, Raon silently observes the legendary healer. The friendly old man does not match his grand reputation at all. But then again, the Destruction King of the North and the Ragged Saint are famously close friends, which might explain it. With a gentle smile, the saint places a hand on the baby's tiny chest while Sylvia watches anxiously. His smile fades as he sighs. The child's condition is incredibly grim. Sylvia panics, asking what is wrong. The saint hands Raon back, explaining the dark truth. The baby's mana circuits are completely blocked by icy fragments. Forget his future of ever becoming a swordsman. His very life is on the line. The saint speaks the heavy truth that shatters Sylvia's heart. Without treatment, this child will die. Sylvia breaks down, begging him to say it is a lie. But the saint remains grimly serious, offering medicine to keep him stable. Suddenly, a servant bows, interrupting them to deliver a message. Glenn is calling for the saint immediately. The saint sighs in annoyance, complaining that Glenn always has the worst timing before preparing to leave. As the healer walks away, Raon stares at his retreating back. Now he knows the truth is the curse of frost. But knowing the name changes nothing. Suddenly, a warm droplet falls onto baby Raon's cheek. Sylvia is trembling, sobbing uncontrollably. Tears stream down her face as she tries to deny the saint's grim prognosis. She clutches her baby tightly, refusing to believe he will die. She promises to do absolutely anything to save him. As a mother, she will fight the heavens itself. She begs him to stay strong and stay alive. In his past life, Raon was a cold-blooded assassin who never knew warmth. He had forgotten what it felt like to be loved. Under his mother's tearful embrace, his small eyes widen. What was happening? His heart throbbed with a sharp, agonizing pain as a deep exhaustion washed over his tiny body. Within Glenn Zieghart's mind, a single thought took hold. He hated seeing this. He wanted to reach out to Sylvia, telling her not to cry. Tiny Glenn Zieghart raised his little hand to wipe his mother's tears. Sylvia stared in disbelief at her baby's unexpected gesture. Still baby, Glenn Zieghart reached out, trying his best to gently caress his mother's cheek. Like any normal child, Glenn Zieghart uttered his very first word. "Mother," he called out softly, "mother." Nearby, Glenn and the Ragged Saint were conversing, but their conversation was cut short by a sudden scream. Outside, Helen was pleading with Lady Sylvia, begging her to stop and stay back. Helen desperately tried to block her, but Sylvia was unstoppable. She burst straight into the room where Lord Glenn was holding his meeting. Helen cried out, warning her that the master was busy. Panting heavily, Sylvia faced her father. Lord Glenn frowned coldly, questioning her insolence. His strict, unforgiving gaze locked onto his daughter, whom he viewed as nothing but a clumsy embarrassment. Without warning, Sylvia fell to her knees. She begged him, slamming her forehead against the cold floor in desperation. She pleaded with him to save her precious son, Glenn Zieghart. Sobbing uncontrollably, she gasped out that her father must already know the baby's condition. But to her, that fragile boy was absolutely everything. She begged over and over for his life. Yet Lord Glenn merely stared down at her, his voice entirely flat and devoid of emotion. The child would never survive as a warrior. Why should the patriarch waste resources to save a boy who offered nothing to the clan? Sylvia pleaded, asking if the boy was not his own grandson. Lord Glenn's tone sharpened, questioning if she meant the child from her elopement. His cruel, cutting words sliced through the air. He made it clear that the absolute limit of his generosity had already been reached. He would allow the baby to carry the Zieghart family name, and she should consider that small mercy a miracle. There would be nothing else. Hearing his cold dismissal, Sylvia refused to back down, crying out to him. But Lord Glenn merely ordered his guards to drag her out. Sylvia begged until her very last breath, screaming for her father. Her voice cracked through desperate, heavy sobs. She pleaded with him to save Glenn Zieghart. No amount of cold rejection could extinguish a mother's fierce resolve to protect her child. She repeatedly called out Glenn Zieghart's name, crying for mercy. But eventually, the heavy doors shut as she was dragged away. The Ragged Saint watched the door slam shut. Turning back to Lord Glenn, he let out a heavy sigh at his friend's stubbornness. He asked why it was so difficult for Glenn to be honest, especially since he was the one who requested this checkup. But Lord Glenn quickly brushed the teasing aside. He demanded to know the exact details of the boy's severe illness. The Ragged Saint grew serious, explaining that all 9 of Raon Zieghart's mana channels had been completely blocked by a severe frost curse. As the boy aged, the condition would only become more fatal. However, the saint knew what Glenn had secretly done the previous night. Glenn had used his own powerful aura to suppress the frost, keeping the baby safe for now. But there was still a catch. The child could never walk the path of a warrior. Taking a slow sip of tea, Glenn murmured that survival was all that mattered. Amused by his gentle tone, the Ragged Saint pointed out how different he sounded compared to his earlier cold display. He knew the grandfather cared deep down. But a lingering question remained, prompting the saint to ask about the baby's name. Out of all the beautiful options, why did he choose Raon Zieghart? Lord Glenn let out a soft sigh before offering an explanation. The name did not simply translate to darkness. Staring into his tea, the old lord explained its true ancient meaning from 1,000 years ago. Back then, the word represented the absolute opposite of shadow. Meanwhile, inside Sylvia's manor, she was tenderly comforting her sickly child. She offered Raon Zieghart the elixir provided by the Ragged Saint, whispering that though it tasted incredibly bitter, he had to endure it. The foul stench alone was enough to make both Helen and Sylvia gag. Yet baby Raon Zieghart merely babbled happily in response. Sylvia opened her eyes to see Raon Zieghart raising his arms, wanting to be held. Both women gasped as they realized he had actually swallowed it. He drank it all up despite the awful taste. Helen agreed, noting that the young master seemed to understand his mother's desperate devotion. Sylvia pulled Raon Zieghart into a tight embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart stared out the window with a thoughtful expression. This fire-attributed medicine was exactly what his body required. The intense heat would purge the frost lingering inside his blocked pathways. Sylvia wept softly, wondering if her sweet boy truly understood her heart. Before long, another year passed and Raon Zieghart grew older. He could finally speak in clear, complete sentences rather than baby babbles, politely asking his mother for more of the bitter elixir. 2 years of diligent training and medicinal treatments flew by. The young boy was steadily growing stronger and more capable. Looking down at his small hands, he was thrilled to feel the warm fire energy circulating. This rapid progress was exactly what he wanted. His condition was improving by leaps and bounds, and his fire ring had officially reached the 1-star rank. Day after day, the fire energy within him accumulated. Another 2 years of strict quiet cultivation quickly passed by. Raon Zieghart kept himself incredibly busy. His daily routine consisted of spending his mornings playing with Sylvia and Helen. Honestly, there probably was not a single kid on this entire continent as packed with work as he was. Training day and night, the years flew by until Raon finally turned 5. By this point, his skills had grown tremendously. He had improved significantly, successfully forming his second ring of fire, which made his soul feel a bit stronger. His mana, willpower, and physical strength all experienced a major surge under the influence of this 2-star ring of fire. His stats had soared across the board. Smiling in absolute satisfaction, the young boy read the status screen, his excitement peaking. He had finally done it. He had created the second ring of fire, and his face instantly lit up with joy. With this second ring, the flame now spun in a cross shape, which slightly increased his overall sensitivity to natural mana. It was all thanks to this mysterious system. While he was absorbed in studying it, a voice from the door interrupted him. Helen entered the room and asked if he was awake, offering to wash his clothes. Raon quickly told her to go ahead. Watching Helen work, he silently confirmed his theory. As expected, she couldn't see his floating system screen. This progress window had been there ever since his rebirth, showing his status the moment he formed his first ring of fire. Back then, he was pretty confused by it. At first, he had no idea what this bizarre thing even was. But with his natural sharp instincts, he quickly realized it was a convenient system to check his condition at a glance. The status screen revealed everything from his first ring of fire to his frostbite curse and his weak stamina. As a baby, he was terrified when Helen walked in, but after carefully studying her reaction, he came to a conclusion. Based on her completely normal expression, it was quite obvious she had absolutely no idea the screen was even there. Raon scratched his chin deep in thought. His low stamina and frost curse remained unchanged even after reaching 2 stars. Without daily doses of those fire-attributed elixirs, reaching this stage would have been an almost impossible task for his weak body. And it wasn't just the medicine. He knew Sylvia, Helen, and the Annex staff had poured their hearts into helping him. Their constant loving care over the last 5 years had definitely played a massive part in keeping him alive. Once Helen left, Raon sat alone as his thoughts continued to swirl. He let out a soft, tired sigh. After all, he was only 5 years old. He had plenty of time left, so there was no need to rush. His constant childhood fatigue wasn't normal. It was a curse, and this frost curse was extremely troublesome to deal with. It drained his stamina, making him tired from just basic movements, but Raon quickly shook off the negative thoughts. Besides, in his past life, he was the ultimate assassin. Now he possessed the supreme training method for the Ring of Fire. With his past experience as a solid foundation, mastering the Ring of Fire would eventually purge all these negative status conditions. On top of that, if he could learn the elite swordsmanship of Zieghart, defeating Derus would finally be within reach. But revenge required absolute patience. Raon was currently just a 5-year-old kid, a fact he kept constantly in mind. He couldn't afford to rush. Derus Robert was widely considered one of the strongest powerhouses on the entire continent. Remembering the hated face, Raon warned himself not to let reckless rage ruin his plans for vengeance so early on. Only a handful of people in the world could match that monster. He had to build his powers slowly and carefully. Once the perfect window opened, he would end him for good. With that thought, he pushed himself to train even harder. Just as he prepared to practice, Sylvia walked in smiling warmly. Little Raon looked up at his mother with innocent eyes. Sylvia carried a fresh set of clothes. She asked if he remembered their planned trip, telling him to get ready for the main mansion. Raon blinked and asked in a quiet, absent-minded voice if today was finally the day they were supposed to go. As he dressed, his thoughts drifted. The power balance of this continent was held by the 6 kings and 5 devils. And by a stroke of luck, his new family, the legendary Zieghart clan, was actually one of those dominant 6 kings. Riding in a carriage with his mother, he watched the scenery go by. While kings brought order, devils threatened peace. To maintain their standards, these major factions held strict judgment rituals. And today was the day of Zieghart's ceremony. Inside the grand hall, a massive banquet was already packed with elegant nobles and high-ranking members of the elite class. Chatter echoed everywhere as people caught up, mentioning how they hadn't seen each other since the previous year's judgment ceremony. Many had been busy with overseas missions, prompting rumors about whether any direct descendants would be joining the event. The hushed whispers spread quickly, with rumors circulating about the 4th son of Karun and even the disgraced Sylvia. The moment Sylvia and Raon stepped through the grand doors, they were immediately greeted by those nasty, mocking whispers. People openly called her a total failure, but as she walked further inside, the entire room suddenly fell dead silent. They stared at the mother and son with cold, judgmental eyes. Undeterred, Sylvia tightly squeezed Raon's tiny hand and kept walking. Whispers instantly start spreading through the crowd. So that is Sylvia's boy. He is so small, and they say he is incredibly sick. Those rumors must be true. How could they not be? He inherited the blood of a total failure. Honestly, should we even call him family? The harsh gossip just refuses to die down. You can practically feel the heavy hostility in the air as they complain about his mother. Do they really need to hold a ceremony for a failure's child? Never have to see those two again. They claim the clan's standards have completely plummeted. Hearing this makes Raon feel pretty bad too. He was born into this family, so he cannot help but feel annoyed by the constant trash talking. The direct descendants are making a complete mockery of them. It is brutal. Is there something he is missing here? He does not really care about the insults, but the two of them just keep walking silently forward through the rain of insults. They call her shameless. Hearing this, Raon suddenly stops in his tracks. Sylvia quickly notices and rushes to comfort her boy. It is okay, Glenn Zieghart. He looks up at her only to see her wearing a warm, gentle smile as she softly tells him to only look at her. Raon nods, letting go of his worries. Suddenly, an announcement echoes that the family head is arriving. Steady footsteps walk into the room. Raon looks up, keeping his eyes on him. It has been a long time, probably 5 years now. His grandfather, Lord Glenn, finally enters. He takes his seat majestically on the gold-plated throne in the main hall. He is the grandfather of Raon Zieghart, the absolute ruler of the mighty clan. Glenn slowly speaks up, noting that everyone seems to have gathered. With a sudden clap of his hands, a massive stone sword plunges straight down from high above. Raon watches it intently. Could that be the legendary Sword of Discernment? Lord Glenn immediately announces the start of the ceremony, quickly gesturing to his subordinates. Following his command, the massive blade plunges heavily into the center of the hall. Everyone in the room instantly looks up. Right then, Lord Glenn powerfully declares the ceremony officially open. Young Raon widens his eyes, staring directly at the weapon. By simply placing a hand on this sword, they can reveal their true level of mana talent. One of the subordinates steps forward and starts reading the names from the list. The first candidate is Glenn Zieghart. Up on the balcony, a young boy replies with absolute confidence before stepping down to touch the blade. At this young age, a child's skull is not fully closed yet. Once they turn 4, the bones merge completely. After that point, a person's innate capacity for using mana becomes forever locked. The moment Glenn places his hand on it, the blade instantly reacts. That is exactly why these young kids have been gathered. They need to see exactly how much potential they possess. Witnessing the reaction, the entire room erupts into loud, excited applause. They shower the boy with endless praise. He has the win attribute. The entire sword is glowing and his mana quality is superb. He is a genuine prodigy, fitting for the son of Lord Karun Zieghart. Even Glenn nods in quiet approval. He praises the wind attribute, noting it is perfect for a swordsman. Then the next name is loudly called out. It is Raon Sulian, representing their vassal house. Raon watches closely, confident he has figured out how this testing device works. The light glowing on the blade reveals the purity of their mana, while the actual attribute shows up right at the hilt. Raon quietly observes. So this is how the Lord measures talent. Runan Sulian steps up next, also receiving plenty of praise from the crowd. She is a renowned prodigy from the Sulian family. She holds the same high rank and status as young Burin. Only Raon remains completely unimpressed. Everyone in this massive household seems utterly obsessed with nothing but raw talent. He is realistic about his own fate, knowing his results will likely be terrible. Even though he mastered the 2-star Ring of Fire, his mana circuits are still severely clogged by a freezing ice curse. Honestly, he does not really care either way. The announcer finally calls out the very last name. The entire room falls silent as they announce Glenn Zieghart. Lord Glenn suddenly sits up straight, his cold eyes narrowing with intensity. Raon steps forward as he is called to the front. Sylvia gently whispers for him to go. Raon nods calmly, showing none of the nervous excitement of the other children. He is not expecting much. He just wants to see which elemental attribute suits his body for his future growth. Sylvia gives him a warm, reassuring smile, softly asking if he saw how the other children touched the sword. She tells him to do the exact same thing. Raon nods, letting out a quiet sigh as he approaches. He reaches out and touches the cold blade, but instead of the soft glow from earlier, the moment he makes contact, the sword erupts with a blinding golden light. No one saw this coming. Raon stares blankly, utterly confused by this reaction. His vision suddenly blurs. Right before his eyes, a shocking vision of hundreds of grotesque monsters begins to materialize. He wonders what kind of insane illusion he has just stepped into. He can only watch in absolute shock. Sitting on the ground, Raon stares at a towering figure right in front of him, wondering who this man is. The stranger raises a massive sword, emitting an overwhelming pressure. With a single decisive swing, he completely obliterates the horde. The sword radiated a terrifying pressure. With one decisive swing, he easily took down the monsters, fades away, leaving behind only a bizarre, eerie glow. Raon stares blankly, completely bewildered. Why is the Judgment Stone acting like this? All around him, mockers and whispers of judgment fill the room. Look at that, the light hasn't even reached halfway up the sword. Glenn quickly commands. The judgment ceremony has concluded, you are all dismissed. The crowd scrambles out, not even bothering to hide their sneers of contempt. Sneers they only direct at Raon and his mother. The butler bows politely, telling young Master Burin they must go as the last guest steps out. The heavy doors slam shut. Glenn remains seated, his voice cold and flat as he mutters that he expected as much, expressing pity. Glenn never expected much anyway, so there is no real disappointment or shame. He assumes the boy has already hit his absolute limit. But wait, look at that. The Judgment Stone is still shining its glow, growing brighter by the second. His brow furrows in disbelief as he stares. He recalls the legendary golden light of the sun. The first patriarch of the Zieghart clan possessed that exact terrifying power, an aura strong enough to tame even demonic fire. He remembers the ancient texts describing gold mana and gold fire. This kind of brilliant gold mana has only ever appeared once in the entire history of the Zieghart clan. Glenn sits in stunned silence as the blinding light before him triggers a memory. It radiates with a breathtaking golden brilliance, the legendary gold fire. The more he thinks about it, the more astonished Glenn becomes. His own grandson, Raon. The next morning, Raon wakes up to a system notification showing his status window. No title is listed, only the curse of bitter frost, low stamina, reduced physical energy, poor mana affinity, and a fire attribute. He also has a 2-star Ring of Fire and 2-star water resistance. Raon smiles in satisfaction, realizing he is already close to his 3rd star. 7 years fly by since that first fateful judgment ceremony. Time sure doesn't wait for anyone, and Raon has grown quite a bit taller. Though his face still carries a trace of childhood innocence, his gaze is completely different now. At 12 years old, Raon drifts into deep thought. 7 years since that judgment day, and thanks to his relentless daily training, his 2 rings of fire are finally on the verge of upgrading. Sitting on the lush green grass, Raon realizes that if he could just cure this frost curse, his growth would skyrocket. His water resistance has already reached 2 stars, meaning the bone-chilling frost is no longer spreading through his body. Because of this, his limbs no longer lock up. Of course, moving his body around is still an uphill battle, but it is much better than before. Realizing this, Raon tells himself that it is finally time to kickstart some serious physical training. But as he sits there, a voice suddenly calls out his name. It is his mother, Sylvia, telling him he needs to get ready. She asks what he is still doing outside and urges him to hurry before they are late. Raon nods with a serious expression, knowing it is time for his 2nd judgment ceremony. He expects to face those same confusing, judgmental glares all over again. Hours later, the ceremony winds down. Everyone exchanges quick farewells, and finally Rimmer concludes the event by thanking them for their hard work. Raon sits in silence, realizing that because only side branch members attended, the whole thing went by much faster than expected. But then his name is suddenly called out. Glenn looks down at his grandson with a cold, stern expression demanding an answer. Surely Raon received the order to participate in the basic training required of all clan members. Why has he ignored it for a month? Raon stares back at him in utter confusion. He has no idea what basic training his grandfather is even talking about. Sensing the tension, Sylvia quickly steps in to shield her son. She explains that Raon is different because of the frost curse. Training is simply too much for his frail body. Raon realizes then that his mother has been keeping this a secret from him. Looking at his mother, it all clicks. Glenn, however, is unmoved and coldly declares that this is the Zieghart territory. With a deep, heavy frown, he states there are absolutely no exceptions or excuses for anyone who bears the Zieghart name. If he cannot walk, he must crawl to the training grounds. That grit is what it truly means to be a Zieghart. Sylvia panics, begging her father for just a little more time. But Glenn fires back with a look of pure fury, leaving her completely stunned. He asks if she plans on running away again and taking the boy with her. Glenn hurls these bitter, unforgiving words at his only daughter. On this land, she can only live as a Zieghart. If she does not like it, she can get out. The moment those harsh words leave his mouth, the crowd erupts into whispers. They mockingly ask if she is fleeing again, joking about how she no longer even has an energy center or mana circuits left to break. They find it hard to believe someone so weak is part of the direct bloodline. Watching his mother endure the humiliation, Raon finally understands. The reason his mother is treated like an outcast is simple. Raon pieced it together. She once abandoned the family. He carefully connects the dots. Sylvia has no martial aura despite her training, meaning her energy center and mana circuits were completely shattered. After leaving the clan, she met Raon's father and married him. But fate was never kind to her and tragedy struck. While she was pregnant with Raon, his father passed away, leaving his mother with absolutely no other choice but to return here. Fate was cruel to Sylvia. After she became pregnant with me, my father died, leaving her with no other options. No choice but to head back home. Helpless, Sylvia knew she could never convince her stubborn father, so she turned to leave. Raon stared at his mother. Because she had abandoned her position in the direct lineage and recently returned, she was treated far worse than even an outsider. But that was only how those arrogant fools viewed their family situation. The phantom of his past assassin self suddenly flickered behind him, releasing a cold, suffocating wave of pure murderous intent. The sudden pressure startled Sylvia. But when she looked back, there was no shadow assassin, only her young son standing proud. Raon carried a commanding presence. Stepping forward with absolute dignity, he quietly resolved to put an end to this injustice. As her son, he refused to let anyone humiliate his mother. When Sylvia saw him stepping forward, her heart sank. She begged him to stop, telling him she would handle everything. But Raon simply reassured her with a deeply determined look. He promised her everything would be fine, then turned and walked directly up to Glenn to speak with absolute confidence. He declared that he would join the training next month as ordered. Hearing this, Denair immediately tried to intervene. Denair spoke up to warn him, worried that the basic training was far too brutal for a sickly child to survive. He urged Raon to back down immediately before things got worse, but the young boy remained completely unfazed by the warning. Standing firm against the doubtful gazes, Raon spoke loud and clear. Since he carried the heavy name of Zieghart, he would bear the responsibility and undergo the training. Glenn scowled in deep anger, his face turning grim. He barked, asking if Raon dared to tarnish their prestigious name or even understood the sheer weight it carried. Glenn unleashed an oppressive aura that made Raon turn pale. As he stared at his grandfather, blood dripped from his nose. His eyes widened in sheer shock and terror. It felt as if his very flesh was being shredded to pieces. Honestly, just looking at this monster is terrifying enough, yet Raon clenches his trembling fists to stay calm. His heart squeezed painfully. This presence was far more suffocating than anything he had ever felt from Derus Robert. He wondered if this was the true might of the Northern King of Destruction. Sylvia rushed forward to shield him. Holding her son tight, she begged Glenn to forgive him since he was too young to understand. Denair also intervened. He pleaded with Glenn to lift the crushing pressure, pointing out that Raon was just an innocent boy. But Glenn cut him off. His booming voice carried a heavy, terrifying weight that silenced the entire room in an instant. Denair quickly apologized while Sylvia kept pleading, holding her son tightly and crying out that his weak body couldn't survive such training. Still reeling from the oppressive aura, Raon quietly reflected on his true identity as an assassin. Assassins were meant to live in the shadows, always walking hand in hand with death, never revealing their true selves. His past assassin life urged him to step forward, but he knew he was no longer that mindless shadow weapon. He looked back at his former self, firmly resolving that he would never live in the dark shadows ever again. Staring at that old phantom of death, the 12-year-old boy grit his teeth while cold sweat rolled down his pale face. He repeated his true desire over and over. He was Reborn Zieghart now, and he would restore Sylvia to her rightful place. He declared that since he only grew up in the annex and not the main building he was ignorant of, the greatness of the Zieghart name. That was exactly why he wanted to see what their clan truly stood for by training. His mother had raised and protected him with unconditional love ever since his rebirth into this new world. As Raon, he was deeply determined to protect Sylvia at all costs, safeguarding the precious happiness of those he loved. For the first time, this deep love was silently healing his once cold, corrupted heart from his past life. He wanted to fight to protect lives rather than steal them away like he used to do as an assassin. To restore his mother's honor, he vowed to reclaim everything they had lost with his own two hands. Glenn's anger slowly cooled, though his gaze remained incredibly sharp. He asked if Raon intended to judge their clan through some basic training. Raon replied without a single shred of hesitation that it was his only path. Glenn smirked, telling him that he would make sure the instructors were fully prepared to test his limits. Glenn challenges him not to disappoint, but pushing this tiny cursed body to the absolute limit has its price. Raon stumbled and collapsed. Though he was once the ultimate assassin and now studied the continent's legendary techniques, including the Ring of Fire, his current body still had limits. If he could fully master these legendary powers, rising to the top of the clan was definitely possible. Clenching his fists as he fell, his resolve remained unbroken. A high-ranking spot in the clan was within reach. But even as Raon fell, his grip remained tight, his mind filled with... Raon resolves to show the Patriarch just how tough the pebble he looked down on really is, while the other boys aggressively train. Skeptical Glenn Zieghart watches them with folded arms. Is that weak boy really capable of this? As the master of the Martial Mind Palace, his secretary quickly steps up to report that only a few maids overheard the recent secret conversation. The spy reports that the young master is indeed gravely ill, barely able to sustain his fragile daily life. Glenn Zieghart ponders this deeply. The last time he saw the weak boy, he seemed incredibly fragile, so how did he survive his heavy pressure? Glenn Zieghart scoffs. Sylvia was once their best talent. He quickly commands his secretary to plan a loyal spy. The spy must infiltrate the family annex immediately. Out in the quiet garden, Raon constantly ignores his own physical limits and trains relentlessly day after day. Sylvia runs closely behind him. Terrified he will collapse from exhaustion, she calls out to him in panic. She begs him not to overdo it, but Raon stubbornly keeps pushing. At training ground number 5, Glenn receives a grand welcome from everyone present. Everyone greets the great leader. Elsewhere, Rimmer lounges on a sofa with his hat covering his eyes. Suddenly, a deep and commanding voice echoes loudly nearby. "Stop pretending to be asleep and stand up right now," Rimmer, the stern patriarch, demands. Rimmer quickly bolts upright, stunned to see Glenn. He grins, noting Glenn always easily sees through his tricks. "You are the only one who can detect my fake sleeping, respected patriarch." Glenn crosses his arms, immediately scolding him for lazily slacking off today. "The other instructors are working hard and sweating, yet you relax here." Rimmer simply smiles back, totally unbothered. "They follow my orders. I use my brain while they do the hard manual labor, so it is quite fair." Glenn sighs in annoyance at him. "You are already 50 years old, yet you still behave like a child." Rimmer laughs. "Change means death. Besides, he is a very old elf." Rimmer then asks a highly serious question about why the Patriarch came, specifically targeting his youngest grandson, Raon. "Lady Sylvia already spoke to me, but I never expected the great Patriarch himself to visit." Glenn is deeply shocked that Sylvia actually visited him. Rimmer mentions that she begged him to keep Raon safe and prevent any painful injuries. "If that is your intention too, Patriarch, then this journey is a total waste. You said so yourself. No one can ever interfere with the 5th training ground, not even you." Suddenly, Rimmer leans in his friendly face, turning completely and deadly serious. "If you worry for your youngest grandson, I am no different." Glenn responds with flat indifference. Highly unprepared for such a quick agreement, Rimmer stands completely stunned. Glenn then strictly demands that he never lowers the brutal training intensity. "Increase it as you see fit and eliminate the weak." Rimmer gasps, covering his mouth in shock. "At this rate, your own beloved grandson will get expelled." Rimmer then switches to his usual dramatic, playful self, dramatically hugging his face in distress. "You love him far more than I thought. Are you showering him with some extra affection?" Glenn glares in quiet response, warning that if they were not old army comrades, he would have easily sliced Rimmer's head off right here. He orders Rimmer not to go easy on him and to clearly separate the competent from the weak. Only those who meet the strict standards should remain for the final training. Rimmer turns back with a highly mischievous grin on his handsome face. "Your wish is my absolute command." Satisfied with this response, Glenn turns around and leaves the room. He tells Rimmer to do whatever he wants before walking away as Rimmer waves goodbye and politely wishes the busy Patriarch a very safe journey. Staring out the window with folded arms, Rimmer murmurs that he is incredibly curious about Raon's true potential. Just then, the system screen flashes. The 3rd Ring of Fire has been acquired, and the 3-star effect strengthens both his physical body and soul. His strength, speed, and endurance spike, while his mana affinity, willpower, and general energy levels surge forward dramatically. His water resistance reaches 3 stars, causing one of the 9 frozen threads of his painful master curse to completely melt away into absolute nothingness. Raon manipulates the system from his bed. He knows 3 stars is on a completely different level. His overall physical awareness has risen and his mind is sharper than ever before. He recalls how deeply his mother Sylvia always worried for him. She asked why he pushed himself so hard, but he simply replied that it all just happened naturally. Yet thanks to her timely maternal interference, his limb and skeletal muscles have grown stronger without major issues. He gently touches his developing arm muscles. This status window will accelerate his growth even further. This is only the beginning of his chessboard. The Zieghart training is notoriously brutal. Reaching 3 stars is merely the necessary baseline foundation required to secure his starting place as an apprentice. He must build an absolutely rock-solid foundation first to survive all the incredibly painful days ahead. His ultimate ambition is to lead the elite vanguard. By showing outstanding talent, he will finally silence every single hypocrite who ever doubted him. And his primary ultimate target is none other than Derus Robert, the legendary Sky Sword Saint. Raon looks deeply thoughtful, firmly deciding that he will never stop until he finally slits his target's throat. Suddenly, his path begins to unfold. Suddenly, a voice calls out, startling him. It is Sylvia. She asks why he is still awake, leaving Glenn Zieghart flustered. He asks why she is visiting so late. Sitting on his bed, she mentions his basic training starts at the academy tomorrow. She came to talk. With a gentle, warm smile, she softly asks if he really has to leave. She wants to stop him. He always bottles up his pain, and she honestly hates seeing him suffer. She worries about him getting hurt during training. Placing a hesitant hand on Raon Zieghart's shoulder, she looks deeply concerned. She begs him to delay it for just 1 year. But his mind is already made up and there is no changing it. His firm refusal makes her heart skip a beat as he insists he cannot back down. He remembers the cold stares of others. He recalls how their relatives looked at her. Every time they met, their faces carried nothing but utter contempt. They treated her like she was weak. Placing a hand on his chest, Raon Zieghart admits their disrespect fills him with rage. He cannot back down. He is determined to train hard so no one can ever look down on her again. These sincere words completely move Sylvia. Blushing slightly, she smiles and looks down nervously, clutching her hands in her lap. She praises his intelligence, realizing he likely knows why she lives in total isolation and why people constantly whisper curses about her. She opens up about her forbidden past, explaining how she met his father during a mission and fell deeply in love with him. However, his low status as a mere knight made their love forbidden. To be together, she had to make a devastating and painful choice. She destroyed her magic circuit and core, abandoning her family. Now she is ready to share her deepest secret. Now here is a massive plot twist. She reveals he actually had an older sister named Xia, but their peace was short-lived. Assassins came. The military from the Empire of E discovered their quiet location, forcing her and her husband to fight back. Her husband was not a strong warrior, and she was pregnant with Raon Zieghart. Sylvia's eyes fill with pure terror. They were completely defenseless. A miracle eventually occurred, but it came far too late. Her own family guards were too far. By the time her father's secret guards finally arrived to help, the tragedy had already unfolded. Facing this brutal truth still tears her apart inside. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. In that horrific attack, both his father and his older sister Xia lost their lives. She had nowhere to go. With a bitter, faint smile, she explains that she had absolutely no other choice left. She returned to her family, branded forever as their ultimate sinner. Her face is filled with absolute torture to look at. She never knew how to face his grandfather again. Hearing this, Raon Zieghart silently realizes how incredibly selfish she was. She abandoned her family duties just to chase personal happiness, only returning to beg for shelter when her world collapsed. He understands. He finally gets why the clan treats her so coldly, yet this flawed woman is still his mother. She gave him a new life. She is the first person to ever love him with such pure, unconditional warmth. Others might call her selfish, but to him she is his one and only mother across both of his lifetimes. Breaking the heavy silence, Raon Zieghart gently asks his mother if she regrets her choices or wishes she could go back. She does not regret a single thing, fondly remembering her fleeting precious moments of pure and genuine happiness. She used to live like a ghost in this cold mansion. Leaving was the only time she felt truly alive. Her smile grows brighter, radiating genuine warmth as she adds that she was happy then and is happy now because of him. Looking down with a heavy sigh, Sylvia softly apologizes to Raon Zieghart, confessing that she feels like a terrible mother. He gently places his hand over hers. He assures her that he is fine and she has nothing to worry about. No matter who calls her selfish, she is his precious mother. He gazes at her face, filled with deep emotion. Silently, he vows to avenge her and secure her rightful place as the true heir to the prestigious Richard family. Tears of happiness stream down Sylvia's face as she breaks down, leaving Raon Zieghart flustered as he asks why she is crying. It is already late at night when Glenn Zieghart finally steps out of her room, letting out a long, weary sigh. He sits on his bed, deciding to inspect his flame core before sleeping. Training camp starts very soon indeed. He sits cross-legged and presses his hands together, releasing a strange blue aura as he focuses his energy. With 3 stars being this fast, he wonders how insanely rapid it will rotate once it reaches the intermediate stage. Suddenly, a tiny flame flares up with immense power, startling him as a mysterious deep voice echoes from the darkness. The silly flame grins widely, claiming that his deep rage has finally reached the domain of the underworld. It speaks of the Essence Emperor and the second demon lord of the underworld, promising to exact absolute revenge. He is completely baffled by this. Suddenly, a system notification alerts him that a mysterious ability has been unlocked. Rage has been forged, wrath has awakened, peering closely to examine his body and soul. It wonders, why is there a child here? Why is there a kid here? Raon Zieghart is completely baffled, asking what it is. The entity looks just as confused, telling him that's its line. Who are you anyway? The raw rage it sensed earlier certainly didn't belong to a weak little brat. The entity's giant eyes widen. It stares closely, then corrects itself. No, it really is him. Deep down, Raon Zieghart is harboring a dark, suffocating hatred. The Essence Emperor slithers onto him. It tells him to surrender his soul, promising to help him get the ultimate revenge in return. Raon Zieghart thinks of Robert. Did this thing manifest because of his deep rage toward Derus Robert right before dying? But it's too late now. Looking straight at it, Raon Zieghart flatly refuses, saying he will get revenge on his own. The beast is utterly baffled. It wraps tighter around him while he thinks. He will never get another chance, so he cannot let someone else do his revenging. Raon Zieghart declares he will be the one to claim Derus Robert head. The beast scoffingly replies that the kid seems to have misunderstood the situation. It bares its teeth, warning him that this is not a negotiation. Bursting into massive flames, the Essence Emperor declares its choice is made. Raon Zieghart grows anxious. Clutching his shoulder, he wonders why on earth this raging fire feels so shockingly freezing. Talk about a chilly reception. Could it be? The cold fire blazes with terrifying fury. The beast demands that he simply hand over his body as a sacrifice. With that, it charges straight at him in a mad frenzy. Completely stunned, Raon Zieghart's body locks up, leaving him totally unable to react. The Essence Emperor swells bigger and bigger, completely overwhelming him. Nearby, the glass of water on the nightstand starts to crack under the pressure. Clutching his chest, Raon Zieghart feels a heavy, freezing weight. It is not just his body, even his very mind feels completely frozen solid. His elemental attribute is actually ice, not fire. As the chilling realization hits, the terrifying face of the Essence Emperor slowly looms closer. It speaks in a hypnotic whisper, urging him to release his fury. Even if his enemies are gods, the Emperor will slay them all. Shivering violently from the biting cold, Raon Zieghart thinks to himself that his water-resistant skill is the only thing keeping him alive right now. But this attack goes far deeper than just freezing temperatures. Facing this creature, Raon Zieghart cannot help but feel a dark, creeping sense of dread. The beast is deliberately and constantly feeding his rage, trying to provoke him. The situation is quickly spiraling completely out of control. The Emperor whispers in his ear, promising to crush his enemy's head, drink his blood, and eat his flesh if he just surrenders. But Raon Zieghart thinks of his family. If he surrenders his body to this monster, who knows what horrible things it might do to them? What would happen to Sylvia and the servants? Even if he dies, he cannot give up his body. The Emperor shifts back to blue flames. It sneers that if he just unleashes his anger and accepts the power, his suffering will end. Yet he chooses to struggle pointlessly. The entity admits it wanted to keep this vessel unharmed for future use, but now it realizes playing nice gets absolutely nothing done. Still whispering directly into his ear, it warns him that the kid gloves are off. It is going to eat him alive instead. Raon Zieghart's face twists in pure agony. He feels as though his entire body is on the absolute verge of shattering into pieces. Gritting his teeth, he tightly grips his shoulder. He has hit his absolute limit, and he knows this fragile vessel cannot hold out much longer. If he stays like this, death is certain. Desperate to survive, his eyes snap open. He clasps his hands, desperately manipulating his spiritual energy. He reasons that if his water resistance can block the ice aura, he might just survive the intense physical and mental strain of using fire. It is a massive gamble, but it is his only shot at survival. In a spectacular clash, his fire and water skills begin to merge. The blending elemental forces catch the Emperor completely off guard. It looks on in utter disbelief, furious that a mere human is resisting. It was just awakened. How could a lowly human dare to challenge its absolute power? But Raon Zieghart's expression remains completely filled with fierce determination. He will get revenge his own way. He flatly refuses to let some wandering ghost possess his body. This sends the Emperor into an absolute rage. Its flaming form contorts wildly as it screeches. How dare a filthy human call a grand demon lord of the demon world a wandering ghost? Raon Zieghart remains completely unfazed. He coolly asks how it can call itself a demon lord when it cannot even overpower a kid like him. He continues to mock and provoke the spirit, telling it to beat it. The furious entity snarls, demanding to know how he dares insult it. Sweating profusely, Raon Zieghart realizes that since the beast only recently awakened, it probably cannot tap into its full devastating power just yet. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before him, revealing an auxiliary trait. Raon Zieghart is caught off guard while the Emperor gasps in horror. The spirit screams, recognizing its own power. It demands to know why he possesses its status window. Raon Zieghart is equally stunned as his stats appear. Looking at the screen, Raon Zieghart asks what this status window and its messages actually mean and how they relate to the entity. Despite its frustration, the Emperor begrudgingly answers. Of course it relates, explaining that the system was actually self-created by its own power. But why can a human use it? The explanation only confuses him further. He wonders what the system is actually used for. Toying with him, the spirit flatly refuses to share that secret. Undeterred, Raon Zieghart asks if this is also meant to trigger his growth. The Emperor is stunned that he figured it out so easily, stammering in shock. Raon Zieghart remains completely calm, keeping his thoughts to himself. He realizes the entity cannot even control his own emotions. No wonder he is the embodiment of wrath. Inside, he feels a strange energy stream connecting with his system. Strangely, the effects of the fire ring are far stronger than in his past life. This massive upgrade must be entirely due to the system. The Essence Emperor is rapidly losing patience, screaming in a rage to sacrifice his body and return the power immediately. He demands it back with a wide gaping maw desperately clinging to his body. The creature snarls, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Raon Zieghart calmly cracks his knuckles and speaks with a completely expressionless face. It was worth a shot, even though he barely channeled any mana into that punch. He crosses his arms, watching the furious Essence Emperor fuming. The entity cannot believe a mere human would dare to treat him with such disrespect. Raon Zieghart wonders if the creature is simply an invisible spirit. If so, standard aura will not affect him. Despite the noisy tantrum, nobody else seems to notice. No one has showed up to investigate. Waving his hand to brush the flames aside, he realizes he might be the only one who can see it. It is clear that he alone can perceive this entity. Suddenly, the spirit shrieks, and a bright blue flame wraps itself tightly around Raon Zieghart's wrist. Instantly, the blue fire solidifies into a bracelet decorated with a delicate snowflake pattern. Raon Zieghart stares at it, completely baffled by what just happened. The voice of the Essence Emperor echoes directly from the jewelry. He declares his seal is broken, but his true strength will return soon enough. Once the time comes, there will be no way to stop him. He vows to haunt the boy until every bit of his wrath is drained. Raon Zieghart frowns in deep irritation. This guy is incredibly annoying and he genuinely wants to get rid of him. Yet a major problem remains. If he forces the spirit to separate, the system might vanish entirely. Plus, there is no telling what the creature might do to Sylvia or Helen. Keeping the threat close seems like the safest option. Bringing the bracelet right up to his eyes, he decides monitoring him directly is much smarter. He will place his trust in his own growth, hoping to eventually suppress this entity. Outside, the night has grown quiet under the pale moon. The hours slip away as they bicker back and forth. Honestly, seeing a god and a teenager fight like this is pure comedy. The entity mocks him for choosing a flower bracelet, saying it does not suit him. Raon Zieghart retorts that it is his personal preference. The spirit grumbles and responds as the night finally breaks. A new day begins as the morning mist rolls over the distant mountain peaks. Helen tries her best to reassure a worried Sylvia that the young master will be fine. Sylvia nods, but her anxiety remains incredibly high. Suddenly, Raon Zieghart calls out from the stairs, announcing that he is ready. He walks down with a bright, confident smile on his face. He tells them he is off to the training academy. Helen quickly warns him to be careful and not to push his body too hard. He promises he will keep that in mind. Seeing a tearful Sylvia, Helen gently points out that showing such sadness might weigh on his mind. Hearing those wise words, Sylvia quickly kneels down and places a supportive hand on her son's shoulders to change her attitude. She tells him to travel safely and reminds him to back away if things get too difficult. Right after Raon Zieghart turns to leave, he waves a final goodbye as he departs. Watching his retreating figure, Sylvia quietly wonders aloud if everything will truly be all right. Helen reassures her that the young master has improved immensely and will surely pass his training. Yet her eyes still carry a deep sadness. Sylvia agrees he has come a long way. But as she thinks of her precious boy, painful memories from the past flood her mind. She remembers Helen trying to reassure her that the instructors at the Zieghart training camp are famous for recognizing true talent. With Raon Zieghart's dedication, success is guaranteed. Raon Zieghart had hugged her tightly, promising his mother that he would never let himself get hurt. Hearing such mature words from her son, Sylvia shed tears of happiness mingled with a lingering touch of sorrow. He told her not to worry and promised to keep his word. Clutching her chest, she recalls the warmth of his voice. She whispers his name softly, begging him to return safely. Watching him disappear in the distance, she begins to cry and tremble. Meanwhile, at the Zichet Training Center number 5, the brand new trainees are busy introducing themselves to one another. They discuss family backgrounds and hope the instructors are not too harsh, while others feel pressure to reach the top 10. Glenn Zieghart looks around, noting the sheer crowd is exactly like the rumors described. He walks completely alone amidst the chatting youths. The academy is packed with not only direct bloodline descendants but also highly skilled candidates recommended by various vassal families. Remembering Helen's warning about the massive crowd, he notes they had to build 6 training grounds. Suddenly, whispers break his thoughts. Nearby students point and whisper, mocking his appearance. They sneer at his scrawny frame, wondering if he will break instantly. They joke that a sickly guy like him will give up halfway. They wonder why he even showed up to embarrass himself. To make matters worse, they start mocking his bracelet, calling the flowery pattern extremely tacky and terribly outdated. Overhearing their insults, the Essence Emperor flies into a pure rage and demands to know what they just said. He screams curses, calling them blind, noble trash, and threatens to break their bones and gouge their eyes out completely. Breaking his silence, Raon Zieghart calmly steps forward and asks the talkative nobles why they are whispering behind his back. He confronts them with absolute composure, telling them to say it directly to his face if they have an issue. Is gossiping really a good habit? The other two freeze. They are caught completely off guard by his sheer nerve. After all, he is just an outcast forced to live in the annex. A mere branch family member, not the true direct bloodline. Yet Raon remains unfazed, completely calm. He simply tilts his head and asks them a rather cold question. What right do they have to act so high and mighty when they are also just collateral members? His words hit a nerve that shuts them up. Instantly, such pride belongs to those above him, but now one of them completely snaps. The angry boy lunges forward, grabbing Raon by the collar and raising a fist. Raon's eyes flare, his face turning incredibly dark. Suddenly, a sharp voice rings out, ordering them to freeze. It is Buren, reminding them that training is about to start. What are they doing? How dare they drag the proud name of the Zieghart clan through the mud like this? The two troublemakers awkwardly scratch their heads and stammer out apologies. Buren completely ignores them, stepping right into Raon's personal space. Crossing his arms, Buren coldly warns Raon to know his place. He looks down at him like he is just a speck of dust. Just a tiny speck, easily brushed away. If Raon wants to stay in the annex, he better learn to shut his mouth. Deep inside, Buren is burning with intense jealousy. This low-born punk had somehow managed to capture the patriarch's full attention. He believes Raon used pity rather than real talent to get noticed. The thought makes Buren grit his teeth in absolute rage. How dare a classless bastard like him stand here? Turning to leave, Buren throws one final nasty threat over his shoulder. If Raon is not going to train, he should beat it. Get out. Otherwise, stay out of my sight. After all, there is no way an outcast like him will survive. But watch Raon's casual reply stops Buren dead in his tracks. Raon tells him he has heard enough of his garbage. It is time to strike back at this arrogant main branch kid. Kick me out. Seriously, you actually think you can do that when you are not even an official trainee yet? Raon looks at him with pure disdain, though he admits maybe Buren could pull it off if he runs crying to his father. To go beg for help. Buren's face twists with absolute disgust. How dare a mere branch line trash mock him like this? Tension peaks. Just as a fight is about to explode, a nearby door is violently kicked open by a very flashy leg. It is Rimmer. The man seems way too excited about the drama, laughing about how the kids are already trying to kill each other. He chalks it up to youthful spirit. Raon, however, instantly recognizes him. Is that not the famous sword elf of the Zieghart clan? The retired legend whose mana core was shattered, yet here he is, smiling like an absolute fool. He cheerfully suggests they finish their little duel after the opening ceremony. Raon is still stunned to see him in this place. Buren clicks his tongue and leaves. Rimmer immediately turns to the trainees, welcoming them with a massive goofy grin. He announces that he is the chief instructor who will be supervising their training. He introduces himself with a bright smile as Rimmer. He hopes they can all get along. Standing on the platform with his hands on his hips, he drops a sudden truth bomb. There are 160 trainees here but only 8 instructors. No matter how you look at it, that ratio is garbage. So he decides to thin the crowd with a quick test, and trust me, his methods are completely unhinged. Only 1/4 will survive. That is it. The entire crowd below immediately descends into pure, unfiltered panic. They cry out that it is impossible. Rimmer calmly explains he is just weeding out the trash to keep the actual elites. Hearing this, Wrath gets incredibly pissed off inside the ring. He rages about how this arrogant elf dares to look down on him. He threatens to tear that elf's ears off. Raon simply grips his bracelet, telling the angry spirit to shut up. Meanwhile, Rimmer sits down. Rimmer tells them that on these grounds, he is the law. Any complaints can go straight to the Patriarch. And with that, he starts. His face is totally blank. Why are they still standing around? Run. His sudden shout leaves them completely confused. Without understanding a thing, everyone starts running for their lives. Rimmer cheers them on, screaming that endurance is the foundation of martial arts. They are ordered to run around the hall at maximum speed until he says otherwise. Absolutely no slacking is allowed. Wrath grumbles, demanding that Raon sprint to the front instead of staying behind. He questions why they are even running. Raon just paces himself. Calm, steady. Since this is not a race, there is no need to waste energy passing others. Knowing Rimmer's eccentric personality, Raon guesses the elf is testing their actual character and raw potential rather than speed. Among all these trainees, Raon seems to be the only one who truly gets it. Rimmer never looks at superficial things. Sweat pours down Raon's face, but his eyes remain locked. Pure determination. Only those who can endure will pass. Meanwhile, the crowd starts watching the top prospects. They whisper about how Master Burin and Lady Runan Solian are in a league of their own. Everyone is trying their absolute best, but those two main family prodigies are easily stealing the entire show right now. That isn't even their top speed yet. At this pace, those kids could keep running for hours. The faces of the two are flush red from pure exhaustion. Reaching this kind of level at only 12 years old, just thinking about their future makes one feel pretty wary. Eventually, one of them notices Raon. Is that kid over there actually the boy from the rumors? Raon's face doesn't look good at all. He clutches his chest, looking worn out, which is no surprise. The boy simply cannot keep up and keeps falling further behind. Since he has that illness, running at this speed is already quite impressive. The onlookers keep gossiping, not realizing they are being overheard. The kid looks exhausted, so he will probably fail soon. Rimmer, however, just smirks, his eyes flashing with pure intrigue as he realizes how fascinating this is. Has he ever met a kid quite like him? Instantly he thinks of Glenn. He used to think the strongest people were the ones whose potential stayed hidden, whose depth was impossible to see. But now, looking at the futures of Burin and Runan Solian, their potential is clear. He can easily read their traits and colors, knowing exactly what kind of people they will become. Yet when Rimmer looks at Raon's back, he hesitates. Why is Raon different? To him, the boy is completely transparent, showing no colors at all, almost like a ghost. Rimmer's face lights up with curiosity. It means the kid's potential is way beyond his comprehension, and he can't help but chuckle out loud. Truly fascinating. The other trainees laugh when they see Raon struggling to catch up, teasing him with nasty grins. Look at him acting so arrogant, only to end up in last place. He should be grateful he is still in, but he is failing soon anyway. Judging by that blank look on his face, he won't last another 10 minutes. Raon, meanwhile, widens his eyes in shock. No way. Is this training really that simple? It is just a run. He wonders why they are only making them run, recalling a past nightmare. In his previous life, they used to unleash starving monsters. He had to run. Thinking of this, his face completely brightens up. This is way too easy. Meanwhile, the other trainees push hard to reach the finish. Raon glides right past them at a steady, unhurried pace. One of the instructors is slightly panicked, wondering if there is something seriously wrong with the kid. How is he still running? The instructor figured Raon would stop, would be collapsed in a corner by now, panting for air. His stamina should have run dry a long time ago. This goes beyond simple persistence or stubbornness. In reality, the kid shouldn't even have the strength left to drag his feet a single inch. The instructor suddenly remembers the soldiers he once trained. That level of sheer willpower only exists in battle-hardened veterans who have survived countless close brushes with death. How could this young kid possibly possess such an insane, unyielding will? His face fills with pure intrigue as he speaks aloud, noting to himself how fascinating Glenn Zieghart truly is. Burin is starting to tire out now, only to realize that Raon is right on his heels. He is furious and incredibly confused. How is that guy still running? Burin was absolutely certain that the boy had no physical conditioning to build any muscle. He vividly remembers the doctor's words from before. According to the high priest, the weak son of Sylvia would most likely die, so everyone should forget about him ever becoming a warrior. He was in even worse shape the last time. Burin saw him back when he overheard Glenn's conversation. But how is this happening? He grits his teeth in pure rage. They are also incredibly annoying. Fine, he will show them. Right then, Burin activates his skill, releasing a surge of crackling, lightning-like energy. His aura control makes it clear that their skill levels are completely worlds apart, enough to make anyone want to give up and surrender. Burin surges forward, leaving the crowd in his dust. Runan Solian keeps running casually, while Raon watches with wide eyes, thinking that despite Burin's noble pride, he is still just a kid after all. Then, looking over at Runan Solian, she actually seems far more mentally mature. Raon keeps pushing forward, focusing on his own stride. There is no need to compete with others in this test. This is a battle against himself, and there is no reason to let anyone throw off his current rhythm. Wait for it, this is where the real struggle is about to begin. White clouds cover the sky as the blazing sun beats down. Everyone is exhausted after running for so long, gasping for breath. One of the trainees wipes sweat from his cheek, utterly envious, wondering what the hell is going on. How can that sickly kid still be running? He was absolutely sure the rumors said the boy was practically bedridden. Raon keeps pushing onward. Does he even know what fatigue is? He is actually running out of breath too by now, but he forces himself forward. He silently tells them to stop acting like this is easy. He feels like he is dying from the intense cold inside his body. His heart feels like it is radiating a blazing red fire, squeezing his lungs tight. Yet somehow he manages to sustain his stamina by optimizing the use of his legendary Ring of Fire. Exhausted as he is, a slight smile plays on his lips. The only relief is that his Ring of Fire is working. His power is developing rapidly. He realizes he has to push himself to the absolute limit to maximize its effectiveness as he keeps going. The Spirit Emperor mocks him, calling him utterly pathetic. Even though his body is destined to be taken over by the Spirit Emperor, he is not only falling far behind the others, but his current state is also completely miserable and pathetic. It grins with a massive blue flame, telling him to give it up, to surrender his physical body to the Spirit Emperor to surpass the blue-haired guy. Glenn Zieghart's eyes widen with difficulty, thinking that this is the absolute worst timing for this to happen. The spirit suddenly flares up, opening its massive mouth as if to swallow him, claiming it will completely paralyze their opponents. Glenn Zieghart's entire body surges with agonizing pain, like an electric current running through him. He grits his teeth, forcing himself to endure. His senses begin to slip away under the overwhelming fury. Cold sweat drips from his face, rolling down to his chin. Though his legs keep moving and his eyes grow dim, he knows he must pretend everything is completely fine. He warns the Spirit Emperor to stop these foolish tricks and back off, asserting that this cheap malice will never work on him. The Spirit Emperor sneers, asking him not to make him laugh, questioning how he could possibly remain unaffected by this power. No mere mortal in this world can withstand the fury of the Spirit Emperor. Glenn Zieghart clutches his chest tightly amid the mockery. The entity jeers, challenging him to see how long he can hold out. Glenn Zieghart gasps heavily for air, mouth wide open. He knows he must endure this. If he shows even a single speck of weakness right now, he will lose everything. Letting his guard down for even a single second will allow the beast to seize his body and tear him apart. Seeing his stubborn resistance, the Spirit Emperor screams, demanding to know why his divine wrath has absolutely no effect on him. Glenn Zieghart stumbles forward with a dark expression. The pain is excruciating, making him feel as though his body is shutting down entirely. He is on the verge of death and losing control of his muscles. His field of vision rapidly narrows down to a pinpoint. Everything goes blurry as he struggles to even draw a proper breath. His eyes barely hold onto the last dim light of consciousness. Wondering if this is his limit, he is suddenly interrupted by the other cadets who tell him he can stop running now. Glenn Zieghart grumbles about how stubborn he is. Raon Zieghart rests his hands on his knees, gasping, thinking they nearly died out there. This training is definitely no walk in the park. Runa watches silently while the Spirit Emperor remains in absolute disbelief. Calling him a complete monster, the spirit wonders how this is possible. Raon Zieghart merely smirks, repeating that his efforts are useless. Placing a hand over his chest, he feels the burning fire inside and smiles, knowing this ordeal served a great purpose. Despite the pain, it clearly accelerated the growth of his flame ring. Furthermore, his physical stats have steadily improved. Thanks to the system interface, if he keeps training like this, he can surely reach new heights. Suddenly, he looks up startled. The system window materializes before him, announcing that the conditions are met after pushing past his physical limits. His base stats have been boosted with strength, agility, and stamina, all increasing. The Spirit Emperor watches in utter shock. The entity cannot believe its eyes, questioning how the system is rewarding him with stats for surviving the trial. Raon Zieghart is equally astonished, his eyes wide as the Phantom's frantic voice continues to echo inside his head. Calling the situation utterly ridiculous, the spirit fades. Rimmer speaks up, praising everyone and declaring the test officially over. The instructor continues instantly, making the exhausted cadets tense up as he mentions his prior warning before the run. To their surprise, his serious face vanishes. He grins, admitting he totally lied about keeping only 1/4 of the class. The students immediately erupt in frustration. They ran until their lungs burned just because of that single threat. He casually explains that he could never expel that many rookies on day 1 or the academy would fire him immediately. Besides, he never explicitly stated the cuts would happen right after this run. Then his eyes suddenly turn razor sharp. He coldly warns them that if they keep performing like they did today, most of them will be disqualified eventually. The rookies shudder at his words. Rimmer paces around, pointing out that he clearly instructed them to sprint at full speed. Yet out of 160 students, not a single person kept their maximum speed until the end except for one. Glenn Zieghart flinches guiltily, knowing some even resorted to using aura. The instructor squats right in front of Raon Zieghart, resting his chin. He smiles, stating that their little tricks do not really matter to him since they are the ones taking the test. Framing Glenn Zieghart within a hand gesture, he reminds them that passing is guaranteed as long as they follow instructions. There is no need to worry, though. He admits that executing his commands is far from being an easy task. Rimmer places his hands on his hips, declaring that they are now officially temporary recruits, but that status can change. He promises to remove the temporary tag if they can survive his brutal training regimen over the next 6 months. He adds a quick reminder, by the way, he is planning to choose a top rookie, but he won't be ranking them just yet. Under the brilliant blue sky, he still has plenty of things to share, like how they will get to enjoy the ultra-luxurious lodging prepared by the clan. There is even an indoor training ground on the left that they can check out. That wraps things up for now. The forest is incredibly vast, filled with ancient trees. Rimmer walks off with his hands in his pockets before calling out. He wonders if a guest is waiting at his dream stone, his lord to be exact. The mysterious visitor is none other than Glenn. He asks how the training went. Closing his eyes, Rimmer replies that Glenn shouldn't even be asking him that. He must have seen everything already since he came all this way. He brings up Burn and Runan Solian, noting that Glenn knows how sharp he is at judging others. As expected, Burn and Ronan Solian show incredible talent, and the other kids have great potential too, to become the future pillars of the clan. Folding his arms, Rimmer sounds pretty vague at first before speaking with direct honesty. He admits he saw absolutely nothing from Raon. He adds that he cannot comprehend how the boy kept running until the end. His physical stamina should have run completely dry a long time ago. Rimmer wonders what kind of insane miracle he just witnessed. It is the first time he has seen anything like that since meeting Glenn. Leaning on a rock, Rimmer chuckles about his boring days. Ever since his power dissipated, but he has a feeling things are getting interesting. Glenn flicks his cloak and starts walking away. He reminds Rimmer that he was the one who practically begged to guide those rookies. He leaves his cold voice echoing. Your duty is not to seek entertainment, but to raise those kids into proud warriors of the great Zieghart clan. Rimmer promises he will. Then he quietly voices his thoughts, admitting he feels like he might be able to entrust his future to one of those young rookies. Glenn knows exactly what Rimmer is implying, and he has absolutely zero faith in that idea. He dismisses the boy's performance as a mere fluke, firmly believing he is highly unlikely to ever become a real warrior. Rimmer stays silent, letting the Lord walk away with a slight smirk on his face. He knows his master is just denying the truth. Raon lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Since basic training is over, he suggests heading back to the grounds. Inside, Wrath grumbles about how petty the boy is after all that. Meanwhile, the other trainees glare at Raon with absolute hatred. It makes absolutely no sense to them. Since everyone suffered in that sweltering room, he must have used dirty tricks to survive. Glenn folds his arms and agrees confidently, claiming he remembers hearing something about Raon's mysterious chronic illness. He is certain it is the work of a holy elixir, making up a story about a saintly figure giving it to him. The other two fools fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. They whisper in disbelief, assuming he only ran that far by relying on a cheap potion. How dare he act like a genius when he was just using a potion? He is nothing but a shameless fraud. Glenn tilts his head, wondering aloud if they should teach the arrogant brat a lesson. He acts on his words immediately, and Raon is violently shoved against a tree trunk. Confused, he asks why they are doing this, but Glenn just laughs mockingly. His lackeys point right at Raon's face and yell, shouting that a discarded branch of the family has no right to boast. They claim he only got this far by cheating with a lucky elixir. Without that holy medicine, he wouldn't have run a single step. Raon takes the abuse in silence, having grown used to it. Glenn barks, asking how he dares to pull tricks on them, members of the side branches with no special traits. Raon quietly tells himself that kids will always be kids. This is a ridiculous excuse. They crack their knuckles, telling him not to worry since they just want to have a chat. The bullies insist they only want to talk. Glenn steps up as the first opponent, cracking his joints with a menacing look. He tells him not to worry since this happens all the time. With a twisted grin, he lunges forward, throwing a punch. Recalling the instructor's words about exchanging skills, he smirks. Even Wrath feels absolute disdain watching these pathetic boys. The demon asks how his contractor can stand such treatment. Suddenly, before Glenn can even register what is happening, Raon throws a punch. The fist connects cleanly. The other two watch in utter shock. Time seems to stretch out as Glenn gets sent flying backward. Even Wrath is genuinely surprised by this speed. They run to Glenn, panicking. A chat. Yeah, they were right. Raon's face shifts into a chilling, cold expression. With veins bulging on his fist, he suggests talking with their hands. The next lackey charges forward at a sluggish pace. Raon dodges him effortlessly and then drives a heavy punch. His fist sinks deep into the gut, leaving the bully winded. The last opponent stands frozen, unable to process what just happened. He stammers out a confused question, blaming his friend for losing. Before he can finish, Raon's fist smashes into his face. Without missing a beat, Raon follows up with a kick that leaves the boy unconscious. Wrath watches with wide, excited eyes. He cheers, saying it is a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Meanwhile, Raon prepares to teach the rest of them a real lesson. In the end, only the raw sound of heavy fists hitting flesh echoes through the dark. After a painful while, one bruised boy scrambles, desperately to his feet. His beaten friends lie flat on the ground, begging, crying out that they cannot breathe and are sorry, begging him to stop. Without a shred of mercy, Raon steps right onto his hand, squeezing out a sharp groan. He leans down with a cold, mocking smirk. To ask before this ends, let me ask you one little thing. Gren nodding quickly, face totally pale as he gasps out a yes. Gren panics as Raon asks who ordered this attack, demanding if it was Burin. The boy blurts out the truth, denying Burin was involved. They did it entirely behind Burin's back. Raon can barely believe his ears, silently admitting that this is a pretty big surprise, since he always assumed Burin hated him, but maybe the guy is not that bad. Then he asks if they plan on telling the others. Gren gets the message, instantly shaking with absolute terror as he promises they will not say a word. Raon suddenly grabs him by the hair, with a terrifyingly dark look. Good, Raon threatens, if you do not want another painful chat tomorrow, you better stay far away from me. Gren's eyes fill with pure dread as he begs, we will never touch you again. We were completely wrong. Raon coldly tells them to get lost if they understand. Unbeknownst to them, Rimmer has been watching the entire fight from behind a tree, quite amused by the sight. He thinks to himself that it was a beautiful show, almost like seeing the Lord in his younger days. The boy's bloodline is definitely real, and his combat talent is undeniable. Rimmer mutters under his breath, wondering if this is a worn gem hidden among the family's absolute best. He is highly anticipating what comes next for the kid, Glenn Zieghart. Soon midnight arrives with a brilliant moon and countless stars lighting up the night sky. Back in his room, the system notifies Raon that all conditions are met. Wrath is quite pleased with his reaction, and his agility increases by 1 point. Hearing this, the King of Essence is utterly furious, demanding to know what is going on. He rages about receiving points for pleasing the King of Essence, calling the system broken. Raon calmly points out that he built the thing, so how could he not know? Wrath floats right up to his face, snapping that he has never tested this system on anyone else. The kid simply stole it from the King of Essence. Raon remains completely unbothered as he slowly gets up from his seat. Oh, is that so? He mutters, which only irritates Wrath further. The Demon King growls, calling him an ungrateful brat, but then makes a rather tempting proposal. Raon is confused, questioning his suggestion. The King of Essence then presents a bizarre gamble, a bet with him. If Raon wins, he gets stat points, but if he loses, he must endure his wrath. Immediately, a system notification pops up before him. Wrath has officially proposed a bet. The condition is to pass the upcoming trial for official trainees and secure first place overall. Success grants a +2 to all stats and a random attribute, while failure triggers 10 points of pure, unchecked wrath emotion. Raon asks if wrath means taking the absolute top spot in the official trainee examination that instructor Rimmer previously mentioned. The Demon King eagerly confirms that the goal is clear. Raon then questions him about what exactly a random attribute would mean. Wrath explains that he will grant one of the King of Essence's attributes, though scaled down to fit a mere mortal like him. Raon is still curious, asking one final question about what happens when 10 points of wrath emotion are generated upon failure. The King of Essence clarifies that it is exactly as it sounds. He will be filled with the raw anger of wrath. He grins wildly, warning that while the anger might feel like nothing at first, holding onto it will have some pretty severe consequences. If Raon keeps that wrath within himself, he will completely lose the ability to control his own mind and emotions. A dark vision of Raon losing control flashes by transforming him into a ruthless monster no matter how strong his willpower is. Raon stares at him, realizing his true plan. He calmly sips his warm tea, noting that Wrath behaves with a strange sort of honor, and is likely telling the absolute truth. Raon sits in deep silence, contemplating the high-risk proposal for a long time. It is like staring at a forbidden fruit, yet compared to the massive stat boost, the actual risk of failure feels pretty small. This is a poison apple he simply has to bite. Getting top marks with a sickly body is hard, but he is a reincarnated warrior. Raon reaches out his hand, accepting the bet because the terms are not bad. Hearing this, the King of Essence's eyes light up with joy. A blue flame immediately erupts, wrapping around his hand as the system registers the accepted gamble. Raon reminds himself that by utilizing his extensive combat experience from his past life, he cannot possibly lose this bet. The next morning, warm sunlight bathes the training grounds, where an exhausted trainee lies flat on the dirt covered in sweat. The boys groan in pure agony, complaining that their legs are about to explode, and they have zero strength left to stand. They have been running since dawn, and now this. They recall instructor Rimmer cheerfully delivering their grueling training mission. He ordered them to hold a basic horse stance, warning them never to underestimate it despite how simple it might look. The trainees are in absolute physical torture, while Rimmer just chuckles, calling it the absolute foundation of all martial arts. He tells them to hold the stance until he says stop, then leaves to take a nap, teasingly adding that it is completely optional. The instructor reminds them that only the trainees get to rest, not him. Meanwhile, one of them yells out in frustration, "This is too hard, I'm quitting." "When do we actually get to learn swordsmanship?" Another trainee mutters helplessly. "All we've done is run and hold horse stances." Just then, Burren walks by and snaps, "Stop whining. Basic training is already over, so go practice. If we only focus on these simple drills, our sword skills will rot." Wrath watches the trainees leave with a sigh, muttering about how they all left. The spirit asks if Raon is going to practice swordsmanship with them, but Raon bluntly replies, "I don't need to go yet. Training with a sword when my physical base is this trash is a waste of time." He continues his exhausting physical regimen. No matter how tired he feels, he doesn't need a sword right now. He needs core strength and endless stamina. Raon wants to balance his ice and fire attributes, but the frost curse makes his physical body far weaker than everyone else. For real growth, building a solid foundation is the absolute most important step. Sweat continuously drips from his chin as he holds a plank with intense focus. He has to strengthen his body above anything else. He finally stands up, completely wiped out. But wait, someone is quietly watching him from the shadows. It is Runan. She silently murmurs his name, Glenn Zieghart. Watching him train, she realizes his progress is insane. His weights are heavier than yesterday. She was certain she heard he was sick. She stands there, lost in deep thought, but day by day, those weights keep going up. It clearly takes an unbelievable amount of hard work to pull that off. Raon is sweating and lifting weights inside, but increasing his load like this every single day is just ridiculous. How can he add another 10 kilograms of weight in just 1 week? She wonders if he is just built different. How is a patient this ridiculously persistent? Finally, Ronan decides to step inside, quietly muttering his name, Glenn Zieghart. She walks straight up to him, sure he is hiding something. Raon looks up confused to see Runan Sullian and asks what she is doing here. The two just stand there, staring at each other in silence. Raon awkwardly wonders what is up with this girl's weird behavior. Runan says absolutely nothing, just keeping her eyes locked on him. She slowly sits down right next to him, making him highly suspicious. They sit in awkward silence. Before Raon can even process what is happening, Ronan lies back and begins lifting weights. He ignores it and moves to another corner. But to his surprise, Ronan immediately follows him. Whatever exercise Raon starts next, she mimics it perfectly, watching him like a hawk. As she trains, she silently marvels that it is definitely that scent from before. Ever since she smelled that refreshing aroma coming from Raon, her body has felt incredibly light. Thanks to that scent, she can lift much heavier weights today. Suddenly, Raon's voice pulls her back to reality, asking if she has something to say. She simply replies, "No." Raon doesn't press any further and goes back to his reps, but his face is still highly confused. Watching him walk off, Ronan tells herself that she will need to follow Raon a little bit longer. And so, she shadows him like a little tail, copying his every move. Not long after, a group of other trainees files in, led by Burren. Seeing Ronan constantly trailing after Raon, one of Burren's lackeys sneers, "Why is she hanging around that guy again? Anyway, what is so great about playing with an outcast who got kicked out of the direct line?" At this, Burren speaks up, holding a wooden training sword. He scoffs. It's completely useless. Mindlessly repeating simple physical conditioning won't get him anywhere at all. Raon fundamentally lacks power, so he has to rely on those baby exercises. But no matter how hard he tries, he stands absolutely no chance against us. I don't know what's on the upcoming test, but to prepare for that day, focusing on refining our own martial arts by practicing the sword is much more practical. With that, Burren turns to his followers and signals them to leave. Let's go, no need to waste time on an outcast. The results will say it all on exam day. Sometime later, as Raon continues his training, a green-haired boy timidly approaches him. "Excuse me, Lord." "Raon, hello, I'm Dorian. Do you mind if I train with you guys?" Dorian scratches his head, shyly introducing himself. He excitedly asks Raon for some guidance on the proper workout stance. Raon glances at him and replies, "Sure, I don't mind." Dorian eagerly thanks him. To show his appreciation, he reaches into his pocket to find a little something. He pulls out a cookie and offers it to Raon, insisting it's delicious. Raon politely declines, telling him to keep it. But as he's about to refuse, his gaze catches something. He glances over at Runan and spots her staring with absolute longing, practically begging for that cookie. With big, sparkling eyes. Left completely speechless by her intense look, Raon takes the cookie and hands it right over to Ronan. He sighs, noting he has just acquired another weird companion. From then on, Dorian joins their sessions, training under the guidance of both Raon and Ronan. Time flies, and the trio continues to push their physical limits with intense training. 6 months quickly pass since they started. As Raon trains, he reflects on his daily grind, determined to shatter his. He lived on the narrow line between life and death, The hesitant, kind-hearted recruit from those first brutal days of training was completely gone. He exhaled completely, clearing his mind to focus solely on the obstacles ahead. There were only 2 people left standing in his path. Finally, the brutal training months flew by and the morning of the exam arrived. A massive crowd gathered outside the arena to cheer. They were there to root for the trainees. Suddenly, an announcer's voice echoed. "Thank you all for coming, guardians of the participants. Please follow the marked guidelines and proceed in an orderly fashion." Meanwhile, Raon was busy bickering with Wrath, the powerful king of Wrath. The spirit reminded him about their bet. "Hey Glenn Zieghart, did you forget your wager with me?" Wrath let out a sly, scheming laugh. "You still failed to surpass those 2 in the end, so prepare yourself to face my absolute fiery rage." Raon casually waved his hand, completely dismissing the threat. Besides, every exam is different, so nothing is decided until it actually starts. He suddenly turned to Dorian with a look of pure disbelief. "More importantly, Dorian, what on earth are you doing down there?" Dorian was currently collapsed on the cold ground, trembling like a leaf. "No, it is just that I am incredibly nervous about today. It is exam day after all. But taking a deep breath is something even a weakling like me can manage." Suddenly, Raon stood nearby. Raon stepped up and called Raon's name, handing him a cookie. "I brought this for you, so eat up." Raon politely declined. "No, thank you." But as he looked up, he noticed Burren staring back at him with an intensely murderous glare. Raon sighed in utter helplessness at the weird crowd around him. Why did he end up surrounded by these eccentric people? High up in the stands, Sylvia happily told Helen to look at how confident their Raon looked down there. Helen smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course he is, especially after surviving 6 long months of grueling, intense training. Seeing Raon chatting with the other trainees, Sylvia felt a wave of relief. It seemed their young master had finally made some friends. Helen agreed, noting that it was only natural given his mature personality. Young Master Raon never complained and always stayed humble. Sylvia smiled with deep pride and happiness. Suddenly, the entire stadium fell dead, silent, all eyes turning toward a single entrance. A powerful man slowly walked into the stadium. The crowd immediately erupted into excited, completely astonished whispers. "The Patriarch himself is here to watch the exam." The man stepping forward was indeed the mighty Patriarch Glenn Zieghart. Rimmer was also taken aback, wondering why the Patriarch would show up. Glenn simply stared back, finding their massive reactions amusing. He calmly stated that this event shapes the very future of their family, yet they reacted as if he did not belong. Rimmer gave an awkward laugh, welcoming the formidable leader. He then cleared his throat and made a grand announcement. Since the Patriarch is present, they would skip the pleasantries and jump straight into the official trainee selection exam right now. He addressed the eager crowd, promising to reveal the exact testing criteria that everyone in the Zieghart family was curious about. Today, they would have to endure his overwhelming pressure. As he spoke, Rimmer began unleashing a heavy wave of raw energy. He explained that pressure is an inseparable part of a warrior's path, and this test would measure their mental fortitude. But before he could continue, an angry voice from the crowd immediately rose up in a very loud, heated objection. "Hold on, I object. These kids have barely had any time to learn aura, so testing their pressure now is completely unfair." Other guardians quickly joined in pointing out the cold fact that some children had not even unlocked their basic aura yet. Forcing them to face a pressure test is deeply unjust, especially when some kids claimed Rimmer spent his classes sleeping. "What kind of ridiculous exam is this?" Rimmer merely let out a soft sigh and calmly offered an explanation to everyone. True pressure is not just about channeling mana, but represents the spiritual strength a warrior builds through sheer hard work. It is a testament to a fighter's true caliber, allowing them to exert a heavy presence without even relying on aura. Some parents still refused to believe it and tried to argue back, but a booming voice suddenly cut them off. He is not wrong. The protester turned around and gasped in shock upon realizing the Patriarch himself had spoken. Glenn firmly stated that true pressure is forged solely through how a warrior lives and trains every single day. Hearing this, Rimmer smiled with absolute satisfaction. He added that even someone without aura can possess immense pressure through pure perseverance. Rimmer laughed heartily, praising the Patriarch for his profound wisdom. He then turned back to face the silent crowd. "Well, you heard the Lord. I am sure no one has any remaining objections to this exam now, right? Let us ignore the troublemakers and begin the test immediately." Rimmer then called out the very first candidate. "Raon, please step forward while everyone else steps back." Raon calmly walked out as her name was called. "Ronan Sullivan, the pressure I am about to release is something you can easily overcome if you gave your all in training. If you can withstand it and touch my hand, you pass." Rimmer smirked, preparing to unleash his mighty presence. Rimmer releases a heavy pressure onto Raon, marking the start of the test. Instantly, an overwhelming force crashes down on her. Raon gasps under the immense weight. Rimmer explains that she will fail instantly if she relies on her aura. To pass this test, she must rely solely on the willpower she has built throughout her grueling training so far. Raon grits her teeth and pushes forward with everything she has, eventually grabbing hold of Rimmer's arm. Rimmer pats Raon on the head, smiling as he praises her easy success and the sweet fruits of her hard work. He encourages her to keep moving forward with that same resolve. Next up is Dorian, who panics when his name is called. Dorian trembles with his mouth wide open, questioning the order of the roster. Rimmer casually replies that he simply ranks them how he likes. He tells Dorian to get moving. Left with no other choice, the nervous boy slowly drags his feet forward. Rimmer reminds him of Runan's success, wanting him to use his built-up willpower to overcome the wall of pressure ahead. But Dorian is terrified, doubting himself and muttering that he is notoriously famous for having absolutely zero willpower. Rimmer immediately unleashes his crushing pressure, joking that if Dorian fails, he will simply fail him right then and there. The weight hits Dorian instantly. Gritting his teeth, he struggles with all his might to keep from collapsing on the spot. Watching from the sidelines, Raon analyzes the situation with surprise, realizing Rimmer is adjusting his pressure for each individual trainee. The captain tailors the weight based on their personal level and growth. It shows Rimmer has been closely watching everyone. Meanwhile, Dorian manages to push through the crushing pressure and touch Rimmer. Rimmer laughs, telling him it was easy and confirming his pass. However, he notes that Dorian still lacks self-confidence. He advises the timid boy to hold his head high and confidently face his own skills from now on. But when the immense stress makes Dorian throw up, Rimmer quickly calls for the next candidate. Time flies by as trainee after trainee takes the test, and soon only the final few remain. Next up is Burin. Hearing his name, he stands tall and confidently steps forward, ready for his turn. Rimmer gives the go-ahead, and just like before, he unleashes a heavy wall of pressure onto Burin. As the crushing force pushes him back, Burin grits his teeth, shocked by the sheer intensity of the test. This is entirely different from how it looked from the sidelines. He wonders how Raon could have possibly passed this. His entire body shakes under the strain, leaving him completely paralyzed and unable to take a single step forward. As Burin collapses to his knees, Rimmer speaks up, acknowledging the boy's clear and undeniable talent. Out of the 160 trainees, only a select few can actually stand as his equals in combat. However, Rimmer points out that Burin and his followers have wasted their precious time by neglecting their true potential. The captain sternly asks what the point of mastering a sword is if the swordsman completely lacks a guiding purpose. Instead of just practicing forms, they should have focused on strengthening their physical bodies and building up their inner willpower. Rimmer warns that relying on aura now will result in an immediate fail, a reality check that deeply shakes Burin. He refuses to lose. He can never forget the day his father coldly rejected his older brother. Those freezing, unforgiving eyes haunted him, telling him that if he fails here, he will be abandoned too. Spurred by the fear of being cast aside, Burin summons every ounce of strength to stand and reach the captain. Rimmer declares him past, but advises the 12-year-old to stop acting like an adult and train at a proper pace. He warns that if Burin only keeps his eyes fixed ahead, he will miss the sharp thorns piercing into his own feet. With that lesson delivered, Rimmer pauses, turning his focus toward the final remaining candidate, young Raon. Raon calmly steps forward as the captain asks if he is ready, receiving a firm, decisive nod. Rimmer gives the word to begin, and his heavy, invisible pressure immediately starts to flood the training field. But this time is different as the captain continuously ramps up the force, making it grow heavier by the second. Seeing Raon endure such an extreme burden, Sylvia cries out in worry while Glenn looks on in utter disbelief. Despite the staggering weight crashing down on him, Raon stands perfectly still, looking completely unfazed by the storm. Raon casually asks if this is really his test, which only sparks a wave of genuine excitement in Rimmer. Acknowledging Raon's superior talent compared to Raon and Burin, the captain dares him to withstand even more. Rimmer unleashes an even greater wave of force, and for the first time Raon actually begins to struggle. Real power is not contained in the physical body but resides within the soul, which he possesses in abundance. Glenn Zieghart didn't just have his current level. He also retained his peak assassin skills from his past life. With that in mind, he moved his feet. He stepped forward. Rimmer watched in absolute shock, wondering if the kid could actually withstand this insane pressure. Meanwhile, Glenn's face. Glenn was also completely stunned, struggling to process the scene. How was this possible? It made absolutely no sense. Right now, this went beyond. Something that should have been completely and utterly impossible. But just as Rimmer finished that thought, Raon had already touched him. Witnessing this, everyone in the crowd stared with wide eyes, completely speechless. Raon then raised his voice and calmly asked if the test was finally over. The surrounding trainees could only mutter in complete, absolute disbelief. How he could have walked right through that pressure. There was no way a talentless kid with zero aura could do that. Rimmer, equally stunned, asked the boy what he really was. Raon simply smiled after all the instructor had watched him train for 6 whole months. He introduced himself as Raon, saying Rimmer only asked because he had outshined everything taught during those months. The instructor had unleashed a pressure way beyond normal limits to test him, never expecting the boy to actually push through it. Raon then made a subtle gesture to explain himself. At first, Rimmer looked completely lost, his face full of confusion. Then the meaning of Raon's gesture suddenly clicked. Laughing out loud, Rimmer realized the headmaster must have distracted him. With Glenn Zieghart being the final candidate, the official trainee selection was officially over and the top rankings were about to be revealed. Rimmer's announcement made everyone in the room incredibly tense. The absolute top trainee of the 5th Training Center was Raon Zieghart. Up in the stands, Sylvia and Helen burst into cheers of pure joy, celebrating that their very own Raon had taken first place. Helen excitedly exclaimed that Raon had actually done it. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd could not stop whispering about the shocking results. They found it hard to believe Raon was first. Even if he survived that pressure, how could he possibly beat young Master Glenn Zieghart? Suddenly, Glenn Zieghart yelled out in furious protest, refusing to accept the results and claiming the instructor was lying. Rimmer calmly questioned what he was lying about. Glenn Zieghart argued that Raon was inferior in strength, endurance, and talent. He refused to accept some such trainee, taking the top spot, repeatedly claiming that Raon must have used some dirty tricks. Glenn Zieghart's accusations quickly sowed doubt among the crowd, sparking quiet whispers that his complaints actually made a lot of sense. How could someone suffering from the frost curse take first place anyway? Some wondered if he had bribed the instructor. Rumors about Rimmer made that theory seem plausible. Glenn Zieghart then declared that they were all warriors of the Zieghart clan. Instead of some subjective exam, he proposed a direct duel to settle once and for all who was truly the best. Rimmer simply smirked at this, asking if he craved the top trainee spot that desperately. Glenn Zieghart blushed with embarrassment. He quickly denied it while blushing. Rimmer then turned to Glenn, noting that the test had technically already concluded. He asked the patriarch what they should do next. The clan leader pondered for a moment before speaking up. Glenn asked Raon if he would be willing to duel Glenn Zieghart since the others refused to accept the results. Hearing the patriarch's question, Glenn Zieghart smirked smugly, but Raon completely shocked the entire crowd by flatly refusing to duel. He argued that since the test was over and the results were decided, dueling offered him absolutely no benefit. Turning to Glenn Zieghart, Raon taunted him about his endless talk of direct lineage and honor only to lose so miserably. Those sharp words sent Glenn Zieghart into a quiet rage. Seeing this, the patriarch decided to step in with a proposal. He declared they would fight for the top rank, promising Raon a bronze plaque if he could win the duel. Raon was quite surprised. The Zieghart family usually rewarded gold, silver, or bronze plaques based on one's achievements. Even a simple bronze plaque held immense value, especially one directly handed down by the patriarch himself. It would guarantee a decent reward, and it was clear the old man wasn't too thrilled about Raon taking first. Raon readily agreed, stating he understood. The single match would officially decide the absolute best trainee. It was a simple one-round duel with no weapons or aura allowed, forcing both to rely entirely on raw martial arts. Once the rules were set, the two stepped forward. The moment Rimmer signaled the start, Glenn Zieghart lunged forward. He attacked Raon with blinding speed, but the boy skillfully dodged the relentless barrage of heavy blows. Raon kept moving effortlessly, dodging each strike. This was the tiger fist that Glenn Zieghart's father had personally taught him. Since no rules outlawed martial techniques, using it was completely fair game. Watching the fight unfold, the trainees cheered as Glenn Zieghart seemed to gain the upper hand, muttering that Raon was completely helpless against him. Glenn Zieghart smirked as he fought, furious that a weakling from a branch family dared to steal his top spot. At that moment, his mind flashed back to a memory from his past. The Zieghart clan had no need. Glenn remembers his father telling him not to disappoint. With Karoom watching, he has to prove himself and secure a victory. No matter how many non-stop strikes Glenn throws his way, Raon dodges every single one with ease. He can clearly see them coming. From the trajectory of the fists to his opponent's rhythm, every move unfolds before him in slow motion. Glenn angrily yells at Raon. He asks if Raon is ready to yield, promising to finish this in one strike. Raon calmly asks why he should ever surrender. He clenches his fist and throws a heavy punch. Their knuckles collide head-on, but Raon's power is on a completely different level. Glenn takes the full force of the blow and is sent flying. In sheer panic, he wonders what is happening, shocking the crowd. The surrounding crowd gasps in disbelief. It is impossible, he just used the void tiger fist. Glenn, reeling from the blow, collapses onto the stage, gasping for breath. Unable to believe his own eyes, he demands to know how Raon learned his family technique. Raon calmly explains that since Glenn showed it to him, he simply copied the movements on the fly. Up on the stands, the crowd cannot stop whispering. They wonder how he could have just used the void tiger fist, as it makes no sense. They question if the technique was secretly passed down to him. Otherwise, mastering it so quickly is simply an impossible feat. This is flat out impossible. Witnessing Glenn's swift defeat at the hands of Raon, even instructor Rimmer is left utterly stunned. The kid is a monster. He managed to neutralize the dangerous rotation of the Void Tiger Fist by creating a counter-rotation. Just reading the direction of an opponent's martial arts is already enough for society to call someone a pure genius. But Raon actually turns his enemy's path into his very own skill. This is exactly the kind of rare, monstrous talent that could carry him to the absolute peak of this continent. This is the destined genius the House of Zieghart needs. Snapping out of his thoughts, Rimmer steps forward to declare the results, telling everyone that this duel is officially over. The outcome is crystal clear. The winner is Glenn Zieghart, and with that today's grueling placement test officially closes. Sylvia rushes down from the stands heading straight for Raon. Overjoyed, she embraces him warmly and gently pats his head. Both Sylvia and Helen are completely overwhelmed with joy. Nearby, Wrath, the King of Essence, floats lazily into view. He complains that he is hungry and wants to go home. Nearby, Runan's father is so happy he holds her and weeps. Meanwhile, Burin is escorted out by a butler. Suddenly, he spots something in the crowd that fills him with deep anxiety. His father is standing there watching him coldly. But Karun simply turns around and walks away, leaving Burin utterly devastated. That night at the Zieghart mansion, his father summons him to the study. Standing with his back turned, Karun speaks coldly. He asks Burin if he remembers his previous instructions. Burin softly replies yes, recalling his father's demands to never lose. He was ordered to claim the top rank and never lose to anyone. His father snaps that it was not a difficult request. He was told to defeat the Sullians and crush Raon beneath his feet, returning only as the absolute best of their class. Instead, he lost to the trash cast aside by the main family. Karun asks how he could let such a disgrace happen. He demands to know if Burin is trying to make him a laughingstock, continuously throwing harsh insults before asking a dark question. He asks if Burin wants to share the same miserable fate as his two older brothers. Terrified, Burin quickly begs for mercy. His father reminds him that the final rankings will be decided at graduation based on their accumulated scores over the term. He demands that Burin bring that top spot home, then ruthlessly orders him out. Burin bows his head quietly, agreeing as he leaves. Walking away, his father's final threat echoes in his mind. If he wants to remain in the Zieghart main house, he cannot fail again. This is his absolute last chance. He slams his fist into the stone wall in rage, blaming that cursed bastard for everything. He cannot believe his entire life is being unraveled by a piece of trash. Why on earth did things turn out this way? He vows to train harder than anyone else to ensure he never tastes defeat again. But suddenly, Burin stops in his tracks. He finds himself standing right in front of the training grounds. He must have walked here completely on autopilot while lost in thought. Pushing the door open, he finds the room completely empty since the test just concluded. He prepares to start training when his eyes wander to the storage lockers. Spotting the locker labeled with Raon's name, curiosity gets the better of him and he opens it. He tells himself a quick peek won't hurt. It is not like he is stealing anything, he just wants to satisfy his curiosity. But what he sees inside completely takes him aback. Talk about a reality check, he's staring at dozens of worn-out training shoes. There are more than 10 pairs. Did Raon really wear through all of these in just 6 months? Burin has only replaced his twice. Staring in disbelief at those shredded soles, Burin reflects on his own efforts and finally realizes the bitter truth. Raon was training day and night. While Burin was ignoring the basics, swinging his sword around just to show off to others, or relaxing comfortably in his luxurious room, Raon was pushing past his limits. Even though Raon was cast aside, he never stopped working. While radiating the absolute best of the Jack clan, Glenn Zieghart had done the exact opposite. He felt terribly ashamed. Looking around the training room, Glenn Zieghart quietly returned Raon Zieghart's shoes to their place and left. It seemed like a heavy choice. A silent decision had been made in his mind. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Raon Zieghart. At this moment, the Sovereign of Essence marveled endlessly. Oh my god, it was unbelievable. He had lived for hundreds of years, yet had never met anyone like Raon Zieghart. Who was he anyway? Raon Zieghart shrugged. Think whatever you want, but first tell me what this newly acquired trait actually is. Raon Zieghart muttered while pulling up his status screen. A notification showed he had won the bet against Wrath and rewards were arriving. For his victory, all his skill points increased by 2. In addition, the host possessed by Wrath received a random trait. The system confirmed Snowflake Intuition was now active at 1 star. Seeing this, the Sovereign of Essence immediately began to babble. Getting a powerful trait like Snowflake Intuition was far too good for a mediocre guy. This trait expanded his range of perception. Even at only 1 star, it offered a 10% increase. The Sovereign boasted his own perception was 10 times greater. Raon Zieghart was thoroughly impressed. That was indeed amazing, but he could not help but wonder why they named it Snowflake Intuition. The Sovereign replied, he simply named it because he liked it. Raon Zieghart rolled his eyes, commenting that the Sovereign was absolutely terrible at naming things. The ancient spirit scoffed back in disbelief. The next morning, the family butler suddenly paid a visit to Raon Zieghart. He announced the patriarch had summoned the young master. Sylvia panicked, asking if Raon Zieghart had done something wrong, but the butler smiled warmly. He reassured her, explaining that the family had simply wished to personally award Raon Zieghart with a bronze token. Moments later, Raon Zieghart stood before the patriarch, kneeling respectfully. Glenn Zieghart looked down, admitting he would keep his promise. Raon Zieghart bowed, accepting the words. On the patriarch's command, the butler stepped forward, holding out a bronze token. Handing it over to Raon Zieghart, Glenn Zieghart explained the token could later be exchanged for any favor or item of equal value. Raon Zieghart stared at the cold metal in his hands, thinking deeply. Without hesitation, he decided to make his request right then. He asked what he needed to do to restore Sylvia Zieghart to her former glory. This bold question left the patriarch surprised. Glenn Zieghart narrowed his eyes. Her original status, he mused, meant reclaiming her official place within the direct lineage of the clan. Raon Zieghart nodded, noting internally that the stern patriarch actually seemed surprisingly receptive to the idea for once. Glenn Zieghart gave a straightforward answer. He needed to accomplish something so great the entire family simply could not ignore it. But earning that kind of recognition was almost impossible, especially for a young kid who had nothing to his name. Hearing this, Raon Zieghart simply smiled. He pointed out that Glenn Zieghart had admitted it was possible, which was all he needed. And get this, to the butler's absolute shock, Raon Zieghart actually returned the bronze token, thanking the patriarch. He turned to leave, but only took a few steps before the patriarch's voice called out, telling him to wait. Glenn Zieghart pointed out that a mere question did not require exchanging a token, so the reward was still his to claim. Raon Zieghart was genuinely stunned. He never expected such generosity from the man feared as the Northern King of Destruction. Glenn Zieghart told him to speak his desire. Clenching his fist, Raon Zieghart decided to ask for the one thing he needed most. He requested a cultivation technique. Glenn Zieghart frowned, noting that basic instructors would teach him those fundamentals soon enough. Raon Zieghart clarified he needed an aura cultivation method far superior to the basic techniques taught to ordinary trainees. He asked for a technique worthy of a bronze token, knowing his old shadow aura method from his past life was insufficient. To restore Sylvia and finally decapitate Derus Robert, Raon Zieghart needed an exceptionally powerful force that surpassed his previous life's limits. Glenn Zieghart confirmed if a cultivation technique was truly what he desired. With a sudden snap of his fingers, the wall beside Raon Zieghart slid open and towering bookshelves emerged from the floor to completely surround him in an instant. Raon Zieghart stared in awe. Glenn Zieghart explained this was a legendary Jat library, and placing a hand in the center would summon the right book. Raon Zieghart nodded and reached out. Pressing his palm against the central mechanism, he hoped for something truly useful to appear. Anything superior to his old shadow aura would do. Suddenly, a strange book slid out from the shelf and floated toward him. Raon Zieghart caught the old tattered volume, wondering what it was. But seeing the title Glenn Zieghart and the butler froze in utter shock. They could not believe their eyes. It was the legendary 10,000 Flames Cultivation Manual, a technique thought lost. Raon Zieghart opened the pages, wondering what kind of power it held. The moment his fingers brushed the paper, a brilliant light erupted. Pages tore themselves from the binding, swirling around him in a magical storm as the ancient knowledge flowed into his mind. As Raon Zieghart absorbed the profound technique, Glenn Zieghart stared, his mind racing back to a memory from years ago. Glenn Zieghart recalled telling someone that Sylvia's mistreatment did not concern him, as the clan's prosperity was his sole priority. Glenn shrugs it off, telling his subordinate to focus on other matters. So Sylvia ran away with some other man. He demands they stop bringing him such trivial gossip. For years, he cast aside all personal feelings to focus solely on the family. Now he has finally built an army strong enough to breach the demonic wall. His family grows stronger by the day, but at what cost? Just then, an urgent report breaks the silence. Sir, we have bad news. His son-in-law and granddaughter have been ambushed. The culprits appear to be the twin demons that Lady Sylvia was previously investigating. While Lady Sylvia escaped unharmed, the other two were killed instantly. The attack happened so suddenly that the guards had absolutely no time to react. The old patriarch is truly pitiful. Just as he finally regains his humanity, he realizes everything is already lost. This hurts to watch. He resolves that even if Raon Zieghart and Sylvia hate him forever, he must protect them this time. Back in reality, Raon Zieghart sits in absolute bewilderment. He struggles to process what just happened. His entire mind and body felt like they were being forcibly swept away by those foreign memories. Suddenly, the patriarch's voice breaks his train of thought. Raon Zieghart, what did you just do? Raon Zieghart looks up, equally confused. He admits he has no idea, only remembering that the cultivation book vanished right in his hands. Glenn asks for the book's name. It is the Myriad Fire Cultivation. Suddenly, a system notification alerts him that he must face the eternal flame, having fully memorized the technique. Glenn Zieghart leaps to his feet in sheer shock, asking if he truly memorized the contents. Raon Zieghart gives him a firm, unwavering nod. With a simple yes, the patriarch nods slowly, muttering that he understands. Then his authoritative voice echoes through the room once more. He tells Raon Zieghart that since he received his bronze token reward, he can leave. This sudden dismissal leaves Raon Zieghart a bit puzzled. Still, he calmly agrees, takes the bronze token, and heads out under the watchful eyes of Glenn Zieghart and the butler Raon. They stare at Raon Zieghart's retreating figure until the door clicks shut, leaving nothing but heavy silence in the massive room. Breaking the silence, Raon asks if the cultivation technique Raon Zieghart obtained is indeed that legendary one. The patriarch gives a heavy nod. That is correct. Glenn Zieghart closes his eyes and slowly leans back into his grand chair, his face unreadable. He murmurs that it is the sacred technique of the very first patriarch. He cannot hide the pure shock washing over him. In the entire history of the Zieghart clan, nobody has ever been able to retrieve or even decipher that scroll. Yet this boy did. He mastered the myriad fire technique. Hearing this, the butler warns that if this secret gets out, Raon Zieghart and Sylvia will be in grave danger. Glenn already anticipated this. He offers a reassuring smile, telling the butler not to worry since no one else even knows of its existence. Meanwhile, the moment Raon Zieghart steps out of the study, one of the ancient books on the shelf completely vanishes. Seeing this, Raon panics, pointing out that the sacred scripture has gone missing. He asks what they should do now. Glenn calmly reassures him that it is fine because the book has finally found its true successor. Looking at the endless rows of archives, he notes that nobody else could learn it anyway. Without the boy, the art would simply die out. A glimmer of genuine hope flashes across his face as he softly whispers that he has a really strong feeling about this. As Raon Zieghart begins his intense training, Glenn's powerful voice echoes a new wind is about to blow through their world. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Raon Zieghart cannot shake the feeling that this entire situation is incredibly bizarre. Why did the patriarch hand over something this valuable? Forget a silver token, even a gold one could not buy a technique like this. He closes his eyes, sinking back into deep meditation. This technique is easily on par with a flame ring, so he must master it. Inside his mindscape, Raon Zieghart slowly approaches the flickering flame. He reaches out ready to make contact with its core. But the very second his fingers are about to touch the heat, the flame suddenly vanishes into thin air. A deep frown of disappointment cuts across his face. Another failure, he thinks, staring gloomily down at his empty hands. Gathering spiritual energy is proving to be incredibly difficult, but he knew mastering a high-tier art on the first try was a pipe dream. Suddenly, the Essence Emperor speaks up, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. It looks like you are struggling quite a bit, kid. He warns Raon Zieghart to stay alert because if anyone disturbs him during this delicate process, he is going to be in deep trouble. Ending up crippled before even unlocking the technique would be a real tragedy. Raon Zieghart glares up at the arrogant spirit, his brows furrowing deep. He wonders what kind of scheme this annoying entity is plotting. But deep down, he knows Wrath is actually telling the truth. He imagines the brutal reality of a mana backlash. This art absorbs natural energy and condenses it directly into his spiritual core. Any sudden interruption at a critical moment could shatter his mana circuits or tear his energy field apart, leaving him permanently crippled. It is even more dangerous for him because his mana circuits already carry residual ice energy. Done with the warnings, he fires back. He tells the Essence Emperor that if he understands the danger, he should keep his mouth shut. But the spirit only offers a mocking smirk. He sneers, wondering aloud what might happen if things go sideways. Raon Zieghart frowns, unable to shake off a sudden, terrible feeling. He gasps, telling him to stop right there. But just as he fears, the Essence Emperor lets out a dark, threatening chuckle. The Essence King slyly asks for just one chance to disrupt Raon's cultivation. Raon is left utterly speechless. He asks if possessing a crippled body is truly any fun, but the demon simply shrugs it off. The demon scoffs that only a fragile human would worry about that. Even if Raon's limbs are severed, or his energy center is blown to pieces, the Essence King can restore everything. Leaning close, he whispers, that when Raon finally breaks and gives up, that will be his perfect chance. Hearing those wicked words, Raon simply smirks. He mutters that he will hold him to that single attempt, highly anticipating whatever cheap trick the demon tries next. Hearing this human dare to throw down such a bold challenge, the arrogant Essence King snorts with pure smug pride. He warns Raon to live in constant terror, never knowing when the fateful strike will come. Looking at his insufferable face, Raon is well aware that this smug entity is a dangerous foe, a demon from the underworld constantly waiting to seize control of his body. As the absolute embodiment of wrath, he remains a constant ticking time bomb. Raon lets out a tired sigh. Having hoped the demon's long silence meant he had given up. Shaking it off, Raon speaks up to address a different matter. He decides to put the demon's threats aside for now to handle a far more pressing issue. The Essence King eagerly asks if he is finally going to handle that suspicious girl. Raon confirms it, noting her constant nightly visits are definitely no coincidence. Standing by the window, they peer down together. Raon coldly declares he must neutralize her, quietly reflecting on his past as a deadly assassin. Down below by the riverbank, a woman dressed in a classic maid uniform is stealthily lurking. This is Judiel, a maid from the annex who is currently scribbling a secret encoded report onto a small slip of paper. She whispers to herself that she normally has nothing to report besides his strange habit of talking to empty space, but tonight is different. Recalling the events from just a few hours prior, she is still left in utter disbelief at his unbelievable progress. He somehow obtained a high-level manual using nothing but a cheap bronze token, and her spying revealed something even more shocking. The violent, raging flow of mana during his cultivation was absolutely terrifying. Her hands tremble as she continues to write. This massive intel is highly valuable to the Central Martial Palace. Folding the letter, she reminds herself she is only following orders. Though she feels a twinge of guilt for targeting a mere child, she keeps wondering how much longer she can fool his keen senses. Gently slipping the secret message into the river, she watches it drift away. Once it floats safely out of sight, Judiel lets out a sigh of relief. But right then, a cold blade is pressed firmly against her throat. A lethal voice warns her to stay absolutely silent or face instant death. The ruthless master of the blade continues, threatening that even a single flinch will cost her life. The cold voice commands her to look down at the water. With her life hanging by a thread, Judiel has no choice but to obey, her mind racing with absolute panic. She desperately wonders who this intruder is as cold sweat trickles down her neck. No normal person could project such terrifying, suffocating bloodlust. Then, staring at the reflection in the water, her eyes widen in pure shock. Glenn Zieghart. How did he follow her? Reading her sheer disbelief, Raon casually explains that he has felt her prying eyes ever since he returned to the annex. He mockingly asks if she managed to gather any good intel tonight. This cold revelation completely shatters what remains of her composure. How could he have known all along? She recalls all those times she stealthily observed him, confident she left no trace. The realization that she was compromised from day one leaves her reeling. She had assumed her stealth was absolutely flawless. Did he really just play along this entire time? Suddenly, Raon commands her to open her mouth, and she helplessly complies. Shaking with fear, she obeys, and Raon instantly shoves a strange, unknown object deep down her throat, forcing her to swallow. The foreign object makes her gag violently, sending her to her knees in a fit of desperate, agonizing dry heaves. While she struggles in vain to cough up the pill, Raon calmly fishes her folded letter out of the river. Unfolding the secret message, he finds the ink has completely vanished. He turns to the trembling spy with a cold demand. He notes the hidden ink requires a specific medium to reveal itself. He systematically lists the elements like water, earth, and fire, or perhaps sunlight. But with a chilling smirk, he guesses moonlight, triggering a wave of pure, unconcealable panic across Judiel's face. She stammers, asking how he could possibly know. Raon simply responds by reciting the exact target names written inside. He recites Eris, Karun, and Denire calmly, deducing that Glenn Zieghart is the mastermind pulling her strings from the shadows. Judiel is frozen in absolute shock. Staring at Raon's cold, emotionless face, her mind frantically denies the reality of her failure. She spent agonizing years perfecting her poker face as a master spy. There is no way he read her so easily. She is certain her composure was flawless. Then a chilling realization strikes as she remembers the unknown object he forced down her throat. She panics, the agony tearing through her body is too real, and he's reading her mind like an open book. The more she thinks, the more she shakes. There is only one terrifying explanation for what he shoved down her throat. A deadly insect flashes in Judiel's mind, making her collapse in absolute horror. Could this be the legendary mind bug? A memory flashes back to her secret meeting with Glenn Zieghart, where he ordered her to infiltrate the annex and spy. He wanted dirt on Raon, Zieghart, and Sylvia, promising a great reward if she succeeded. Back in the present, the terrified maid drops to her knees and asks Raon Zieghart if he fed her the mind bug. Raon Zieghart looks slightly surprised by her guess. He asks if she even knows what a mind bug is, his voice dripping with sudden dark amusement at her knowledge. Confirmation brings instant dread, and a violent wave of nausea hits Judiel. She clutches her chest, writhed in pure agony. Once inside a victim, this parasite lets the master track their exact location and even read their deepest, darkest thoughts. It is easily one of the most terrifying curses in existence, giving the user complete control over the victim's life. They can trigger a torturous death at any moment, and Judiel's suffering proves she's completely convinced she swallowed one. Raon Zieghart looks down at her writhing, terrified form with cold indifference, completely unfazed by her desperate pain as he speaks. He points out that she sent the letter to Glenn Zieghart, meaning she's a spy from the Martial Mind Palace. Her spying clearly started 7 months ago, right after his judgment ceremony, with her thoroughly digging up information on him. He smirks, noting she targeted him, his mother Helen, and all the maids. Judiel's face turns a ghostly shade of white. She thought this would be an easy job. Glenn Zieghart's simple orders to watch a disabled woman and a child flash back. It was supposed to be a breeze, but she never expected a literal monster to be living inside this annex. Choked by the terrifying pressure of the kid she now views as a monster, Judiel desperately begs for her life. She stammers that she will feed Glenn Zieghart fake information instead, but Glenn Zieghart immediately shuts down her desperate proposal. He tells her to forget it because Glenn Zieghart will eventually discover the truth anyway, completely shattering her remaining pride. Sending fake news would only expose her own incompetence to her master. Suddenly, Raon Zieghart leans right into her face. His glowing red eyes lock onto her with pure malice, mocking his trembling prey before delivering his absolute command. She is going to be a double agent now, feeding Glenn Zieghart obvious details, while completely burying the critical secrets. She must keep those secrets completely hidden while delivering valuable intelligence on Glenn Zieghart straight back to Raon Zieghart. Terrified and trembling, Judiel can only submissively agree to do exactly as he wishes to save her own skin. Satisfied with her submission, Raon Zieghart stands up to leave, flashing a cold smile as he says goodbye. His parting words echo through the quiet room, leaving a deep chill in the traumatized maid's soul. He expects useful information next time. On the way back, the curious Spirit Emperor asks how he summoned a mind bug. Raon Zieghart casually scoffs, admitting he would never use such a disgusting creature and only fed her a painful poison. The poison merely simulated the exact painful symptoms, leaving the Spirit Emperor absolutely stunned by Raon Zieghart's masterclass bluff. He asks if Raon Zieghart was actually reading her mind, but Raon Zieghart calmly explains how he read her subtle physical cues instead. He picks up on tiny details that normal people miss. The Spirit Emperor can only stare in disbelief. The spirit mutters that this kid is the true demon. A few days pass and Raon Zieghart keeps training relentlessly. Soon the day to return to the training academy arrives. Despite his endless efforts, Raon Zieghart still hasn't awakened his aura. The training grounds are bustling with excitement and noisy chatter as the returning students gather once again. Raon Zieghart calmly scans the crowd, noting only 42 passed, leaving just a fraction of the original group. He recalls their energetic instructor Rimmer, who certainly did not play around when it came to brutal results. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name. He turns around to find Runan Sullian standing right there. She slowly approaches and stares him down, leaving Raon Zieghart slightly puzzled as he furrows his brow at her intense look. She silently stares as if trying to speak. A brief flashback reveals Raon Zieghart previously helped her with training. Back at the Sullian mansion, her mother asked her about the training sessions while she was busy eating dessert. Runan Sullian gave a simple yes, prompting her mother to ask if she had thanked him properly for the help. She admitted she thanked him when he gave her snacks, making her mother ask about the actual training. Runan Sullian thought for a second before innocently admitting she did not, which instantly sparked her mother's curiosity. Her daughter obediently explained that her father strictly forbid her from starting conversations with any boys. Her mother's expression immediately darkens upon hearing the news. With a serious look, she begins to strictly drill proper manners into her daughter. Runan, gender does not matter when you show gratitude. Her mother went on to explain that if she ever received help, she must always respect and thank them. It is basic courtesy. Hearing this, Runan's face blushes to a bright, vibrant pink. Her mother keeps nagging her to never forget. Back in reality, Runan finally gathers all her courage to face Raon. She mutters a thank you, leaving him incredibly flustered. Wrath is just as baffled, demanding to know why she said that. But Raon has absolutely no idea himself, helplessly replying to the Demon King that he has no clue either. After successfully thanking him, Runan feels extremely proud and gives herself a mental thumbs up. Right then, a lively voice rings out. Dorian comes rushing over, desperately gasping for air as he frantically asks the young master how he is doing. As for Dorian, he honestly believed he was going to die back when he was just a temporary trainee. Before he can even finish his first complaint, he immediately launches into another long, dramatic rant. He complains about constant nightmares, tossing and turning all night out of pure terror that he will fail. All this whining earns him a very judgmental look from Wrath, who is completely fed up with the noise. The demon demands to know why this kid talks so much, but Dorian just keeps rambling on about Raon. He adds how glad he is that Raon clinched the top spot instead of Burin, but before he can even finish, a furious Burin appears right behind him like a ghost, scaring Dorian so badly that he lets out a frantic scream. He plops onto the ground, bracing for Burin's inevitable wrath, but the noble surprisingly ignores the jab. He slowly walks over to stand directly before Raon, his face as cold and unreadable as ever. After a long, tense silence, Burin suddenly bows in a perfect textbook manner to apologize. He admits his defeat from last week, deeply regretting that everyone had to see him in such an embarrassing state. But his gaze hardens with fierce determination as he promises to never give up no matter how hard he must work. He vows to one day stand proudly before Raon, then turns on his heel while reiterating that he will not back down. Both Raon and Wrath watch him go with mixed emotions. Our hero can't help but admire the kid's maturity. A 13-year-old actually admitting his mistakes is incredibly impressive, showing the true breeding of a highly prestigious clan. Wrath, however, is still incredibly annoyed from their last encounter and grumbles irritably about the boy's lingering pride. He even suggests gouging his eyes out, forcing Raon to sigh and quietly tell the demon to calm down. The grumpy Demon King just snaps back that he doesn't care, right as a familiar voice calls out. Rimmer sheepishly apologizes for being late, admitting he overslept after having a few too many drinks the night before. Once all 42 trainees are lined up neatly, Rimmer finally adopts the serious demeanor of a proper instructor. He warmly congratulates everyone on passing, announcing that their official training of the elite kind officially begins today. Raon listens intently as the instructor explains the new schedule, which promises to be even more grueling. While the core foundation remains the same, several advanced modules will be added to their daily routine. As Rimmer introduces their first lesson on cultivating aura, a sudden loud crash echoes through the training ground. Everyone turns toward the commotion to find a girl with long black hair standing with her hands on her hips. After forcing the door open, she curses in frustration about the stupid entrance almost making her late. Dorian immediately recognizes her stammering in pure terror as he realizes exactly who just walked in. Rimmer calmly welcomes her, telling the class that while he isn't her direct instructor, she is joining their rank. He explains that she is a trainee who repeated the year, meaning they will all be training together from now on. He prompts her to introduce herself, and the girl steps forward with an incredibly arrogant smirk. She proudly announces her name as Martha Zieghart, her face radiating a cold, intensely unfriendly aura. Rimmer quickly tries to defend her, smilingly claiming she is actually a very nice girl deep down. But Martha immediately cuts him off, stepping right into the middle of the crowd of the sharp glare. She demands to know who the top-ranked trainee is. Raon remains completely silent, simply observing her antics. She scoffs that she won't let a low-class weakling stand above her, eager to see who took the crown. Her face contorts into a fierce challenge as she dares the top-ranker to step up and fight. She scans the crowd to lock onto her target, demanding a battle right then and there, while Raon sighs in exhaustion. Raon mutters to wrath and annoyance. Is his luck cursed? Why must he always get stuck with these guys? Finally, he steps forward and calmly declares to everyone that he is Glenn Zieghart, the top trainee. He immediately gets a smug smirk from Martha. She stands with hands on her hips, looking down on him. She mocks him, asking if he is really the top cadet. She cracks her knuckles, preparing to fight. She issues a sudden challenge to settle things, but Burin quickly speaks up, calling her behavior incredibly rude. How dare you be so rude, Burin demands. Martha freezes in sheer disbelief, completely caught off guard. Fuming with rage, Martha gets highly aggressive. How dare a mere rookie speak so rudely to a senior like her? She steps closer, glaring at him with pure fury. But Burin refuses to back down, firmly staring right back at her. Martha openly threatens him with death. If he ever speaks such foolish words again, he will die right on the spot. She warns him to watch his tongue next time. But the young master replies with a sharp, unwavering voice. Burin reminds her that Raon was recognized as the top cadet by the Lord, directly questioning if she doubts them. Martha scoffs mockingly at his sudden defense. Didn't Burin make a massive angry fuss about the decision before? She mockingly confronts him. But Burin remains completely unfazed, keeping a serious look as he delivers his reply. He admits he refuses to repeat his past, shameful behavior, leaving Raon surprised by his mature change. Burin has truly changed. Suddenly, Ronan Sullian steps out of nowhere to shield Raon, shocking both him and Wrath. Ronan Sullian spreads her arms protectively, telling Martha to step back. This sudden display of defense leaves everyone completely stunned. Martha scoffs mockingly at their friendship. To her, they are just a bunch of weaklings trying to protect each other. She turns around as if to walk away, muttering that staying any longer would only make her look like the bad guy. A sinister grin creeps across her face. But you know, she mutters, she has a quick confession to make. She bursts forward at blinding speed, lunging straight at Raon while shouting that she absolutely detests cowards. This sudden, reckless ambush leaves both Ronan Sullian and Burin frozen in absolute shock, completely unable to react in time. Martha swings a mana-infused fist directly at him. But Raon's reactions are far faster than she could ever anticipate. He effortlessly dodges her surprise strike, neutralizing her destructive mana before she can even comprehend what just happened. She stands utterly dazed as Raon easily blocks her. Before she can even react, he unleashes a heavy counterpunch. Although she barely dodges the direct hit, the sheer shockwave of his heavy fist blasts them both back, creating massive distance. Witnessing this brief clash, Burin gasps in absolute astonishment, while their crazy instructor simply watches with an intrigued smile. Instructor Rimmer clearly enjoys the show. Meanwhile, Martha stands completely shocked, her mind struggling to process his sheer power. Panting heavily, her massive pride is deeply wounded and her growing rage begins to swallow up any remaining logic. She scoffs and laughs hysterically, letting her demonic aura explode as her heavy, furious footsteps crack the ground beneath her. Raising her fist to strike again, she snarls that Raon should not think he can just walk away. But before she can throw the punch, Rimmer grabs her wrist from behind calmly, telling her that is enough. Shocked, she wonders when the instructor even appeared as Rimmer looks down at her with a rare, serious expression. He gently chides her for looking down on him, warning that even if he is easygoing, she cannot ignore him entirely. As Martha struggles to break free, Rimmer calmly explains that while Buran and Runan Sullian have already mastered their aura, Raon has not. He asks if she really finds any joy in winning with such an unfair advantage over him. Releasing her, Rimmer smiles and promises she can fight Raon all she wants once the boy finally masters his aura. Martha angrily shakes him off, claiming she was already planning to stop, though Rimmer is way too used to her attitude. He simply chuckles and points back to the ranks, telling her to return to her spot as Raon quietly nods. In his head, Wrath is absolutely screaming, asking Raon how he could let that brat attack them without any retaliation. He demands Raon tear her apart and lock her in eternal ice, but Raon just calmly points out he did counter. That simple counter only makes the Demon King even angrier, screaming that Raon should have taken her head off instead. Raon firmly tells him that it is not the right time yet, leaving Wrath to sigh at his host's calculating face. Raon plans to use his top cadet title to bait Martha, realizing fighting is better when there is something to gain. Following Rimmer inside, he tells the floating Demon King to just wait, promising a much better show next time. Inside the training hall, all 42 cadets train with absolute passion, and after a while, Rimmer speaks up in satisfaction. "Alright, let's take a 10-minute break, everyone." Buran quickly chugs down water to recharge his highly exhausted body. He quietly notes to himself, just as expected, this training is no walk in the park. Though he mastered 2-star high-tier martial arts, this is different. 3-star techniques are brutal because they require combining several advanced methods. With that thought, Buran shifts his gaze. He looks at Raon, who is still practicing tirelessly. Buran watches him, amazed that the guy only started a month ago. He realizes even he took an entire month to master the 7-strike fist, yet Raon is picking it up seamlessly. Watching Raon's perfectly precise movements, Buran is stunned. Apparently, he is not the only one feeling the heat from this insane progress. He turns his head toward the girl training like a maniac nearby, wondering if she also feels the pressure. He asks if she is about to get surpassed. Shaken to her core, Martha stops her workout and curses out loud. "Damn it," she mutters. She stands, panting, her face twisted in denial as she wonders how Raon could possibly improve this fast. This is his first time learning hand-to-hand combat. He definitely did not receive prior training like Buran or Runan Sullian. Besides, his body is crippled by that severe internal ice frost. How can he train all day long with a curse like that? The mere thought makes her grind her teeth in jealousy. She refuses to let herself get left in the dust like this. She recalls the endless praise she used to receive, remembering everyone telling her that her talent was absolutely terrifying. Ever since being adopted by House Zieghart, she has always been a ruthless hunter, constantly looking down on everyone else around. She easily crushed every single heir from the direct and branch families who did nothing but boast about their fake genius. She loved watching them fall into utter despair. In her mind, she was the only true genius, the absolute best. But now things have completely flipped, and she knows it all too well. Her pride is taking a massive hit. She tightly grits her teeth, utterly terrified that the situation is slowly slipping away from her control right now. Late that night, her loyal butler greets her with a respectful bow, praising her excellent performance in the training hall today. But Martha only gives a gloomy reply. Seeing his lady so dejected, the butler searches for a way to cheer her up. He tells her not to worry, but Martha just scowls back at him, demanding to know what he means. The butler calmly explains that everyone is currently blinded by Raon's flashy achievements, making them forget one very simple truth. He assures her that the young master stands absolutely no chance of ever defeating her in a real showdown. Martha raises an eyebrow, highly skeptical. She demands to know on what basis he can make such a bold claim here. With a mysterious smile, the butler reveals that Raon possesses a fatal, unfixable weakness. Meanwhile, Raon keeps training diligently. His grip on the sword is incredibly firm and precise, sweat dripping from his hair as he pushes his limits. Despite the exhaustion, his swordsmanship grows sharper by the second. Nearby, another trainee approaches a classmate to ask a question, but the classmate immediately cuts him off, telling him to just look over there and learn directly from Raon's perfect form. Too shy to approach the legendary rookie, the boy refuses, but his friend insists his sword skills are too good to ignore. Suddenly, Martha starts clapping loudly, stepping forward with a strange, highly mocking smile plastered across her entire face. She fake praises him, calling his performance absolutely brilliant in a voice dripping with sheer sarcasm and malice. She says she never expected him to catch up and train alongside her so quickly, calling him a true genius. But then her pleasant mask completely slips away, revealing her usual venomous glare aimed directly at Raon's face. She sneers that no matter how hard he practices, it is utterly useless with such pathetic mana sensitivity of his. She raises her voice, making sure her toxic pity echoes clearly throughout the entire BSD training hall right now. Mocking him, she suggests he might at least secure a job as a basic swordsmanship coach down the line. The entire room falls dead silent. Even Buran refuses to speak up. Martha gloats, noting how everyone has gone quiet. It turns out nobody expected this idiot to still be struggling with aura after 4 whole months. This sudden arrogance stems directly from her late-night talk with her butler who brought her the secret. The butler had informed her that the young master actually possesses zero talent when it comes to controlling aura. Seeing her immense shock, he explained that since it happened after her adoption, she probably missed the details entirely. During the official mana evaluation ceremony, young Master Raon actually scored dead last in overall mana sensitivity back then. In fact, he is the only trainee in the entire 5th training hall who has yet to awaken his aura so far. His bronze token only grants him access to a slightly better training method than Rimmer's basic introductory class for all beginners. Yet he hasn't even mastered that basic level, proving the previous evaluation results were absolutely correct. That's right. He might be the absolute best at swordsmanship and combat, but without learning how to use aura, he can never become a true warrior. Hearing this, Martha's expression shifted quickly from sheer disbelief to pure excitement, finally bursting out in loud laughter. With those thoughts passing, Martha smugly ran a hand through her hair, still annoyed about losing to him. She let out a smirk, knowing that Guy wasn't even worth her attention. Suddenly, her train of thought was completely cut short by Runan's sharp, murderous glare. Staring back at the silent girl, Martha placed her hands on her hips, demanding to know if she had a problem. Runan coldly ordered, "Go away." This only amused Martha, who mockingly laughed and asked if that was all. Runan frowned deeply and repeated, "Go away." Martha wore a highly teasing look, singing out that she was leaving. Right as she turned, she couldn't help but brag once more that she still had to attend the main lines class. Runan simply watched her leave with a cold stare. Later that evening inside the training room, Raon sat resting on a bench with 2 empty bottles at his feet. Sighing wearily, he wiped his sweat with a towel. That was probably enough for today. Then he smiled to himself. This was actually fun. A fragment of his past life suddenly surfaced, showing the bloody battlefield. He was never taught martial arts back then, only survival and killing. All he knew was assassination, honing his deadly skills while forbidden from learning anything else. It felt incredibly refreshing, training solely for his own personal growth. Suddenly, Wrath's annoying voice rang out, demanding to know if he was crazy for just standing there and taking that massive insult. Raon was genuinely confused, asking what insult the demon was even talking about. Wrath, completely shocked, gritted his teeth and raised his voice. That black-haired girl was constantly bad-mouthing him, yet Raon casually replied that he hadn't even paid attention because he was too focused. Snorting smoke from his nose, the demon roared, warning him to pay attention, declaring he would have frozen her instantly if she said that to him. Despite the heated outburst, Raon calmly explained once more that fighting her right now would bring him absolutely zero real benefits. Standing up to open the door, he muttered that even without the 10,000 flames cultivation technique, he could easily defeat her anyway. But right as he opened it, he froze. Runan had already been standing there waiting for him. Surprised, he softly called her name. "Runan." He asked what she was doing there, but she didn't answer. Instead, she quietly opened a small box she was holding, pulling out a round brown treat and telling him to eat. Raon carefully took it instantly, noticing the freezing temperature in his hand. What on earth was this? Seeing him hesitate, Runan firmly ordered him to eat, leaving him with no choice but to nod blankly. As he raised the treat, his old assassin instincts kicked in, screaming never to eat food given by others. Yet he trusted her. She definitely wouldn't poison him. He put it in his mouth, and as the delicious flavor spread, he was completely stunned by the taste. Inside his mind, Wrath was absolutely thrilled, his eyes sparkling as he yelled out, wanting to know what this incredible treat was. He had never tasted anything so sweet and cold in the demon realm. Runan quietly watched Raon, asking him what he thought. Raon nodded, admitting it was super delicious, while Wrath flew around in circles, completely obsessed with this magical new food. The demon kept begging for more, but Runan calmly explained it was an ice cream scoop before turning to leave. Raon quickly called out, begging her to wait, while Wrath practically threw a tantrum for another bite. Seeing her walk away, the demon sulked miserably. He grumbled about how stingy she was, but Raon was wondering about something else. Was she actually worried about him? Knowing how much Runan loved sweets and remembering she only had 4 ice cream scoops, he figured she saved one just for him. She must have had a massive internal conflict just to share her stash. Raon smiled and sighed softly, feeling genuinely touched. He decided he'd have to find a way to repay her kindness later. Meanwhile, Wrath still couldn't forget that heavenly sweet flavor. The demon excitedly urged him to ask her for another one. Soon after, Raon arrived back at the annex, announcing his return. Instantly, a crowd of maids rushed out to greet him warmly, complaining that he had been gone for way too long. Raon gently pointed out it had only been 1 week, but they immediately asked if he was hungry, offering to cook. He tried to decline, but before he could even finish his sentence, the head maid was already barking orders to the others. They hurried off. Later on, Judiel handed Raon a secret report, hesitantly explaining that it was the regular report for the training hall. When asked what they wanted, she nervously stammered that it wasn't anything major. She then added that they had ordered her to investigate him deeper due to his ridiculously fast combat progress, though they lost interest since he still couldn't use aura. Raon simply changed the subject calmly, asking her about how his mother, Lady Sylvia, was doing under their watchful eyes. Avoiding his gaze, Judiel admitted they seemed to have lost interest in Sylvia as well, guessing she'd be recalled very soon. That didn't sit well with Raon. He frowned, knowing he couldn't let them pull her back when he still needed her spy services. Judiel hesitantly called out to him. Raon eyed her quietly, giving her permission to speak. She cautiously asked if he was holding back. Raon flashed a chilling, deadly smile. He asked her what she thought, releasing a thick wave of bloodlust that paralyzed her with fear. Shaking, Judiel quickly apologizes for asking such an overstepping question. Raon just smiles gently and tells her she can leave now. Judiel softly bows out. Right after, Wrath frowns and grumbles that everyone actually believes Raon is intentionally slacking off on his training. Raon calmly replies that using the environment and circumstances to one's own advantage is simply the smart way to survive. Wrath asks why building aura is so difficult for him, boasting that he never struggled. Raon just chuckles, saying he has no clue. Raon ignores him and decides to train again, leaving Wrath absolutely stunned and nagging him to sleep. He ignores the complaints, focused entirely on training. But when he opens the door, a sudden visitor catches him off guard. Standing there is Instructor Rimmer. Raon quietly calls out his name, and the instructor immediately turns around with a cheerful smile. Rimmer asks if Raon cannot sleep, but Raon just bluntly asks why he is there. The instructor steps closer, nodding with a grin. He claims he is here to teach him. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, Rimmer promises to help him discover his elemental attribute. Raon curiously follows him into the woods, questioning why they are just taking a random walk instead of doing some actual training. Rimmer just smiles and tells him to stop complaining. He admits he might be lazy, but assures Raon he is still an outstanding teacher. Looking around the dark forest, Raon asks how his instructor plans to teach him about mana attributes in a desolate place like this. Rimmer just offers a mysterious smile. In his mind, he is remembering the unforgettable moment when he first witnessed Raon using his training technique. To Rimmer, that power felt like scorching hot volcanic lava, something completely different from any ordinary cultivation technique he had ever seen before. He realized Raon was trying to adapt to the freezing cold in his body while using the fire rather than trying to purge it completely. The elf is incredibly excited to see what happens when the boy fully masters this. Snapping back to reality, Rimmer lets out a soft sigh. He stops and announces they have walked far enough. Raon looks around the empty clearing, wondering why they chose this specific spot. With a sudden wave of his hand, Rimmer summons a gentle breeze that washes over Raon. He begins to explain his own power. Rimmer explains that he wanted to craft a wind blade sharp enough to protect his lord, which is the force swirling around them now. The elf conjures an even stronger gale, making the elemental colors visible, as he says this is the specific wind he chose to master. Raon focuses, feeling the subtle draft against his skin. Rimmer admits he dialed down the intensity so Raon wouldn't get overwhelmed too quickly. But the boy doesn't show a single ounce of fear, proving he is far more mature than any regular kid. Rimmer then explains his background. As an elf, Rimmer was born naturally attuned to the wind, but Raon is a human whose mana circuit is already clogged with severe frost. He describes how wind can be warm, freezing, or incredibly sharp. Reaching his hand toward the sky, he shares his dream of a blade. He wanted a wind blade that could pierce through absolutely anything, proudly declaring that he succeeded. Now it is Raon's turn to find his own. He urges Raon to visualize the exact flame he wants to wield. But Raon points out that in this freezing northern region, options are limited. Unless he sets the entire forest ablaze, he won't find a decent fire anywhere around here. Rimmer just chuckles at the sarcastic comment. If they did that, they would get executed on the spot. Looking at the boy with amusement, the elf says he knows the perfect place. A short walk later, Rimmer leads him to a glowing blacksmith workshop in the woods and casually calls out to the craftsman working inside. Rimmer greets him as an old man, and a deep voice grumbles back, complaining that he now knows why his furnace fire was acting up. Rimmer just laughs sheepishly, admitting he probably failed his task tonight as well, while Raon curiously looks around and asks where they are. Rimmer explains that this place holds the hottest and brightest fire in the entire north, introducing it as a legendary charcoal forge. The old blacksmith grumbles and asks what Rimmer brought him this time. Rimmer quickly defends himself, pointing out that the boy is Glenn's grandson. The stubborn blacksmith shrugs it off, claiming he is just a retired old geezer who wouldn't care unless the patriarch himself showed up. But Raon pays no attention to their banter. Just look at how he stares wide-eyed at the roaring, intense flames before him. He wonders if this is even real fire. In his past life, he saw countless blazes from simple campfires to high-tier magic spells. Yet none of them compared to the sheer intensity of this heat. Raon stands completely focused, feeling the temperature and the shape of the flames. He starts visualizing the exact kind of flame he wants to claim for himself. But just as his hand reaches out to grasp it, the roaring flames suddenly vanish, leaving him disappointed. It turns out the old man had just shut the furnace damper to lower the heat. The gruff blacksmith introduces himself as Vulcan, telling the kid that if he has no business here, he should leave them in peace. Raon is absolutely shocked to hear that name. Vulcan is a legendary artisan famous across the entire world for his unmatched craftsmanship. He realizes this grumpy old man is indeed the legendary smith who once forged the ultimate sword for Glenn Zieghart himself. He was said to have completely vanished 30 years ago, yet here he is. Raon quickly bows and politely greets the legendary artisan. Raon introduces himself politely, prompting Vulcan to glare at Rimmer and ask if he had run his mouth about his identity. Rimmer vigorously shakes his head, denying everything before turning back to explain that this stubborn old man was once the premier blacksmith of Zieghart. He is retired. Yeah, he is a retired artisan, but he has been keeping the fire here for 10 years. Rimmer continues, noting that he tends this flame all year, so children never have to see an unworthy fire elsewhere. Then Rimmer asks if he can do a favor. Vulcan contemplates for a long moment before answering, asking why he does not just go to the local blacksmiths instead. Master Rimmer quickly replies that there are too many prying eyes there, and he wants to keep this aura technique hidden until he masters it. Hearing that, Vulcan asks curiously what he means, to which Rimmer simply replies that Raon is the son of Sylvia. Vulcan turns his gaze back to Raon. Seizing the opportunity, Raon speaks with absolute sincerity, promising not to be a bother while he feels the fire. Vulcan stares intensely at him for a quiet moment, then simply states that he is currently busy making charcoal. While Raon stands there confused, Vulcan explains that yellow charcoal produces a much stronger flame than white or black. He has done this for 10 years. Then he tells the boy that as long as he stays out of the way, he can do whatever he wants. Having received permission, Raon is overjoyed. Raon bows deeply and expresses his gratitude. Soon after, Rimmer walks outside the forge with Vulcan, leaving Raon all alone in the room. Standing outside, Rimmer praises the old artisan, admitting he did not expect him to agree so easily to let the boy train. Patting Vulcan on the shoulder, Rimmer adds with a grin that if he treats the boy well, some fine wine will be coming his way. But Vulcan's cold reply completely catches Rimmer off guard. He explains his decision was not for Rimmer's sake at all. The forge fire erupted when that boy stepped inside, roaring so intensely it shattered the charcoal below. He realized the kid has absolute control over fire. He mutters that if it is him, perhaps his lifelong dream can finally come true, a faint smile appearing on his face. For 7 long months, Raon returns to the forge day after day. And trust me, finding that perfect spark is no easy task. Sitting in absolute silence, Raon whispers that he finally understands. A mental image of a roaring fireball rises and he slowly reaches out. He contemplates that while many call fire the most terrifying and destructive force, mastering its chaos changes everything completely. A fully tamed flame reigns supreme over any elemental power. Suddenly, his special ring of fire technique begins to awaken inside him. He remembers Rimmer advising him to visualize the flame he wants. Raon mutters to himself, focusing on the burning image he needs. He remembers Sylvia's enemies, those who wanted to slit her throat to strip her of her direct lineage and title. The long road toward his ultimate goal is shrouded in pitch-black darkness, with nothing visible ahead. But a torch can light the way, a relentless fire to conquer the beasts, casting a beautiful glow into the shadows. Drifting deeper into his thoughts, Raon realizes this is the exact fire he desires, and he begins to train with relentless focus. He patiently refines his power, feeling a massive surge of fire mana coursing through his veins far beyond his normal limits. The scorching heat of the forge sinks deep into his flesh, forcing him to concentrate and capture every single spark. Within his subconscious mind, Raon's entire body is suddenly engulfed in roaring flames, leaving him momentarily stunned. He wonders if this is the state of complete void, seeing his own subconscious take physical form right in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he pushes his concentration further, but a sudden frost magic begins to creep from his left hand. The Demon King Wrath flashes a wicked grin, taunting that it is finally his turn to freeze him while he is at his weakest. As the demon finishes speaking, a wave of crushing icy mana envelops Raon, rapidly freezing his entire left arm. Panic grips Raon's mind as he realizes he was far too careless. He curses, wondering why this has to happen right now. Over the past 7 months, Wrath had been quiet, making Raon forget that this demon is absolutely not an ally. That malicious smile on his face was a harsh reminder that Wrath is a devil who wants nothing more than to take his life. Trapped in the demon's suffocating icy mana, Raon writhes in agony. Damn it, his body feels like it is shattering into tiny pieces. He gasps for air. If he moves now, he will die. But using his ring of fire might also kill him instantly. He desperately tries to gather his remaining aura. Panting heavily, Raon realizes he must think fast to find a way out. To survive, his mind needs to work. But the heavy frost is already climbing, locking his lower body in solid ice. Raon shakes his head, trying to clear his foggy mind. The demon watches his desperate struggle with pure amusement. Wrath lets out a mocking laugh, asking if Raon truly believes he can withstand his demonic frost power like before. He sneers that any resistance is utterly futile now as Raon's vision begins to blur and his consciousness slowly fades away. The demon's deceitful voice echoes through his mind, claiming that his body and soul now belong to the abyss. He loudly proclaims that all efforts and lives are pointless, comparing Raon to that pathetic old blacksmith working by the furnace, but he promises to avenge him anyway. Just as Raon is about to lose his sanity, the demon's mockery reveals a path. The furnace, yes, the furnace. Raon thanks him for the hint as he summons every last drop of his strength. He begins to gather his strength. Clenching his teeth, he resolves to go all in because if he fails now, death is the only option. The fire in the furnace suddenly flares up with incredible fury. Instead of absorbing the warm, natural mana, he decides to do something completely insane. He will absorb mana directly from the furnace itself. It is a blazing, violent flame that can swallow anything, and Glenn Zieghart roars out. He draws the energy in. His body drinks the furnace fire, muttering through his teeth as the shocked Demon King screams in absolute disbelief. "What are you doing?" the demon yells. Inside the furnace, 3 pieces of coal burn blindingly bright. Nearby, Vulcan watches the flames closely. Suddenly, a massive spike in mana and a violent burst of fire startle the blacksmith, forcing him to jump to his feet. His panic only grows. What is going on here, he wonders. He has never seen a fire burn with this kind of terrifying intensity. Looking around, he notices something deeply wrong with the furnace itself. Vulcan immediately turns his gaze toward the young man. Glenn Zieghart shivers violently despite sitting right next to the blazing heat. This makes Vulcan highly uneasy. How can anyone possibly feel freezing cold when a furnace is roaring like this? He steps closer to Glenn Zieghart and calls out in worry. "Hey, are you okay?" He points a finger, demanding to know what is happening. "Why are you shaking so much? Say something." But just as Vulcan reaches out, Rimmer suddenly steps in to stop him. Vulcan looks up in complete shock, but Rimmer simply gives him a stern, serious warning to stay back. "Leave him be and do not touch him," Rimmer says. Vulcan frowns deeply, arguing that the boy could easily die like this. Rimmer holds his hands up and calmly explains that Glenn Zieghart is currently in a state of absolute focus. They cannot interfere because even a single touch right now could shatter his focus and cause him to cough blood and die. Vulcan folds his arms, asking if this is the dangerous cold energy. Rimmer can only offer a tense, silent nod. It is simply too dangerous. Rimmer turns his eyes toward Glenn Zieghart, silently praying for the young man to survive this ordeal. Deep within his consciousness, a brutal war continues to rage. A terrifying fire slowly shatters the icy barrier holding it back. The flame begins to swallow the entire space, driving the Demon King into a panic as he screams for him to stop. But a determined soul like Glenn Zieghart is not about to take orders from a monster trying to steal his life. He clenches his jaw, refusing to give up. He has already died a miserable death once in his previous life. His eyes flash with a sharp, lethal focus. That past life was meaningless, but he is determined not to repeat it. Step by step, Glenn Zieghart edges closer to the flame, reaching out with every ounce of strength to grab the fire. Outside the furnace, heat rises past its absolute limits. Vulcan shouts in panic that the forge cannot handle this surge. The structure is buckling under the heat. Meanwhile, Rimmer senses the mana violently swirling and concentrating onto one single point. He realizes with utter shock that Glenn Zieghart is actively drawing the mana into himself, roaring from deep within his mind. Fire magic erupts from his body. No matter how hard the Demon King fights back, his resistance is utterly shattered. Glenn Zieghart seizes the flame, leaving the demon completely defeated. Instantly, a massive earth-shattering explosion rips through the forge. A blinding fireball bursts outward, forming a colossal mushroom cloud right inside the forge that rises as high as a fortress. Rimmer screams out in terror, asking if Glenn Zieghart is all right, while Vulcan frantically calls out his name. As the heavy smoke gradually clears, Rimmer is stunned to see a silhouette standing in the middle of the wreckage. Glowing elemental particles drift around Glenn Zieghart. Rimmer gasps as he realizes the boy has successfully harnessed the true fire essence. A glowing system notification appears. You have successfully learned the 10,000 fire cultivation skill. Glenn Zieghart stares at a delicate snowflake resting on his palm as more system alerts chime in his ears. Due to the intense heat, the cultivation skill has upgraded to 2 stars, unlocking a powerful fire resistance. The absolute cold melts, erasing his weak physical traits and condensing the freezing air into a frost aura. The frost aura upgrades to 2 stars. Hearing this, Glenn Zieghart clutches his chest, relieved that things went better than expected. He can feel his power growing instantly. He never imagined he would achieve this much in a single breakthrough. Just as he is celebrating, another notification appears and his eyes widen as he reads the new text. Is this a dream? In a single moment, he has acquired skills that usually take years of agonizing effort to master. Inside his mind, the defeated demon is in complete disbelief, unable to accept that he actually lost the struggle. He curses and flies around in a blind rage. "What are you?" he screams. "Your soul is supposed to be weak. How could you possibly survive this? Raon Zieghart smirked, rubbing salt in the wound by asking who said he couldn't do it. Still, as he lets out a quiet breath of relief, he knows he truly walked on the edge of death today. Raon Zieghart knew he had to be way more careful from now on. Seeing the submissive look on the demon's face only made him more certain of it. Even if they grew slightly closer, wrath was still the enemy. He couldn't let the demon spot any of his weaknesses or secrets. Suddenly, Vulcan's raspy voice snapped him out of his thoughts, asking if he was all right. Raon Zieghart calmly gave a quiet nod. "I'm fine," he replied. Vulcan stared, asking if he had finally obtained aura. Raon Zieghart smiled and said it was all thanks to him. Raon Zieghart then apologized for breaking the furnace, but Vulcan just sighed, saying it was fine as long as the boy was safe. He could always build another. But right then, a strange glow radiating from the remaining kiln caught the old man's eye. Raon Zieghart asked what was happening, but Vulcan was already rushing over, muttering in disbelief as he stared into the heat. Grabbing a shovel, the blacksmith pulled something out. On the metal rested 3 golden coals, radiating a remarkably soft, warm glow. Vulcan couldn't believe his own eyes. He stammered out, asking if this was actually the legendary golden charcoal. Instantly, old memories flooded his mind. They ridiculed his dream of creating golden charcoal, calling it a myth and wondering why the retired old fool wouldn't just quit. "Wait, check this out." Vulcan stared at those glowing coals, whispering that Raon Zieghart wasn't the only lucky one today. Holding them close, he explained that golden charcoal burns far hotter than white coal and much longer than black coal. Thanks to Raon Zieghart, he had finally crafted the miracle he had spent decades chasing. The old man offered a sincere thank you. The sudden gratitude caught Raon Zieghart off guard, and he quickly insisted he did nothing. Vulcan fell into a brief, thoughtful silence. He explained that every time Raon Zieghart trained there, the heat flared his rhythmic breathing, driving the flames to absolute extremes. The blistering heat had spread everywhere. Smiling, the blacksmith admitted he was just a simple, clumsy man with a hammer. Yet he still recognized Raon Zieghart's massive contribution. Looking directly at the young boy, he said he had one question to ask him. He asked Raon Zieghart what his ultimate goal was. The boy echoed the word quietly, earning a firm nod from the old smith. He wanted to know what kind of swordsman Raon Zieghart aspired to be. After a pause, Raon Zieghart placed a hand on his chest. "I want to be a warrior who never backs down no matter the opponent." Vulcan smiled, deeply impressed by such resolve. He praised the idea of a swordsman who never quits. He then predicted that in 3 to 5 years, Raon Zieghart would need a sword. When Raon Zieghart felt his mind and spirit were truly ready, he was to return. The old smith promised to keep the coals until then. He gestured toward the glowing golden coals. Stunned, Raon Zieghart asked if the legendary blacksmith was actually offering to forge his weapon. He thought the man was retired, but Vulcan casually replied that people in his trade had a habit of making comebacks. He gave Raon Zieghart one final serious warning to make sure he survived until that day. Up above, Rimmer watched them part ways. Smiling, Rimmer muttered that he finally understood. The kid had unlocked his aura after giving everyone such a massive scare. He turned to the silent figure standing right behind him, seeking agreement on how incredibly stressful the wait had been. It was Glenn Zieghart, the stern patriarch. Rimmer grinned, pointing out that Glenn had been checking in daily out of sheer worry. He teased that the Lord must feel incredibly relieved. Glenn flatly denied it, claiming his presence had absolutely nothing to do with worry. Laughing it off, Rimmer praised Raon Zieghart, noting the extreme heat must have given the boy an exceptionally pure, massive reserve of aura. The kid had already stabilized it completely. Pure genius. But Glenn grimly muttered that this was actually a terrible development. When a baffled Rimmer look over the patriarch explained that Raon Zieghart had somehow turned his physical defect into an unbelievable advantage. Now let's head over to the 5th training hall, where Ronan Sullian stood holding a box of ice cream cake, staring anxiously. She wondered when Raon Zieghart would finally return, her mind drifting to the cruel rumors spreading among the other trainees. They kept whispering about how he still had no aura after 7 long months, sneering that his talent was pure hype. Some even suggested young Master Buren Zieghart or Lady Martha should take his spot, dismissing him as an overhyped nobody. Ronan Sullian clenched the cake box tightly. She desperately wanted to help, remembering her mother's words about always repaying a kindness. While she stood lost in thought, the heavy training doors suddenly swung open, and a familiar silhouette stepped through. Seeing Raon Zieghart return filled her with relief. His footsteps were remarkably steady, though he was currently locked in a mental argument. The annoying demon inside him grumbled a warning to stop pushing his luck, telling Raon Zieghart not to get arrogant so soon. Raon Zieghart simply brushed the demon off with a sarcastic nod before suddenly freezing right in his tracks as he looked up. Ronan Sullian was standing there waiting for him. Surprised, Raon Zieghart quietly called her name, causing the young girl to slowly look up. She gently opened the box to reveal 4 colorful, beautifully crafted cakes, raising them up toward him with quiet determination. Offering the treats, she softly told him to hang in there, but froze as a strange, overwhelming energy suddenly washed over her. Raon Zieghart cannot bring himself to reject her sweet gesture. He picks up a green treat and offers his thanks. Actually, it turns out to be a cool ice cake. He thanks her for last time. Meanwhile, Runa and Sullian feels a sudden surge of power. She blinks, focusing on the cold energy radiating from him. Sensing the power flowing from Raon Zieghart, she notes that his aura is far stronger now, yet somehow comforting. Raon Zieghart politely replies. He smiles and thanks her. Taking a small bite, a wave of sweet, refreshing flavor immediately takes over his mouth. The greedy Demon King tagging along gets a taste too, and his mouth simply will not stop praising how delicious it is. He completely forgets their previous argument and flies around in pure joy, urging Raon Zieghart to eat the remaining 2 treats since they taste so amazing. Raon Zieghart quietly warns him that this is her food, telling the greedy spirit to compose himself and stop being so incredibly selfish. He gently closes the box for her, making sure to show his appreciation one more time with a very warm thank you. Runan Sullian looks completely confused and asks if he is finished. Raon Zieghart gently explains that eating just one is more than enough for him. She asks if he feels any better. Raon Zieghart freezes for a moment, letting out a soft sigh before admitting he does indeed feel better. Hearing this, Runan Sullian smiles with pure satisfaction. She happily picks up her box of treats and walks away with a much lighter heart. Raon Zieghart watches her leave and smiles. She certainly is an unusual girl, he thinks before transitioning back into his grueling training routine. Later during training, Master Rimmer steps up onto the platform. He loudly announces that training the exact same way every day gets boring. Because of that, he has prepared something special this month, reminding them they have been building foundations for 7 whole months now. Now it is finally time to awaken their inner energy core. Naturally, this sudden announcement sparks massive curiosity among the eager students. Whispers quickly fill the training room. One student quietly asks the person next to him why the master is suddenly changing things up. His friend merely shakes his head, completely clueless, as the rest of the class starts murmuring about what exactly the instructor has planned. Rimmer offers a highly mysterious smile. He then reveals the plan: they will be dueling each other for the next month. Hearing this, Martha Zieghart grins with intense excitement. The instructor adds that these matches will heavily impact their final graduation rankings. He warns them to prepare themselves thoroughly because the upcoming month of matches is going to be incredibly intense for everyone. Just then, a hand shoots up as Martha Zieghart speaks up in her usual arrogant tone, demanding him to wait. She slyly asks what happens to those lagging behind who still cannot form their aura, instantly turning the room dead silent. Every single eye in the room immediately darts over to Raon Zieghart. Fortunately, Rimmer steps in to break the heavy silence. He calmly reveals that even those lagging students have finally managed to manifest their aura, leaving Martha Zieghart frozen in absolute shock. She demands to know exactly when that happened. The master simply smiles, saying it was likely very recently, perhaps even today. Martha Zieghart glares over at Raon Zieghart with a nasty mocking smirk. She has been waiting forever for this chance to finally humiliate him in public. Stepping closer to him, she reminds him in a venomous tone that she absolutely refuses to take orders from someone so weak. She sneers, telling him she has tolerated his presence long enough, mocking how hard it must be to hold a rank he never deserved. She confidently declares she will use this duel to completely crush him. But before she can act, a firm hand stops her. Raon Zieghart steps in, ordering her to back off, pointing out that Raon Zieghart has not even possessed his aura for a single day. He asks if she has any pride as a swordsman. Naturally, a cold-blooded fighter like Martha Zieghart does not care about honor at all. She shakes her head and patronizingly pats Raon Zieghart on the shoulder, mocking the noble young master for caring so much about useless pride. She snaps that honor is only for those who actually deserve it, cutting Raon Zieghart off before he can even warn her again. She rants that even the lowest-tier students learned aura in a month, while their top student took 6 whole months. With everyone else remaining silent, she gets bolder and even nastier, spitting out bitter insults at the silent boy in front of her. She claims that even for advanced skills, it only takes 7 months, proving that this genius is completely incompetent. She laughs, reminding everyone that a swordsman who cannot wield basic aura will never amount to anything. No matter how good their physical moves are, without inner energy, it is entirely useless. She turns to their master. She asks if he organized this entire tournament just to replace their top-ranking student. Rimmer merely shrugs. He acts completely clueless, so Martha Zieghart turns around and aggressively calls out Raon Zieghart, directly warning him his time is finally up. She barks that he has held the crown for too long. Hands on her hips, she dares him to respond. She demands they fight right now to settle who is truly number 1. Finally, Raon Zieghart breaks his silence, delivering a completely blunt response. He flatly refuses, calmly asking how anyone can expect to gamble without putting up any chips. If she wants to take his rank, she must put up something of equal value. Martha Zieghart laughs in his face, calling him completely delusional. She snaps that he is completely alone with absolutely no allies to save him. But Raon Zieghart's next cold question instantly shuts her up completely. Raon remains completely calm, even flashing a smile as he says it. A shocked Martha snaps back, demanding to know what the hell he just said. A fiercely competitive girl like her obviously cannot stand being humiliated like this, letting out a sharp, savage laugh. She repeatedly calls it hilarious, practically spitting the words out, but then she quickly recovers her usual smug attitude. Sighing with her hands on her hips, she laughs it off, saying she will let it slide and asking if he wants her to bet something too. With that, she pulls out an item explaining it is a natural disaster pill from her father that can drastically boost one's body and aura. She dangles the pill right in front of Raon, promising to hand it over if he wins. She asks him how that sounds. Not bad, right? Raon only offers a mysterious smile. He whispers, asking if his companion remembers him, saying they should wait until they deal with Martha. He adds that there is something he wants to take from Martha, but the Demon King fails to hear him clearly, asking what he just said. Raon simply smiles, declaring this is their chance. A month later, inside her room, Martha stares intensely at the calendar. She looks at the marked date of their match and mutters that a month has finally passed. She confidently cracks her knuckles. With a face full of determination, she is ready for revenge. Thinking back to her first fight with Raon makes her blood boil. Before coming here, she had never lost to anyone her own age. Not once. That defeat was her absolute first. Frowning deeply, Martha is absolutely determined to wash away the humiliation he inflicted on her 8 long months ago. With her preparations complete, she steps forward. That bastard Raon has only trained his aura for a single month. There is no way he can beat someone who has trained for 3 years. Still waiting for an incompetent fool feels like a waste. A painful memory flashes through her mind, making her purse her lips. She needs to get stronger quickly to save someone. She fiercely declares that this will be the end for Raon. Meanwhile, over at the 5th training ground, the matches are about to begin. Rimmer, acting like the perfect instructor, loudly shouts for everyone to pay attention as the trainees gather around. Once they all assemble, Rimmer offers some crucial advice, explaining that watching a battle is just as valuable as participating in one. They must carefully observe their peers and plan out their own moves. He gently encourages them not to worry at all. Just give it your all, he tells them. Then he begins announcing the matchup, starting with Burin versus Dorian. Burin immediately shouts out that he is ready, but Dorian looks completely hopeless, raising a trembling hand to speak. He calls out to the instructor. Rimmer nods and asks what is wrong, only for Dorian to stammer that he wants to forfeit. Can you believe this kid? Rimmer blinks in disbelief as Dorian immediately starts making excuses before the fight even begins. He claims he is feeling sick with terrible chills and body aches from a cold, and that he did not sleep at all. He swears it is the truth. Watching this, the Demon King gets incredibly annoyed, screaming that he would have beheaded such a coward. Raon already figured Dorian would pull something like this, indifferently observing that he saw this exact reaction coming from a mile away. Rimmer helplessly tries to encourage him, telling Dorian to at least try fighting Burin since he will learn something even in defeat. Hearing his instructor say that, Dorian reluctantly agrees. A few minutes later, he is quickly crushed by Burin. With his eyes rolled back in defeat, Dorian mutters his surrender. Rimmer frowns as he looks at the young master. He tells Burin that he still lacks control over his emotions, pointing out he could have won in 5 moves if he fought properly. Burin replies with a hint of irritation, admitting that Dorian's pathetic attitude simply set him off during the fight. Rimmer then turns to Dorian, who is still sprawled on the ground, asking why he always chooses to run away. He insists that Dorian could have lasted much longer if he fought back. An embarrassed Dorian can only apologize, claiming it was too scary. Rimmer sighs and announces the next match. It is Runan versus Gren, and with a loud shout, the instructor calls for them to begin. Without wasting a single second, Gren launches a swift opening strike. His blade rapidly closes in on Ronan's face, but she instantly swings her own sword in response. Gren's strike is cleanly deflected and his weapon is sent flying. Gren looks completely stunned by the sudden counter, his face looking as though he knows he's utterly finished. As his sword plunges straight into the dirt, Rimmer quickly claps his hands to declare the match is over. He gives them both feedback, telling Gren he was far too tense and needs to relax his grip on the sword. He praises Runan's beautiful counter but notes that her aura control did not last. Then he reads the next matchup. Now as evening falls, the crowd is practically on the edge of their seats for this final showdown. It is the long-awaited showdown between Martha and Raon. Martha immediately swings with an excited grin on her face. Raon cleanly blocks the strike, his expression deadly serious. A fierce battle erupts as Martha relentlessly presses her attack. She rains down heavy blows, but Raon suddenly slips through and launches a counter. Martha's eyes widen in sheer shock. Raon unleashes a heavy strike. Martha Zieghart manages to block it, but her strained expression clearly shows she is slowly being overwhelmed. Raon swings a lethal strike right at her neck, forcing Martha Zieghart to duck in panic. She immediately retreats and they both fall back. They both enter a defensive stance. Martha Zieghart speaks first, admitting she never expected him to block every single one of her attacks. She admits he has real talent, but then quickly retorts that his potential is strictly limited to swordsmanship alone. Pointing her blade to the sky, she yells out that a half-baked warrior who cannot use aura will never shine. Her aura instantly erupts and wraps around her body as she channels all her strength into her legs. She springs into the air, launching an aura-charged strike down at Raon, who barely manages to raise his guard. But the crushing pressure makes it tough to hold. Martha Zieghart pushes harder, mocking him, asking how much longer he can last. At the same time, Martha Zieghart quietly notes to herself that aura control is far more critical than simple swordplay. To her, a guy whose aura was the size of a pea after 7 months has no business being a swordsman. Fueled by her own thoughts, she harshly warns him that her next strike will shatter his bones if he does not surrender. But mid-sentence, Raon launches a sudden counterattack that catches her off guard, forcing her to make a desperate block. The force drives her backward. Raon calmly points out how obsessed she and her clan are with raw talent. Martha Zieghart mocks him, laughing that he only finds it annoying because he has zero talent himself. She boasts about showing him what a real genius can achieve. Raon coldly offers to show her the exact opposite. Instantly, Raon unleashes a massive burst of fiery aura, proving once and for all that talent is not everything. Martha Zieghart is left completely stunned by the sight. That is when Raon unleashes his special martial art. It is the 10,000 Flames, First Flame. Martha Zieghart stares at the blazing heat, wondering what kind of fire this is. Her instincts scream danger. This is no ordinary fire, there is something deeply terrifying hidden behind those dancing flames. She marvels at how beautifully chilling it looks. Swallowing her fear, she tightly grips the hilt of her sword. Tightening her grip, she coldly says it is time to get serious. She then unleashes her ultimate technique, the Ultimate Point Crystal. Raon calmly analyzes her move, knowing that the Ultimate Point technique concentrates all of her aura into a single highly dense point. Achieving this at her young age is genuinely impressive, and she is clearly channeling everything she has into this next attack. Martha Zieghart raises her sword, admitting her opponent is strong but declaring he stands absolutely no chance of blocking this next strike. With a sudden burst of speed, she charges ahead, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The collision of their aura is intense. It creates a shockwave that tears the ground apart. The watching trainees scream in panic as the earth cracks right beneath them. Dust storms everywhere as the tension peaks. Once the howling winds finally settle, a broken sword is shown lying in pieces. Martha Zieghart lies unconscious on the ground, her fingers still gripping the shattered hilt. Meanwhile, Raon stands tall, looking completely unfazed. Shocked whispers ripple through the crowd. How could Martha Zieghart lose? What was that bizarre aura Raon used? Meanwhile, Raon calmly rubs his sore wrist, quietly looking down to evaluate his defeated opponent. He notes that even unconscious, she still clenches her fist, possessing something far greater than mere talent. That something is her sheer willpower. Up in the main estate, Glenn nods in approval, confirming that Raon has defeated Martha Zieghart. Rimmer agrees, amazed that he completely dominated her, especially since she has trained with aura for 4 whole years. Glenn remarks that the flame was beautiful, blooming like a fiery flower with power far exceeding its actual physical size. He is certain the entire family knows about this now and instructs Rimmer to guide the boy and prevent any arrogance. Rimmer happily nods, promising to do so before Glenn shifts his focus and asks about Martha Zieghart's current condition. Rimmer explains she is mostly in shock, but her minor physical injuries will heal soon enough. As Martha Zieghart sits silently on her bed, Rimmer adds that her biggest hurdle is psychological, hoping she can overcome it. Early the next morning, Raon is focused on planting a delicate small flower in the dirt. As he works, the nagging Demon King Wrath tells him to be careful, threatening to freeze him solid if he messes up. Annoyed by the constant nagging, Raon snaps back, telling him to stop making empty threats since he cannot do anything. Furious, the Demon King yells back that it is only because of Raon's annoying elemental resistance. Raon dryly replies that he is glad Wrath finally realized before drifting deep into his own thoughts. On the night after defeating Martha Zieghart, the miraculous pill he took successfully boosted his core stats. His 4th ring of fire has formed, reaching level 4, heavily strengthening both his body and soul. His stamina is up. Physical exhaustion is gone, and the mana sensing penalty is history. Everything he achieved until now starts working. It is all showing its true potential because of Martha's pill. He looks over his stats, so many things are boosted. The best part, level 4 water resistance. Thanks to that massive boost, R's attacks barely even tickle him now. Today is his last rest day. Glenn Zieghart decides to spend it in the yard looking to tend to his quiet garden. He wants to plant some flowers. Too bad that annoying Demon King will not stop lecturing him, constantly barking out orders. Dig deeper, you fool. Not like that. What are you doing? The constant nagging is driving Glenn Zieghart completely insane. His face is pure frustration. Why does gardening have to come with a side of endless lecturing? But R just keeps going. Use your hands so you do not snap the roots. R's deep gardening knowledge makes Glenn Zieghart wonder how he even knows this. There is no need to ask. R proudly answers the unvoiced question, his voice dripping with pure arrogance. Back in the demon world, I fill my garden with ice flowers. The other demons respected me so much for it. Raon Zieghart searches for a way to shut this chatterbox up. Then he spots a very familiar figure standing at the gate. It is Martha. She looks pretty bored in her casual clothes. Honestly, her showing up here is the last thing he expected. Raon Zieghart asks her coldly if she is here to pick a fight, but Martha seems hesitant to give a straight answer. What is her deal? He used to think she was mature, but right now she seems incredibly childish. He shakes his head no, none of that matters. Then Martha finally speaks up in her usual blunt tone. She demands a rematch. Raon Zieghart sighs. He tells her she is pretty pathetic for still refusing to accept her loss. Martha quickly fires back. She is not denying the defeat. She just needs to understand why she lost in the first place. What is in it for me? Raon Zieghart casually asks. Martha is stunned. Challengers usually bring a gift, right? Nonsense. She instantly brushes the idea off, asking why on earth anyone would have to pay to have a fight. But Raon Zieghart calmly points out that he does. Martha just stands there trying to figure out her next move. He has zero interest in fighting. She starts plotting, her eyes suddenly locking onto the beautiful flowers nearby. A wicked plan sparks. Should she trample them? Aloud, she remarks that it is surprising he likes flowers so much. His reply completely stops her. Raon Zieghart explains that he actually does not care about flowers at all. He only does this for his mother. Hearing that, Martha clicks her tongue, instantly abandoning her childish plan. She turns to leave, muttering that she is heading out. Suddenly, Sylvia Zieghart steps out of the house. She calls out to her son, saying there he is. Raon Zieghart feels a bit awkward as he greets her back. Sylvia Zieghart happily asks where he has been. She looks at Martha, wondering if she is his new training friend. Martha turns to look. Is that Sylvia Zieghart, the woman who once left her family to save her child? She acted so bravely for her own son. Sylvia Zieghart gently looks at Martha with a very warm expression. With those black eyes and hair, you must be Martha, Sylvia Zieghart says. But Raon Zieghart quickly steps in to stop her. She is not my friend, he insists. But Sylvia Zieghart calmly says she just wants to talk with her. She walks over, taking Martha's hands. Did you get hurt while fighting? Raon Zieghart? Are you doing okay? Martha stands frozen quietly, replying she is fine. Sylvia Zieghart smiles softly, gently stroking the girl's cheek. This makes Martha blush. Sylvia Zieghart mentions hearing about Denier bringing a talented child, praising both her beauty and talent. But why did you come here? Sylvia Zieghart happily asks. Martha has to give a half-truthful answer. She wanted to discuss a few things with Raon Zieghart and is leaving. But Sylvia Zieghart warmly insists she stay. You should stay for dinner with us. Martha is completely shocked by the invitation, stammering in total confusion. Sylvia Zieghart cannot let Raon Zieghart's friend leave on an empty stomach. Being held by this beautiful woman makes Martha incredibly flustered. After some stuttering, she ends up sitting right across from Raon Zieghart in the dining room, enjoying a hot meal. Raon Zieghart is dumbfounded. Why is his mother so friendly? Meanwhile, Sylvia Zieghart happily chats away with her special guest. She serves her favorite meat stew, constantly chatting. Are you 1 year older than Raon Zieghart? She asks. Martha politely nods, confirming she is 15. Sylvia Zieghart then asks if she faces any difficulties during training. Martha quietly replies that she is fine. Sylvia Zieghart mentions their chef is good, but the meat might be a bit tough. Suddenly, she puts a hand on Martha's shoulder, smiling and telling her to chew carefully so her stomach does not hurt. Those words trigger a memory. Another woman's image flashes in her mind, saying those exact same words. Little Martha obediently nodded to her mother. The memory fades, leaving her eating in quiet, heavy sadness. Once the meal is finally finished, Martha politely thanks her, saying the food was absolutely delicious. Sylvia bids them farewell, asking her to take good care of Raon. Meanwhile, Raon whispers suspiciously to Wrath, wondering if Martha ate something weird. He was completely sure she had come there to fight. Wrath does not get it either, offering only a vague reply. On her walk back, Martha cannot help but think that Raon must believe she has completely lost her mind. She remembers Sylvia, whose warm gaze was so much like her mother's that she just could not refuse her. Even though Sylvia looks, sounds, and carries herself completely differently from her real mother, Martha still felt that exact same comforting presence back there. It is a stark contrast to her dark past, and Martha grits her teeth in anger. After the bastards of the white blood religion kidnapped her mother, she was adopted by Denier. From that day on, she swore never to lose until she rescued her. She kept that promise perfectly up until her recent defeat against Raon. Now, a dark, terrifying realization begins to creep into her mind. Denier only adopted her for her sheer talent. If she keeps losing, she might get thrown out. Though her father seems gentle, what if it is all just an act? Without his support, she has zero hope of finding her mother. She trembles, knowing she cannot afford to lose. Just then, the butler interrupts her thoughts. He welcomes her back, mentioning that she returned much later than he had expected. She asks if he was waiting for her, and he nods, handing over a letter from Lord Denier. Martha is completely taken aback. She wonders why her father would write to her, and the butler confirms it was penned right after her duel. The letter reads, "Martha, congratulations on your very first defeat. A single loss does not make you a loser, but do not let it discourage you. Instead, think deeply about why you lost, as that is what will help you grow. I wanted to comfort you in person, but my mission is taking longer than expected. I am sorry I cannot be there with you." At the very end, he adds, "I am still searching for your mother. I have not given up, so you must not either." Martha clutches the paper instructing the butler to tell her father she will remember his words and is deeply grateful. He bows respectfully, and once alone, Martha locks her door. She sinks back into her thoughts. Her defeat was absolute and humiliating. She touches the hilt of her blade, knowing she was not careless. She simply lost to a better opponent. Pulling her long hair forward, she raises the blade. Her mind is finally made up. She must accept defeat to move forward. Bringing shame to her father is not an option. Strands of her long hair begin to fall, accompanied by her deepest, most raw thoughts. Pretending this defeat never happened would teach her absolutely nothing, making her too ashamed to face him. Having sheared away her beautiful locks, Martha sets the blade down and grips her weapon tightly, ready for a fresh start. From this moment on, she will leave behind her foolish, pathetic past and charge straight ahead with absolutely everything she has got. Talk about an epic turning point. Martha vows to become stronger than ever before. The next day, her dramatic transformation leaves the other trainees utterly speechless. What on earth happened to Miss Martha? Hands on her hips, she confronts Raon, calling out his full name. She states that she will make no excuses for her past actions. However, she fully intends to keep her promise. Raon is thoroughly confused, asking her what promise she is even talking about. Martha snaps that the loser must obey the winner before spinning on her heel and storming off without another word. Raon lets out a heavy sigh. He never actually expected someone as stubborn as her to honor such a ridiculous pledge. Watching her walk away, he notes how much she has matured in such a short span of time. Despite her age, that is a highly respectable trait. But that respect quickly vanishes when she kicks Dorian out of nowhere. Seriously, does she ever chill? Dorian quickly apologizes in a panic. Raon can only sigh, realizing Martha's new submissive attitude is strictly reserved for him. The new year arrives, bringing subtle but noticeable changes. Raon silently observes that contrary to what everyone expected, the peace actually holds. Martha continues to keep her word even after the holidays. Meanwhile, Buran has become far more composed and reliable. Runan Solian's swordplay has grown sharper than ever, even though her cold, emotionless face remains unchanged. He turns his focus inward. For Raon, pushing his body to the absolute limit and risking his life in daily training has simply become a normal routine. Watching his rapid growth, the other trainees are stunned, whispering that it is impossible for him to master a new technique so fast. How did he master it in just half a day? They assume he must have secretly trained beforehand to achieve such perfection. They continue to gossip, even comparing Raon's smooth movements to their instructor Rimmer. Yet Raon just stands there silently lost in thought. Some even argue his posture is sharper and more precise than Rimmer's own. Just a few days ago, Rimmer reported Raon's insane progress to Lord Glenn, calling the boy a true monster who completely memorizes everything he sees. The instructor swears the kid is a real monster. Glenn only frowns, asking Rimmer if he has suddenly become Raon's personal butler. Every single time they meet, Rimmer only ever talks about the boy. In response, Rimmer merely flashes a highly charming smile, knowing exactly what he is doing. Rimmer smiles, knowing the patriarch secretly wants to hear about the boy too, but looking down, he notices the servants in the main estate running around. They seem incredibly busy, as if preparing for something big. Glenn replies coldly they aren't preparing anything, they just have guests arriving soon. Rimmer blinks, wondering what kind of guests, only for Glenn to explain that the Owen Kingdom's delegation is coming. They will be here in a few days. As one of the 6 central nations, Owen is one of the few kingdoms still friendly with Zieghart. They rarely mingle with anyone else. Above all, they are a proud nation of knights. They live and die by the sword. Rimmer strokes his chin, asking who is leading the envoy. Glenn lowers his voice, revealing they sent the 3rd prince. But in reality, Duke Tartan is likely the one pulling the strings. Hearing that name, Rimmer mutters to himself about the crazy bastard. Who would have thought that lunatic would end up as a duke? Then another thought hits him. Wait, isn't the 3rd prince still pretty young? He must be around the same age as Raon and Buran. Glenn simply dismisses it, claiming he has absolutely no interest in the boy. Instead, he warns Rimmer to make sure his students behave themselves. Rimmer is taken aback, even the 5th training ground. Glenn calmly explains that the apprentice knights escorting the prince want to see how the trainees here actually practice. There is no way Glenn will let them witness any embarrassing displays from Zieghart. Rimmer strokes his beard, processing the news. Young knights of the Owen Kingdom, around the same age as Raon. Rimmer smiles. This is shaping up to be quite a show. A nearby companion notes that Rimmer looks like he is plotting something devious. Cut back to the present right after Rimmer drops the bombshell. The trainees are absolutely losing their minds over the announcement. They yell out in disbelief, are they really sparring with Owen's best? Rimmer just grins and confirms it, noting they must have heard about the foreign delegation. Apparently, the third prince requested this himself. He wants a direct clash with the fifth training ground. A nervous student stammers, asking why this has to happen so suddenly. Rimmer raises an eyebrow, asking if they are actually scared. No way. A true swordsman is always ready to strike, even in his sleep. The kids start whispering, confused because the prince was originally scheduled to visit the sixth training ground. Why the sudden change? Well, they can thank their beloved teacher Rimmer for that. Just a few days ago, Rimmer had approached the prince's camp. He bowed before the third prince, casually mentioning that the pathetic display at the sixth training ground must have disappointed His Highness. Rimmer then pushed his luck, inviting the royal guest to visit the fifth training ground instead if he wanted a real show. He promised it would be an unforgettable experience. Back in the present, Rimmer doesn't look even slightly guilty. Not one bit. He tells them to save their tears for later and just meet their opponents first. With that, he signals for the doors to open. A troop of foreign knights marches inside, led by an incredibly striking young blonde man. They hold themselves with absolute confidence. Rimmer proudly introduces them as the elite trainee knights of Owen. Stepping forward, the blonde leader speaks up with a booming voice. He introduces himself as Prince Rimmer. Raon watches him closely, recognizing the third prince of the Owen kingdom immediately. The young royal is highly capable. Raon can feel the intense, heavy pressure radiating from him, easily the strongest of the group. Rimmer turns to Raon, asking if he is fired up to test his skills. Raon stares directly at the blonde prince, calculating. Staring at the prince, Raon realizes this is a golden opportunity. Finally, he can test his newly polished river footwork and star-connecting sword. Pointing directly at the royal guest, Raon calmly states that he wants to fight him. Rimmer grins, declaring that since their top student is ready, then everyone else is on board too. He calls for 20 participants, urging them to follow Raon's lead and pick their opponents. But right as they step up, Rimmer suddenly stops them, remembering one crucial detail. His playful tone suddenly takes on a deadly edge. He admits he bet his entire monthly salary on their victory. If they lose, he threatens to murder them all himself. The trainees are left absolutely speechless, paralyzed by their instructor's shameless gambling habit. Soon, Raon finishes selecting their lineup. He decides their squad is ready to roll. Standing tall, he commands his peers to carefully study the knights they are about to face. He urges them to look closely at their opponent's hands. Doing so, a few trainees spot something unexpected about the elite foreign knights. They are shocked to see the knights' fingers slightly trembling. Raon gently explains that despite their confident postures, they are just as nervous. They are young trainees of similar age facing the exact same pressure. Raising his voice, Raon reminds his team of their grueling training. Their relentless effort is second to none on the entire continent. Every drop of sweat and blood they shed is about to pay off. He firmly tells them to shake off their fear and give it everything. No holding back. Let's show them what Zieghart is made of. Inspired by his words, the chosen fighters roar in unison. Ready to organize their assault, Raon steps up to determine their starting lineup. He knows the opening round is vital for establishing momentum and setting the mood. For that, he needs a guaranteed crushing victory right away. Turning to their most aggressive fighter, Raon points directly at Martha to lead the charge. He asks if she is ready to dominate. Martha scoffs with a confident wave, promising to wrap this up in a heartbeat. Rimmer tells the first fighters to step forward. The trainees are completely stunned when they see Martha's opponent. They scream out, "Wait, is that guy really our age? How is he so massive? He looks like a real, fully fledged knight." On the other side, her opponent introduces himself first. "I am Tas, a gladiator from the kingdom of Owen. You are young but in peak condition, so I expect a great fight." The trainees whisper among themselves. The size difference is just too massive. Even Lady Martha is going to struggle here. Yet Martha is in absolute peak condition, completely unfazed by the size difference. A tough battle. Not for her. She flips her hair with supreme confidence, telling him she's going to win, so stop talking nonsense and bring it on. The third prince is instantly drawn to this first match, noting that she is totally dominating. These second hall swordsmen are no joke. He believes they live up to the Zieghart name and their raw skills are easily on par with the kingdom's official knights. However, he is deeply disappointed with his next stop. His expectations for the other trainees are clearly not being met. He remarks that the sixth training hall is a major letdown. Despite solid training, they cannot even match the Robert family apprentices. Back in reality, Raon is actually quite amazed by this display. He notes this hall has some seriously talented apprentices. Duke Tartan quietly asks why Rimmer suddenly dragged him here. Was inviting him to the fifth training hall all for this? Rimmer simply shrugs his shoulders and replies, "Sparring with one of the Empire's 6 elite knight orders is a rare opportunity. This is a perfect lesson for the kids." Duke Tartan snorts. He finds it hard to believe such wise words are coming from a self-proclaimed swordsmanship genius. Rimmer glances over and suggests he return to his usual self, asking the Duke if he wants to place a little wager. Duke Tartan mutters and shakes his head, wondering if Rimmer will ever kick that terrible gambling habit of his. What is the bet, anyway? Rimmer replies that with 20 matches and prizes on the line, a bet makes it much more exciting. Tartan questions him, noting that the opponents are well-trained in Owen, and asks if Rimmer's kids can actually win. Rimmer shrugs, noting that the Duke has a lot of faith in his own apprentices. But Rimmer has his own beliefs. He looks over at his own trainees and confidently states that he has plenty of faith in his kids too. Meanwhile, back in the match, Martha is absolutely dominating. With a fierce strike, she shatters her opponent's weapon instantly. Her opponent gasps in utter shock, wondering how she can possibly be this strong. But Martha is far from done. She delivers a brutal pommel strike straight into Taz's stomach, sending him screaming in pain to the floor. Rimmer announces Martha as the winner. Watching this, Raon is totally speechless and immediately takes back his earlier thoughts. He thought her swordsmanship had calmed down after their duel, but both her speed and destructive power have actually increased. Martha just smirks, mocking her opponent for relying on raw strength, while failing to even put his all into it. What an absolute idiot, Raon mutters, finding the fight quite interesting. But Wrath is right next to him, utterly bored. Wrath scowls, asking if watching two ants fight is supposed to be fun, complaining that he is dying of boredom. Raon shoots him a highly judgmental look. Wrath just snorts and starts bragging about his old days in the demon realm. He rants that even young demon fights were more entertaining. Not wanting to hear another endless speech, Raon takes action. He quickly snaps his fingers, locking Wrath away in his private space while muttering for the demon to shut up. Rimmer announces the 18th match between Runan Sullian and Idalia. Hearing this, Raon gives her a gentle nod to go ahead. The two fighters, one with white hair and the other red, step out. Idalia immediately calls Runan Sullian out. She admits she hates Runan Sullian's blank expression, and she suddenly erupts with a blazing fire aura. Runan Sullian looks on. Runan Sullian simply frowns, stating she hates fire before instantly unleashing her own chilling ice aura. It is fire versus ice. As the opposing elements clash, a massive cloud of steam erupts, creating a thick fog that plays right into Runan Sullian's hands. Idalia warily grips her sword, scanning the mist. Suddenly, Runan Sullian's silhouette materializes right behind her. Idalia senses her and swings wildly, yelling that she is right there, but Runan Sullian's figure completely vanishes. An illusion. Before Idalia can even recover, Runan Sullian's freezing blade is already pressed firmly against her neck. Rimmer calls it. Runan Sullian is declared the winner. As she turns to leave, Idalia calls out, admitting defeat but praising the match. But Runan Sullian completely ignores her, running straight to Raon to ask if he was watching her fight. Of course he was. Raon praises her footwork, noting how much she has improved. Runan Sullian happily sits on the ground. She softly thanks him. Rimmer cheerily calls out, praising both sides as the hype in the arena steadily rises. He calls for the 19th match to begin, summoning Burin and Siren to step up to the arena. Next up, the two opponents face each other. The fighter from Owen introduces himself first as Siren, an apprentice knight. In response, Glenn Zieghart politely replies that he is Glenn Zieghart, a trainee. Watching from below, Raon begins to silently evaluate the opponent. This Siren guy is pretty strong, likely the absolute strongest of their group besides the third prince. On stage, Rimmer loudly shouts for them to begin. Immediately, Glenn Zieghart drops into a combat stance. Both warriors charge forward at full speed, giving absolutely no ground as they clash, trading and blocking a barrage of decisive strikes. Realizing they are perfectly matched, Glenn Zieghart quickly calculates. Since their techniques are so similar, lowering his guard for even a single second could mean instant defeat. And deep down, he knows his opponent is thinking the exact same thing. Without hesitation, both of them prepare to lunge forward once more. They clash again with everything they have. They fight so fiercely that both of their steel swords actually snap in half. The watching trainees begin whispering in shock that both blades broke. Seeing the broken weapons, Rimmer smiles and steps up to announce the final decision. The 19th match ends in a draw. Raon walks past Glenn Zieghart, quietly praising him for a job well done against their strongest apprentice knight. But Glenn Zieghart does not look pleased with this tie at all. Frowning deeply with frustration, he mutters quietly to himself. He wonders what that even matters. Since he fought to protect the honor of Zieghart, he had to win no matter the cost. Raon gently pats his shoulder and tells him not to worry. His eyes grow sharp as he promises to win the final match and bring glory back. Meanwhile, the third prince looks at Raon with clear disappointment, wondering if he really has to waste his time fighting this weak-looking kid. Sensing that Raon's physical pressure is completely ordinary, Prince Rimmer asks aloud if he is a direct descendant of the Zieghart house. Much to his disappointment, Raon calmly replies that he is not, which causes Prince Rimmer to frown in deep annoyance. He sighs internally, expecting a completely effortless win. He looks over at Martha, Runan Sullian, and Glenn Zieghart, wishing he could fight them instead. Desperate for a real challenge, Rimmer speaks up, asking Rimmer if he can make a quick proposal. Rimmer nods, asking what it is. Rimmer points directly at Martha and Ronen's Sullian, arguing they do not look tired yet and asks to fight them after easily beating Raon. Rimmer smiles warmly at the request, saying he is fine with it but reminds the prince that he has to actually win first. Rimmer smirks and waves his hand, telling them to warm up because this fight will be over in a flash. He prepares to draw his sword. He confidently decides not to use any of his aura to save energy. But high up in the stands, Duke Tartan notices something about Raon. He immediately asks Rimmer who that monster is, admitting he almost missed him because his presence is so incredibly faint. Rimmer just smiles. He teases that Tartan is not blind after all, asking why he did not warn the prince if he noticed. Rimmer has completely underestimated Raon. Tartan notes that while Rimmer will soon lead the kingdom, he has never tasted defeat. Rimmer suggests this might actually be a great lesson for him. Tartan frowns, reminding him that the prince is still incredibly powerful and even a sword genius would not find this an easy match. Rimmer simply folds his arms in a relaxed manner, calmly agreeing that it will certainly be a challenging fight for both sides. Then Rimmer grins and proposes a brand new wager. Hearing this, Duke Tartan can only sigh, rolling his eyes once again. He grumbles about Rimmer's gambling obsession, but Rimmer offers a simple bet for a bottle of fine wine and Tartan reluctantly agrees. Rimmer raises 5 fingers and confidently bets that Raon will finish the prince within just 5 moves. Down on the stage below, Raon suddenly unleashes his terrifying aura, dropping into an offensive stance. Rimmer stands frozen, completely caught off guard by this insane pressure. And get this, Tartan watches in sheer disbelief as Raon moves like lightning, instantly knocking Rimmer down. The prince coughs up blood. Sheathing his sword, Raon calmly mutters that it is over. Rimmer is ecstatic. It did not even take 5 moves. Rimmer slowly sits up, gasping for air. He is still in total shock, realizing he completely miscalculated this opponent. He had assumed the boy was placed last for some weak reason. But looking at Raon's relaxed face, he is just a monster. Tartan can barely believe his eyes, asking if that kid is really just a trainee when his swordsmanship is already fully perfected. Hearing his old friend's disbelief, Rimmer brags even harder, reminding him that is exactly why he knew Raon would dominate the fight. He eagerly brings up their bet, saying he is booking a table at an incredibly expensive spot. Rimmer desperately sits up, yelling. He screams at Raon to stop because he has not lost yet. Rimmer states that the match is already over, but Rimmer cuts him off. Rimmer yells that he has not even shown his true skills yet. Before he can finish, Martha suddenly steps onto the field. Mocking him, she asks if that was a dog barking, wondering why a prince cannot just accept his defeat, calling it pathetic. She complains that he is just like another annoying guy she knows. Rimmer glares at her in shock, but she cuts him off. She coldly warns him that she is trying her absolute best to be polite here. Then she glares with deadly intent. She flatly tells him to get lost because he lost. Rimmer's escort can no longer stay silent and screams at her to shut up. The escort yells that she is addressing the prince himself. But Martha only laughs mockingly, completely unbothered by their royal status. She scoffs that she is from the direct line of Zieghart, so there is no reason to bow. Sensing the tension, Rimmer claps. Tartan chimes in, saying that is enough and they should hear Raon Zieghart's thoughts. He tells Raon Zieghart he is free to choose whatever he wants. Raon Zieghart replies, the match is already over and the bet is settled, so there is no reason to keep fighting. But Prince Greer refuses to accept it. The prince yells out, admitting his defeat. Honestly, he confesses that he completely misjudged and underestimated Raon Zieghart before they even started. He feels deeply ashamed of his behavior. Dropping to his knees, he pleads with Raon Zieghart to give him just one more match. If he leaves like this, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Greer bows deeply, begging, while Raon Zieghart can only sigh. Raon Zieghart stares at Greer in absolute disbelief. He never expected a proud prince to lower his sword and apologize like this. He had figured the prince was just another arrogant royal. Reluctantly, Raon Zieghart agrees, stating they will only do this one more time. Prince Greer is not about to let this chance slip away. He eagerly agrees, and just like that, another intense match begins. Gripping his golden token tightly, Prince Greer reflects on his mistakes, admitting that his own carelessness and underestimation led to his defeat. With fierce determination, he rips the golden token's cord from his neck. Suddenly, a massive, overwhelming aura explodes from his body. He vows to give this fight absolutely everything he has. This sheer pressure instantly strikes fear into the hearts of the onlookers. Tartan is completely stunned, stammering about the prince's swordsmanship. But Prince Greer cuts him off before he can even finish his sentence. Greer snaps that this is no time to hide his strength. Out of nowhere, Wrath appears with a smirk to evaluate the situation. Talk about a major reality check. The prince has absolutely no idea that Raon Zieghart is still holding back his true power too. Raon Zieghart simply glances at him, confident that he can win again. Amused, Wrath points out that Greer has far more aura and strength. Hearing this, Raon Zieghart casually suggests a little wager. Wrath immediately agrees, and a system notification instantly flashes before Raon Zieghart's eyes. Wrath wants to place a bet on defeating the prince. Winning grants a +4 boost to all stats while losing increases wrath by 10. Prince Greer declares the match has begun. Planting his feet, he drives himself forward to launch a lightning-fast opening strike. Glenn Zieghart reacts instantly, blocking the powerful blow. The violent collision of their massive auras sends a spectacular shockwave rippling through the air. The battle intensifies as both fighters exchange rapid blows. Frowning Prince Greer realizes he is fighting at full power, yet something is off. His opponent is not budging even an inch. Staring at Glenn Zieghart's deadly serious expression, Prince Greer cannot help but feel absolute amazement. Is this guy a genius, or is he actually just a straight-up monster? Taking a deep breath, the prince makes his final decision. He will go completely all out against Glenn Zieghart. Magic instantly surges around Prince Greer as his aura begins to condense to a crazy level. Watching from a distance, Glenn Zieghart recognizes the famous Paris swordsmanship, a secret style passed down only to the heirs of the Owen kingdom. Seeing how much magic is gathering on that blade, it is clear that Prince Greer is pouring everything into this next strike. Glenn Zieghart begins channeling his own technique as well, unleashing a massive wave of aura as he slides into an optimal defensive stance. Prince Greer roars, unleashing his ultimate move. He demands that Glenn Zieghart take the full force of his absolute strongest attack. Glenn Zieghart watches carefully as the prince unleashes the Paris swordsmanship, knowing this royal style is designed to end a battle in one blow. Knowing the prince is channeling everything into this final clash, Glenn Zieghart grips his own weapon tightly and prepares for impact. Every single sword move the prince showed him is already fully memorized. Now it is time to unleash his own ultimate technique. He calls forth, "All fires become one." Prince Greer frowns, sensing the sheer danger of this skill as Glenn Zieghart fully charges up. Glenn Zieghart roars out his technique, golden fire shattering the sky. Greer grits his teeth, trying desperately to steady his shaking heart. He swings his magic-infused blade forward with all his might, screaming that he still has one more trick up his sleeve. Glenn Zieghart moves fast, raising his aura-shielded sword to block the fierce attack. Two completely different elemental auras collide in a spectacular explosion. Sparks fly, creating a beautiful contrast on the battlefield. Both fighters exchange a rapid flurry of strikes, desperately searching for an opening. Blow after blow, they fight to neutralize each other. In a sudden burst of power, Prince Greer manages to push Glenn Zieghart backward. Thrilled, the prince thinks he has countered Glenn Zieghart's technique and gained the upper hand. But his triumph does not last long. With a blinding counter-move, Glenn Zieghart completely shatters Prince Greer's sword in half. The prince stares in absolute horror at his broken weapon. Gritting his teeth, he realizes his guard is wide open. Glenn Zieghart seizes the split-second gap, delivering a decisive game-ending blow. Glenn Zieghart silently wonders if the prince really thought he could deflect this attack too. Prince Greer crashes to the ground, utterly defeated. Rimmer's voice echoes through the arena, declaring Glenn Zieghart the winner, while the defeated prince kneels on the ground in disbelief. Staring at his shattered blade, the prince reflects on how he was clearly superior in both raw, physical speed and power. With a bitter smile, he realizes Glenn Zieghart used true sword energy to shatter his light blade. Regaining his composure, he approaches his opponent. Acknowledging how incredibly vast the world of martial arts is, he lets go of his pride to gracefully accept his loss. Extending his hand toward Glenn Zieghart, Prince Greer thanks him for the lesson, admitting that he has been completely and utterly defeated. Raon smiled and shook hands in return, admitting he had learned a lot too. After they finished, Rimmer was the first to speak. He apologized for underestimating him earlier, saying he clearly had no eye for talent. Hearing those words, Raon gave a polite reply. "No worries," Raon replied. The prince then asked how old he was, and Raon honestly admitted that he was only 14. Hearing this, Rimmer shook his head in defeat, sighing that he had lost to a younger swordsman in both skill and character. He handed Raon a gold token, telling him to accept it. This left Raon pretty curious, wondering what it could possibly be. The token had been hanging around Rimmer's neck. He calmly explained that it was a pledge from the third prince of Owen. Rimmer would readily grant him any favor in the future, leaving the young swordsman absolutely stunned by the generous offer. He wondered why the prince would give him something so valuable. Rimmer laughed, saying he had finally opened his eyes today. He felt as if he had just realized many crucial things, adding that he was incredibly lucky to have lost to someone like Raon. He turned to leave, his face bright with anticipation. "We will meet again, and I hope you are still much stronger than me." Rimmer called back, saying trying to catch up to him in strength sounded like fun. After that, he approached instructor Rimmer. "We lost," he admitted, saying Rimmer had won the bet. The instructor simply nodded his head with a huge smug grin. Then he turned to Tartan, telling him it was time to head home, dragging the dazed Duke back to his senses. Tartan quickly recovered and answered respectfully. Rimmer smiled, mentioning he had some urgent business to attend to. Meanwhile, on Raon's side, he held the token, his feelings quite mixed. In his past life, completing missions without pay was totally normal, so getting rewarded like this caught him off guard. He smiled to himself, thinking what a strange feeling it was. He walked back the 5th training ground, students following closely behind him, every single step brimming with pure excitement. This life kept surprising him in unexpected ways. Meanwhile, at the main estate, Glenn Zieghart listened to the young prince. The old patriarch calmly concluded that those were the valuable lessons the young prince had gathered from his recent duel. Rimmer nodded, admitting he had thought himself invincible until Raon helped him look back and learn from his limits. The kid felt like a seasoned veteran swordsman. Placing a hand over his chest, Rimmer spoke with deep respect. He had fought all across the 6 kingdoms, but he had never seen a trainee quite as strong as Raon. Even though the boy was much younger, Rimmer had learned so much from him. Glenn listened quietly, deep in thought. The prince added that this was exactly why he wanted to head back home immediately. He needed to train. He wanted to put those lessons to use. Understanding the young prince's sudden drive, Glenn gave an approving nod. He asked Rimmer to send his regards to the king. The prince bowed deeply and accepted the request. A beautiful sunset painted the sky as the Owen envoy delegation began their long trek back toward the north. As they traveled along, Tartan rode up beside the prince with a pretty hesitant look which quickly caught Rimmer's attention. Rimmer asked the duke what was on his mind, and having received permission, Tartan finally spoke his true thoughts. Revealing so much strength and using his secret para's sword art during the battle with Raon seemed a little excessive. He reminded the prince that hiding one's strength was crucial. Hearing this, Rimmer could only chuckle helplessly in response. He admitted he went a bit too far. Tartan, still anxious, added that giving away the gold token was also a bit much, but Rimmer simply dismissed it. Riding at a steady pace, he calmly shared his true thoughts with the duke. Raon had shown him real goodwill. He could have been absolutely furious after being underestimated, yet he still remained polite. So the prince merely returned the favor. He added that Raon had even shown him a secret technique. Tartan still wanted to object, muttering that it was true but risky. Rimmer just smiled warmly at his escort. He explained that giving the gold token was actually a long-term investment, leaving the duke pretty confused by it. Explaining his reasoning, Rimmer said a boy possessing such immense talent, character, and spirit at his age would definitely grow into an outstanding powerhouse in the future, even without being from the family's direct line. Becoming close with such a monster would only benefit them in the long run. Hearing this, Tartan was deeply impressed. He praised the prince for looking so far ahead. Hearing the high compliment, Rimmer merely let out a soft laugh. He joked that growing up in a royal family required that level of thinking, otherwise he wouldn't survive very long. Their quiet conversation ended and Rimmer's mind drifted back to the boy who had left such a lasting impression on him. He remembered how embarrassed Raon looked when everyone crowded around to praise him, making him wonder how strong he would become. At that exact moment, back at the main estate, the head butler stood in his usual disciplined posture. Raon strikes up a conversation with his lord, noting how pleased Glenn must be that another country's prince recognized his grandson. Hearing this, Glenn asks in utter confusion what the butler is even talking about, prompting Raon to calmly explain. He points out a side of Glenn the lord didn't even notice, admitting it has been ages since he saw him smile so warmly. Reflexively, Glenn touches his face, muttering the word smile. Raon confirms it, saying he smiled the moment the prince mentioned young Master Raon. Glenn utterly denies it, telling Raon he is getting old and must be seeing things. But the butler just smiles warmly back. He is far too familiar with his master's cold exterior and warm heart. Shifting focus, he brings up their next major concern. Raon asks what Glenn plans to do about Duke Tartan's troubling words, sending the old lord deep into his thoughts. Glenn stays silent, his mind drifting back to the conversation they had just a few hours earlier with Duke Tartan. The Duke had requested a private word, stating he had something to deliver beyond the prince's official letter. With Glenn's permission, Tartan solemnly delivers a direct message from King Lacrosse of the Orwen Kingdom. Glenn frowns immediately, sensing that trouble is brewing. Sure enough, the dark forces of the 5 shadows are starting to make their move. Meanwhile, over at the 5th training ground, Rimmer is showering his young trainees with praise for their hard work. He commends their performance during the joint spar with the Orwen Kingdom trainees before transitioning into their next major challenge. He casually announces that next week, they will be diving straight into a highly specialized training session. The class immediately starts whispering in excitement and dread, with the cowardly Dorian asking what this special training is all about. Rimmer answers honestly, admitting that calling it a simple training session might not be entirely accurate. He emphasizes that this is going to be a real live combat mission, so they better prepare to sweat and bleed. Rimmer details the mission, explaining that deep within the southern mountains of the Zieghart territory, a bandit group has set up camp. Calling themselves the Snow Fox Claws, these outlaws control the mountain passes, squeezing travelers and merchants for heavy transit fees. But lately, they have gotten far more aggressive, and Rimmer shares some chilling updates with his young students. The bandits have started mercilessly robbing and slaughtering merchants. Hearing this, a brave student asks if their job is to eliminate them. Even though this is their first real mission, they show serious courage by asking if they are meant to wipe them out. Rimmer turns thoughtful for a second before answering that yes, that indeed used to be the plan. Confused, the students quickly pipe up questioning why the mission changed and why they cannot simply set up an ambush. Before the student can even finish, Rimmer cuts them off with a cold stare, stating that they cannot do that. The bandits have already ambushed and massacred an entire southern village, burning everything to the ground. The sheer brutality of the threat leaves the young trainees trembling in shock as Rimmer watches their reactions closely. He explains that their objective is now to track them first. Despite being mere bandits, they are skilled in using hidden aura. Underestimating them would be a fatal mistake. Rimmer wraps up by giving them their hard deadline. They set out tomorrow night, so they must prepare immediately. Elsewhere, a falling leaf is cleanly sliced in half by a blade. The one wielding the sword is none other than Raon, who lifts her blade, swings it lightly, and sighs. A look of frustration crosses her face as she wishes she could refine her stance more before their big departure. She thinks back to Raon's flawless movements, wondering how his strikes can be so incredibly fluid and precise compared to hers. Unable to spot her own flaws, she glances toward the training building, knowing Raon is likely inside practicing right now. She wonders if she should just go in and ask him for advice. For a long moment, she stands there, staring. But she eventually turns away, deciding not to disturb his focus and resolves to figure it out on her own. Gripping her hilt tightly, she gets back to solo training. Before long, the sun begins dipping below the horizon. Rainwater puddles on the ground reflect the silhouette of the gym, rippling gently with each of her movements. Worn out, Raon flops onto a large rock, thinking that while she feels weaker, her movements are finally smoothing out. Deciding that is enough progress for today, she sits up and looks back toward the building, wondering if Raon is still training. She considers stopping by to say goodbye before leaving, but suddenly pauses as a memory hits her. Her mom had specifically told her to come home early because she bought some ice cream, and Raon simply cannot resist. Deciding to head home and ask Raon tomorrow, she plans to bring him some ice cream as a sweet treat. As she happily walks away, a sudden chill hits her. She senses someone trailing her quietly from the shadows. A strange man suddenly calls out her name. Turning around reflexively, she softly asks who he is but receives no immediate answer. The moment she gets a clear look at the man's face, terror spreads across Raon Sullian's usually indifferent face. This man has the exact same white hair as her. With a cold grin, he says it has been a long time. Raon Sullian can only whisper his name, Saria. Her brother, Saria Sullian, smiles gently. Their faces look almost identical. He slowly approaches the shivering Raon Sullian with a chilling smile, asking if she is not happy to see him. Seeing his sister react like this apparently makes him sad, but his gentle voice suddenly turns incredibly sharp and cold. He asks if he did not warn her never to make that face. Saria drops to one knee. He mentions that her Rimmer training was pretty successful, making her stronger than he had ever expected. Saria smiles and claims he is proud of his dear sister. Yet Raon Sullian's sheer terror proves those words are anything but sweet. His eyes suddenly widen as he glares at her, his voice dropping to a menacing growl to keep her in line. No reckless battles, he warns. Absolutely no risking her life. Terrified, Raon Sullian screams. Tears well up as she desperately backs away from this dangerous monster. Saria sighs. He slips a hand into his pocket, asking if she forgot his lessons. He suggests he might need to refresh her memory, bringing up her most painful childhood trauma with absolute indifference. He brings up Ruby, her old pet squirrel. And just as he expected, Raon Sullian screams in absolute panic. She desperately begs her brother to stop. In Saria's hand, a small living squirrel lies curled up, breathing softly. He holds it out toward her with a deceptive, warm smile. But his next words completely shatter that illusion. He asks if she remembers how Ruby died because she disobeyed him. Raon Sullian screams, completely losing her mind. She tries to stop her psychotic brother, begging him to wait. But it is already too late. The hand that was just gently petting the tiny creature suddenly tightens, crushing it into a horrific bloody mess. Raon Sullian goes completely numb. Her eyes turn hollow as dark, long-buried memories flood back to haunt her. Horrific visions of death and Saria's cold, mocking face paralyze her, leaving her too terrified to even struggle. Raon Sullian screams in pure agony, clutching her head tightly as her childhood trauma rushes back to overwhelm her. She is only 14 years old, but this nightmare has taken root. She gasps for air, screams echoing everywhere. It is a desperate attempt to scream her way out of this hell. Seeing his sister finally broken and obedient, Saria leans down and slowly whispers in her ear, carving his terrifying words deep into her fragile young mind. He reminds her that she belongs to him, his demonic voice acting like a hypnotic and inescapable spell. Saria sternly warns her not to get involved in anything dangerous. Her only task is to survive until he orders her otherwise. Suddenly, a surprise magic attack blasts straight towards Saria, shattering a nearby stone wall in a massive explosion. But Saria effortlessly dodges the blast, his eyes turning cold as ice as he locates his hidden attacker. Raon Sullian is still locked in her nightmare. She does not even notice the battle, just shivering and sobbing. Suddenly, Glenn Zieghart leaps forward to shield Raon Sullian from danger, his sword drawn and his eyes fixed on the threat. With intense killing intent, Raon Zieghart demands to know who this man is, but Saria only smirks back at him. Instead of answering, Saria mockingly replies that it is polite to introduce oneself before demanding someone else's name. He adds that attacking like this is no way to start a conversation, but Raon Zieghart is not listening. Raon Zieghart immediately cuts him off, pointing out that Saria is the one blocking a narrow, quiet public alleyway. Hearing this sharp, logical argument, Saria is temporarily silenced, his playful smile instantly fading into absolute annoyance. Raon Zieghart demands if he is a common thief or a robber, prompting Saria to quickly fake a friendly act. Laughing, Saria says he understands why Raon Zieghart would think that, but clarifies that he is actually her older brother. Raon Zieghart remains highly skeptical, glancing back at Ronan Sullian for confirmation, but she is still far too terrified to speak. She can only shiver uncontrollably, her eyes wide with sheer horror, clearly in a state of severe shock. Sensing her immense distress, Raon Zieghart glares at Saria, demanding to know if he is truly her actual brother. Saria raises his hands in mock surrender, casually admitting he might have gone a little bit too far. He says it is just because they haven't met in a while, but Raon Zieghart immediately calls him out. He asks if Saria considers brutally crushing a squirrel in front of her to be a joke. Saria just laughs it off and scratches his head, casually revealing that it was not even a real living animal. It is just a toy. Seeing that Raon Zieghart refuses to believe him, he holds out his hands for inspection, proving there is nothing on his hands. This guy simply refuses to back down. After all, there is no way Derus Sullian would ever admit to threatening his own little sister. He claims he would never actually kill a squirrel, telling Raon Zieghart not to overthink it. But Raon Zieghart does not believe a single word simply because he witnessed the entire thing. Derus Sullian used his own aura to completely incinerate the squirrel's flesh. He is exceptionally clever at spinning plausible excuses. Even so, the swords in Raon Zieghart's hands remain raised, ready to strike at any second. Derus Sullian claims he only stopped by to drop off some snacks for Ronan Sullian, mentioning he has a long-term mission coming up very soon. He stares coldly at Ronan Sullian, speaking with a subtle menacing edge to his voice, observing that she seems to have found a very good friend. Telling them to enjoy being close friends, he finally leaves after rambling on. But his parting words leave a lingering sense of dread. Derus Sullian tells her to stay healthy and says he will see her later. It is a chilling farewell that Ronan Sullian wishes she never had to hear. Only now does Raon Zieghart fully realize who this man is. Despite his handsome appearance, he possesses a deeply twisted and cruel heart. Raon Zieghart knows everything about Derus Sullian. He is a genius swordsman from the Sellywood family and stands as one of the elite prospects of the continent. He is one of the 12 young monsters expected to become the next Sky Swords. His signature symbol is the blue sword. Raon Zieghart has long seen right through Derus Sullian's heroic act, silently observing to see how well he can pull off the charade. Before his reincarnation, Raon Zieghart had only heard of his fearsome reputation. This is his very first time facing this dangerous man in person. This is a literal psychopath posing as a benevolent hero. Meeting Derus Sullian today only confirms Raon Zieghart's worst suspicions. Derus Sullian carries the exact same foul, repulsive stench of malice that Raon Zieghart felt when facing off against the villain Derus Robert. Once Ronan Sullian finally calms down, Raon Zieghart extends a hand to help her up. His warmth makes her feel something completely new. It feels as if he reserves his gentlest gaze and actions just for her. He offers to walk her back to her carriage. They stand together in silence, unsure of what to say. Before stepping inside, Ronan Sullian hesitates and quietly thanks him for the escort. Knowing how deeply shaken she is, Raon Zieghart gently tells her to get some rest and promises they will see each other tomorrow. Even as the carriage disappears into the distance, Raon Zieghart cannot take his eyes off it, deeply worried about her fragile state. Inside the carriage, Ronan Sullian hangs her head in frustration, wishing she were stronger. Back home, the lingering trauma refuses to leave her. She sits alone in the dark. The gift box Derus Sullian brought sits open on her desk, ignored and forgotten. Burying her face in her arms to hide her tears, she is pulled back into her painful past. Derus Sullian is back, unchanged and terrifying. Years ago, her pet squirrel Ruby accidentally scratched her hand. Ronan Sullian desperately tried to explain that it was just an accident. She cradled Ruby close, pleading with Derus Sullian that the squirrel was only sensitive because of her pregnancy and that she was not hurt. But Derus Sullian was utterly heartless. He killed poor Ruby right then and there, ensuring she would never wake up again. His madness did not stop there. With a twisted smile, Derus Sullian declared that Ronan Sullian belonged to him and must never be harmed. He demanded she stay safe under his absolute control. His endless suffocating threats slowly chipped away her mental state. Derus Sullian warned her that if she ever spoke a word to their parents, he would slaughter the entire family without hesitation. He threatened to burn down their entire world, sparing only her. This terrifying pressure forced her to withdraw from everyone. She became incredibly timid, convinced that getting close to anyone would only bring them harm. Silence became her only shield. To protect others from Sarius Solian's wrath, she completely isolated herself from the world, believing that staying quiet would keep everyone safe. But then someone new entered her life. Renan Solian used to believe she was entirely alone in her endless suffering. Finding someone who understood her pain, honestly, that kind of connection changes everything, helped those terrifying shadows in her mind fade. Having Glenn Zieghart by her side makes her feel strong. She gains the confidence to finally stand up and fight for her own future. She knows firsthand how kind Glenn Zieghart is, witnessing his relentless efforts and the immense hardships he silently overcomes. Glenn Zieghart is her shining light. Watching him shatter everyone's low expectations through sheer hard work gives her the strength to keep fighting. She truly believes she could follow in his footsteps, pushing herself to the absolute limit just to become a better person. Yet reality is incredibly cruel. No matter how hard she tries, the crushing weight of her fear still holds her back. She fears that her weakness will trap her in this nightmare forever, just like the ominous box Sarius Solian left behind. For now, she resolves to keep enduring. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to John Village in the southernmost region of the Zieghart territory. The trainees arrive here alongside their instructor. Before they disperse, the instructor gives them some final important instructions. Hearing that they will be staying here tonight, the trainees feel a heavy, unspoken tension settling over them. The instructor praises their successful warp gate travel, acknowledging their exhaustion and telling them to get plenty of rest tonight. That is good, because this is your last chance to relax before the mission starts. Even the owner came out in person to guide the trainees. Welcome, Swordsman from Jigang. This way to the rooms. Rimmer stepped up, thanking the owner for his warm hospitality. A roaring fire in the dead of winter is honestly the best thing ever. But then Raon Zieghart suddenly says something completely out of nowhere. He randomly blurts out a thank you to his inner wrath, which makes absolutely no sense and leaves the Spirit King utterly confused. Huh? What are you even talking about, Raon? Zieghart's mind drifts back to when they were tracking a target. If not for the spirits' help, he would have never realized the target was hiding his power. The Spirit King had actually sensed something incredibly strange over there. That was how Raon Zieghart caught on. Now the smug spirit is practically glowing with pride, boasting that he obviously did it for the ice cream girl. Still, Raon Zieghart feels a bit relieved. The guy is off on a long mission, so he won't be back for quite some time. But Renan Solian will always be trapped in fear as long as that monster remains her older brother. The Spirit King, however, is much more reckless. He demands to take over Raon Zieghart's body, promising to hand it right back as soon as he snaps the brother's neck. Raon Zieghart is completely stunned by the crazy offer. The spirit just floats around, highly proud of his own elite reputation. He claims he repays kindness twice over, but exacts revenge tenfold. Since Renan Solian showed him that god-tier ice cream, he owes her one. Raon Zieghart can only sigh at this ridiculous logic, instantly rejecting the idea since there is no way he can let that happen. The spirit insists he is dead serious, but Raon Zieghart refuses to gamble on something so reckless. Even if the spirit is telling the truth, he simply won't do it. Raon Zieghart has his own way of handling things. He knows deeply how much that man hurt Renan Solian, but simply killing him won't erase the trauma she has already endured. Hearing this, the Spirit King grows quiet and thoughtful. Their connection actually goes back much further than anyone realizes. Even now, her memory is deeply etched into his soul. Renan Solian was the very first person to show him genuine kindness in both lifetimes. Raon Zieghart makes a silent vow to protect her. If anyone dares to harm her, he will personally hunt down and eliminate whoever is responsible. No hesitation. Cut to the journey. The trainees are absolutely exhausted, looking like they just survived the worst motion sickness of their lives. 2 days after leaving Jigang, they arrive at a village pillaged by the Snow Fox bandits. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoes. Before them lies a charred, unrecognizable human corpse. Why did they do this? The terrified trainees can hardly process the sight. The trainees look around the ruined village in absolute horror. It is not just one body. There are charred remains everywhere. The sheer cruelty leaves them breathless. Brett freezes up, staring at the ash-covered corpses. How could humans do this to their own kind? Pure rage boils inside Raon Zieghart. These bastards decapitated the villagers before setting them on fire. It is completely savage. Amidst the panic, he spots Martha Zieghart standing perfectly calm. She does not flinch at the sight of death, likely having seen plenty before. She might have even taken lives herself. But as Raon Zieghart looks around, a sudden sense of dread hits him. Something is very wrong. Wait. Where is Renan Solian? Raon Zieghart scans the area frantically, only to spot her standing frozen in front of a charred corpse. Right by her feet is the severed hand of a victim. Renan Solian trembles desperately, covering her mouth to keep from screaming. Once the harsh reality sinks in for everyone, Rimmer steps up to gather the shaken trainees and explain the situation. This horrific scene is the work of the White Tiger bandits. As the instructor speaks, Brett is completely tuned out, lost in thought. Rimmer warns them to etch this tragedy into their minds and never forget the cruelty of the enemies they face. He pulls out a special tool, making sure to repeat the absolute most important instruction in case of an attack. This is a silent whistle. It will make absolutely no sound, no matter how hard they try to blow into it. Only those trained to pick up its frequency can hear the signal. It is the perfect stealth distress beacon. If they run into trouble, they must use it immediately. Raon Sullian receives her whistle, staring at it blankly as Rimmer continues. He promises that the instructors will react instantly and rush to their rescue the moment they hear the signal. But despite the extreme danger, Rimmer expects them to be ready. The real world is brutal and blades do not show mercy. But get this, instead of immediately calling for help, he actually challenges them to stand their ground first. He wants them to try fighting the bandits on their own first without relying on the teachers for help. Rimmer is brutally honest and fears no one. He tells them to eliminate the bandits the second they get a clean opening. Monsters like them do not deserve to live anyway. But unlike the others, Raon Sullian remains completely silent, drowned in her own fears. She retreats to the back of the crowd, too terrified to utter a single word as the squad divisions are announced. Martha Zieghart takes charge of Group A, while Brett is assigned to Group B. They are to move out in teams of 3. Gripping her sword with trembling hands, Raon Sullian is still paralyzed by Sarius Sullian's dark whisper. Remember, Raon Sullian, you belong to me. Her brother's terrifying image grew clearer by the second. He had warned her not to do anything dangerous that could get her hurt, telling her that she only needed to stay alive until he needed her and he would kill anyone who dared to hurt her. Before she could calm down, she was startled by a familiar voice. It was Raon inviting Raon Sullian to form a team together, asking if she would come with him. Her heavy mood remained, her worries still lingering. As the snow began to fall faster and heavier than before, Raon Sullian hesitated for a brief moment. But with him by her side, she decided to follow, hoping it would ease her tension. Just as they arrived, Raon was already planning their next move. Observing Mount Rutan's peak, he figured the high ground would help them scout the area below. It would also make escaping much easier. If they ever fell into a disadvantageous spot, that peak would make the perfect retreat. Drawing on his past life's experience, he felt pretty confident about his deduction. But precisely because that peak was so obvious, the bandits wouldn't hide there, knowing it would be the first place pursuers checked. Raon guessed they were likely hiding behind the large trees in the deep forest. They wouldn't pick such an exposed spot when they knew they were being hunted. They must have anticipated that people would expect them to hide up there, so they likely found a much safer hideout. It was the classic trick of hiding in plain sight to stay safe. Staring out at the endless expanse of pure white snow, Raon deduced that hiding near the hill was their only real option. From the outside, the hill looked completely bare and exposed, but there was likely a hidden shelter tucked away inside. Refusing to leave her behind, he turned back and called out to Raon Sullian, urging her to move quickly. Teaming up with Raon was incredibly easy, as using just half of his past skills was more than enough for this. He suggested checking the snowy hill first, leaving the rest of the deep forest to the other teams. Raon Sullian trusted him completely. She softly agreed. Watching her walk away, Raon sensed a deep sadness radiating from her. Just then, the King of Essence appeared. The spirit noted his obvious concern for her, asking if he planned to say anything. But even though Raon cared deeply, he couldn't just meddle in her private life. He confessed he had no idea what to say anyway. Besides, it was a family matter. Deep down, Raon was painfully aware of his own complicated relationship with Sylvia. Since he couldn't even sort out his own feelings toward his mother, there was absolutely no way he could give Raon Sullian any helpful advice about her family. Still, that didn't mean he was going to give up. He believed taking small steps daily would eventually work. He knew what Sarius Sullian had done to Raon Sullian in the past. If given a proper chance, he hoped to resolve this issue for her, though finding that opportunity would be tough. By the time they reached the end of the path, Raon's predictions were proven correct. Everything went exactly as expected. They used the thick trees for cover as they moved forward. The heavy snow made their trek pretty difficult, but it was no match for his expertise. There was a hidden forest behind the hill, completely invisible to outsiders. It was quite deep, and Raon's past life experience allowed him to easily see right through their cheap tricks. The bandits had carefully masked all of their physical tracks so that ordinary scouts would never find them. However, those basic tricks only fooled amateurs. With Raon on the hunt, their efforts were totally useless. He had mastered countless survival skills in his past. Being the ultimate assassin required more than just knowing how to kill. Tracking, scouting, and gathering intelligence were equally vital. One had to be the best in every single aspect. Faced with such amateurish bandits, he read their moves perfectly without feeling a single ounce of fear. They might trick a normal hunter or scout, but not him. He told Raon Sullian the White Tiger bandits' base was close. Raon still felt they should remain on guard. He instructed her to follow closely and keep her breathing completely silent. Raon Sullian quietly complied. Suddenly, both of them came to a dead stop, their hands resting ready on their swords. But Raon quickly realized the traps on the ground were just simple rat traps. Not exactly a major threat. He ignored them, knowing underestimating an enemy only invites danger. He was fairly certain of their layout. They had nothing special besides those basic traps at the gate, assuming the rough surroundings would keep everyone away. However, Raon was caught off guard when he saw the bandits waiting at the entrance with a young boy. They had clearly underestimated their pursuers. One quick look was enough to tell that the kid was a hostage. His observational skills were as sharp as ever. The guards looked pretty bulky but lacked any strong presence. He couldn't sense any formidable aura from them. They were just low-level thugs far below his level. But the massive man standing near the hostage was different. He was clearly skilled enough to live by the sword. Glenn Zieghart worked incredibly hard in the past to acquire his analysis skill. The bandits must be inside. They are gathering in there. No way would they leave their hostage unguarded outside, he realizes. A direct fight is completely out of the question with dozens of brutal bandits waiting inside. Should he blow the loud alarm whistle for backup? He could easily retreat right now and wait for the main force to arrive. But that is only in his head. Reality gives Glenn Zieghart absolutely no time to prepare. The current situation of the hostage is critical. At this rate, the poor kid will freeze to death. He cannot survive until the main force arrives. Glenn Zieghart is ready to draw his sword and fight. In theory, it should be a straightforward plan. The bandits still do not know he is here. The best option is to rescue the boy before they notice, then eliminate them quickly. He and Ronan Sullian play it smart, hiding in the tall grass opposite the hostage. Ronan Sullian lacks confidence and worries she might mess everything up. But what keeps Ronan Sullian calm is his genuine care. Looking right at her, Raon Zieghart tells her to focus. He firmly reassures her not to worry because they can save the kid, but he absolutely needs her help. He must ensure Ronan Sullian agrees to his plan. Once he gives the signal, she must use sound-blocking magic. He will handle the main task while she handles the grunts. Asking if she can do it, Ronan Sullian hesitates. Fearing she might become a burden, she wonders if she can change like him. Finally, she finds her courage and looks straight ahead, promising she will try. Nearby, a bandit yawns and complains about being so sleepy. He asks how much longer until their shift ends, but then Ronan Sullian suddenly appears, catching them completely off guard. They demand to know who she is. Trusting Raon Zieghart completely, Ronan Sullian unleashes her aura to block the sound. By the time the bandits realize a barrier has sealed them in, it is too late. They panic instantly. Their voices cannot escape the barrier at all. They realize the girl just blocked all sound with her magic. The bandit curses his luck, wondering why a magic user is even present in such a backwater village. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart charges forward with his sword drawn. This is his chance to strike before they can react. Before the big guy in the back even sees him swing, Raon Zieghart dashes past and takes out two grunts. However, the strike is so devastating that Ronan Sullian accidentally witnesses the brutal decapitation. She immediately freezes up in terror. She cannot believe her eyes as the haunting memory of Ruby lying lifeless on the ground floods her mind. She remembers the horrific sight of dead animals at her feet. Her sudden blood-curdling scream shatters the silence. Her sudden scream completely breaks her magic barrier. Talk about the worst timing ever. Everything falls apart and Raon Zieghart curses. The sound barrier is completely shattered. Now he realizes his brutal actions accidentally triggered her deep-seated psychological trauma. Ronan Sullian collapses onto the dirt, hyperventilating in sheer panic. Raon Zieghart feels a sudden wave of deep anxiety. At this rate, the remaining bandits will find them. The moment one lunges to attack the defenseless Ronan Sullian, Raon Zieghart steps in instantly. They could try fighting him, but daring to touch a single hair on her head is a death sentence. Ronan Sullian is still too paralyzed with fear to realize she's in danger. Fortunately, Raon Zieghart acts just in time. He pins the bandit to the ground, pressing his blade against the man's throat. He never makes empty threats. He warns the bandit to keep quiet or die instantly. The man must answer all questions honestly without making a sound. Any defiance means a painful death. Terrified and completely helpless, the bandit has no choice but to cooperate. Although Raon Zieghart is brutal with others, Ronan Sullian remains his sole exception. He always watches over her with genuine care. He can tell she is frightened just by her breathing. Instead of blaming her, he silently acknowledges her efforts. Thanks to her, he was able to strike. Even in terror, she did amazing. His interrogation is brief and straight to the point. He demands to know if they belong to the White Tiger Gang, and the bandit quickly confirms it. The bandit reveals 39 members are resting in the forest with only one hostage left inside. Hearing this, Raon Zieghart grows even more concerned. There really is another captive. Right then, the rescued boy stutters out a desperate plea, begging the powerful swordsman to save his younger sibling trapped inside. Ronan Sullian quickly tries to comfort the child, promising they will rescue the sibling once things settle down. But Raon Zieghart remains silent. Knowing human strength has its limits, he tells her he never promised that, but she remains entirely confident. Human strength has its limits. Run-in Sullian, I never said that, but you seem so sure that he will be. She made it completely impossible for Raon Zieghart to refuse. Runan Sullian, tell me why you lack confidence. He only ever takes on tasks he is certain he can complete. It is not that he fears the bandits. Calling for backup just ensures the hostages remain safe. With 36 bandits and a ruthless lone shark inside, things are extremely dangerous. This is actually the first time she has spoken up. Raon Zieghart agrees with her decision. There is no room for recklessness in a deadly situation like this, so should they sound the signal? Yes, that is definitely the safer option. Runan Sullian blows into the flute with all her might, desperately fearing it might not make a sound. Raon Zieghart watches her grip the flute tightly with both hands. His trust grows even though he cannot hear a single sound from it. That is likely why Rimmer gave her this item. Yet the help they need is nowhere to be found. Unfortunately, the bandits have ears like hawks. Their sudden shouts startle both Raon Zieghart and Runan Sullian, that is the silent flute, get them. They are actively hunting us down. Unable to comprehend the flute, Raon Zieghart starts questioning reality. How could that guy possibly have such keen hearing? Even standing right beside her, he heard absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Runan Sullian quickly tries to shield the young boy from witnessing the incoming violence. Left with no choice, Raon Zieghart grabs one of the bandits to use as a human shield. The bandit leader, still clueless about his strength, mocks him. He sneers at Raon Zieghart, asking if the bastard is not afraid to show his face there, calling him incredibly reckless. This leader was the one who detected the silent signal, demanding to know who they were trying to call. But Raon Zieghart does not care. He ignores how the man heard it coldly, stating that it is none of his business, proposing they simply exchange hostages instead. This sudden proposal catches the leader completely off guard. Raon Zieghart is simply playing the bandits at their own ruthless game. He demands the child in exchange for their captured comrade. Unfortunately, Raon Zieghart seems to have overestimated the leader's sense of loyalty. The leader laughs maniacally, saying that whether his lackey lives or dies means absolutely nothing to him. He will not release the girl. The tables turn instantly as the leader uses the little girl to threaten Raon Zieghart, demanding that he drop his weapon. Drop your sword now if you do not want to see her head roll. Staring at the sharp blade, the girl is terrified and starts crying. Sobbing uncontrollably, she clutches herself in fear. To ensure her safety, Raon Zieghart decides it is best to play along for now. He agrees, proving how considerate he is. He genuinely does not want the young girl to witness any more trauma or blood. Telling Runan Sullian to step back and wait for his signal, Raon Zieghart suddenly executes his hostage, sending him straight to the afterlife. Blood splatters everywhere, throwing the remaining bandits into absolute panic as they realize how ruthless and powerful this kid actually is. They scream in rage, demanding to know what he just did. In response, Raon Zieghart telekinetically directs his sword, channeling his energy. He hurls it forward. The three bandits freeze in sheer terror, completely unprepared for the sheer speed of his sudden strike. Instantly, the bandit threatening the girl is taken down. Raon Zieghart quickly signals Runan Sullian to execute her part of the plan. She unleashes a thick, heavy mist to blind the enemy, perfectly matching his moves as they coordinate their escape. To the bandits, the sudden whiteout feels like an aggressive blizzard. The bald leader and his men grow furious, unable to see. Cursing as the fog completely blinds them, they lose their target. Seizing this golden opportunity, Raon Zieghart quickly scoops up the girl. By the time the bandits realize what happened, they are left coughing in the dust, completely losing track of him. The furious leader yells that the bastard took the girl, ordering his men to hunt them down and kill them immediately. Snow heavily coats the pine branches as the temperature plummets, while the rescued children huddle together under thick coats in the snow. Raon Zieghart gently explains the situation to Runan Sullian. Since the children are too cold and unconscious, escaping with them is impossible. He cannot forgive those criminals. Leaving them alive means they will only bring more terror and destruction to the nearby village. Despite their numbers, he must wipe them out right here and now. He insists that she should stay behind for her safety. He tells Runan Sullian to stay behind to watch over the children, but she only stares his bleeding hand with worry. It is bleeding, she notes softly. Not wanting her to worry, Raon Zieghart quickly reassures her that he will be fine. He promises to return immediately after defeating them. Yet he fails to realize the depth of her anxiety as she grabs his coat. Her eyes reflect only him as she pleads with him not to go, reminding him that fighting while injured is far too dangerous. She cannot bear the thought of him facing them alone, urging him to wait for the instructors who should arrive shortly. Her deep concern makes it hard for him to walk away. Kneeling before the trembling girl, Raon Zieghart understands her intense fear. He speaks with soft gentleness, keeping his voice incredibly calm, which is a stark contrast to how he normally speaks to others. He admits that every battle is terrifying, affecting seasoned swordsmen and young academy students like them in the exact same way. Gently shifting the topic, his eyes soften as he looks at her, offering a warm and reassuring comfort. He asks her what she thinks is the absolute scariest thing of all, leaving her completely stunned by the unexpected question. Raon refused to sit idly by and do absolutely nothing. Looking at the ruined village, he simply couldn't hold back his rising fury. The bandits had committed unspeakable, unforgivable atrocities. Some brave souls had already sacrificed their lives just to protect this village. Others fought desperately to guard the people they loved. Raon knew they couldn't turn a blind eye to all this tragedy. Looking straight into Runan Sullian's eyes, he made it absolutely clear, "We are swordsmen." His firm words instantly ignited a spark of hope. It felt like an endless surge of energy. Raon was acting like a therapist, determined to guide her through this mental block until the very end. They had to follow the footsteps of those who came before them and protect the survivors. Hearing this, Runan Sullian slowly began to stand up. Raon's resolve was clear, breathing a newfound sense of courage into Runan Sullian. There was no telling what terrible things her brother had done to her. But the more you fear someone, the larger their shadow grows in your mind until that terror completely swallows you whole. If she kept running away, this dread would torment her for the rest of her life. Raon spoke gently, but his words carried deep affection. He offered her warm, steady encouragement. "Runan Sullian, only you can protect yourself and the loved ones standing by your side." With that, Raon reached inside his shirt. He pulled out a small mysterious item and placed it gently in the palm of her hand. He quietly reminded her that she had to keep moving forward. From this moment on, her path would be decided by her own hands. Runan Sullian's attitude completely flips as Raon boldly marches right up to the cave entrance, challenging the outlaws head-on. He warned them that there was no more hiding in the dark. Back in the cave, Runan Sullian sat in total silence, tears silently welling up. A new ray of hope had pierced through her darkness. Staring at the tiny wooden squirrel in her hand, Runan Sullian couldn't stop her tears. She desperately wanted to change and let go of the past. No more chains. She was finally ready to protect what truly mattered. No more cowering in the shadows. The little wooden squirrel Raon gave her was healing her childhood scars and lighting her path forward. She had to take a step forward. Right then, Raon charged directly into the heart of the enemy camp. With a single blinding flash of his sword, he sliced through multiple enemies. The panicked bandits shrieked, "Damn it, kill him right now." The other grunts backed off in sheer fear. Their leader kept screaming, "Stop him, he is just a kid." But absolutely no one could slow him down. As Raon calmly stepped closer, the bandit boss screamed, "Why can't you stop him?" Raon merely stared at him with a cold, unbothered expression. Suddenly, a bandit lunged from the shadows behind him, aiming for a cheap shot. But Raon sensed it instantly. Too slow. He casually stepped aside, dodging the brutal blade with zero effort. An elderly bandit seized the opening, swinging his sword with full force. He grinned, "You are dead meat, you little brat." His heavy strike shattered the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But when the smoke cleared, the bandit gasped in disbelief. He gasped, looking at his sword blade. Nothing. Raon had vanished entirely, leaving the old man completely baffled. "Where did he go?" Raon suddenly materialized right behind him, asking coldly, "How long do you plan to hide like a total coward?" Before the bandit could react, Raon's sword flashed, taking his head clean off. Blood sprayed everywhere, sending shockwaves through the crowd. The surrounding outlaws trembled. "This kid is a total monster. How is he so strong? Is he seriously just a trainee?" Raon looked down coldly. "Surrender now. Your leader is all ready," but a sudden lethal attack cut him off. Raon easily deflected the strike with an effortless block. The boss's mocking laughter echoed, "How absolutely pathetic. Losing to a mere brat. If we keep this up, we'll embarrass ourselves when we join the South-North Alliance. But you look pretty wealthy, kid. You must come from a prominent family, which means a massive payout for us." Raon stayed quiet, calmly watching the boss. Suddenly, the leader leapt into the air, swinging his heavy blade while talking trash. He sneered that he was worried there wouldn't be enough ransom money, but fortune had finally smiled upon him. With a ferocious yell, he unleashed a massive strike, declaring he would take Raon hostage. Raon narrowly parried the brutal blow. This guy was the leader of the White Tiger Bandits. He wasn't some amateur initiate, he was a fully realized swordsman. As they locked blades, a loud shout echoed from the side, "We found them, the girl and the hostage are here." Just outside the cave, Runan Sullian was struggling desperately to block a bandit's heavy strikes, her entire body trembling from the pressure. Raon felt a surge of panic. Runan Sullian wasn't fully ready for a real battle yet, and he desperately needed to back her up. But the bandit leader capitalized on his distraction, pressing the attack. "How dare you look away while I'm standing right here? Are you worried about your little friend?" The leader laughed maniacally. "You and I are going to have so much more fun." The relentless assault forced Raon onto the defensive, leaving him cursing his luck. Meanwhile, the bandit outside grew increasingly irritated with Runan Sullian. He growled at her, "Damn it, your skills are so bizarre, but you've clearly never killed a soul in your life." He lunged forward with blinding speed, demanding she hand over the hostage immediately. Runan Sullian's heart hammered against her chest in pure panic. Runan tells herself that she must protect the kids at all costs, but to do that, she has to eliminate the enemy in front of her. Fortunately, her opponent is not some heavyweight champion. Her grip on her sword tightens. She keeps telling herself to stay calm and just strike him down. She can do this. Do not forget what Raon told her. Suddenly, Saria Solian appears before her, leaving Runan completely frozen staring. As Saria Solian stops her blade with his bare hand, her mind descends into absolute chaos, her inner voice screaming as she drowns in dark memories. She is seeing him again. She has to push this illusion away, but the sheer terror of that day refuses to let her go. Can she protect anyone the way Raon does? She cannot even swing her sword properly right now, paralyzed by her own weakness. Is she doomed to never protect a single soul? Just as she sinks deeper into despair, a familiar voice calls out her name. Hearing Raon call her name breaks the spell, pulling her back to reality. She looks up to see him smiling, warmly reassuring her. He tells her that everything is fine and that she can absolutely do this. Raon looks at Raon, tears welling up in her eyes. It feels as if he is reaching out, pulling her directly out of that suffocating darkness, giving her a safe place to stand. She knows she has to thank him for this courage. Gripping her hilt, she faces the bandit boss Sarian without a single shred of hesitation. With one decisive strike, she slices clean through the shadows holding her back. She moves forward, driven by the trust he placed in her. Darting past the bandit, she delivers a powerful slash across his chest, sending him crashing to the dirt in a single motion. She regains her calm posture, her eyes sharp and steady. The bandit leader watches in pure frustration, cursing his useless men for losing. Raon immediately steps in to correct him. He tells the leader that she is far more than just some helpless child. She is a person capable of overcoming her own dark past, possessing a truly kind soul. With those words, Raon grips his hilt. Crimson flames begin to wrap around his blade. Calmly, Raon declares that she is a true swordsman who has conquered her trials. Free from worry, Raon channels his fiery aura, manifesting a deadly flower of pure flame, the 10,000 flames falling flower technique. With a flash, Raon delivers a devastating slash that cuts down the bandit leader, ending the fight in a single breath. Afterward, Raon begins searching through the bandit's belongings. He wants to make sure there are no traps left before the instructors arrive. He pulls out a rare dual-colored flower from their loot. This herb is extremely scarce, but it raises a disturbing question. Did these monsters seriously slaughter an entire village just to get their hands on this? As Raon ponders, a sudden voice interrupts. A stranger asks if everything is over already. Noticing the plant in Raon's hand, he wonders if that is indeed the dual-colored flower. He grins, asking if they wiped out the whole camp. The newcomer is none other than Raptor, a notorious warrior of the South-North Union. Raon coldly asks what of it. Raptor merely chuckles, praising the young swordsman for his bravery and sharp instincts in battle. He notes that such confidence must come from real skill. Raon ignores the praise and directly questions his connection to the enemy union. Surprised by the direct question, the swordsman smiles and formally introduces himself as Raptor, confirming his high position. Raon recognizes the name instantly. He remembers hearing rumors about this legendary figure who rose through the ranks of the underworld. Raptor is a genius who conquered the South-North Union, with a single blade rising to lead a massive coalition of bandits. He built a massive bandit coalition within 10 years. The Snow Tiger bandits are nothing compared to his absolute strength. Interrupting Raon's thoughts, Raptor notes that he must be a direct descendant of the prestigious Zieghart family, judging by his style. However, he mocks Raon's swordsmanship, calling it average and assuming he is just an apprentice. He wonders what he should do. His tone drops, turning deeply menacing as he asks if he should just kill them both right here and end it. The atmosphere instantly thickens with tension. Raon stares at Raptor, sensing a thick wave of bloodlust rolling off the man. The intent to kill is unmistakable. Raon calmly grips his hilt. Having spent his past life as an assassin, this pressure is nothing. Suddenly, Raptor bursts out, laughing, visibly impressed that a mere child can withstand his overwhelming aura without breaking a sweat. He declares that Raon is definitely no ordinary child. Raon remains completely unfazed, his expression steady as he prepares for combat. Slipping into a combat stance, he calculated his moves. A surprise attack from behind would surely let him kill. If he fought head-on, there was zero chance of winning. Yet for some strange reason, he could not understand why. Instead of choosing a cheap sneak attack, Raon slowly draws his sword, choosing to challenge Raptor fair and square. He tells Raptor to draw his blade. Raptor is genuinely taken aback by his bold decision, warning him that he will die. Raon remains indifferent, stating that it is only natural for the weak to fall before the strong. Raptor is stunned. He laughs, admitting that very few kids his age possess such resolve. The tense atmosphere vanishes as Raptor grins again. He decides he has no desire to fight anymore, claiming it would be a waste to kill such a promising talent. Raon replies coldly, stating that a true warrior does not choose his grave. Raptor can only marvel at his sheer madness. He chuckles, asking if the boy is actually a kid with a collection of philosophical life quotes. Then he turns away. He adds that there is another reason he won't kill him, revealing the Light Wind Squad has been watching them for a while. Hearing this, Raon looks thoroughly confused. Richter leaps onto a nearby cliff, yelling down that it will be fun if he joins the North-South Alliance. Looking down from his high perch, Richter asks the young man for his name, wondering who he is. Raon slowly responds that his name is Glenn Zieghart. Right then, a glowing aura seems to envelop the young Zieghart. Richter smiles upon hearing the name, acknowledging the Zieghart bloodline. He leaps away, shouting back one final parting message. He hopes to hear of Raon Zieghart's fame echoing from across the Tarakan Mountains and the Vo River. Raon watches him vanish. He turns to Runan Sullian and suggests they head out too since the threat is gone. She softly agrees and prepares to follow. Before they can take a step, Ronan Sullian stops him. Confused, he turns back only for her to shyly ask if she did well. He freezes for 5 seconds before offering her a gentle warm smile. He reassures her that she was indeed the absolute best. Runan Sullian beams with pure happiness. With that, his short but incredibly intense first mission finally comes to a successful close. Returning with the severed head of the Snow Fox Claw bandit leader, Raon calmly presents his prize to the astonished crowd. Burren Zieghart is completely shocked while Martha fumes with rage over losing to Raon yet again. Meanwhile, Rimmer tries to comfort the other cadets. He offers them some solid advice but quickly derails into boasting about his own legendary first mission back in the day. Naturally, the Demon King Wrath cannot let this slide, immediately chiming in to brag about his own superior accomplishments with a smug grin. He scoffs that Rimmer's tale is completely pathetic, claiming he froze an entire castle during his very first outing. Raon stands there, feeling utterly helpless, wishing these two chatterboxes would shut up before his ears actually start to bleed. Since the rescued children lost their parents, the Zieghart family decides to adopt them, which they happily welcome, mostly because they absolutely adore Ronan Sullian. Soon after, both Raon and Ronan Sullian are summoned directly to the Lord of the House. They are both awarded high honors for their stellar achievements, leaving Raon quite stunned by the rare praise. Even more shocking is the gift of the rare twin-color flower, a highly sought-after elixir he is told to keep. Well, he is not about to complain about getting free treasure. With the official business wrapped up, Raon heads back home. Upon entering his quarters, Raon drops his jaw in pure shock as Dorian casually steps out to greet him. He demands to know why the guy is there, but Dorian just smiles, scratching his head while welcoming him back. He explains that Sylvia asked him to keep her updated on when the mission would conclude. Raon just stares in silence. Narrowing his eyes, Raon asks if he blabbed everything. Dorian emotionally wipes a tear, proudly admitting he shared every single detail. He claims it was a deeply moving tale, leaving Raon completely deadpan, wondering what on earth this absolute idiot has done. Just then, his mother Sylvia rushes in with her maids. Raon immediately panics, fearing she will blow a fuse over his dangerous fight. He begins to stutter, trying to explain that he did not mean to get involved, but she cuts him off completely. She wraps him in a tight hug, proudly telling him he did an amazing job. Raon is left entirely speechless by this reaction. Holding his hands, Sylvia asks if he really expected her to be furious. Raon reminds her that she always lectures him to stay safe. She explains that the true purpose of their clan wielding swords is to shield and protect those who cannot fight for themselves. She tells him their ancestors always reached out to the vulnerable, a noble tradition the Zieghart family still strives to uphold. With a warm smile, she admits her dream was always to be that kind of warrior, so she could never scold him for saving lives. Resting a gentle hand on his shoulder, she looks into his eyes and sincerely declares how incredibly proud she is of him. She pulls him into another emotional hug, leaving him flustered while the surrounding maids gush with pride over the young master. Sylvia excitedly declares she is going straight to the main estate tomorrow to brag about her amazing son to everyone she sees. She tears up, praising him for becoming a fine young man. Raon hugs her back, finding her unpredictable emotions impossible to read. It is a pretty complex feeling. Then his mind drifts back to a certain idiot, only for wrath to suddenly pop up. The Demon King snorts, pointing out that the coward made his escape ages ago. Raon glances back and sighs at the empty space. Shrugging it off, he admits to himself that tonight is actually quite nice. Meanwhile, we cut over to Runan Sullian in her room. She lies awake with a sweet smile, clutching a little wooden squirrel as she recalls Raon telling her she belongs in the light. Reliving that warm memory, she makes a firm promise to herself to properly thank him the very next time they meet. Somewhere else entirely, Rimmer is lounging on a hammock, recalling how Raon stood tall and fearless against the terrifying Richter, demanding the monster draw his blade and fight. Rimmer chuckles to himself, highly amused by the young swordsman's sheer audacity. He sighs, realizing it has been ages since he saw the Lord Shadow in anyone else. This kid might just be the seed for the next king. The battle for the throne is only just beginning. Meanwhile, over at the main Robert estate, a figure sits in the shadows. He's hunched over, deeply focused on his work. It's Robert, carefully writing in his journal. But suddenly, a strange sensation hits him. Blood starts dripping from his calloused palms, staining the pages. He stares down at his own hand in quiet disbelief. The ancient wound still refuses to heal. Robert thinks back to that day and sighs. It's already been 17 long years. He has tried every rare elixir and high-grade medicine available, even consulting the continent's most renowned scholars and kind healers. Yet despite everything, the scar remains. Looking at the raw flesh, the face of the man who inflicted it flashes in his mind. It never heals, yet it never worsens, feeling as fresh and agonizing as if he received the blow just yesterday. It's a permanent reminder of that fateful day. Robert wonders if some dead soul is trying to keep him from forgetting. He chuckles softly, whispering that it's too bad because he's never been one to dwell on the past. Ignoring the bleeding, he leans forward with a smug grin, knowing his lifelong ambition is finally within his grasp. Meanwhile, Raon is busy checking his glowing status screen. The dreadful curse of misfortune has finally started to weaken. His 10,000 Flames technique, curse, aura, sensory mastery, and fire resistance have all successfully leveled up to 3-star ranks. Best of all, he has officially achieved the rank of Sword Expert, unlocking faster aura control across the board. His physical stats are skyrocketing, with both his swordsmanship and hand-to-hand masteries rising to incredible new heights. Raon is absolutely thrilled looking at the screen. He has finally crossed over into the expert realm. It might only be the entry level, but he worked his fingers to the bone for this. Suddenly, Wrath appears, scoffing. To a demon lord, even a sword master is nothing more than a tiny bug. Yet this kid is celebrating such minor progress. Raon just smirks, noting that not every 15-year-old on this continent is capable of pulling off a feat like this. He challenges Wrath to find anyone his age who can match his raw power, even if he searches the entire world. Wrath scoffs, snapping back that age is for fools on a battlefield. Weakness is weakness, no matter how young you are. Raon actually agrees with the demon lord, admitting that no enemy on the battlefield will ever go easy on a kid. But Wrath isn't done. He calls Raon a fool, claiming the boy still wouldn't be able to scratch his fingernails. Yes, Wrath brags that at this rate Raon won't even be able to scratch a single fingernail of his. Raon just shrugs it off with a smile, prompting a very confused Wrath to ask why the heck he is laughing. Raon calmly explains that he's happy because he never reached this level in his past life, and Wrath basically admitted he's growing. Wrath goes dead silent, just staring at him before blowing his top, asking if Raon actually expected a compliment from him. Raon sarcastically asks why he is getting so worked up, keeping his cool as he starts walking away. He can hear the tremor in the demon's voice and boasts that he knows exactly what Wrath is thinking by now. Infuriated that a mere human dares to read him, Wrath screams in rage, but Raon completely ignores the temper tantrum. He warns Wrath that unless the demon lord regains his powers soon, he might end up getting devoured instead. Wrath immediately deflects by diving into his usual old stories, claiming Raon's words remind him of the good old days. Raon immediately loses all patience as Wrath continues to ramble on and on about his glorious past in hell. The demon goes on about the time rivals challenged him in hell, prompting Raon to slip away to do some stretching. Wrath desperately yells after him to come back, but we cut to training where Rimmer claps his hands for attention. He tells the exhausted recruits to wrap things up early, but the class is suspicious of this sudden break. Byrne points out that since Rimmer was 20 minutes late, they should stay and train for another 20 minutes. Rimmer immediately books it, shouting back that they can just make up for it tomorrow. Byrne is left utterly speechless. He curses the irresponsible elf under his breath. With the session officially over, Raon tells the cleaners to stay behind. Dorian heads over to the storage closet, pulling the door wide open to grab some cleaning supplies from inside. As he swings the door shut, Martha is suddenly standing right there. She grabs his shoulder, making him scream in terror. She snaps, asking if cleaning with her is really that terrifying, leaving Dorian to stammer that it is actually his honor. Martha grumbles that training is exhausting enough without this. She turns to glare at the others, yelling at them to scram. She barks at the lingering recruits to stop staring and get out. Watching the chaos, Raon can only break a sweat. He chuckles to himself, realizing she only acts normal around him. Suddenly, Rimmer sneaks up from behind with a wide grin. Rimmer smiles and says she has not changed at all, guessing she only stays calm around him. Raon watches his instructor approach. Raon turns and calls out, "Instructor Rimmer, I thought you ran away." Rimmer awkwardly replies that he just forgot a few things. Everyone wonders what on earth he could have forgotten. Then Rimmer stands on the platform and calls them all over. "Listen up," he announces. "There is another very important message." Someone grumbles about the bad timing, making Rimmer laugh awkwardly. He clears his throat and explains it is about their second mission. Instantly, the entire room goes silent to listen. Rimmer scratches his head sheepishly and apologizes for almost forgetting. The students look completely dumbfounded at his behavior. How could he forget something so massive? Raon falls deep into thought, realizing it has been nearly 6 months since their first mission. The gap between missions is much longer than expected. Does he have less experience dealing with the Zieghart clan than before? Rimmer finally gets to the point, explaining that orcs have suddenly emerged and invaded the southern region of the Zieghart territory. Their job this time is to eliminate the orcs threatening the local village, protecting both the citizens and the land. Essentially, they are going on a real monster hunt. Hearing this, the crowd below instantly starts to grow excited. They whisper back and forth, thrilled about hunting orcs. This is the exact kind of mission they have been waiting for. They can finally test their swordsmanship in a real fight. But while they are celebrating, Rimmer cuts in to dampen their spirits. He reminds the rookies that this mission will have a catch. No instructors will accompany them on this journey. They must travel to the village alone and cooperate to succeed. Hearing this, Burn raises his hand with a question. He asks what happens if they fall into a danger they cannot escape on their own. Rimmer rests his hands on his hips. He answers that it is up to them, explaining they must know when to retreat if a task is truly impossible. A good leader must accurately assess the situation and judge both the best and worst outcomes for the team. Dorian chimes in with his own question, asking if fleeing from a mission is normally considered a bad thing. Rimmer explains that while it usually is, it highly depends on the specific circumstances of the encounter. For instance, if someone is surrounded by 5 high-tier beasts alone and manages to escape, they deserve praise instead of criticism. Dorian secretly celebrates, glad that running away will not get him into trouble. Burren stares at him in absolute disbelief. Rimmer then casually drops a massive bomb, announcing they depart at dawn the day after tomorrow. Talk about a brutal wake-up call. They shout in unison, asking if they really only have 2 days. Deep anxiety and panic quickly spread throughout the room. With night already here, they have only 1 day left. Rimmer warns them that a subjugation requires far more preparation. Subjugating wild monsters is entirely different from defending an outpost or raiding a standard dungeon. He smiles and warns them. They will fail miserably if they go in unprepared, so they must be careful. Burn immediately shouts back defiantly. They will prepare better than anyone, and he will prove it. Rimmer wraps up his speech while Burren looks over at Raon. Raon is busy calming the crowd, reminding them that Instructor Rimmer always said they would never know when a mission arrives. Panic solves nothing, so they must focus on preparing. Complaining only wastes the precious little time they have left. His words work and the crowd slowly calms down. There is indeed no guarantee they will be ready when it starts. They agree. He adds that the orcs are far more aggressive and powerful than any opponent they have faced so far. Their sheer numbers make them incredibly dangerous, meaning the students will not hold any numerical advantage on the battlefield. Going one-on-one is highly discouraged. He advises them to dodge their brutal attacks rather than try to block them. Pack as light as possible and gather here at dawn in 2 days. That is all. As Rimmer finishes, night settles in. Time flies quickly, and on the morning of their departure, Raon is already in his room fully packed and ready. He examines his bag, noting it is enchanted with weight reduction. It is clear that the instructor has a plan. Rimmer will not be holding their gear. He is forcing them to handle everything on their own, which suits him fine. Suddenly, wrath manifests. Seeing Raon so relaxed, the Demon King calls him arrogant and warns him of the dangers ahead. He warns him that life rarely goes according to plan and unexpected dangers always strike when least expected. Raon merely nods in response. Agreeing that it is a fair point, he then jokingly teases Wrath about how he willingly gave up his stat points. Furious, Wrath snaps that he wants to sew his mouth shut, but Raon just keeps teasing that it will never happen. As they bicker, a sudden noise sounds outside the door. Confused, Raon wonders who could possibly be visiting at this hour. Opening the door, he asks who is there, only to freeze in absolute shock at the person standing before him. He is completely speechless. Only after a long silence does Raon finally find his voice, gently asking Sylvia why she didn't tell him about her mission first. Confused, he asks how she even found out, wondering if Dorian spilled the secret, but she replies that Rimmer was the one who told her, making Raon curse that elf in his head. After cursing the sneaky elf, he turns back to his mother with a soft gaze, offering a sincere apology. Sylvia lets out a long sigh as her anger starts to fade. Her expression softens as she gently grabs his shoulders. Sylvia looks him in the eye and reminds him that being the class leader comes with real duties. It means more than just representing his peers. He is responsible for guiding the other trainees and leading them down a better, safer path during their trials. She advises him not to carry the burden of the mission alone, urging him to delegate proper tasks to his comrades to minimize any risks. Every single decision he makes will directly affect the lives of his friends. Hearing those heavy words, Raon quietly reflects on his mother's deep wisdom. He originally expected a harsh scolding, but instead she gave him invaluable advice. Sylvia then gently places a hand over his heart to offer comfort. She warns him that goblin subjugation might look easy but is actually highly dangerous, requiring them to clear out every single beast to secure the village. Sylvia gazes at him warmly, telling him to always keep that in mind, because he is no longer just a trainee practicing inside the safe walls. He is now a true swordsman of the Zieghart family, and she wants him to prove his worth and carry the proud legacy of their bloodline forward. Feeling a bit relieved, Raon speaks up and asks if she originally came here just to yell at him for taking such a dangerous job. Sylvia pouts, admitting she is actually furious and incredibly worried about him, but her anger quickly melts away as she suddenly pulls him into a tight hug. Realizing this is no time for lectures, she holds him close, while the stunned Raon stands frozen, completely caught off guard by his mother's sudden warmth. Any protective mother would say this, telling him to prepare for a serious lecture the moment he returns home, but she is incredibly proud of his growth. Deeply moved by her loving words, Raon can feel the absolute warmth of her embrace. He finally relaxes, burying his face into her shoulder and holding her tight. On the morning of the mission, the entire squad gathers at dawn. Standing before them on the stage, Rimmer delivers his final instructions to the young recruits. Stay alert, he warns them. Anything can happen in the wild. He urges them to fall back if the danger is too much. The trainees salute, shouting their compliance. With that, he dismisses them, noting that the cleared path should cut their travel time to 2 weeks. He wishes them the best of luck, and the squad responds with a loud salute. Raon immediately steps forward to take command of the unit. He orders them to split into 4 lines and move out in their pre-planned formation. Watching this orderly display, Rimmer feels a sense of relief. Now get this, the instructor is confident they will make it because Raon is not just strong, he is brilliant at choosing the right tactics. Raon commands everyone to hold their specific positions. Rimmer watches in absolute awe. He has no doubt the young leader will return victorious, which is crazy considering the kid is only 15 years old. Raon then orders final gear checks. Dorian and Garen quickly inspect their inventory and assess everyone's condition. With the final green light, the squad begins marching into the forest. Rimmer watches them leave, eager to see how the young leader will perform. Meanwhile, one of his assistants approaches with a worried expression. The assistant asks if they should secretly tail the kids to keep watch, believing the rookies will never notice them, keeping a safe distance. Not yet, Rimmer says. One of those kids is far too sharp. He then yawns lazily. I am going to take a nap, he mutters, leaving his assistants completely speechless. They murmur among themselves, wondering if they should just go ahead anyway. Overhearing them, Rimmer smirks and tells them to worry about the goblins instead. Meanwhile, deep within a desolate forest where massive piles of human skulls are stacked, a mysterious figure clad in a dark cloak speaks up. The cloaked figure demands to know if the intel is absolutely solid. His subordinate bows low, confirming they have located the target in the village. With a cruel nod, the leader orders his squad to move out, giving them full permission to slaughter anyone who dares to stand in their path. The leader's eyes flare with a sinister red light. Meanwhile, back in the forest near the village, Raon suddenly halts, looking completely taken aback. Standing right before him is Glenn Zieghart, the top ranker from the 6th training ground. Glenn looks equally surprised to run into Raon here. Raon immediately asks what they are doing in this territory. Glenn quickly fires the same question back, prompting Raon to analyze the situation. He remembers Glenn was late joining his class due to a major injury, but looking at him now, the guy seems to have fully recovered. Examining the rival's solid frame, Raon can tell he is dealing with a highly skilled swordsman. Glenn is the first to break the tense silence. He explains they are heading out to eliminate goblins and wonders what Raon's squad is doing. Raon replies that they have the exact same mission. Glenn is visibly stunned, pointing out that he was never told about another team being assigned to the exact same goblin hunt. Raon is just as confused by this sudden overlap. To find out why, we have to look back at the local bar the night before they set off. A patron congratulates Rimmer on how well his young class performed on their last mission, noting how impressive it is that rookies beat those bandits. Grinning with a beer in hand, Rimmer boasts about his talented students, half joking that he should just send them straight into a goblin nest next. Why not launch an ambush on Dustin? They will probably rush right over, and the Patriarch will surely praise me. Interrupting him, he declared that the 6th training ground would take this mission. Stepping toward Rimmer, he argued that for a surprise attack, teamwork is far more critical than individual strength, like the 5th ground, making the 6th training ground a much better fit. They recently cleared their hellish training week without a single hitch, so they should definitely take the lead on this mission. Not one to back down, the 5th ground's instructor, Rimmer immediately fired back, asking if he was just jealous because his kids were getting all the spotlight. He suggested sending both teams together, leaving Webtoon completely baffled at the idea. Rimmer just smiled, turning to reply that since they had to wipe out the monsters anyway, they might as well send both teams. A healthy competition would wrap things up much faster. Webtoon quickly agreed to the proposal. He promised to get the Patriarch's permission, while Rimmer secretly grinned highly, anticipating the outcome. Back in the forest, Buren spoke up. He suggested there was a misunderstanding and told the others they could leave firmly, stating they had this covered, which instantly annoyed Glenn. He immediately fired back, refusing to let those arrogant words slide, questioning if Buren had let his position go to his head. He reminded him that this mission demanded teamwork, arguing that their 6th team was clearly a far better fit than the inexperienced 5th team, who would definitely struggle. But Buren refused to back down, warning Glenn not to look down on them. Meanwhile, Raon stood nearby, completely lost in thought. He realized Rimmer must have known about this joint mission beforehand, wondering why their instructor kept quiet as he closed his eyes. Rimmer always prioritized real combat experience, making this mission the ultimate test, but since their team lacked coordination and proper tactics, he figured their instructor wanted them to face off against the 6th team. just so they could learn to improve themselves. Feeling quite proud of his own deduction, Raon felt a wave of motivation. It made perfect sense even if their instructor was incredibly sly. Besides, he suddenly remembered the words his mother told him before he departed, wishing to see him grow into a true swordsman who protects others. He knew he could not ignore that. Stepping in to break up the heated argument, he urged both of them to cool down instead of wasting precious time. He pointed out that this endless dispute was completely pointless, proposing a simple bet to settle things once and for all. Byrne looked at him with utter confusion, asking what kind of wager he was suggesting given their tense circumstances. Raon bluntly replied that since neither side wanted to give up, they should stop wasting energy and make a game of it. He explained that with so many goblins waiting on this raid, things were bound to get incredibly difficult. Pointing his finger toward the sky, he proposed a bet to decide who gets to be the commander of this mission. He suggested that both Kine and Byrne focus on taking down the enemy leader first to throw the monsters into complete chaos. If the main squad struggled, it would give the other team their chance. The two rivals fell silent, processing the strategy. Raon turned to Kine, asking if that sounded fair. With Kine's nod of agreement, Raon pointed toward the distant peak. Declaring the mountain as their starting point, the trainees geared up and sprinted ahead, while Martha grinned with immense confidence. To her, the rules were simple: capture or destroy the enemy flag to win, which was much easier than fighting everyone. When Raon suggested formulating a proper plan, Martha brushed it off, calling their opponents a bunch of absolute failures. She promised to wipe them out herself, telling him to sit back and watch before charging straight toward the sixth team's position. The enemy immediately raised their guard, but Martha simply laughed, shouting that she did not need a strategy against weaklings. She unleashed a devastating heavy downward slash. Meanwhile, Raon sat in the distance, activating his sensory perception to monitor the battlefield. He did not even need to open his eyes to know that the chaotic clash between the two teams had finally begun. Runan Solian quietly asked if charging in blindly was really okay, but Raon knew their teammates were far too stubborn to listen. When she asked about their chances of winning, Raon bluntly answered without hesitation that a total defeat was absolutely guaranteed. Sure enough, his prediction hit dead on as both Martha and Byrne found themselves struggling, suffering a completely embarrassing defeat. Martha gritted her teeth in frustration, unable to break through their incredibly solid defense despite looking down on their individual power. An opponent mocked them, shouting that they were not the center of the universe, leaving Martha highly annoyed by their overwhelming momentum. As dusk settled and the sun dipped below the horizon, the battered members of the fifth team sat covered in dirt. Byrne and Martha actively avoided Raon's gaze as he smugly asked if they still thought winning was going to be easy. He turned to the group, pointing out that while misjudging was one thing, the world would not wait around for them. They had arrogance in their hearts simply because of their past achievements, completely ignoring their opponents due to sheer pride. This humiliating defeat was the direct result of fighting without a strategy, leaving them with absolutely nothing to show for it. You only look at the enemy and completely ignore yourselves, arrogantly throwing your heads back while wasting valuable energy and mana. All that effort just to expose your techniques to the enemy. How brilliant. Glenn Zieghart hits the nail on the head, leaving everyone utterly silent. He glances over at Team 6, noting that they practice every single day too. Looking better does not mean we can afford to underestimate them. Runan Solian looks at him sadly, asking if they have already lost. Glenn Zieghart calmly replies that there is still a chance, leaving Glenn Zieghart stuttering in disbelief. Martha Zieghart brightens up, declaring she will do anything if they can beat those bastards. Glenn Zieghart calmly notes that at least they still have the fighting spirit. He confidently promises to carve out a path to victory for their team. Meanwhile, the apprentice knights are just lounging around gossiping with each other. They mock Training Hall 5 for being too easy, laughing at how satisfying it is to watch them struggle. But one warns the others not to let down their guard. He reminds them that Training Hall 5 actually took down the Northern and Southern Alliance, the fierce Snow Lake Frost Claw. One of the knights speaks up. The knight bets that their opponents have not given up just yet. Suddenly, a knight stands up, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. He drops into a fighting stance, declaring they will end this now. But then the enemy suddenly appears out of nowhere, calling them complete fools. It turns out Martha Zieghart heard every single insult they threw around. She growls under her breath, warning them that they will deeply regret speaking ill of them. The moment the warning leaves her lips, Martha Zieghart instantly charges straight at them. The leader of the trash talkers yells out to his squad to attack. He barks out orders for Formation 4, telling his squad to focus all of their aura to the front to block her upcoming strike. Martha Zieghart advances. Calm. Then in a flash of lightning speed, she drives her staff hard right into her opponent's stomach. Unable to block the blow, he grits his teeth and wonders how on earth she managed to redirect her attack from the side so quickly. The wind rustles through the leaves as if cheering her on. Glenn Zieghart jumps into the fray, raising his wooden sword in a familiar stance. A knight with a long brown ponytail shouts at his allies to counterattack just like they practiced. But Glenn Zieghart is already moving too fast. He flashes past them like a streak of lightning, giving the enemy absolutely no chance to even lay a single finger on him. Keeping a completely blank expression, Glenn Zieghart silently calls them fools as he glides through their ranks like a sudden gust of wind. His sheer speed leaves everyone utterly stunned. The opponents drop to the ground one after another, leaving only a single fighter standing. The brown-haired knight barely manages to hold his ground, but even he cannot hide his shock at Glenn Zieghart's incredible, unpredictable speed. They stare at him in sheer disbelief, realizing that this team has completely changed their fighting style from what they used to know. Those arrogant folks who were mocking them just moments ago are now left with nothing but expressions of pure shock and absolute terror. Now you might be wondering what exactly triggered this sudden shift. Let's find out as Martha Zieghart handles a 3-on-1 battle. Yet her overwhelming aura easily dominates her opponents. She grins excitedly, remembering the words Raon Zieghart shared with them right before this. He had asked why they would ever expect to lose when each of them is actually much stronger on an individual level. Glenn Zieghart had asked if it was due to information and tactics, and Raon Zieghart immediately confirmed it, launching straight into a new plan. He explained that Training Hall 6 was already familiar with their habits and skills, crafting their entire strategy specifically to counter them. As everyone listens intently to Raon Zieghart, he explains that their opponents did not prepare backup plans, fully expecting an easy victory. But they lost. Shamefully. Hearing this, Dorian begins to tremble, cold sweat breaking out all over his face. He nervously asks if they are doomed to lose, prompting a furious Martha Zieghart to grab his collar and tell him to shut up. After Dorian stammers an apology, Raon Zieghart crosses his arms calmly, admitting that even if they do not call it a total defeat, they have still wasted far too much stamina and aura, placing them at a serious disadvantage. The team stares at him in silence. Raon Zieghart adds that there is more to it than just raw information and tactics. Glenn Zieghart hesitantly asks if he has a plan. Listing out their main opponent's advantages, he focuses on Kenzich, who possesses sharp eyes and keen combat intuition. He explains how Kenzich uses those sharp senses to detect opponents from afar, sending specific members to counter their unique abilities. Martha Zieghart furiously curses Kenzich, but Raon Zieghart quickly redirects their attention back to their own squad members to find a winning angle. He points out that while Martha Zieghart has incredible power and durability, her moves are far too predictable during a direct clash. Knowing this, Kenzich deployed defensive swordsmen specifically to withstand her heavy strikes and completely drain all of her aura. As for Glenn Zieghart, he is exceptionally fast, but his skills are straightforward, so Kenzich sent highly adaptable duelists to counter him. Raon Zieghart continues his relaxed breakdown, asking how they can secure a win. The easiest solution would be to change their battle order, but Raon Zieghart quickly dismisses that idea, knowing they would hate to back down. Martha Zieghart immediately protests, refusing to run away. She demands a direct victory, and Glenn Zieghart agrees with her. Raon Zieghart calmly nods, advising them that they must adapt their approach. He tells them they must fight differently, then goes on to honestly highlight the critical flaws in their current combat styles. Their techniques are far too rigid, leaving open weaknesses, because they struggle to adapt their footwork in battle. Raon Zieghart explains how they shift their aura, telling his team to target those gaps. He starts with Glenn Zieghart, noting his weakness against certain foes. Opponents who fight purely on instinct are easily fooled. Raon Zieghart advises him to ditch his usual style and play mind games instead. He needs to trick them. Hearing this, the hot-tempered Martha Zieghart speaks up, asking why Raon Zieghart has only been observing from the sidelines. She accuses him of just watching them fight, but Raon Zieghart remains calm and confident. He knows their next opponent, Ken, is sharp. Ken has incredibly sharp instincts compared to average trainees. But with a calm, humble confidence, Raon Zieghart makes a bold claim. He calmly declares that his own senses are even sharper. He continues to watch his teammates fight with absolute focus. They are doing great, and it looks like Runan Sullian won't lose. Suddenly, quiet footsteps approach from behind the young swordsman. Without even turning around, Raon Zieghart already knows exactly who is standing there. He simply asks if they should finally begin. The visitor is indeed Kenzich, the highly observant rival Raon Zieghart noted earlier. Yet Raon Zieghart remains calmly seated on his bench. He takes a moment to think. With their plans disrupted, Ken has no other choice but to hunt down the flags himself. Though he is the strongest on the opposing team, Ken carries none of the arrogance shown by his boisterous classmates. His tone is remarkably calm as he admits he was wondering why his comrades were losing so quickly. He realizes Raon Zieghart must have altered their tactics, proving all the rumors about Raon Zieghart being a useless failure completely wrong. Raon Zieghart meets his words with absolute silence. Ken simply smirks, issuing a cold, highly confident declaration. This match ends right here. Ken grips his hilt tightly, mentioning he heard that Raon Zieghart possesses a fire attribute aura. As a brilliant blaze erupts around Ken, it becomes clear they wield the exact same element, making this an even matchup. Raon Zieghart is slightly taken aback. Ken has fire aura too. With a deadly serious expression, Ken keeps talking. Unfortunately for Raon Zieghart, Ken boasts a high-grade fire aura and claims to possess far more energy than average swordsmen. Theoretically, Raon Zieghart cannot win. Raon Zieghart finally speaks up, his voice dripping with pure annoyance at the grand speech. He asks why everyone loves to talk so much before a fight. Suddenly, a massive blazing aura erupts around Raon Zieghart. His relaxed gaze instantly sharpens into a piercing glare. Both combatants tighten their grips on their wooden practice swords. The duel begins, fueled by their mutual thirst for victory. Raon Zieghart promises to show him what real overwhelming fire looks like. Before Ken can even react, Raon Zieghart vanishes in a flash of blinding speed, completely disappearing from sight. Ken panics for a split second. The speed and the flames are unreal, but he quickly composes himself and moves. Ken remembers hearing that Raon Zieghart defeated both Martha Zieghart and Prince Owen. Though Raon Zieghart's aura seems weaker than his, the danger is real. Before he can process it, Raon Zieghart materializes right in front of him. Naturally, the two clash in an instant. They launch forward as Ken tries to reassure himself. Amidst the roaring flames, he holds on to his pride. He tells himself he is still the stronger fighter. Their wooden swords crash together with deafening force. With every strike, Raon Zieghart dominates the flow of the battle. A wooden blade grazes Ken's cheek, leaving him utterly stunned. Ken cannot believe his eyes, refusing to accept reality. How could his superior fire be getting overwhelmed like this? He screams internally that it is impossible. Within minutes, Ken finds himself completely unable to block Raon Zieghart's relentless assaults. He cries out in sheer frustration and pain. Their colliding flames ignite, triggering a violent explosion throughout the forest. Ken has lost. Now lying defeated on the dirt, he hears Raon Zieghart mockingly ask if his fire is truly stronger. His tone shifts to a quiet, serious intensity, leaving it unclear if he is genuinely validating Ken or just offering pity. Dorian is completely speechless. Martha Zieghart and Buren Zieghart simply stare ahead in dead silence. They wonder what Ken is even doing here. Meanwhile, the defeated Ken leans against a tree covered in dirt and soot. He realizes Raon Zieghart's strategy was perfect. Taking out the opposing leader is indeed the fastest way to secure victory. Buren Zieghart quietly asks Raon Zieghart if he predicted all of this. He thinks back to their battle and shudders. Buren Zieghart admits Raon Zieghart's advice was spot on, as the enemies fell right into the trap. Without him, Buren Zieghart would have failed. The blunt Martha Zieghart reluctantly agrees, admitting she hates to say it, but Raon Zieghart saved them from failing the trial. She notes that if he had been wrong, she would have abandoned him, but his perfect plan secured their victory. The squad looks at their leader with newfound respect, promising to follow his orders from now on without complaints. Raon Zieghart offers a warm smile, feeling a wave of relief. He is glad to see how much they have matured. A quiet pride swells within him, recognizing this as the true 5th training hall. He stands tall among the trainees. He commends their hard work, and every single trainee hangs onto his words, fully respecting his leadership. Absolutely no more looking down or mocking. That is the consequence of resting on your laurels and acting without thinking. If this were a real battle, everyone would be dead. Raon warned them, telling them to remember today's harsh lesson. Khan stood quietly, leaning against a tree trunk. He stared at Raon's back, whispering the young swordsman's name in his head, Raon Zieghart. But Raon didn't care about Khan's gaze. He turned to the other trainees as the sun was quickly setting. He ordered them to camp here, split into small groups to gather firewood and assign rotating guard duty. Khan finally admitted that the guy was far better than expected. He was brilliant in combat and a naturally skilled leader. A smile of genuine admiration appeared on Khan's face. He liked Raon more now, having thought the 5th training ground was full of arrogant snobs, only to realize he was the most prideful. With an open and friendly attitude, Khan stepped closer to Raon, extending his hand and admitting he had learned a great deal from him. Khan spoke sincerely, offering praise to Raon. He admitted that Raon taught him to never let his guard down and to always keep a solid backup plan ready. Khan also confessed to his prior mistake, admitting he had been absolutely sure of his victory beforehand, because he thought he understood them. He frankly admitted that mistake. But he did not just lose a team match. He also lost the single duel to Raon. Khan spoke with immense goodwill, realizing what he called confidence was actually pure arrogance. Now he knew how small he really was. Under the warm sunset glow, Khan offered his thanks. Hearing this, Raon immediately smiled with genuine relief. Khan was far more sincere than those arrogant direct descendants. The two shook hands. Raon humbly told him it was nothing, reiterating that they would give their absolute best. 2 weeks passed and winter had set in. Heavy snow blanketed the quiet forest as the young trainee knights halted. Standing on a cliff, Raon peered down at the village below and announced they had arrived. He then carefully analyzed their mission parameters once more. It was a small, unremarkable farming village where people simply lived to scrape by. This was a mundane request to deal with a few nuisance monsters that occasionally showed up to wreak havoc. Yet a sudden feeling of intense dread crept up Raon's spine, sending an icy shiver straight to his core. He couldn't shake the creepy feeling that someone was watching him. He scanned the area with a deep, worried frown. No examiner would follow them, and this aura carried heavy bloodlust. He needed to find a way to deal with it. Finding the stalker's location was his top priority. Turning to Burin, Raon asked if he could do him a favor. When Burin asked what it was, Raon unexpectedly passed the leadership role to him. The killing intent was truly alarming. He told Burin to take charge of the mission, a sudden proposal that left the young noble completely speechless. Burin asked why, so Raon calmly laid out his reasoning. In their very first combat trial, only he and Runan could fight off the Snow Fox claws. Thus having Burin lead would be better. Did he not want to become just like him? Raon's trust in Burin was clear. Now was the perfect time to prove himself with everything he learned. Burin smiled and accepted the challenge. Placing a hand over his chest, he promised to be a capable leader. Raon turned to address the rest of the group, asking them if they had heard the sudden decision. They were to follow Burin's commands from now on. Raon then approached Martha, the only girl in their squad. He promised to explain everything later, urging her to act natural. Martha gave a cold reply and immediately walked away. She didn't need any special reminders and would follow his lead anyway. Raon watched her leave, letting out a soft laugh. He smiled gently at his comrades, then secretly whispered to Wrath, asking if the spirit also felt the eyes on them. Wrath glanced over with a smirk, huffing as he floated playfully, surprised that Raon had already picked up on it. It made sense since Raon inherited his legendary perception. Raon kept focused, asking where they were hiding and how many. Wrath teased him, asking if Raon could even guess the correct path if he pointed out the enemy's direction. But Raon immediately cut him off, asserting there was only one enemy. Finding himself outsmarted so quickly left Wrath flustered. Raon calmly explained that the spirit had used singular pronouns instead of plural ones, exposing the truth instantly. His deadpan delivery completely pierced Wrath's pride. After Raon thanked him for the slip-up, Wrath was left absolutely fuming. The demon screamed curses behind his back, but Raon paid no attention. His mind remained tense since sensing that bloodlust. He couldn't let his guard down for a second, harboring deep suspicions that there might be more than one observer. Even if only one person was actively watching, they likely had allies nearby. He couldn't afford to lose his focus. Overthinking was starting to give him a headache. With a heavy sigh, Raon stared blankly out into the snowy distance. Looking into the vast white forest ahead, Raon mutters to himself, "This mission is not going to go smoothly." Meanwhile, deep in the woods, a brutish, fierce-looking leader demands to know where they came from. Standing opposite him, a subordinate quickly reports that they are mostly from the Zieghart clan, one of the 6 great houses, though they are nothing special. The scout figures, they are just green recruits with no instructors in sight, making this likely only their second real field mission. The boss asks if they were spotted, and the subordinate respectfully replies that of course not. He brags that even if he got closer, those kids would never notice him. The leader chuckles, highly satisfied. He agrees that no ordinary rookies could ever spot his scout. Then the curious minion asks about another matter, wondering why those rookies are here in the first place, since they already have the local orcs under total control. The leader calmly explains that the villagers likely noticed the rising monster count and begged for help, adding that their own search for the Mana Stone has dragged on because he got too overconfident. The minion admits they tore this whole place apart, but found nothing, meaning it is likely hidden inside the village itself. Bowing his head, he asks if they should just launch a direct attack, but the leader instantly shuts him down. The subordinate tries to press, arguing that this is their absolute best shot to wipe out the rookies, but the chief has a much better plan. Killing those kids is easy, but it risks exposing their search for the Mana Stone, which would bring more harm than good. Instead, he wants to use the apprentice knights to do all the heavy lifting against the monsters. He decides to let them fight off the beasts and head home, thinking they actually completed their mission. Then he slowly puts on his mask, speaking in a raspy, deep voice as his body begins to warp and change, sharp fangs bursting from his jaws, and his glowing yellow eyes shining with terrifying malice. His hands swell to massive sizes, and his pale skin quickly mutates into a deep, dark green as his entire frame bulges with raw power. He tells his subordinate that once the recruits leave, he will raid. Now watch, he is no longer just an imposing figure, but a literal monster with an iron body and a ruthless plan to crush anything standing in his way. As night falls over the village, the young knights gather to enjoy a warm dinner prepared by the locals. Yet Raon cannot help but stare silently at Burin Zieghart, deep in thought. He watches his cousin closely, realizing that while he was initially worried, Burin is doing far better than expected. Raon notes that Burin has not used the prestigious Zieghart name to act arrogant or boastful. Instead, he focuses entirely on his duty, reassuring the village chief and the locals. Raon realizes that letting Burin lead the squad was absolutely the right move, seeing how hard the boy is trying to grow. Eating quietly, Raon decides he does not need to worry about Burin. Even if he were not here, Burin and the other trainees could easily handle any regular beasts. Suddenly, Raon glances out the dark window. The entity that was watching them when they arrived near. The outskirts of the village is the real issue. Raon is not completely sure, but he felt their presence vanish toward the mountains, right as the squad marched into the village. Vague theories raced through his mind. Is the Zieghart family testing them? Or is it an entirely different enemy? To keep from spiraling into anxiety, Raon forces himself to calm down, knowing tomorrow will bring all the answers. The next morning, Burin runs a hand over the cold ground, tracking the footprints left behind by the beasts, firmly concluding that the monsters are indeed nearby. Standing opposite him, the village chief shares their grim reality, saying monsters usually appear around this season, but this year their numbers have tripled. The local defenses simply cannot handle this many beasts. He explains that they have already spotted over 100 monsters roaming the outskirts, which likely means they are dealing with a total horde of more than 200. The chief is deeply worried about the safety of these young knights, noting that the danger goes far beyond sheer numbers. Knowing these young warriors are totally unfamiliar with the local terrain, the elders prepare a local guide to ensure they do not get lost in the mountains. He is the fastest, most agile boy in the village, so he is bound to be a great help. Their guide turns out to be a boy around the same age as the young trainees. Appointed by the chief to guide them through the treacherous Iju mountain, his name is Kamba, and it looks like Kamba just sprinted over, panting heavily. He knew something was wrong when the chief visited him last night, but having him guide the infamous trainees of the Zieghart family is the absolute worst outcome. Sensing the young guide's visible anxiety, Raon steps forward to calm his nerves. He reassures both the chief and Kamba with a steady, deeply professional demeanor, promising they will all return safe and sound. The mission officially begins as their leader, Burin, raises a hand and calls for everyone to pay close attention. He warns that orcs are far tougher than normal beasts, while imps play dirty, using nasty poisons and hidden traps. Burin carefully warns the squad that even a single scratch could prove a fatal wound, so do not let your guard down. Everyone agreed and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Glenn Zieghart turned to squad leader Ken, telling him to surround Training Hall 6 and watch out for any monster trying to escape. Ken nodded, agreeing to handle it, while Glenn Zieghart led his own squad forward, keeping spirits high. He declared they were officially beginning the raid to wipe out the monsters currently threatening their land. Glenn Zieghart loudly told his brave knights to show these beasts the true terrifying power of the Crimson Clan. With that, the knights surged forward with incredible momentum, shouting as they charged. Meanwhile, Wrath watched from a corner, absolutely annoyed by their tactics, muttering that those fools were doing something incredibly stupid. They had planned a stealthy ambush this entire time, only to scream and blow their own cover. That completely ruins the surprise. Hearing this, Raon Zieghart calmly explained to Wrath that they were just shouting to ease their anxiety. Such a mistake was pretty understandable, considering this was their very first raid mission. Wrath went silent, closely observing Raon Zieghart's calm posture. Technically, this should be Raon Zieghart's very first raid too, but instead of being nervous, he was coolly looking at the big picture. Wrath suddenly realized that the guy carried himself exactly like a seasoned, battle-hardened veteran. The knights fought incredibly hard, letting no monster escape their sharp blades. Martha yelled out in sheer excitement, yelling that she would destroy them all. Glenn Zieghart quickly reminded her to handle the goblins first before targeting the ogres. Right then, a knight warned the team that 2 ogres had breached their formation and were moving in the opposite direction. Kamba, possessing absolutely no combat skills, hid far back and watched the giant ogres approach. As the distance closed, he could only tremble in terror, practically on the verge of tears. He deeply regretted coming. Seeing the situation turn critical, Raon Zieghart immediately leaped into action, delivering a single, incredibly swift and precise slash directly at the ogre. He moved like a ghost, taking down every single beast with just one clean strike. Not a single monster could ever match the blinding speed of Raon Zieghart's blade. He calmly sheathed his weapon afterward. The beasts staggered and collapsed behind him, leaving a completely terrified Kamba collapsing to the dusty ground in disbelief. Kamba wondered when they had even died. Raon Zieghart politely checked on him, asking if he was hurt anywhere. Startled, Kamba stammered that he was fine, just relieved. Raon Zieghart then turned the conversation to something else, asking if there were any local urban legends surrounding this mountain. A confused Kamba stammered, asking if he meant legends, and Raon Zieghart nodded, mentioning large treasures or powerful monsters. Kamba suddenly remembered and began sharing an old myth. Hundreds of years ago, a massive war erupted when a massive goblin kingdom invaded from the west, clashing directly with the local order of knights. Raon Zieghart listened closely, his eyes widening when Kamba mentioned that the heavy snow had buried the Goblin King's legendary ring somewhere here. Raon Zieghart silently realized that this explained the strange gazes he felt. The eyes watching him right now belonged to the Eden group. They were part of the Five Devils, notoriously vicious and insane. Their ultimate goal was to bring back the ancient dark age of complete monster dominance over the world. They worshipped monsters like gods. However, the deeper Raon Zieghart thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. They should have been wiped out long ago, but they possessed a terrifying ability to control and tame monsters. Though human, they could literally harness beastly powers, making them incredibly formidable opponents. They easily rivaled the Crimson Clan in strength, spreading absolute terror. Their mysterious power remained a closely guarded secret that even the continent's elite families knew nothing about. Yet Raon Zieghart's face grew dark as he realized he knew. He knew because of the man who had utterly ruined his entire life, Derus Robert. In his previous life, while working as an elite assassin for the Robert family, Raon Zieghart had directly crossed paths with those monsters. They crossed paths during a covert mission ordered by Derus Robert, where Eden ruthlessly slaughtered his entire shadow squad, leaving only him alive in that literal hellscape. Back then, Raon Zieghart was too devastated to see it, but something was definitely wrong. How did Derus Robert know from the start that Eden was using the stone as one of the 6 emperors? Why would he keep such a massive secret from the world? Seeing Raon Zieghart standing there in a daze, Wrath barked out, demanding to know what he was thinking, as he could clearly sense a dark boiling rage radiating from the young man. Raon Zieghart suddenly felt a sharp sting in his chest as thoughts of Derus Robert racked his emotions. He took a deep breath to calm down, telling himself that Eden was the priority. Regaining his focus, Raon Zieghart deduced that Eden's main goal was finding the Goblin King's legendary stone lost centuries ago. Judging from the beasts defeated here, Raon concludes that an incredibly powerful mana stone must be buried somewhere nearby. Standing alone and scanning the area, he realizes the enemy's plan is to trick them into thinking the mission is complete. They want us to leave so they can dig up the stone. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart is still fighting with everything he has. He screams out, declaring that he will finish off the leader beast once and for all with his ultimate attack. But mid-strike, a sudden explosion of snow blocks his path. As the white mist clears, Raon Zieghart lowers his guard. It turns out Martha stole the giant serpent kill, smiling brightly and claiming it for herself. Raon Zieghart sighs in frustration. He scolds her for her total lack of class, then orders the knights to clean up the remaining beasts now. Meanwhile, Raon still has questions, asking Kamba if anyone has found treasure in the mountains since that Goblin King legend. Kamba hesitates, mentioning that when he was a kid, the chief went up the peak and returned with something red. The chief found a mysterious red jewel on the mountaintop. Raon immediately asks where that red jewel is kept now. Kamba's answer makes Raon's heart sink. Apparently, the chief secretly buried the jewel right underneath his own house. For some strange reason, it keeps the entire village warm. Raon clenches his fist, a sudden wave of anxiety hitting him. This is worse than he thought. If the Eden faction doesn't find the mana stone on the mountain, they will hunt elsewhere. Raon envisions a terrifying future where the enemies slaughter everyone and burn this entire village to the ground. Thankfully, the crisis seems to pass as the swordsmen return to report that the area is fully secured. Another fighter quickly adds that they have finished their job, successfully completing the entire village subjugation mission. The village chief warmly grasps Raon Zieghart's hand, thanking the swordsman deeply for going this far to save them. He praises Raon Zieghart, calling his swordsmanship as outstanding as the legendary Zieghart family had described in their stories. Raon Zieghart smiles, glad to have been of help. Meanwhile, Raon silently watches the chief guide the soldiers away. Suddenly, a familiar voice startles him from above, asking if everything has gone exactly according to his plan. Martha is sitting on a high branch, casually eating an apple. Raon looks up, but she is too far to read. She notes indifferently that she has no idea what he is planning, loudly crunching on her apple. Raon softly calls her name, admitting he is not entirely sure either, but promises to tell her when the time comes. But before he can finish, Martha leaps down coolly, telling him not to worry about what lies ahead. Brushing past him, she promises to follow his every command until this mission is over, leaving him quite stunned. A moment later, Runan Sullian walks over and asks what he is doing. Raon clenches his fist in response. His long hair covers his eyes, hiding his expression. Runan Sullian asks with genuine concern if something is wrong. She notes that he looks quite troubled, but Raon reassures her that he is fine and that they should join the feast. He looks out into the distance, silently reminding himself that the Eden cult won't make a move until they leave. The next morning, the sky over Cebu village is beautifully clear with a gentle breeze and soft drifting clouds. It is rare to have such perfect weather as Raon Zieghart proudly leads his squad of young swordsmen out of the village. Relaxing his guard, Raon Zieghart feels incredibly satisfied. He looks back at Ken and the other swordsmen marching behind him. They successfully wiped out every single monster on Mount Shu, finishing this tough mission with barely any casualties. Despite this being their very first real mission, they performed brilliantly. He glances over toward Raon's quiet direction. Feeling his rival's presence, Glenn Zieghart assumes that must be why Raon did not push to take the lead this time. While Raon remains highly alert and scans their surroundings, Glenn Zieghart is completely oblivious, lost in his own thoughts. Glenn Zieghart takes pride in his own flawless leadership, still wondering why Raon handed over command to him so easily. Placing a hand on his chest, he feels incredibly proud, hoping Raon finally realizes their leadership skills are fully equal. With a satisfied smile, he confidently orders the entire squad to pick up the pace and keep moving forward. They travel a long distance until the evening sky turns red. Raon, marching at the very back, suddenly stops. He commands everyone to halt. The swordsmen quickly turn around, whispering in confusion about why they are stopping. Some ask what is wrong and why they cannot keep going, complaining that it is too early to camp. Another points out that the sun is still up. Raon gives them a deadly serious look, staring them down. He tells them that this is when the real mission actually begins. Ken looks completely lost, questioning his words. Raon calmly reiterates that their task is far from over. Hearing this, Glenn Zieghart confronts him with growing frustration. Glenn Zieghart asks what on earth he is talking about, quickly pointing out that they already defeated the orcs and cleared the area. So what exactly does he mean? Long hair shadows Raon Zieghart's eyes, making it impossible for anyone to read his thoughts. Raon Zieghart casually explains that their mission is to defeat the monsters and protect the village, but Glenn Zieghart is still pretty confused. He asks what the issue is, and Raon Zieghart reveals they were just being watched. Glenn Zieghart freezes in absolute disbelief. Raon Zieghart explains what he sensed earlier. The moment they left the village, a mysterious shadow started trailing their every move. They were stalked for about 1 hour before the presence vanished. Glenn Zieghart might think it was a guide, but Raon Zieghart knows better. He felt pure hostility, way too malicious to be a friendly guide. Raon Zieghart continues with a dead serious expression. He noticed those prying eyes even before they reached the village, and they only vanished once they had traveled far enough away. Glenn Zieghart stares back, completely stunned, and asks if Raon Zieghart is actually being serious about this. Standing behind him, Martha Zieghart cannot help but speak up, questioning if they were really being watched before they even arrived. Raon Zieghart turns to confirm it started precisely when they reached the base of the hill near the village. Martha Zieghart freezes, realization dawning. She asks if that is why he handed leadership over to Glenn Zieghart, and Raon Zieghart calmly admits he did it to hide his presence. Doing this allowed him to sense the enemy much more clearly. Seeing Martha Zieghart and Ken in shock, Glenn Zieghart makes a silent bet with himself. He is sure Raon Zieghart planned all of this during their bet. His combat instincts and raw perception are just on a different level. He is far sharper than any of the academy instructors. Glenn Zieghart had absolutely no clue they were even being followed this whole time. Finally, understanding the truth, Glenn Zieghart stammers, asking if that was the real reason Raon Zieghart put him in charge. Raon Zieghart calmly nods, explaining that Glenn Zieghart was the best choice to keep the other rookies safe while he focused on the threat. Thinking back to their time in the village, Raon Zieghart actually offers a rare compliment, telling Glenn Zieghart he did a great job. The enemy likely assumed Glenn Zieghart was the group leader, which completely diverted their attention away from Raon Zieghart. Hearing this, Da steps up. He pats Glenn Zieghart on the shoulder, calling him a true Zieghart and promising to recommend him as a top 2 rookie. Glenn Zieghart looks down in sheer embarrassment, realizing how foolish he was to think he was finally standing on Raon Zieghart's level. While Glenn Zieghart was playing commander, Raon Zieghart was silently gathering crucial intel on the enemy without anyone even noticing. He had been celebrating a fake rivalry. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart shifts his focus back to the strange behavior of the monsters they fought. Normally, different monster species never cooperate or communicate. But during this specific mission, the orcs and goblins worked in perfect harmony. This coordination means an outside enemy must be using mind-controlling magic to force these beastly hordes to work together. Someone inside that peaceful village is acting as the puppet master. Their initial mission was to keep the villagers safe. But with a hidden threat still looming, this mission is far from over. They cannot leave the village to its fate. Raon Zieghart turns to the group and orders a silent return to the village. They must remain completely undetected. Unfortunately, Raon Zieghart sighs, wishing they had the proper stealth gear to pull off such a quiet infiltration. Hearing his concern, Dorian steps forward with a proud grin and drops a massive pile of gear onto the ground. He asks if this is stealthy enough for their needs. Raon Zieghart stares down at the mountain of cloaks in sheer disbelief. He asks where on earth Dorian managed to find all of this, and his companion proudly beams with excitement. Dorian claims he packed them just in case, prompting an astounded Raon Zieghart to ask why he brought 40 extra cloaks. Giving a big thumbs up, Dorian notes that thorough preparation is always key. Stunned but impressed, Raon Zieghart has to give him credit. After offering a brief word of praise, he turns to the squad to initiate their standard stealth training protocol. He orders Gren, who is by far their fastest runner, to contact a nearby branch of the Zieghart family and report the situation. Caught slightly off guard by the sudden command, Glenn quickly regains his composure and shouts out his agreement. Declaring that he can handle it, the scout immediately dashes off. Resting his hand on his sword hilt, Glenn Zieghart turns to the rest. He commands everyone to follow his orders at all costs, his tone suddenly dropping into a cold, strict warning. He will absolutely not tolerate any insubordination. 5 hours later, near the base of the mountains, a dark figure emerges. The cloaked individual bows deeply before his superior, quickly delivering the news they have been waiting to hear. He reports that the target squad has finally departed. They double-check the surrounding area, and everything is completely clear. The master orders the plan to begin. Suddenly, the eyes of the fallen orc chieftain glow with an eerie magical light. The beast rises and speaks with a human voice, ordering a full recovery. It begins marching forward, step by heavy step. Its massive body shatters the ground underfoot, radiating sheer power. Slinging a massive blade over its shoulder, it lets out a roar. The beast lets out a fierce roar and stamps its foot, sending a massive tremor through the earth as a horde of armed orcs appears. They swarm the entire mountain. Up on a cliff, the orc leader loudly barks orders to the horde below to slaughter them all. Hearing the command, the monsters charge in unison. With a cold, ruthless glare, the leader commands his troops to ensure not a single soul escapes. Meanwhile, the young swordsmen under Raon's leadership are heading back to the village, finally reaching a nearby hill. Burn, still feeling uneasy, asks Raon one more time to be absolutely sure, his face suddenly tightening with immense resolve. He declares they must wipe every single one out this time. Raon just stares back with a remarkably calm expression. He quietly reminds him that it is not time yet, mentioning the Watcher from earlier. Burn freezes instantly at those words. Confused by the warning, Burn listens as Raon explains the gaze belongs to a human, not some mindless monster. Since they still do not know who the enemy is, Burn grows frustrated, raising his voice to argue with Raon. He points out the overwhelming horde of orcs, claiming the village has absolutely no way to hold them off. Raon remains unbothered. He calmly points out that a reckless defeat means everyone dies, but Burn refuses to accept that logic, voicing his own view. He insists they must strike immediately if they want any hope of saving the people. Raon locks eyes with Burn. He asks if he forgot the instructor's crucial lesson about fully understanding the mission, emphasizing that the time has not come. His words echo loud enough for everyone to hear, warning that they must be even more cautious because of Eden. This revelation sends shockwaves through the group. Crane gasps in disbelief, questioning if the enemy is really Eden. Martha whirls around too. She stammers, asking if he means one of the infamous 5 demons. Burn stays silent but clearly shares their deep anxiety. Raon calmly explains that because they could face an Eden executive or a Lord-class beast, caution is their only option. Cold sweat beads on Burren's forehead as he lowers his head, hesitantly admitting that he knows exactly how terrifying Eden is. He agrees Raon has a point, but the moment Burren raises his gaze, he looks directly at his leader and demands answers. He asks if they should just stand idle while innocent villagers are slaughtered right before their eyes. Burren's face darkens as he grinds his teeth, his voice trembling with a mixture of intense frustration and rage. He tells Raon he thought he was truly worthy of the Zieghart name, but staying back now is completely wrong. Thumping his chest with fierce pride, Burren declares that stepping up is the duty of a true Zieghart warrior. Drawing his blade, he leaps off the cliff alone, charging toward the village with absolute determination in his eyes. He shouts back that he does not care if they follow, but anyone who calls themselves a real Zieghart should join him. Raon sighs, watching Burren's reckless charge. Honestly, you have got to admire the guy's sheer passion, even if it is completely foolish. Standing right beside him, she casually murmurs that she is heading out too and leaps off the cliff without hesitation. The rest of the trainees begin to stir, unable to ignore the call to arms as excitement and pressure build. One shouts that Burren is right, showing fear simply because the enemy is from the 5 demons would disgrace the Zieghart family. Another agrees, yelling that as elite trainees representing the alliance of the 6 emperors, they cannot just watch. They charge down the slope together, shouting that they are joining the fight to protect the helpless villagers. Crane looks ahead, calling out to the 6th training hall to wake up and brace themselves for battle. He rallies them to support the 5th training hall and crush Eden's dark forces, and his squad roars back in approval. Soon only a quiet few remain on the hill. Now watch, because everything is playing out exactly as our master tactician planned. Glancing at the remaining comrades, he knows that with Burren and the trainees' proud natures, they would never ignore this threat. They were always bound to jump in and stop Eden's monsters. Raon remembers his private plan from earlier that afternoon. He had already sent a secret message to Ronan telling her to follow and shield them from the shadows. With Burren, Ronan, and Crane united, even Eden's forces will struggle to break them. He glances back at Martha, resting peacefully. Out of pure curiosity, he asks Martha why she stayed behind, since he fully expected her to charge in first. Crossing her arms over her chest, Martha calmly replies that she already promised to follow his orders to the very end. A faint smile plays on his lips as he lets out a quiet sigh. Standing together on the edge, they peer down. He decides it is time to join the fray, but instructs everyone to keep their presence completely masked while moving. He warns that Eden's main reinforcements are likely lying in wait hidden far from the active front lines. Gazing at the barren peaks in the distance, Raon senses a massive wave of raw bloodlust radiating from the mountains. It is not coming from the village. Since the 5th and 6th halls can handle the rest, he must face the real threat. But if they face that guy head-on, they will be in serious danger. Raon's face turns serious, his gaze deep, looking into the distance. But that danger only exists in a direct clash. Carrying out an assassination is a completely different story. Back in the village, everyone is fighting hard to eliminate the orcs. Burin's voice echoes across the field, ordering them not to take the goblin attacks head-on, but to fall back and then launch a counterattack. Nearby, 2 rookies are teaming up to fight off a single orc. If fighting them alone is just too hard, they need to group up. Remember, if they fail to stop them here, the entire village will fall. Burin swings his sword, cutting down an orc. Gritting his teeth and gasping for air, he realizes these goblins are far more vicious than the ones they fought yesterday. But if it is just this many defending, the village is still manageable. Drenched in sweat, Burin glances in another direction. The real problem is Eden. As long as that enemy is out there, this onslaught will never stop. Realizing this, he cannot help but curse. Damn it, in the end, Raon was absolutely right. Burin yells out a warning to the trainees, telling them to watch the skies and stay alert for threats hiding in the camouflaged woods. Hearing his warning, the trainees gasp in shock. One of them stutters in disbelief, saying it is impossible. They look up in astonishment, realizing those figures hiding in the tree canopy are the green illusion squad of Eden. Burin glares up at them, gritting his teeth in anger. Wearing those goblin masks and hoods, there is absolutely no mistake. He knew they would come eventually, but he never expected this many. Suddenly, the rookie trainees realize they are completely trapped, and surrounded, gripping their weapons tightly on high alert. Burin quickly assesses the enemy numbers. At a quick glance, there are over 40 of them. To handle a crowd this big, they have to play this smart. Making up his mind, Burin shouts his orders, telling Khan to hold the line with the rest and keep those orcs out of the village. Raon Sullian unleashes her freezing aura, locking the feet of both the orcs and the green illusion squad in place. Her body tenses up as Burin yells that he is going in. Raon Sullian calmly nods, copy that, and immediately swings her blade with zero hesitation. A thick layer of frost coats her entire body. I will freeze every single one of them, she declares aloud. With a swift sweep of her sword, jagged shards of ice shoot forward, encasing the orcs and freezing them solid instantly. One of the frozen orcs roars in utter confusion, completely unable to process what just happened to its body. Taking advantage of the opening, Burin immediately channels his wind attribute swordsmanship and drops low to build momentum. He drives his foot hard into the dirt, launching himself forward toward the enemy at absolute blinding speed. Before the orcs can even react, he tears through their ranks, cutting them down in a single clean strike. He keeps moving like a blur, sweeping through them relentlessly until not a single beast is left standing. Drenched in sweat and catching his breath, Burin lets his guard down for a split second. Nearby, a green illusion scout perched on a branch quietly raises a blowpipe to his lips, aiming directly at him from above. Sensing a sudden flash of bloodlust, Burin gasps in shock. The scout fires a deadly dart from above, but because Burin was already on alert, he barely manages to dodge the projectile. He grunts in absolute surprise, quickly recovering his footing immediately at her. He yells to the group, warning them that poison needles are raining down and to block them with aura or dodge. The rookies look up at the sky in panic and immediately do as they are told. Suddenly, a loud thud echoes nearby as a large pouch bursts open, releasing a strange black haze. Everyone around instantly covers their noses. Master Burin, they threw a poison gas bomb, someone screams. Burin grits his teeth, damn it, this stuff is far more lethal than regular monster venom. He immediately barks out, cover your mouths, everyone right now. Moments later, the rookies inhale the gas, their bodies turning to jelly as they collapse to their knees, groaning in pain. Forget using aura, I can't even lift my sword, one of them whimpers. Burin grits his teeth, his hand trembling on his hilt. In just a fraction of a second, the poison took hold of everyone, including him. His limbs refuse to cooperate. He looks over at Raon Sullian, whose face has gone completely pale. Yet the orcs and the green illusion squad are completely unaffected. Sweat pours down Burin's face as he grits his teeth, feeling completely powerless against this vile trap. If they keep this up, he thinks with growing despair, they are going to get completely wiped out by them. Suddenly, a devastating slash tears through the air right in front of him, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Burin stands frozen in absolute awe of this immense, incredibly destructive force. He gasps out, "Is that Martha?" Right on time, Martha stands before them, her icy cold gaze fixed on the green illusion squad. She orders her followers to move in. "Let us clean up this Eden trash for these soft-hearted fools," she says. "Don't let a single. Make sure no one escapes." As she spoke, she and her allies charged forward. seeing Martha lead her squad straight into the battlefield. The others gasped in absolute disbelief. Reinforcements are here. Cheers erupted immediately after. Lady Martha and the backup have finally arrived. One of the exhausted recruits couldn't hide their relief, admitting that if they had been just a moment later, they would have died from the poison. Another trainee quickly got back on their feet and yelled, "Pull yourselves together, get up and fight alongside them right now." Burin felt a heavy knot of worry in his chest, still seeing no sign of Raon. But with Martha and the reinforcements, they might turn this around. If they could keep up this momentum, victory was actually within reach. The Green Battle Phantoms were suddenly being pushed back by Martha's group. As they retreated in absolute shock, they grumbled, "How on earth are these recruits so strong? We need to run. If we stay, we are dead." But before they could even finish their sentence, a towering figure materialized right in front of them out of thin air. The giant spoke with a chilling, booming voice that struck pure terror into their hearts, asking if they were really planning to desert the battlefield. His cold words made the fleeing monsters jump in fright. Suddenly, an ominous sound of absolute death echoed through the area. Martha froze instantly in sheer shock. Runan's eyes went wide, completely unable to process the horrifying pressure that just descended on them. Burin stammered in complete disbelief, realizing it was impossible. Standing right before them was a massive orc commander. Burin stared quickly, analyzing the monster. Its presence was infinitely more powerful than any opponent they had faced before. A green battle phantom, a champion of the greenskin tribe. This creature could actually speak human tongue. Burin recognized him instantly and gasped out, "It's the green battle phantom of Eden." Its piercing green eyes flared with a menacing light as an oppressive aura erupted from its body. This monster was indeed the green battle phantom. Facing such a terrifying opponent, the three of them braced themselves. Burin raised his voice, demanding to know what a master warrior was doing here. The Green Battle Phantom of Eden calmly replied, saying he received reports of their return, asking if they came back to stop his ambush. Martha stood frozen, her grip on her swords tightening as her guard went up even further. The beast's heavy voice echoed through the clearing. He admitted that for a bunch of mere rookies they weren't half bad, but as he analyzed their combat power, he smirked. He noted that the black-haired woman seemed to be the only one among them with any actual strength worth noting. He slowly lifted the massive blade resting on his shoulders, telling them that if they wanted to live, they should have run away quietly. But because they chose to stay, they would die here. He swung his giant sword down with a ferocious strike, roaring at the top of his lungs. He screamed that they simply didn't know their own limits. A massive explosion ripped through the forest, shaking the entire mountainside. Burin took the brunt of the shockwave and crashed to the ground, gritting his teeth in pure agony. Even the formidable duo, talk about a terrifying reality check, Ronan, Martha, and Burin were all brought to their knees in a single blow. One of them cried out, asking where Lord Crane was. Another recruit quickly replied that Crane was busy holding the defense at the barricade. Hearing that, the panicked trainee cursed, asking about Master Raon instead, but the other recruit dismissed it immediately with a grim frown. He claimed there was no way Raon would show his face after seeing such a brutal defeat. Meanwhile, Martha struggled to stand up. The Green Battle Phantom looked at her as if he had just found a hilarious new toy. He sneered, asking if she could actually stand. Martha leaned heavily on her sword, panting for breath while glaring with absolute defiance. The beast scoffed, calling her the finest trash here. He sneered that it was only natural she was slightly better, since she was the only one who could even perceive his presence. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he reminded her that she was still just a tiny sprout he would happily crush under his boots. He called them pathetic insects with no discipline, no strength, and absolutely no drive, declaring that their luck had officially run out today. Facing the barely standing Martha, he raised his massive blade high into the air, boasting that all of them would perish right now. He declared they would all perish today. But wait, just as hope seemed entirely lost, a brilliant flash of red fire illuminated the dark trees. Raon unexpectedly materialized right behind the giant beast. He swung his sword, engulfing the entire clearing in a roaring crimson blaze. Frowning fiercely, Raon roared out that the beast would be the one dying today. Hearing this, the startled Green Battle Phantom whipped around. By then, Raon had already closed the distance and was right upon him. The giant orc barely managed to tilt away from the strike. Raon unleashed the first style of his 10,000 Flames technique, his burning sword slicing down and severing the beast's giant arm. The severed arm hit the ground with a heavy thud as Raon landed gracefully behind the towering monster, his stance perfectly low. Despite losing an arm, the Green Battle Phantom of Eden actually burst into a maniacal laugh, genuinely praising the unexpected ambush. He chuckled, saying it was a decent move, but asked if Raon truly thought he wouldn't find a way to protect his own neck. Raon slowly turned to look at him, his brow furrowing as he realized the sheer insanity of sacrificing an entire arm. But Raon merely smirked, telling the beast that his actual plan was only just beginning and he had far more in store for him. The Green Battle Phantom turned to face Raon directly. Even though it was a surprise attack, being able to sever his arm was impressive. He admits his skills are pretty impressive, a promising Zieghart, but that is all. Watching Raon hold his sword and pant heavily, breathing with heavy rasps, the phantom continues looking at you. It is clear you have already spent most of your energy on that single strike. Raon's hands tremble slightly on his hilt, just as the phantom said he had pushed his body way past its limits with that desperate ambush, and now he can barely even stand straight. Still, Raon asks, "Are you the leader here?" The Eden Green Phantom sneers, asking if he really thought his superiors would show up for a miserable village like this. Raon remains on guard, growling, "You absolute lunatics never act predictably, do you?" The Eden Green Phantom lifts his massive greatsword, his eyes glowing fiercely as he remarks on the boy's surprisingly sharp tongue. He lunges forward, slashing violently at Raon while shouting, "Let's see how long you can keep that cocky mouth running." Raon quickly raises his sword to block. He is not fully recovered yet, but his blade collides with the Phantom's giant greatsword, throwing off a blinding flash of bright light. At this point, Raon realizes that his opponent is also feeling the immense strain. The Eden Green Phantom is visibly surprised that Raon blocked it, admitting the boy is much better than he expected. Showing no weakness, Raon glares coldly and retorts, "If I could not handle this, I would have quit being a swordsman already." The Eden Green Phantom roars, throwing all his weight into a brutal press. Seeing that it has no effect, he pulls back, and immediately swings his massive weapon again. He praises Raon's quick reflexes as they trade frantic blows. The two constantly change their martial forms to strike their flashing sword paths, forming a dizzying, beautiful web of lights. Neither side backs down. Locked in a tight deadlock, Burn watches from one knee in utter disbelief. He cannot believe his eyes. Seeing Raon fight the Eden Green Phantom on equal terms, he cannot help but think that green monster took all of them down with a single strike, yet Raon is fighting on equal terms. Not only that, but he is using the exact same river flow swordsmanship as me. Another loud collision rings out, sparks flying between Raon and the Green Phantom as they break apart. Burn is gripped by a sudden deep shock, thinking he had finally caught up with his rival, but Raon is not even on a rookie level anymore. Standing nearby, Martha does not seem surprised at all. She calmly states that this is his real strength and everything before was just the surface. Burn is left completely speechless, but as Martha watches the fierce clash, she feels a heavy weight of worry. It is still not enough. They look evenly matched, but Raon has had no time to recover the stamina or mana he spent on that initial surprise attack. She is deeply anxious, doubting if he can win with what little strength remains. Suddenly, Reincarnated Sullivan speaks up. Her voice is quiet but firm. "We have to go help Raon." Both Martha and Burn turn to look at her in surprise. Putting a hand on her hip, Martha sighs heavily, pointing out that they are barely holding together themselves. "You are even weaker than us, so what can you do? One mistake and you are dead in a single hit." But Reincarnated Sullivan completely ignores her warnings and walks toward the battle, gripping her steel sword tightly with both hands as a faint freezing white frost begins to swirl lazily around her. "So what?" she whispers. Martha is astonished. She expected Reincarnated Sullivan to freeze, but she is more composed than usual. Has she really changed this much since she started following? Raon Burn pushes himself up with one hand, staring straight ahead. He admits he feels utterly ashamed of himself for even hesitating. Reincarnated Sullivan is right, we absolutely have to help Raon. Martha is startled, asking if he forgot the previous attack. "Do you really think the three of us rushing in makes any difference?" Burn ignores her warnings, standing up to follow Reincarnated Sullivan. The two of them pause briefly to glance back at Martha. Burn speaks up, "Even so, I cannot just stand by and watch our comrade fight alone. We are Zieghart swordsmen." Martha rubs her head with a deep sigh, completely defeated by their stubbornness. She closes her eyes and walks forward. "Whatever, you guys better take full responsibility if things go bad," she groans. Martha tightly grips her sword, ready to fight, following behind them to risk her life in battle. Across from Raon, the Eden Green Phantom stands proud, shrouded in a dark, ominous aura. He speaks up, "A rookie surviving this long against me is truly impressive. You are talented enough that I would actually want to recruit you into Eden." He then curiously asks for his name. Clinging tightly to his sword and panting heavily, Raon stands his ground as he wheezes out his family name, Glenn Zieghart. Hearing that proud name, the Green Phantom's eyes instantly flare with a sharp, piercing green light. He asks with deep suspicion, "Wait, are you a direct descendant of Glenn Zieghart? Looking at your hair and eyes, I had a gut feeling." Raon stands silently, refusing to answer as the Phantom projects the colossal shadow of Glenn behind him. "The blood of the Northern Destroyer King runs deep in your veins." Suddenly, the Green Phantom shadow unleashes a terrifying dark aura. Its murderous intent surges. The beast declares it is taking back its recruitment offer, willing to use any means necessary to end him. It erupts with raw power, screaming that Raon Zieghart must die. Pitch-black energy swirls around its monstrous body, growing thicker. Its heavy breathing echoes through the battlefield. In an instant, it charges forward with incredible speed and devastating raw power. This sudden spike in power catches Raon Zieghart completely off guard. He watches in shock as the giant broadsword swings closer. Realizing this mad beast is aiming directly for his neck, Glenn Zieghart swiftly leans backward to dodge the deadly strike. But he is losing ground. Glenn Zieghart struggles to keep up, wondering if the beast is burning its own life force. His defensive fire ring is barely holding, and his body is still far from fully recovered. Right at that critical moment, Manhwa leaps high into the air and strikes the green phantom from behind. Glenn Zieghart watches her move in complete disbelief. Her name flashes in his mind as he stares. Gripping her sword with both hands, Manhwa prepares to deliver a blow. With absolute determination, she swings downward. Her blade cuts directly into the center of the green phantom's back. Wounded and enraged, the green phantom turns around instantly. It glares at her, absolutely furious at the sudden distraction. It roars, mocking her as a mere insect. But before it can retaliate, the arm holding its broadsword is suddenly frozen. Frost spreads rapidly across its hand. The beast looks down in shock as Raon Sullivan steps in to shield Glenn Zieghart. Glenn Zieghart is stunned, staring at her back. Raon Sullivan points her blade forward, her eyes locked onto the green phantom shadow. She unleashes her freezing ice energy, cold mist manifesting all around her as she locks onto her target. With a deep breath of winter, she strikes. The chilling attack successfully binds the green phantom in place. Raon Sullivan shouts for backup. Baron instantly understands her cue and charges forward, swinging his sword with high energy. He aims directly at the giant monster. Baron activates his flowing sword style, unleashing a rapid flurry of slashes. Dozens of cuts open up across the phantom's body. But through the onslaught, the beast suddenly grabs Baron. It crushes him, squeezing so hard his ribs groan under the pressure. Baron screams in pain, spitting out blood. The phantom lifts him high, completely paralyzing his movements. It laughs mockingly, asking if they truly thought they could win. Its thunderous voice echoes across the field. The monster jeers that they have heavily underestimated its power. Unless they match the strength of that blonde kid, they cannot even scratch it. Baron lies heavily injured but conscious. Though trembling, Baron weakly agrees. He admits their joint attack was far from enough to bring the beast down. He struggles to speak but smiles. At the very least, they manage to buy some crucial time. The green phantom is caught off guard. Nearby, Manhwa channels her earth-shattering skill, swirling debris around her feet. Her sword glows with a pale brown spiritual light. She concentrates her massive energy into a single strike. With a fierce battle cry, she challenges the beast to block her ultimate blow as she charges directly ahead. A barrage of heavy strikes cuts into the beast. The phantom spins around, eyes glowing as it rages against the brats. It pulls Baron back and throws him with insane speed. The boy is hurled directly at Manhwa like a missile. The impact sends both of them flying through the air. They crash violently against a massive tree, coughing in pain. Both groan on the ground. The green phantom slowly approaches, telling them that weak insects should know their limits. Just when all hope seems lost, a familiar voice cuts through the tension as Glenn Zieghart finally speaks. The green phantom suddenly remembers his presence and turns in shock. Glenn Zieghart stands firm and silent. He grips his sword as a blinding ring of fire erupts around him, lighting up his determined eyes. He warmly thanks his teammates, noting that their desperate stalling bought him the time he needed to recover. Glancing at Manhwa, clutching her injured arm, he vows he will not let their painful sacrifices go to waste. Baron lies paralyzed on the ground, listening as Glenn Zieghart tells them to leave the rest to him. The green phantom stares at him in sheer disbelief, demanding to know how he still possesses this much energy. The beast demands to know who he really is. Glenn Zieghart raises his sword, now completely enveloped in blazing crimson flames. He calmly tells the beast to feel honored, as this is the very first time he's using this move in combat. In his mind, water lilies float serenely. He thought he could not master it, but this intense battle opened his eyes. Glenn Zieghart activates his ultimate fiery fist technique, unleashing a storm of intense flames that consume the area. He glares directly at the terrified green phantom, his eyes burning with absolute resolve to end this fight. With eyes staring as if at a dead man, the crackling flames around Glenn Zieghart flared up. Eden, the green battle phantom, hesitated slightly. Those flames were completely different from what Glenn Zieghart had shown earlier. Its instincts screamed that this power was incredibly dangerous. No matter the cost, it had to kill him right now. With that thought, the beast charged straight at Glenn Zieghart, screaming in rage. Glenn Zieghart swung his sword down, a murderous red light flashing in his eyes. With one decisive slash, the green battle phantom froze. Its massive blade remained frozen in mid-air, completely unable to strike down as Glenn Zieghart gathered all his strength for a final blow. He unleashed a spectacular slash right through the monster. Blazing red flames wrapped around his blade, carrying a truly devastating power. It felt as if it could burn the entire world to ashes. Glenn Zieghart frowned, staring straight ahead with an icy cold expression. Red flames still flickered and crackled around him as the severed head of the green battle phantom rolled heavily onto the ground. Glenn Zieghart stood silently, holding his sword as he faced the charred, blackened carcass of the beast he had just utterly destroyed. Sweat poured down his face and his clothes were stained with green blood. He gasped heavily, completely exhausted, while Raon Sullivan watched in absolute shock. Speechless, she could only stare. Martha Zieghart clutched her wounded stomach in surprise, whispering if Raon Zieghart had really just pulled that off. Burren Zieghart pushed himself up, staring at the scene in complete disbelief. Honestly, nobody expected him to defeat that monster. Raon Zieghart raised his sword high, shouting to the crowd that they were not done yet as the Green Phantom army was still active. For the peace and prosperity of the kingdom, they had to wipe them out. The soldiers raised their weapons, roaring in unison. They swore to obey. Crowding around the monster's corpse, their faces lit up with joy, while Burren Zieghart slowly struggled back onto his feet. Calling out to Raon Zieghart, Burren Zieghart caught his attention. As Raon Zieghart turned to look, Burren Zieghart spoke up quickly, admitting that Raon Zieghart was right. Without his timely intervention and the reinforcements, they would all be dead, and the villagers they protected would have suffered the same fate. Long messy hair fell over Burren Zieghart's eyes, hiding his facial expression, but his voice was completely sincere as he continued speaking. He thanked Raon Zieghart for saving them and apologized for not listening, admitting he had ignored the safety of the village despite the warnings. He raised his head, patting his chest proudly. Turning a blind eye to injustice out of weakness was not his way as a swordsman. Holding his sword with one hand, Raon Zieghart shrugged off the heavy apology with a simple grunt and casually turned around. Burren Zieghart stared, utterly dumbfounded by this completely indifferent reaction, as if their narrow escape meant nothing at all to him. What Burren Zieghart stammered in disbelief, while Raon Sullivan, Martha Zieghart, and the rest of the group watched them with intense curiosity. Raon Zieghart calmly told them that they had fought with everything they had. His victory over the monster was only possible because of them. He looked down at his trembling hand, still tightly gripping his sword, realizing how close this battle actually was. If even one person had been missing, things could have gone horribly wrong. He turned back toward Burren Zieghart with a soft smile. He offered a sincere thank you, which immediately threw Burren Zieghart off guard and made him incredibly flustered and embarrassed. Feeling highly awkward, Burren Zieghart looked away and stammered that he had no idea what Raon Zieghart was even talking about. But he promised to get stronger, so this would never happen again, ensuring he would never need his help. Raon Zieghart then turned to Martha Zieghart with a warm praise, thanking her for giving him the crucial time to recover. Martha Zieghart looked up in slight surprise. Staring directly into her eyes, he sincerely thanked her for following his orders. She slightly bowed her head, long hair masking her face as a subtle smile crept onto her lips, revealing her improved mood. Brushing past him, Martha Zieghart calmly remarked that if she could not even follow simple orders, she would rather just die. Telling him she was off to help the villagers, she left him to do whatever he pleased, as Raon Zieghart braced himself. Resting his hands on his knees, Raon Zieghart sighed in exhaustion, wondering if this nightmare was finally over when a sudden dizziness hit him. His vision blurred as his body stumbled forward. He had let his guard down too early and his legs completely gave out. Before he hit the hard ground, Raon Sullivan rushed forward just in time, catching his limp body in her arms. Letting him rest against her, she asked with deep concern if he was all right, prompting Raon Zieghart to turn his head. Surprised, he weakly asked if she had been there the whole time and how she knew he was going to collapse. She stared back with a serious face, reminding him of their training days when he would drain all of his energy. Exhausted but happy, Raon Zieghart smiled weakly, realizing that he was not the only one looking out for his comrades. They truly cared about him too. Relieved by this warm realization, he finally let himself fully relax with a sincere smile. After whispering his gratitude, something suddenly caught his eye. He blinked, looking up as several blue holographic screens began to appear. The system status windows flickered rapidly, declaring that he had successfully pushed past his own limits in the brutal fight. All of his core stats had increased by 1. The notification officially confirmed his successful victory against a powerful enemy. Then you have successfully acquired the special skill Shadowless Strike. You have defeated an opponent with a higher level than you. Received the title of Unshakable Heart. The status window shows his name Raon. Title is Unshakable Heart and status is Special Skill Frenzy. Fire Blade 3 stars, Flame Mastery 3 stars, Fire Resistance 3 stars, Unlucky Aura 3 stars, Master Senses at 4 stars, Water Resistance at 1 star, Shadowless Strike 1 star. Agility 58, Strength 57 and Physical, Power 59, Energy 42, Perception 64. Raon looks at his updated stats in utter shock. Taking out that green Phantom was totally worth it. His stats got a massive boost and he even unlocked a new skill and a title. Standing up, Raon decides to review the details later. He turns to Raon Sullivan. Raon Sullivan, I feel much better. Go back to the village to help them out. I will scout the area to make sure it is safe. Later, Raon sits on a ledge, staring at the system screens. He thinks to himself that this Unshakable Heart title is way more useful than he originally thought. Reading the screen, the title goes to those with an iron will, people who never flinch when facing incredibly powerful foes. When facing an opponent that is stronger than him, all of his base stats will automatically increase by 3%. 3% might sound small, but as Daon grows stronger, that boost is going to scale up incredibly well. Since he will be constantly fighting enemies that are much stronger than him from now on, this is going to be incredibly useful. Plus, system also explains that when executing a lethal strike, the 1-star Shadowless strike will suppress his presence and boost critical damage. Daon stares intently at the screen, thinking that Shadowless strike seems to be a highly specialized skill built for assassins. If he had obtained this skill before fighting that guy, he probably would have killed him right on the very first ambush. Suddenly, the Star Essence Emperor manifests, panic written all over its face. Wait, you defeated a low-rank monster and got that? The spirit screams in pure disbelief, shouting about how it designed this system, but cannot comprehend how this is happening. Resting his hand on a rock while scrolling through the panels, Daon smiles. Thanks to you, I am leveling up fast. The furious Star Essence Emperor roars back in sheer spite. I will never let you have an easy death. I will flay you alive and drink your blood, making sure you suffer. Completely ignoring the threat, Daon gets up. He starts walking away and waves a casual goodbye. Go ahead and try. The spirit feels like it just punched thin air. Stunned, it freezes, but quickly snaps back into a screaming rage. Daon simply pretends he cannot hear a single word. With a satisfied smirk, he strolls ahead. Meanwhile, the new recruits are busy helping the villagers rebuild their war-torn home. The orc attack left total devastation, but now everyone is pitching in, carrying timber and hammering nails as a solid team. The wooden barricades are finally fully restored. Inside a tent, Daon slowly opens his eyes, still feeling a bit dazed. He pushes his blanket aside and rubs his forehead. He only wanted to rest for a minute, but completely passed out. Walking outside, he sees everyone working together in perfect sync. They must have finished the main defenses while he slept. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name. Runan Solian approaches, carrying a basin of fresh water, asking if he is awake. How are you feeling? She asks. Daon looks at her, stretching. A good nap actually did the trick. Runan Solian smiles and immediately nudges him to follow her. Good, then get moving. Everyone is outside waiting to see you. Confused, he asks who exactly is waiting. Runan Solian replies, the people of the village. Night falls and campfires are lit. The villagers gather, bowing their heads in deep, heartfelt gratitude. Their chief steps forward to address Daon and his companions. On behalf of everyone here, he announces, we thank you, brave swordsman. Thank you for standing between us and death. A young couple cradles their child, smiles of pure relief on their faces as the chief's powerful voice echoes through the night. You risked your lives for us. Without your strength, our home would be nothing but ashes and bodies right now. We will never forget your kindness, and we will carry this debt in our hearts for the rest of our days. Those sincere words hit Daon hard. He stands frozen, experiencing a strange, unfamiliar warmth in his chest for the first time. Looking back at his comrades who fought by his side, a heavy silence falls over him as he processes this moment. The shadows mask his face, but inside he feels the genuine respect of his allies and the pure gratitude of the locals. This is a completely new sensation. It reminds Daon of his previous life where his hands were stained with blood. As a ruthless assassin in his past life, doing anything good was simply out of the question for him. He was born to be consumed by darkness, walking a tightrope where only survival and death existed. Nothing else mattered. Back then his gaze was cold, radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. And it was all because of that man, Derus Robert. He fought, slaughtered, and watched countless targets fall. His hands were forever stained with the blood of his victims. He realized those he killed were only to gain approval from him, a literal devil posing as a holy, merciful angel. On suddenly snapped out of it, knowing he had to live a different life now. He led his rookies to face the chief, and the villagers gathered behind him. Had he ever thought like this before? He clenched his fists, feeling a rising ambition, surging within, a deep hunger taking over his soul. He looked up at the bright moon shining in the sky. From now on, he would live as a true swordsman. He knew he would gaze upon this sight many more times. Under the perfectly round moon and the gentle breeze, a quiet peace settled. Glenn Zieghart's eyes burned bright with realization that this was his ultimate goal, his true path. As the villagers laughed and cheered around them, he suddenly turned to the village chief. He asked if he had a moment because there was something he needed to know, and the elder gladly agreed. Walking over to a nearby farm for some privacy, the elder asked what he wanted to know, and Glenn Zieghart asked who had controlled the orcs that attacked the village. The chief replied that the blue-haired swordsman had actually mentioned it. Apparently, it was one of Eden's 5 devils. He admitted he had no idea why they targeted their small, nameless village. But Glenn Zieghart revealed that during the battle he heard Khan mention that the chief once brought home a small gem, a stone taken from Mount Eu. The old man gasped, remembering he did find a strange gem there in his youth. He stammered in disbelief, but Glenn Zieghart confirmed that Eden was indeed after it. The old man asked if all this Chaos was really because of that stone, utterly devastated that his own hands had nearly brought ruin to his home. Glenn Zieghart warned him that although they stopped the threat today, Eden would keep attacking as long as the gem remained. The elder panicked, explaining that after burying it, their crops flourished and the village grew warm, making them revere it. They treated it like a guardian deity, never imagining it was actually a cursed artifact drawing Eden to them. He frantically asked if they should dig it up and throw it away, but Raon Zieghart refused and offered to take it instead. The chief was shocked, but Raon Zieghart explained that Eden saw humanity as mere sacrifices for their resurrection and discarding it wouldn't stop them. Raon Zieghart promised to keep it safe, though the elder worried that doing so would make Eden target JH, a danger they couldn't allow. But Raon Zieghart smiled, placing a hand on his chest as he proudly declared that this was the way of J. The elder looked at him with deep respect and bowed, praising J for once again showing them boundless kindness. Raon Zieghart was confused by those words, so the old man explained that decades ago, when he was just a young man, the current head of the Glenn clan had saved this very village. Raon Zieghart gasped in shock, questioning if it was really him. The chief nodded, remembering how the Lord saved them from a beast horde, smiling warmly and treating them with respect. He described the master of the J family as a majestic figure with golden hair wearing a brilliant red robe. He possessed a gentle face and an incredibly warm, friendly smile that made him look so heroic and kind. Raon Zieghart pictured the current clan leader, unable to imagine him smiling kindly given his cold, harsh attitude today. Sensing his silence, the chief chuckled, apologizing for rambling, and asked Raon Zieghart to follow him to the gem. They walked deep into the fields where the elder dug up a small hole to retrieve the hidden artifact. He lamented that the very object they believed was protecting their home was actually a cursed item of pure evil. Pointing at the bundle, Raon Zieghart asked about the cloth wrapped around it, which the old man explained was an heirloom. Passed down for generations, they used its unique properties to suppress the stone's bright red glow before burying it. Unwrapping the heirloom, a glowing crimson stone appeared before them, radiating incredibly intense and overwhelming waves of raw energy. Raon Zieghart realized this was the Goblin King's Mana Stone. If such a treasure fell into Eden's grasp, the consequences would be fatal. A terrifying new monster with the Goblin King's power would be born. Shivering, he told the chief to cover it quickly. But before they could, a sudden voice echoed out from the shadows, declaring that everything finally made sense. A massive bald warrior covered in brutal battle scars stepped out right next to them, wearing a confident, menacing smirk. He laughed, explaining that the heirloom cloth concealed the stone's aura, preventing them from finding it on the mountain. Otherwise, this entire village would have been turned into ash long ago. Shocked, Raon Zieghart instantly drew his sword. He demanded to know who this bastard was, sweating as he realized he didn't sense the man's presence at all. The intruder chuckled, snapping his fingers as he laughed before pulling out a blue horned demon mask with a cruel, mocking grin. He asked Raon Zieghart to guess who he was, and recognizing the mask's design, Raon Zieghart immediately linked him to the orcs. He called him the blood-crazed devil. The villain laughed, impressed that a mere student of J could recognize him. Unbelievably, this terrifying man is none other than Eden, the blood-crazed devil. He smirks with excitement, wielding an unfathomable power. You must be the swordsman who cut down Okan and the superior that Okan mentioned before. He said you wouldn't show up here. Eden then puts on his hat, admitting he had indeed dumped that mission onto that fool. If he had not died, Eden wouldn't have come. In short, he's here for Jihan. Jihan trembles. His body is paralyzed by this sheer, overwhelming bloodlust. He can barely move. Even if every disciple in Ebu village joined forces, they couldn't win. Just then, the Golden Star Sovereign appears and delivers a harsh truth. You cannot win. Jihan has only two choices left. He can either die fighting in vain or surrender his body to the Sovereign. Suddenly, Eden stomps his foot hard onto the ground, triggering a massive shockwave. With only those two paths left, Jihan now finds himself facing an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Star Force swirls around him. What will he choose? Meanwhile, back in the village, the local swordsmen are busy setting up a defensive line. Bujen asks Martha what she's doing there, and she replies, she came to check if they were fixing the fence properly, teasing that they have more talent for carpentry than swordplay. This makes Bujen absolutely furious. Shut up and get lost, he snaps, but she only laughs, telling him to ask nicely instead of ordering his older sister around, since only one person can command her. Suddenly, Runan Solin arrives carrying a basket of fruit. Spotting her there, Martha asks what she is doing here. Runan Solin replies she brought some fruit, but Martha points out the villagers already picked plenty. Before she can finish, Runan Solin clarifies, these are fresher since she picked them herself for Jihan. The mood immediately grows tense as Martha looks annoyed, commenting sarcastically that anyone would think they were already married. Runan Solin completely ignores her and walks off. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts behind them. Runan Solin whips her head around, her eyes wide with absolute shock. She bolts. Dropping her basket, she sprints toward the shockwave, leaving the others completely stunned. It came from where Jihan and the chief are. Sensing a major emergency, they grab their weapons to warn the officers. All three sprint toward the chief's house. Martha wonders what happened, calling out to Jihan to answer if he's okay. As they finally arrive, another violent blast erupts right in front of them, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. Through the thick smoke, Jihan comes flying out and crashes hard. The sight leaves Bujen and Martha utterly speechless. Jihan desperately struggles to push himself up with the unconscious village chief, slumped heavily over his sore back. Gasping heavily, he barely holds on. With his remaining strength, Jihan tosses the chief to Bujan, who catches him. Bujan gasps, realizing it is the chief. Jihan struggles up, roaring at his friends to leave right now. He demands they get the chief to safety and run immediately. Angered and confused, the three ask what he means. But suddenly, a crushing pressure hits them, forcing all three to their knees as their lungs gasp for air. What is this suffocating pressure? Eden chuckles, noting he didn't expect to find so many cute faces around here. Recognizing his terrifying silhouette, they stammer, noting that's the blood demon armor. Is he one of Eden's top leaders? Eden sneers, mocking them for buckling under such a basic pressure. How pathetic for those carrying the Ja name. Suddenly, Jihan snaps at them, roaring to get a grip unless they want to die. The shout startles the girls. He warns that if they just stand there like fools, they'll be wiped out, urging them to focus their ki, to resist the pressure and stand. He commands Bujen to head back to evacuate the village, who quickly agrees, promising to return soon. Martha and Runan Solian are told to stay back and distract the beast, avoiding direct combat, and watching for an opening. Jihan reminds them of Master Jimin's teachings about pushing past their absolute limits. This is the moment. Hearing his words, the girls' spirits ignite and they easily shake off the suffocating pressure. With renewed confidence, they draw their swords to face Eden. Jihan declares they must break through both their physical and mental boundaries. Eden laughs mockingly, admitting he likes their spirit but doubts it will be enough. Jihan knows that with his fellow disciples and villagers right behind him, retreating is simply not an option today. If he steps back, everything ends. He must find a single opening and sever Eden's head. Yet, he feels as if he is standing right on the edge of a bottomless abyss, unable to convince himself he can succeed. It feels like facing an endless cliff. His past life was brutal, but this one is even worse. Eden mocks his hesitation, asking if he plans to just stand there and stare after acting so tough. You made it look like you would attack immediately, but you are just going to stand there and watch. Fine by him. With that, he charges and slams his fist down, completely shattering the earth. If you won't come to me, then I will come to you. He lunges at Raon Zieghart, unleashing a relentless assault just like a wild beast. Raon Zieghart stands stunned. His opponent is even faster now. Swiftly, he swings his sword, unleashing a massive wave of fire. Charging forward, Eden hesitates for a split second. He recognizes the power of the 10 flames immediately. Raon Zieghart unleashes his strike, but the beast manages to block it. Realizing it is heaven, shifting, Eden presses forward. Eden mocks him, saying he at least likes this outcome before punching the flames away right before Raon Zieghart's eyes. Raon Zieghart's eyes widen in sheer shock. Eden is literally pushing through his myriad flowers technique. He has to stop this. He barely managed to redirect that brutal punch. Without reading the strike's flow through the fire ring, he was dead. Right then and there. Since the others are watching, he needs to draw out as many of Eden's moves as possible. With that strategy in mind, he raises his blade again to strike. He lunges straight toward his foe. Raging fire envelops him, a necessary risk to give them even a 10% chance. No, maybe just a tiny 1% chance of survival. Eden laughs, shouting that is the spirit before building momentum as Raon Zieghart leaps up. Raon Zieghart soaring high, whipping up a massive gust of wind. Eden scoffs that extinguishing the fire so easily would be boring. Smiling arrogantly, he leaps down from the air. With a feral, twisted face, he plunges straight down like a bullet. He screams to entertain him even more. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart feels a chill run down his spine at this raw power. Eden unleashes a devastating punch, but Raon Zieghart barely evades it. The shockwave completely shatters the ground beneath them, creating a massive earth-shaking explosion that rattles the entire area. Rising slowly from the dust, Eden begins to speak. His flames are far beyond ordinary aura. He admits he originally found it strange that the green demon god was defeated, but seeing this power, it all makes sense. Yet it only makes him regretful because fire simply won't work. Eden asks if Raon Zieghart knows why. Dragging himself up, Raon Zieghart retorts that he knows about the unique helmet. It carries the traits of an orc, a forest king, capable of destroying castles despite countless fire arrows piercing its body. The blood demon can harness those exact orc traits. Mocking him, Eden warns that Raon Zieghart should be fully aware of this. No matter how much energy he tries to unleash, it will always be completely useless against him. A truly tragic end. But Glenn Zieghart calmly counters that if fire is useless, he will simply use something else. Eden blinks in absolute confusion. Then Glenn Zieghart raises his sword and a chilling blue light wraps around him. Eden gasps. This biting cold is unreal. Controlling that fire aura was shocking enough, but this is different. Now he is wielding an equally powerful water element. Such high-level attributes and mastery at this young age. Stunned, Eden demands to know who Glenn Zieghart really is. The young warrior gives a cold response. He asks if there is any point in knowing since Eden is about to die anyway. Eden sneers at this. Eden sneers at his arrogance. Instantly, Glenn Zieghart swings his sword and Eden blocks it to test how long his resolve will actually last. Meanwhile, Glenn Zieghart is leading allies to the battle to support Glenn Zieghart, but he suddenly freezes. The scene is unbelievable. Glenn Zieghart is fighting head-to-head with Eden, but he is wielding ice instead of fire. Can he actually wield two different elements? On top of that, the immense pressure and aura blade are crazy. Glenn Zieghart wonders when Glenn Zieghart became a master swordsman. Warriors here are ranked strictly by their aura skills. Every warrior is ranked by their raw power and weapon users are judged by their aura control. Beginners who just learn the basics are rookies. Those who can channel it into weapons are users. Above them are those who can easily draw energy from their bodies and project it straight into their weapons. Then there are the elite who have trained endlessly and can project their energy directly into the air. These warriors are known as aura experts. By that standard, comparing this logic to the duel unfolding before them, it means Glenn Zieghart has somehow reached the legendary level of an expert who wields genuine blade energy with ease. Such a breakthrough should be impossible for his age, yet here he is matching the infamous Blood Demon. Finally, realizing this mind-blowing truth, Glenn Zieghart watches the intense clash with bated breath, completely on edge. They seem perfectly matched, keeping injuries to a bare minimum, but that is only what things look like on the surface. But to an experienced warrior like Glenn Zieghart, the final outcome is already clear. He continues to closely analyze the fight. Even though Glenn Zieghart is holding his own, he hasn't landed a single decisive blow on the Blood Demon yet. Is Raon really just ignoring the massive gap in their power? Suddenly their eyes meet, locked together as if by an unseen thread. It connects them instantly. Glenn blankly realizes a detail he completely overlooked. Raon is looking straight into his eyes. He is signaling that he will create an opening for a combined attack. Having spent so much time training together, the message is clear. Back at the 5th training hall, they learn to communicate with just a single glance. And Glenn is not the only one who gets it. Their other allies catch the silent cue from Raon as well. Runan and Martha share a knowing look, nodding in perfect agreement. The signal is received loud and clear. They tighten their grip on their swords because, yes, they are the proud swordsmen of House Zieghart. Though 3 separate fighters, they now strike as one, fueled by a burning resolve to protect this village and the people in it. They place their trust in the young prodigy charging ahead. With Raon leading the way, they believe they can pull off the impossible. The instant Raon swings his blade to strike the beast's vital spot, it lets out a painful shriek, exploiting that fleeting opening to the fullest. He spins around and yells for them to strike. Right on cue, the 3 allies charge forward as one targeting the struggling monster. They throw everything they have into this assault, putting their entire lives on the line. At this very moment, only one thought remains. They will win. They can win together through pure teamwork. But right at this critical turning point, a trap is sprung. It is hard to tell who tricked whom because the beast suddenly stops struggling. Its eyes light up with savage intent. It zeroes in on them with a terrifying aura, mockingly welcoming the little insects. The trainees are completely cornered now. With no escape left, the beast prepares to crush them with absolute overwhelming power. Glenn can only stare in sheer shock, as he is violently blown away by the impact. The beast is actually releasing its pure fighting spirit like a massive shockwave. Realizing too late, Glenn angrily concludes this monster isn't just strong. He is already a high-level master who feeds on despair. The creature absolutely gloats over their suffering, laughing maniacally at their futile attempts as they fall straight into despair. The beast mocks them, saying they saved him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Seeing their hope fade always brings him pure joy. Did they really think they could actually push back a high-level master like him? He declares that they will all die here today for not knowing their place. With that, the beast raises his weapon. He swings a massive iron fist to crush them in a single strike, forcing them to feel absolute power before they die. But wait, the fight is far from over. Let's see who is the real prey in this chaotic battle. Raon unleashes a tempestuous storm of aura, swinging his sword with a level of murderous intent they have never seen before. You are not the only one waiting for this chance, Raon thinks, knowing the perfect moment to strike is right now. Drawing on the raw, murderous intent accumulated from his past life as an elite assassin, he channels everything into his technique. The 10,000 Flames technique condenses into a single lethal point as Raon finally goes all out. He swings his blade, infused with a massive burst of aura, delivering the ultimate finishing blow, his technique right into the enemy's heart. It is time for this arrogant bully to taste bitter defeat. The sword pierces straight through the monster's chest. A violent shockwave erupts. The beast stands completely frozen in disbelief as the heavy dust clears and sunlight breaks through. The monster finally collapses. Exhausted and panting heavily, Raon cannot help but let out a curse of pure relief. It was an epic blow, but wait, celebrating early is a massive mistake when the enemy is still breathing. The beast mockingly praises his clever tactics, noting that Raon waited for his defense to drop during the attack. If he had slipped up, he would be dead. But before Raon can react, a sudden counterattack catches him completely off guard. He is sent flying into a nearby tree, gasping in agony. The monster stands over him, sneering at his pathetic state. Right before his eyes, the beast snaps the sword that almost made history. To bridge the gap in their skills, that is still an impossible dream. Raon grits his teeth in frustration, forcing his battered body back up on his feet. He thought he could break through once the beast's aura flickered, but the monster's muscles are simply too dense. The enemy physically hardened his own flesh to block the sword. This is what a true aura master is capable of. Raon is forced to acknowledge the sheer difference in their levels. His plan has failed, and he quickly shifts gears. He yells out to the Zieghart recruits, commanding them with his authority as squad leader to run away immediately. The sudden command is so shocking that Buren completely forgets his agonizing injuries. What is he talking about? Raon urgently repeats his command, telling them they cannot win this fight. They must escape and evacuate the villagers. Time is running out. He needs to save the recruits and villagers to minimize casualties. Looking at Buren, he asks, coldly, if he thinks a Zieghart deserves to die a pathetic death here. If not, then he must take action. Making up his mind, Buren Zieghart orders everyone to retreat, focused solely on escaping the blood-frenzied demon. They must save at least one more life from that monster. The warriors immediately follow his lead. As they flee, Martha looks back, begging Raon to survive. He just smiles. He has got this. Just a little more time. But as Raon prepares, the blood demon mocks him with a wicked grin. The beast asks if those weaklings can truly escape and questions if Raon can really hold the line. Ignoring the taunts, Raon calls upon Wrath, demanding a wager. The spirit emerges, finally its turn. It notes that Raon is on the verge of death. What could he possibly wager? Without a single second of hesitation, Raon proposes betting on who survives. Wrath scoffingly looks down on him. It asks if he honestly thinks he can win. Raon doesn't put up a front. He admits it is unlikely. Since victory is nearly impossible, Raon strikes a deal. He wants his body and spiritual energy fully restored. In exchange, Raon will willingly absorb all of Wrath's fury. The spirit pauses, then reluctantly agrees. If Raon dies, it loses his body anyway, so it decides to heal him just to watch him suffer. Agony hits instantly. A devastating storm of pure wrath floods Raon's system, causing absolute pain. His entire body feels pierced by thousands of electric needles. Hearing his groans, the demon looks on in confusion. It demands to know how Raon recovered so quickly without even consuming ogre blood. Absolutely impossible. Fully healed, Raon aims his blade directly at the beast. You don't need to know anything. He promises to keep the monster company until dawn. Meanwhile, Buren Zieghart hurriedly leads the survivors through the dark. Buren Zieghart urges everyone to follow his orders and assist the injured who are struggling to keep up. Though everyone is completely exhausted, they must push their limits and move as fast as possible. Time is running out. Hearing Buren Zieghart's urgent calls, a panicked survivor nervously asks what is going on. Will they even make it? They complain that this disaster struck the exact moment they arrived. Martha, following silently behind them, suddenly stops dead in her tracks. Her head hangs low. She whispers that Raon is facing that horrific monster entirely alone, sacrificing himself for their safety. She explains that despite his broken arm and shattered ribs, he is still out there risking his life. Then she snaps at them. How can they whine when they have contributed absolutely nothing to their survival? She fiercely asks if they plan to die foolishly here. Buren Zieghart calls out her name, feeling her pain. Clenching his fists until his veins show, Buren Zieghart agrees they cannot afford to lose hope. No time for self-pity. He urges everyone to hurry. Crane has already gone to call for backup from their family. Help is definitely on the way, but they must act quickly. But suddenly, a massive shadow looms. The ground trembles as a giant goblin appears behind Buren Zieghart, and honestly, nobody saw this nightmare coming. Panic erupts instantly. The survivors cry out in terror, while Buren Zieghart breaks into a cold sweat. Why is a goblin king targeting them? Suddenly, another warning shout echoes. Another beast is here. Surrounded by two massive goblins, the group draws their weapons, though fear still grips their hearts. They are completely trapped. No one can believe such a disaster could happen to them now. Martha suddenly realizes the grim truth, instantly recalling the crowned goblin from their earlier encounter. Those bastards are controlling the monsters. That is why the blood demon focused solely on Raon. He unleashed these goblins to cut off their escape. Two of the survivors lose all hope. They cry out in despair, believing they are finished, but a familiar voice cuts through the panic. Do not give up. Glenn Zieghart stands tall, facing the giant beasts without a single shred of fear. Raon is still out there fighting. If we die meaninglessly here, we can never look him in the eye again. He refuses to let Raon's sacrifice be in vain. Martha steps up to his side, praising his resolve. Ronan Cillian draws her sword, agreeing they must secure the survivors and quickly return to help Raon. Standing between them, Glenn Zieghart's eyes burn with determination. They absolutely cannot afford to die here. The three warriors face the massive goblins together, united by a single, unbreakable promise in their hearts. Defending their allies is the very least they can do for Raon, who is risking everything for them. The trainees charge together using their swords and mana to strike the two massive monsters. Suddenly, Glenn shouts out to draw their attention over here. Feeling entirely confident in his victory, Eden calmly watches the wind. Meanwhile, a blood-soaked Raon leans heavily against a nearby boulder. Eden mocks his stubborn resilience, telling him to stop struggling. Raon slowly opens his eyes and stares at his broken left arm, realizing it is only getting in his way. If he just cuts off this useless left arm, he might be able to fight a little longer. He lifts his blood-stained face. Why is he going this far? Still, resting motionless against the cold stone, Raon bombards himself with a flood of painful questions. Every single inch of his body is screaming in absolute agony. Why must he endure a level of pain he never even experienced in his past life? Why must he keep fighting this monster? His eyes flicker as he admits that in his previous life he definitely would have run away by now. But suddenly the image of a beautiful woman appears right before his eyes, her gentle voice calling out to him. Sylvia cradles his wounded, broken body, offering warm comfort. She tells him she wants him to become a proud warrior, a legendary swordsman of old. Resting in her warm embrace, he suddenly remembers her words. Yes, the promise he made to her back then. He thinks back to his three teammates. Deep down, the memories and bonds they shared are what keep him tied to this place. He pictures Ronan Cillian holding out a box of cookies without any hesitation. She always pretended not to care about anyone, yet she was actually kinder than anyone else. Then there was Glenn, who was always so focused and determined. His path had a rough start, but now he is chasing a truly noble goal. And finally, Lady Martha. She always carried that heavy sword on her shoulder. Though rough around the edges, her unwavering resolve made her someone he could trust completely. Ignoring his bleeding wounds, Raon slowly forces himself back onto his feet, still locked deep within his own thoughts. He cannot lie to himself, they touch his heart, and he wants to save them as they grow into true Zieghart swordsmen. The King of Essence stands behind him, asking if he was merely stalling for time so his friends could escape his reach, all while enduring his pure wrath. Unafraid, Raon calmly admits to it, realizing the demon has finally figured it out. Hearing this, the furious King of Essence curses his sheer arrogance. Glenn Zieghart has pushed things entirely too far. There is a limit to how much he can look down on him. Does Raon truly believe he can regain control of his body? The demon strikes him from behind, shouting how he intends to do anything when he can barely even stand on his own feet. Unable to dodge the incoming strike, Raon can only brace himself and take the full crushing force of the blow. His exhausted body collapses right in front of the demon, who continues to rain down harsh insults upon him. The moment he faced his wrath, he had already lost. He might resist the possession, but once he surrenders his flesh, there is no going back. Looking down at Raon, trembling helplessly on the dirt, Eden smirks and says he has just thought of a brilliant idea. Ignoring the boy struggling to crawl back up, Eden turns his back to him, leaving behind a terrifying warning. He will leave Raon alive for last and go slaughter his teammates, first finding that prospect far more entertaining. The demon tells him to imagine the look on his face when he rips his comrades' heads off right in front of him. Raon trembles, gritting his teeth as he mutters no. Looking at Eden's retreating back, he knows the rookies stand absolutely no chance. They cannot survive attacks from a master-level opponent, which means he must find a way to hold this monster back. While his friends escape, he must stall him. Suddenly, he declares that his name is Raon Zieghart. Eden spins around in surprise. Ignoring his broken body, Raon stands tall and proclaims he is the descendant of Glenn Zieghart. One day, he will become the strongest swordsman on this continent. Until his heart stops beating, Eden will not leave this place. Pointing his sword directly at Eden, Raon vows to block his path. Eden admits that for his age, his spirit is truly commendable. Eden turns around completely, showing genuine respect for the young warrior, and says that calling him incredible is an understatement. He promises to show the proper respect due to a true warrior, gathering his dark mana directly into his palm. Declaring he will remember the name Raon, Eden unleashes a devastating punch directly toward the exhausted young swordsman. Raon simply stands there with his sword too drained to dodge. He closes his eyes, ready to accept his fate. Suddenly, a gentle green breeze wraps around him. Here comes the save of a lifetime as hope flickers back into his eyes. A figure with fiery red hair suddenly materializes in front of him, raising his sword to block Eden's devastating punch. Raon smiles weakly, jokingly, muttering that his instructor is late. Hearing this, the red-haired man offers a quick apology. Rimmer playfully explains he overslept a little. He shifts into a combat stance, telling Raon to leave the rest to him. Eden stares at the weapon in Rimmer's hand in shock, recognizing it as the legendary light sword of Zieghart. Rimmer casually greets him, calling him Baldy. The demon narrows his eyes, demanding to know what he is doing here. Rimmer immediately drops into a battle stance, raising his sword to warn him. He won't let trash trample on their young buds. Eden looks at him with pure disdain. It's laughable that someone of Rimmer's level was sent to supervise mere academy trainees. He sneers. Has Zieghart gone soft? Instantly they clash steel, meeting bare fists as massive shockwaves erupt. Eden continues, throwing heavy punches, mocking Rimmer by saying he is struggling way too much just to deflect a single strike. He claims Rimmer's balance is completely ruined before curiously asking if the rumors about his shattered mana core are true. If he is really nothing but a cripple now. Rimmer swiftly leaps back to put some distance and gather his mana. Rimmer fires back that his intel is completely off, joking that Eden has always been incredibly slow at gathering information. He asks how such rumors could even spread since he retired. But Eden refuses to buy it, shooting him a glare. Eden calls it a blatant lie, arguing that Rimmer's legendary bloodthirsty swordplay now feels as weak as a gentle breeze. He viciously puts all his strength into a downward fist, aiming straight at Rimmer's head while growling in anger. He roars. Rimmer stands zero chance of cutting him down, but the agile elf gracefully steps aside, dodging the blow. Effortless. Elegant. Rimmer glides gracefully through the air, leaving his opponent extremely frustrated. From the sidelines, Raon watches this ferocious duel unfold, deeply impressed by the incredible skill of his eccentric master. He marvels at how Rimmer moves so gracefully, looking just like a fallen leaf drifting seamlessly on the wind. Every shift in posture is so flawlessly executed that Eden cannot even graze a single hair on the elf's head. The precision of his counterattacks is enough to give anyone goosebumps. If Rimmer were in his prime, this would be over. Why drag this out? Is it for him to watch? Raon suddenly has a shocking realization. He widens his eyes, wondering if his master is intentionally showcasing his swordplay for him to learn, just like before. Watching Rimmer dance around like a gentle breeze, Raon is left speechless that his master is teaching during a life-or-death battle. He is completely insane. Suddenly, Rimmer charges forward, throwing a sharp, provocative taunt at the enemy. He mocks him for failing to hit a weakened opponent, warning that his fancy helmet might get stolen next. Enraged, Eden roars. A massive fist flies. Shut up. But Rimmer effortlessly slips past the blow with blinding speed. Completely humiliated and furious at being toyed with, Eden screams, demanding the Light Wind's sword stop joking and fight seriously. Rimmer remains perfectly calm, silently noting that holding back is slowly reaching its absolute limit against this raging beast. Since his live-action teaching material has completely lost its mind, he decides it is finally time to wrap this up. Turning to the heavily injured Raon resting nearby, Rimmer calls out, instructing his young student to watch very closely. Pure raw mana begins to gather around Rimmer as he casually tells Raon that this is how a true Zieghart fights. Raising his blade with absolute focus, he channels his energy to manifest a magnificent and devastating gale force wind. He whispers the name of the technique, Eye of the Storm. Eden watches anxiously as the blade points straight up. He wonders if that is a raging storm with the caster at its center, feeling an aura that pulverizes everything nearby. Escape is impossible. A tense Eden lowers his stance, preparing his body to tank the hit head-on. He decides his only choice is to shatter it directly, leaping forward with a roar to overwhelm Rimmer's defense. I will crush you, Eden screams while Rimmer firmly plants his feet and launches forward. In an instant, the two clash in midair, pouring every ounce of their power into a final devastating collision. A massive explosion. The forest shakes violently, sending clouds of dust and debris high into the air. The dust settles. They stand motionless, backs facing. Without turning around, Eden mutters his final words. He notes that Rimmer managed to split their powers, trapping the entire storm within the quiet center of his blade. He admits that is how a true sword domain should function, but wonders how an outsider could achieve this. How someone not of the direct Zieghart bloodline could manifest a sword domain. Rimmer decides to satisfy his final curiosity. He explains it is not actually a sword domain, but rather a mimicry created by borrowing power from nature. Elves are quite close to nature after all. Eden looks up at the full moon, finally understanding the truth. He whispers that even a weakened tiger is still a fierce tiger. Looking over at Raon, he feels deep regret. His only regret is failing to kill the kid, warning that leaving Raon alive will ruin their future plans. Rimmer scoffs, asking why they would ever entrust their little king to a piece of garbage like him anyway. Looking at the battered young swordsman, even Eden cannot deny that the boy truly possesses the qualities of a king. But make no mistake, they also possess a talent who can rival that monster. Today, the giant demon could no longer hold his ground. His massive body collapsed. Yet he still managed to voice his final stubborn words, admitting his defeat. Rimmer's light sword paid the falling foe no attention whatsoever. Walking over to where Raon was resting, Rimmer asked if he had observed the fight from up close. Standing proudly before Raon, Rimmer calmly concluded his lesson, telling him that this is what he must master as a true warrior. It was a crucial step on his path to becoming a Zieghart sword master. Smiling gently, Rimmer's handsome face lit up as he explained that unlike mages who build spaces out of mana, a sword domain is forged from one's own mental growth and explosive soul power. A sword domain is built upon every single experience, achievement, aura, and even the deepest of your desires. Being a direct descendant of the Zieghart bloodline, he assured him that one day he would manifest his own. Glancing at the young man's blood-stained body, Rimmer quickly advised him to engrave as much experience as possible onto his soul before that day came. With a bright, blooming smile, Rimmer turned and asked if the others had witnessed it too. Only then did Raon notice the figures standing behind them. Burin, Martha, and Sylvia were panting heavily, demanding to know why everyone was there. Suddenly, all three rushed toward Raon. They began scolding him all at once, asking the bastard how he was still alive. Under Rimmer's watchful eye, they crowded around Raon to check on him. They expressed relief that Raon was safe, asking if his wounds were too severe. Meanwhile, Rimmer was struggling. His entire body stiffened up completely. Act normal, easier said than done. In his mind, a grand palace gate slowly opened. For anyone who was not a direct Zieghart descendant, there were strict conditions required to wield a sword domain. Experience was a basic requirement. One also needed a high elemental affinity and, most importantly, raw life force. In truth, using it meant draining one's very lifespan. Despite this grim reality, Rimmer kept a smile on his face. His mana core was already severely damaged, and pushing himself to deploy a sword domain made it nearly impossible to pretend he was fine. Even so, he quickly pushed the pain aside, telling himself that he had absolutely nothing to regret. Recalling the image of the demon from Eden and Raon standing firm, he reflected on what the boy had shown him. Even though Rimmer had arrived late to the battlefield scene, the heavily wounded Raon refused to take a single step back, left him completely lost in thought. He had witnessed it, the birth of a true king. Deeply moved by Raon's unyielding spirit, Rimmer swore a silent vow in his heart. In that precise moment, he resolved to serve this young boy as his new master. Looking back at his crippled past and his ruined energy core, he remembered a time when he barely felt alive. Just a shell. But watching these kids changed his entire outlook, as they had brought genuine meaning back to his empty existence. Standing tall as he watched Raon's group from behind, he knew that they had granted him a brand new lease on life. Rimmer smiled warmly, incredibly satisfied with how things had turned out. Watching them interact so peacefully filled him with hope. He accepted that a shortened lifespan was a small price to pay. Before his time finally ran out, his only wish was to see Raon rise and claim his place as the king of Zieghart. Meanwhile, at the Grand Western-style Martial Art Hall, a massive, prominent cross stood at the highest point of the exterior. The grand structure was surrounded by a spacious courtyard, filled with lush trees, creating a harmonious vibe. Inside, Glenn Zieghart, the formidable Destruction King of the North, sat in power. He sat majestically upon his central throne. His expression was dead serious, and his voice carried a hint of genuine shock as he spoke. He demanded to hear it again, questioning if Rimmer had truly clashed with the mad blood demon of Eden of all things. Standing in the center, the red-haired Rimmer Dias squinted his eyes with absolute amusement. He admitted that he knew the patriarch would be stunned. He joked about rushing all the way back just to witness this priceless reaction, finding the journey entirely worth it. Annoyed by Rimmer's overly excited attitude, Glenn barked at him to shut his mouth. Honestly, can you blame him? Rimmer finally turned serious. He swore on his life. Every single word of his report was the absolute truth, even though it seemed hard to believe. Along with himself, the trainees from the 5th and 6th training grounds currently on active duty had witnessed it too. Even the villagers of Kabu witnessed Raon fighting the monstrous blood demon alone. As Rimmer spoke, the vivid memory replayed in his mind. He pictured Raon's small frame standing resolutely behind the towering, dangerous demon who was 5 times his size. Despite the beast being 5 times his size, Raon had pointed his sword with absolute burning resolve, showing zero fear. Just recalling that terrifying spirit made Rimmer shiver. Power like that, unreal. Meanwhile, Glenn sat there looking as majestic as ever. His hands gripped the armrests of his throne, while his loyal old butler stood silently behind him, ready to take orders. Glenn voiced the pressing question weighing heavily on his mind, eager to know the truth of the encounter. He noted that the power of that blood demon could easily rival a true sword master of the highest caliber. If the report was indeed true, he demanded to know their injuries. Rimmer quickly answered that most escaped with only minor scratches. Glenn Zieghart was gravely wounded after his battle with the berserk blood demon, yet he somehow held on and survived until help arrived. Rimmer arrived. The patriarch looked highly skeptical, sweat dripping from his brow as he asked if Rimmer really expected him to believe that. Rimmer pictured Glenn Zieghart bravely holding his sword and explained that while he knew it sounded completely absurd, it was the truth. But there would be no choice but to believe it once the Patriarch saw that Raon Zieghart had become a true swordsmanship master. He survived a clash with a berserk blood demon Lord Glenn, a monster with power rivaling a high-rank master. They did not regret letting the boy use the legendary Elverin sap. Glenn raised an eyebrow and questioned him further on that. Elverin sap is the essence of the Second World Tree, a priceless treasure. Yet what Raon Zieghart accomplished certainly made him worthy of it. It seemed Rammer was treating the kid exceptionally well. Rammer let out a helpless sigh and denied treating him with any special favors. He was simply helping Raon Zieghart and the other trainees grow. Rammer laughed heartily, hands on his hips, while the Patriarch frowned. Glenn cast a cold, sharp gaze. Is that so? He then turned to his butler, ordering Doan to summon the Grand Lords. They would convene a family council the moment the trainees returned. The veteran butler bowed professionally, accepting the command. Glenn then looked back at Rammer, acknowledging his hard work over the past months. Rammer stood frozen for a second. He never expected to receive a compliment from the stern Patriarch, but he gladly accepted it. Stepping closer, Rammer grinned. He asked when the last praise was, guessing it had been nearly 20 years. Glenn remained seated in silence. Glenn muttered that he would offer praise more often if Rammer stayed out of trouble. Then he asked about the trainees. Rammer paused to think for a brief moment before replying that the young trainees should be arriving back at any minute. Right outside the gates of the Martial Heart Palace, Raon Zieghart led the returning group. He stared at the familiar surroundings. Reflecting on the journey, their mission at Cebu was a complete success despite taking much longer than originally anticipated. The village suffered massive destruction from the Berserk Blood Demon attack. They had to stay behind to help rebuild. Remembering the ruined village, Raon Zieghart recalled the quiet days he spent recovering inside one of the small wooden huts. Despite the lingering devastation of war, the villagers had worked tirelessly with bright smiles to rebuild their homes. Even the trainees lent a hand carrying heavy timber, sharing laughs with the incredibly warm and welcoming locals. He remembered resting in the chief's home with Martha Zieghart looking over him anxiously while his body slowly healed up. Forced to focus entirely on recovery the moment Raon Zieghart finally opened his eyes, the Essence Demon Emperor appeared before him. Raon Zieghart quickly checked the rewards from his wager with Wrath, though Wrath vehemently insisted the bet was totally void. Wrath claimed Rammer was the one who dealt the final blow, yet the system stats Raon Zieghart received were still phenomenal. Meanwhile, the Essence Emperor hovered nearby, staring at the glowing hologram with gritted teeth and a look of pure rage. The demon cursed. Raon Zieghart stared at the screen, utterly stunned, and honestly, who wouldn't be shocked by this? The screen displayed a massive block of text listing his rewards, including a special trait forged directly from Wrath itself. This second reward was a rare trait called Unyielding Will, which temporarily mitigates severe physical and mental pain. By boosting his spiritual energy during physical crises, Raon Zieghart realized this trait was an incredibly useful defensive asset. Having a trait like this meant he could withstand massive enemy attacks and stay standing far longer than ever before. Watching Raon Zieghart celebrate his new power, the Essence Emperor felt a wave of intense irritation washing over him. He could not comprehend how such a godly trait could fall into the hands of a mere brat. It was all because his own system was built too perfectly, prioritizing the exact abilities the user needed most. Without that defensive barrier taking over, Raon Zieghart's physical body would have been effortless. But he had to stay calm. There was still plenty of time left. Besides, the recovery speed of the Emperor's power was steadily climbing. Though the progress was slow, he had already successfully planted the seeds of wrath deep within the young boy. He recalled the brutal attack that left Raon Zieghart bloodied and broken, marveling at how fast this human was evolving. Yet, no matter how fast he grew, the Emperor knew that his victory was absolute and inevitable. Raon Zieghart's body and soul would soon belong to him, locked away forever beneath an endless sheet of glacial ice. He stared down at the oblivious boy with a monstrous expression, his face twisted in pure malicious hatred. As the scene shifts back to reality, peaceful white clouds drift lazily across a beautiful vast blue sky. Standing directly in front of the palace gates was the chief administrator of the clan, dressed in sleek black attire. He carried an aura of immense aristocratic authority, looking down silently at the group of exhausted returning trainees. They were all dressed in matching black outfits, each carrying a sword on their hip. Across the leader's face was a long scar stretching across his right eye. Placing one hand on his hip, he gripped his sword hilt and boomed a welcome back. Below him, the exhausted trainees groaned in fatigue, muttering about how desperately they wanted to go back and rest. Some felt they had barely escaped death out there. Yet, seeing their lifeless and drained state, the commander offered no comfort. Instead, he bluntly told them that while they were clearly exhausted, their rest would have to wait. This sent another wave of disbelief through the weary crowd, making them want to collapse. One brave trainee spoke up, asking how that could be. In response, the commander ordered them to report directly to the family head inside the Grand Palace. They reluctantly entered, bowing deeply to pay respects to the family head, while high-ranking lords stood solemnly in strict rank order. Right in the center sat Glenn on his grand throne, flanked by his elderly butler, as tense whispers spread below. The lords wondered if that boy was really Jig, the one rumored to have slain the blue demon and survived the bloodlust demon. Others dismissed it as completely baseless rumors, pointing out that he looked like a mere high-level swordsman at best. The heavy, suffocating atmosphere made Jig highly uncomfortable. He had initially hesitated when the family had summoned them all but realized something. This was actually an unexpected opportunity. With the entire leadership of the Zieghart clan gathered in one room, he saw his chance. He understood a vital lesson from his recent mission. If he kept going like this, survival would be his only limit. He knew he needed to become vastly stronger and much faster to do more than just barely survive his upcoming fights. Images of his wounded self clutching his bleeding stomach while facing the terrifying bloodlust demon flashed through his mind. But right now, the enemy he had to face was not that monster, but these high and mighty nobles. He took in the Grand Hall, realizing that even the direct-line temple lords had gathered alongside the high-ranking masters. That meant Glenn Zieghart was taking this incident very seriously, and his fair nature meant rewards were guaranteed for success. With that in mind, he knew he had to prove their success to secure new martial arts and grow stronger. Breaking the silence, Glenn spoke in an authoritative voice, addressing Raon Zieghart directly to hear details of the mission. He commanded him to present the full details, knowing the young man had been the key figure in the struggle. Standing tall, the young warrior began explaining how they had been watched from the moment they entered Cebu village. Because of that surveillance, they managed to catch the blue demon off guard while it searched for the Goblin King magic stone. They initially believed the job was complete until the bloodlust demon launched a sudden, devastating ambush on the village. With their communication severed, he had volunteered to act as bait, fearing the trainees would be completely wiped out otherwise. An elder frowned, gritting his teeth in absolute fury before roaring at him for uttering such blatant lies in their presence. The other masters in the room chimed in, utterly refusing to believe a single word of the young man's story. They asked the patriarch if he truly believed this, arguing that the blue demon alone could easily wipe out 15-year-olds. To claim they survived the bloodlust demon was dismissed as a complete lie, but he remained perfectly calm and unfazed. Instead of arguing, he calmly turned to Dorian and asked him to bring out the proof they had brought along. Dorian nodded, pulling out a tightly wrapped bundle that opened to reveal the severed heads of the slain monsters. Shocked whispers echoed as the crowd recognized the severed heads of both the blue demon and the terrifying bloodlust demon. Realizing the report was actually true, everyone fell silent. He then politely asked the patriarch for permission to draw his sword. Upon receiving a nod of approval, the young warrior unsheathed his blade, instantly unleashing a vibrant burst of golden flames. The onlookers gasped at the intense blazing sword aura, completely stunned by the sheer raw power vibrating from his blade. They found it hard to believe this was the same boy who had failed his mana test 10 years ago. His incredible growth proved how he had taken down the monsters. He looked at the shocked elder, asking if this was enough proof. Left utterly speechless, the elder gritted his teeth in sheer frustration, desperately trying to swallow his rising anger and humiliation. He privately cursed the boy, shocked that he had attained the Sword Master realm and successfully brought back the demon's head. Regaining his composure, the patriarch spoke up, addressing Raon Zieghart's Jig and the other top trainees of the training groups. He praised the trainees of the 5th and 6th training grounds, declaring that their performance was absolutely outstanding. This rare commendation from Glenn stunned not just the trainees but everyone else gathered in the Grand Hall as well. Previously, his highest praise had always been a simple "well done." Yet for the first time in decades, he used such high praise. Overwhelmed by the recognition, a few trainees even shed quiet tears. Following the ceremony, he prepared for his next move. Raon finishes his report, presenting the Goblin King's magic stone and revealing Eden's true motives, which he had personally uncovered. With that, all the other apprentices are awarded bronze tokens, while Raon is presented with a silver token. Before the ceremony draws to a close, leaving the hall, he feels a slight sting of disappointment, wondering if his expectations were just too high. He thought he would receive a special reward for uncovering Eden's plans, but now he has to give up on acquiring a new martial art. As he walks down the stairs, the Spirit Emperor suddenly appears, chasing after him with a frustrated look. You got absolutely nothing. After giving him such crucial intel, the spirit grumbles, "You really are hopelessly foolish," but Raon doesn't answer, lost in his own thoughts. He had actually started to trust Glenn a bit after gaining the 10,000 Flames technique, but he realizes he shouldn't have. Suddenly, a polite voice calls out from behind, asking for a moment of Raon's time. This stops him in his tracks. Turning around, he is quite puzzled as to why Raon is suddenly approaching him. The old butler places a hand over his heart, politely asking if he can visit the annex building at midnight. Confused, Raon asks what he needs tonight. The butler smiles warmly, explaining that the patriarch requested his presence. He hints that Raon is likely about to receive a second reward. Later, when Raon returns home, his mother is already waiting. Beside her is a maid, both looking extremely anxious as they rush over his mother, placing her hands on his shoulders. She gently caresses his face, asking with deep concern if his arm is okay after hearing about his fight with Eden. Seeing his mother's worry warms his heart, and he gently assures her that his arm is already almost fully healed. Relieved, she pulls him into a tight embrace, apologizing repeatedly and saying she is so sorry, Kaon. She feels she shouldn't have forced him to act like a true Zieghart, fearing her words pushed him to fight those demons alone. But Kaon doesn't blame her. Instead, he feels even more affection for her, gently offering words of comfort. He tells her that he is actually incredibly grateful. Pulling back from the embrace, he explains what happened. Initially, when facing the Berserk Blood Demon, his first instinct was to run because he saw zero chance of winning. He had even planned to use the other apprentices as bait. But then he suddenly heard his mother's voice, urging him to at least live honorably as a true swordsman of the Zieghart clan, which is what kept him there. His mother is completely stunned by his honest words, her heart swelling with an overwhelming sense of pride. Kaon holds her hands tightly, continuing to pour his heart out, telling her that her guidance made all the difference. The sole reason he stands proud as a swordsman is because of her words, and he will always be thankful for that. Overwhelmed with emotion, she bursts into tears and collapses to the ground, weeping openly in front of him. Even the maid standing behind them is moved to tears, covering her face in awe of how much Kaon has matured. Seeing both of them crying uncontrollably, Kaon raises his hands in mock surrender, stuttering in mild, frantic panic. He asks why they are both crying. Sometime later, he returns to his room, which is decorated quite simply. There is a small table beside his bed, holding a vase and tea set, and some books are stacked on a cabinet. Having changed into his regular clothes, he sits on the bed facing his maid Judy, who's standing before him. He asks if anything unusual happened while he was away on his mission, noticing a flicker of fear on her face. She nervously reports that the Martial Heart Hall has summoned her back, and they likely plan to eliminate her permanently. Kaon realizes they want to punish her for failing to report that he would quickly become a professional swordsman. Honestly, saving her here is a genius chess move. He cannot let Judy die when she is such a valuable asset. With a cold gaze, Kaon warns her that if she wants to stay alive, she must obey his every command. Startled, she asks what he means. Arms crossed, he calmly instructs her that instead of returning, she must write a letter, stating that she has become Kaon, Zieghart's personal maid, explaining that his mother appointed her to look after him. The Martial Heart Hall won't suspect a thing. They will think stealing information will only become much easier. And if they ever start to doubt her, she should leak the news that his recovery is going quite well, stressing that only the Patriarch and Master Rimmer know about this, which will make her seem highly valuable to them. After laying out the plan, Kaon tells her to send the letter immediately and to keep her composure in check. Judy is deeply impressed by his quick thinking and tactical brilliance. With cold sweat on her brow, she bows and leaves. Once she leaves the room, the Spirit Emperor manifests once more bluntly, criticizing his every move as completely pathetic. The spirit mocks his soft-heartedness, calling his action of letting her off incredibly weak and pathetic. What use is a useless spy like her anyway? But Raon calmly counters that she is not useless, and Judiel will become the trap that stabs Karun in the back. He then sinks into his own thoughts, not wanting to see her discarded after being used just as he once was before turning to look out the window. Now it is time for the final task as night falls. Walking down the endlessly long hallway, Raon kneels before Glenn, stating he has arrived as summoned. The Lord does not beat around the bush, telling him that formalities are enough. Glenn Zieghart, I will get straight to the point. Which footwork did you use the most during this mission? Raon is puzzled, wondering why he is suddenly asking about footwork. Even so, he clearly answers that he believes a warrior's mastery of footwork is what ultimately decides their life and death. Therefore, he tells him that he used the river footwork, which is the basic footwork that every single apprentice is taught. Glenn rests his chin on his hand, analyzing his words. River footwork indeed, even though you have grown stronger, it is still a solid technique to use. However, its movements are too simple, making its limits very obvious against truly powerful opponents. The deal is sealed. The reward for uncovering Eden's true purpose has officially been decided. Personally, I will teach you a footwork technique that suits you perfectly. With that, he pushes off his throne and stands. He descends the steps, walking slowly toward him as his robes flutter and a massive golden aura completely envelops him. He is completely stunned. Glenn is personally going to teach him. The Lord steps down and approaches, telling him to focus and watch closely because he only has one chance. He is about to witness the footwork of the continent's strongest warrior. Seeing the massive power radiating from Glenn, Raon realizes that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The footwork Glenn displays is unlike anything Raon has ever seen. It is fast yet slow, heavy yet incredibly light. It is both unrestrained and free, as if he could travel anywhere on the continent, even if only for a brief moment. The footwork is mesmerizing in its perfection. Ordinarily, even with the Ring of Fire, copying it would be impossible. Glenn calls this technique the Supreme Harmony Steps. Right then a system notification pops up in front of his eyes, revealing that his Ring of Fire has fully comprehended the Supreme Harmony Steps. His training for the first step, Phi Thien, will now begin. Having finished the demonstration, Glenn asks if he managed to catch it. Even though Raon has the system's help, he plays dumb, clenching his fists and bowing his head, apologizing that with his current level he could not keep up. He lies. Raon claims he could only barely grasp the first step of the footwork. Glenn simply nods in understanding. He orders Raon to leave coldly, turning back toward his throne. That was his prize for uncovering Eden's goal, and learning it is on him. Raon bows in return, showing no emotion. He politely bids him farewell and leaves the hall. Now only Glenn and his loyal butler remain in the grand chamber. The old butler steps forward respectfully, noting that he did not expect Glenn to actually teach Raon the Supreme Harmony steps. However, he worries since Glenn created the technique himself and wonders if young Master Raon can master such difficult footwork. With an unreadable expression, Glenn explains that even though it was only a brief glance, Raon still managed to track Phi Thien. He says that the first step, Phi Thien, is the foundation containing half of the entire Supreme Harmony steps. Glenn recalls that moment silently, admitting that the boy instinctively recognized the first step as the ultimate foundation. He continues in a low voice, saying that though Raon does not realize its value, yet he will figure out how to integrate it. And one day, he will definitely master the Supreme Harmony steps. After leaving the palace, Raon keeps reflecting on the lesson. Days pass by. Ever since Glenn taught him the new footwork, Raon has been training day and night. And even with the system's constant assistance, he still has not been able to completely master the Supreme Harmony steps. Today is another beautiful sunny day and Raon is out in the yard practicing hard. Wrath keeps rambling mockingly, telling him that this incredibly advanced martial art is not something a weakling like him can ever hope to learn. Raon does not care, ignoring the demon completely to focus on his training, reassuring himself that with just a bit more effort, he can do it. Suddenly, his mother's angry and worried voice echoes from behind, demanding to know what he is doing. She demands to know what he is doing, telling him he should be resting as she leaps over the fence, looking ready to eat him alive. Raon gets a shiver down his spine, wondering who would believe her mana core is shattered when she is as fast as Rimmer. She quickly stomps over to him, panting heavily, placing her hand on her hip as she fumes and scolds, reminding him of his promise to stop training until he has fully recovered. Raon panics, not knowing how to handle this, and raises his hands in surrender, telling her to calm down, though silently thinking she is far more terrifying than any enemy, even the heavenly demon of the demon realm. Meanwhile, in another quiet corner of the garden, Raon sits on a swing thinking. It looks like his training with the Supreme Harmony steps had to be put on hold because Sylvia kept nagging him. He tried to sneak in some secret training to avoid her, but Helen and the other maids started watching him like hawks too. In the end, he couldn't practice at all. He can still picture his mother looming over him like an angry ghost, warning him that if he gets caught training one more time, there will be trouble. Plus, those maids are always smiling but watching his every move, ready to jump in the second he starts. They just grin and deliver their usual line, "Young master, you are not trying to train, are you?" But seeing them look so happy, he figures taking a little break might not be the worst idea. Suddenly, a maid screams out in absolute panic. She runs in to report that they have huge trouble because Glenn Zieghart is paying them a visit. Raon can already picture that arrogant jerk and his butler stomping on over. Is that guy really the son of Glenn's fourth son, Balder? Turning to look at the frantic maid, Raon asks what possible reason someone like him would have to stop by the annex. Clutching her chest and catching her breath, she pants that they have absolutely no idea, but he immediately started getting violent with the lady and the maids as soon as he arrived. Shocked, Raon immediately springs to his feet and rushes over to his mother. Under a clear sky in front of the elegant annex, Raiden is already standing there with his hand on his hip. Behind him stands his butler, Merkin, with hands behind his back. The young master looks completely smug, his sneering voice dripping with arrogance. He scoffs at how messy the garden is for a guest. Then he snaps, "Did you seriously just claim you never received any notice?" Sylvia is standing there in an elegant dark dress and headscarf, looking simple yet sophisticated despite his harsh tone. Her loyal maid Helen stands right behind her. Seeing her look so gentle and cornered makes anyone want to protect her. With a slightly nervous voice, she softly explains that they genuinely did not receive any letter or notice about his arrival. This instantly sets him off. He yells back, asking if she is calling his butler a liar or worse, calling him one. She quickly bows her head, telling him that she meant no such thing, and politely asks him to wait while they clean up. She and her maids immediately bend down to clear the pathway, but the arrogant noble just stands there with his face twisting in anger. He is absolutely seething inside. He thinks about how the entire family should be celebrating him for destroying a branch of the cult. He took down a base of the white blood religion, yet nobody is talking about his achievements. Instead, the family is obsessed with that little brat Raon. He remembers everyone turning away from him and stopping their usual flattery, which only makes him angrier. How dare some lowborn collateral shadow his glorious spotlight? The frustration is eating him alive at this point. Losing all patience, he barks out at the maids, demanding to know how much longer they expect him to stand there. In a vile move, he spits right onto Sylvia's hand. The maids gasp in pure shock, instantly halting their work. Helen cannot stand this blatant disrespect anymore. Stepping up to defend her lady, she finally snaps and yells out. She directly confronts Raiden, warning him that even being from the direct line does not excuse this completely disgusting behavior. Furious that a lowly servant would dare raise her voice at him, he does not hesitate for a split second. He violently strikes her across the face, sending her crashing to the ground as he sneers down with absolute malice. He reminds her that as a direct heir, he owns her, and killing his servant would only cost him a brief house arrest. Yet she dared to raise her voice. Helen clutches her burning cheek on the floor, trembling violently from the brutal blow. The psycho is not done yet. He raises his heavy boot to stomp on her, but Sylvia quickly steps in to block him. She commands him to stop, but Judiel knows things will only get worse if Sylvia gets hurt trying to intervene. Judiel clenches her fists in rage, desperately trying to pull her lady back to keep her safe from his wrath. Just as tension peaks, Raon finally walks into the yard with his training sword in hand. Raiden immediately spots him. He smirks, asking if he is indeed the famous Raon, boasting that he arrived at the perfect time. Pointing at Raon's sword, Raiden scoffs and mockingly asks if he actually plans to point that dangerous thing at him. He warns him to put it away quietly before things get messy, reminding Raon of his direct line status. Laughing like a total maniac, he proudly declares that he is Glenn Zieghart, the proud son of Baldur. Raon is completely unfazed by the threat, flatly asking him, "So what?" before raising his sword directly to his throat. But the butler Merkin is quick, instantly drawing his blade to block the lethal strike from hitting his young master. Cowering behind his butler, Raiden screams out in sheer terror, but Raon easily gains the upper hand and strikes. With a brutal punch to the face, Raon sends the butler spinning straight into the dirt, leaving Raiden absolutely furious. Raiden clenches his fists, too terrified to advance, but he keeps shouting, "Does Raon have any idea who he is attacking?" Raon lowers his head but keeps a tight grip on his sword, calmly replying that he simply knows a thief has broken into his home. With that, he raises his head and points his blade forward, staring coldly at Raiden and throwing the bully completely off guard. All his previous arrogance vanishes as sweat pours down his face, but he still blusters, asking what kind of nonsense Raon is speaking. He claims to be the rightful owner of this estate, but Raon delivers a brutal kick directly to his stomach, telling him he is dead wrong. Doubled over in agonizing pain, Raiden drops to his knees while clutching his gut, wheezing out a warning that Raon will pay for this. Raon scoffs. Raiden behaves nothing like a true master. And this annex does not belong to him anyway. This is Raon's home, the place where his family lives. Slowly raising his blade, Raon prepares to end the pathetic noble right then and there. Terrified, Raiden falls backward onto the ground, desperately shielding his chest. But before Raon can strike, a tall man wearing a dark cloak arrives. The long-haired newcomer calls out to halt the execution, telling Raon to stop. Raon holds his stance but slowly turns his head. Sizing up the stranger's uniform, Raon realizes this man belongs to the Heavenly Sword Squad. Why is a personal knight of the Patriarch here? Seeing the elite knight, Raiden acts like he has just spotted his savior. Though still shaking, he quickly tries to regain his lost composure. He points aggressively at Raon, screaming for the Heavenly Sword Squad to execute this mad dog on the spot. He is outraged that a mere collateral branch insect would dare touch a direct heir. But the knight Raquel responds without an ounce of fear. Raquel calmly explains they only obey the Patriarch and advises young Master Raiden to stand down. As his butler helps Raiden up, the noble explodes. Raiden continues to rage like a lunatic, snarling that the knight is nothing but a dog who has overstepped his bounds. Sensing the dangerous atmosphere, the butler whispers, a warning, it is time to withdraw before they make things even worse. Picking a fight with the elite Heavenly Sword Squad will only cause massive trouble. Realizing this, Raiden grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. He turns on his heel to leave, but not before spitting out a final threat. He will never forget this day. Raiden warns Raon that pointing a blade at a direct heir will cost him his life and bring utter ruin to his family. Raon simply watches them leave in cold silence before turning to look at his mother Sylvia and the headmaid Helen. Helen is still clutching her bruised cheek, crying out to Sylvia that she was too impulsive and blames herself for the entire mess. Heartbroken to see her loyal maid hurt, Sylvia comforts her. She did nothing wrong. It took real courage. Helen did absolutely nothing wrong, and Sylvia promises to handle it. But Raon steps forward with his sword firmly in hand. He tells his mother to leave the matter to him. Since he provoked Raiden, he will be the one to settle the score. Soon after, both Raon and Raiden find themselves kneeling inside the Lord's Hall. Lord Glenn looks down and commands them to rise. Glenn demands to know about the trouble that took place. Eager to shift the blame, Raiden immediately speaks up to tell his version. Raiden lies, claiming he sent a letter beforehand to speak with Raon, only to be met with cold hostility and complete disrespect. He complains they made no preparations for his arrival and that Raon suddenly attacked him and his butler without saying a single word. Raiden whimpers that he barely escaped with his life. Honestly, watching him spin this ridiculous web of lies is almost impressive. Clearly, the young noble is a far better actor than he is a swordsman, totally contrasting Judiel's prior warnings about him. Raon interrupts calmly, calling out the blatant falsehoods. He addresses the patriarch directly, declaring that every single word is a complete lie. Raon points out that Raiden never wanted to talk, reminding everyone of the fury on the noble's face as he attacked them. Infuriated, Raiden lunges forward to grab Raon's collar, but Glenn's booming voice immediately echoes through the hall, telling them to stop. The old butler sternly reminds Raiden of where he is standing. With a heavy frown, Lord Glenn snaps his fingers to command silence. Since their stories do not match, Glenn decides to summon the witness. Instantly, the knight Raquel enters the grand hall and kneels. He greets the patriarch with utmost respect, formally introducing himself as Raquel from the prestigious Heavenly Sword Squad. Glenn orders the knight to report the unbiased truth. Raquel immediately begins describing the exact chain of events he witnessed at the annex. Raquel confirms that while Raiden claimed a letter was sent, the annex had never received any notice of his arrival. Lady Sylvia and her maids were simply tending to the garden when Raiden launched his sudden, unannounced intrusion. Now this is a twist. Ram listens in surprise as the knight recounts the incident, perfectly expecting him to lie. Instead of protecting the direct line, Raquel chose the truth. Lord Glenn's eyes grow cold as he glares toward the culprit. The patriarch slowly calls out Raiden's name, causing the terrified noble to flinch and answer with a shaky voice. Glenn barks out a reprimand. How dare he lie in front of the family head? Raiden quickly tries to defend himself. Raiden desperately argues that the core issue is a worthless collateral dared to raise a sword against a direct descendant. That is the real issue. Slapping the armrest in anger, he weighs his options. This threatens to disrupt the family hierarchy. Since both sides are at fault, he decides to punish both of them. Jaiden is absolutely shocked by this unfair decision. Refusing to accept this, Jaiden demands more. How is a simple punishment enough? But his protests are cut short. Raon cuts in. He will accept any punishment, but first he has one urgent piece of business to settle. The patriarch curiously asks what needs doing. Raon explains that Venja insulted his mother right in front of everyone and ruthlessly beat his servant. He has not paid for that yet. The patriarch frowns in deep displeasure and firmly states that both sides are to blame. They have caused enough of a scene and must learn their place, making both of them stumble. A suffocating pressure crushes their chests. Clutching his chest and clenching his fists in rage, Raon refuses to back down. He reminds the patriarch of his past words that this household is a land of swordsmen. He believes a swordsman's true worth must be decided by their blade, requesting permission for them to settle things with a duel. Honestly, the patriarch loves the idea, immediately agreeing and declaring that this duel will be highly entertaining. He grants permission. The duel is set for next week at the training grounds. Meanwhile, back at the family mansion, Vidin stands before Derus Robert, the master of the true martial hall, and recounts the entire incident. Sitting behind his desk, arms crossed, the master summarizes that this will all end in a sword duel. Vedin confidently nods and responds, confirming it. Grinding his teeth in anger, he complains that the brat had the nerve to arrogantly stand before grandfather and issue a challenge. They agree that if Vidin wins, they will completely shatter Raon's entire cultivation core. But if Vidin loses, he and his butler must apologize to the annex. Also, their group can never approach it again. Hearing this, Derus Robert bursts into laughter. No matter how talented the boy is, he's just Sylvia's child born from some nameless nobody. He urges his son to show him why they are of the direct bloodline. Fully confident in his victory, Vidin assures him that he only struggled before because he was unarmed and caught off guard. But this time, the brat is no match for him now that he has reached the expert mid-tier realm. Leaning back in his chair, the father smiles proudly at his son's confidence, advising him not to get carried away and accidentally kill his opponent. A death in a formal duel would cause issues. Slashing his wrist tendons to permanently disable him is much better. It will crush his hopes completely. Smirking with absolute malice, the son nods, promising he understands the assignment. Meanwhile, at the annex, Lady Sylvia and her maid Helen watch from the second-floor window as Raon trains diligently in the back garden to prepare for the upcoming match. Deeply concerned, Helen turns to her mistress and asks if they are really going to sit back and do nothing while the young master prepares to face Lord Jaiden. Jaiden is a mid-tier expert. Raon is only a novice. It might not be too late to stop him. Lady Sylvia is equally worried, knowing how dangerous this duel is. Raon would never have faced Jaiden like this if he was not driven to desperation. She then considers Baldur and Jaiden. Despite his refined appearance, Baldur wields a highly deceptive, flexible sword style that preys on any opening. Having learned from him, Jaiden will become an entirely different beast in combat. Yet remembering the sheer determination burning in her young son's eyes, she chooses to trust and silently back him. Sylvia tells Helen to stay calm. They must have absolute faith in Raon. Helen nods, But she is still filled with anxiety, asking if her mistress is truly letting this happen. Sylvia quietly admits that she is deeply worried too, but she constantly reassures herself that everything will be fine. There has to be a solid reason why Raon asked for their trust, so they must believe in him now. Completely absorbed in his training, Raon does not realize how much time has passed until the maid Judy brings his lunch. She announces that she has brought his food. Halting his sword, he walks over and lifts the clean cloth cover. Holding the tray, Judy explains that she prepared some sandwiches so he can eat quickly and continue training. She gently reminds him to eat slowly to protect his stomach, and Raon softly thanks her as he opens the box. Underneath the cloth, he is surprised to find a hidden notebook. Intrigued, he flips through the detailed pages and is utterly shocked. It contains a complete analysis of the flexible sword style that Jaiden uses. Everything is laid out perfectly, designed to be memorized instantly. How could she gather all this in a single day and write a whole guide? She even stood up to protect his mother before. Now she is secretly providing crucial intel on his opponent without being asked. She quietly places the tray down and slips away, leaving him deeply impressed. He whispered a soft thank you to Judio. Time steadily marched on, and both sides spent their days preparing in vastly different ways. Glenn Zieghart trained relentlessly to gain experience and sharpen his skills, while the other simply lounged at home, lazily enjoying his comfortable life. Finally, the day of the duel arrived, drawing the gaze of everyone in the estate as the two combatants stood facing each other. Looking at his opponent with sheer disgust, dark thoughts began to flood Judio's mind. He had waited for this day since that moment, anticipating how satisfying it would feel to finally slice off Raon Zieghart's head. He planned to crush Raon Zieghart's body so he could never hold a sword again. Then the referee declared both sides ready. They immediately drew their blades from their sheaths, and Judio wore a smug, victorious grin as he taunted his opponent. He sneered that he could not wait to see Raon Zieghart's face after the match. Raon Zieghart quickly fired back with a sharp retort. He wondered if Judio would even be conscious to see it. Suddenly, the drums rolled, signaling the start of the match. The referee officially signaled the start of the sword duel. Judio immediately lunged forward with a reckless, aggressive opening attack. Charging ahead, Judio screamed that Raon Zieghart's boastful words would not save him, thrusting his sword directly toward Raon Zieghart's chest. But the young master completely vanished from the arena in the blink of an eye, leaving his foe utterly dazed and confused. While Judio was frantically looking around the stage, Raon Zieghart materialized right behind him, resting his cold blade against the man's neck. Cold sweat poured down Judio's face as he panicked, wondering how on earth the bastard had gotten behind him so quickly. Raon Zieghart delivered a chilling warning. This was only the first of 8 deaths today before throwing a heavy punch. The blow sent Judio tumbling backward, his sword clattering away as he struggled to stand, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He simply could not accept this reality, mind racing as he realized he had not even seen his opponent's movement. Judio demanded to know what Raon Zieghart had done. Raon Zieghart just glared down at him, coldly commanding him to get back up. He reminded him of his promise: 8 deaths today, starting with payback for Judio's shameless lies about the letter. Judio rose, his initial arrogance completely gone as he fell into a defensive stance, infuriated by Raon Zieghart's condescending tone. Screaming that he would make the arrogant bastard regret not finishing him earlier, Judio charged forward with another desperate slash. But just like before, Raon Zieghart vanished into thin air the instant the strike was unleashed, triggering sheer panic in Judio's chest. Judio was certain he would land a hit this time. While he stood frozen in disbelief, his mind in complete disarray, Raon Zieghart suddenly re-emerged, ramming the hilt of his sword directly into Judio's left cheek and calmly announcing his position. He declared this was retribution for spitting on his mother's beloved flower. Judio leaned heavily on his sword for support. Clutching his bruised cheek, the bully cried out in pain, but before he could recover, another heavy fist struck his face. The brutal blow sent spit flying, and Raon Zieghart did not stop there, landing several more crushing punches on Judio's face. With every strike, Raon Zieghart voiced another sin Judio had committed against his family, making each blow count. "This is for trampling my mother's garden," he declared, "and this is the price for daring to lay hands on Helen." Only when Judio lay completely limp and defenseless did Raon Zieghart finally stop, letting his bruised knuckles rest. Judio lay there, face swollen and eyes rolled back, desperately trying to make sense of his humiliating defeat. It was impossible. His opponent had only used Star Lotus swordplay and swift steps, which were basic high-tier techniques. How could a mere low-level novice beat him? Meanwhile, Helen and Sylvia watched the fight closely from the stands. They did not dare look away for a single second, as they witnessed the young master completely dominate the battle. Yet something felt off. Raon Zieghart could have easily ended the fight with his very first strike, but he chose not to. He was deliberately giving Judio hope only to corner him again. He was not just fighting to win, this was revenge. He was avenging the violence they had suffered. Tears welled up in Helen's eyes and she quickly covered her mouth. She tried to stifle her sobs, overwhelmed with gratitude. Even though they were treated like worthless servants in this house, where bloodline dictated power, Raon Zieghart was fighting a direct descendant, risking everything to stand up for them. Sylvia quietly whispered Raon Zieghart's name as bittersweet memories of the past began to flood her mind. Her father only chased power and the home grew cold over time, leaving her feeling utterly lost and isolated. Despite her direct lineage, she eventually broke down, fleeing the estate and turning her back on that harsh reality. But she knew she should not have run. Snapping out of her melancholy, she realized she should have stood strong. She should have relied on her own strength to face this brutal world, which was exactly what Raon Zieghart was demonstrating. No matter how weak they might seem, they had to possess a fierce will and fight until the very end. He is showing everyone that no opponent can cross the line anymore. He wants us to move forward and never run away. Down on the stage, the duel is finally ending. His opponent can only desperately defend himself. There is absolutely no way to fight back. Finally, the referee steps in to call it. It is over. Raiden Jig is completely paralyzed, his fate sealed on the stone floor. The winner of this intense sword duel is Raon Zieghart Jigat. Standing tall, he stares down at his defeated foe. It is a massive victory. Seeing his bloody, lifeless opponent lying motionless, the heavy burden in Raon Zieghart's chest finally lifts. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As the official result is announced, Raiden's father explodes in fury. He cannot sit still. He slams his fists against the stone railing. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he demands to know what kind of pathetic mess Raiden just pulled. Across the arena, Rimmer reacts differently. Rimmer is completely wild with excitement. He cheers at the top of his lungs, bragging that he knew Raon Zieghart would win this from the start. His loud boasting makes everyone turn to stare in secondhand embarrassment. Dorian and the other trainees do not care, joining the deafening cheers. They yell that their young master is the best. Meanwhile, in the Grand Palace, the old butler receives the news and smiles in admiration. He notes that despite serving the Jazz family for decades, this is the first time he has seen people cheer so passionately for a side branch member. Glenn quietly agrees with him. Seeing how much genuine support the boy has earned despite his lower status is truly a shock, but there is more. But get this, what truly blew Glenn's mind happened during the fight. Despite lacking real combat experience, the kid pulled off a legendary technique. He actually unleashed the Harmony footwork. Glenn created this precise technique himself after surviving a dark personal journey into his own mind. He had to transcend his limits to master it. This is not some basic movement an ordinary swordsman can learn in a lifetime. Yet Raon Zieghart mastered it in just 2 weeks. It is absolutely insane. Combine that with the massive popularity he holds at such a young age. It makes Glenn reflect on his own past. He was once utterly obsessed with power. In this family, strength is the only measure of worth. Now he feels too old to change the clan rules. But Raon Zieghart is different, born of the direct line yet fully aware of the injustice. He might actually be the one to transform this family forever. Satisfied with his thoughts, the patriarch stands up to give his orders. He tells them to grant the boys' demands since the match is over. He also orders Raon to immediately cut the Marshall Hall's budget in half. He wants them to use any excuse necessary to drain their funds. The old butler can only offer a wry smile and accept the command. The terms of the duel are carried out immediately. Under Glenn's direct oversight, Raiden has no choice but to confess his crimes publicly. He falls to his knees, begging his mother and the maid for forgiveness. Furthermore, the true Marshall Hall is completely banned from the annex. They can never step foot there again. With Glenn backing them up, the trembling maids can finally breathe a long sigh of relief. The terrifying tension melts from their faces as happy tears flow freely. With the nightmare finally over, they all head back home together. On the way back, Sylvia happily links arms with her son. She teases him relentlessly, asking when exactly he became so incredibly powerful. She is totally amazed. Raon Zieghart just blushes and begs her to stop clinging to him, promising to explain everything later. Meanwhile, up above, a red-haired girl with a high ponytail and 2 long facial scars leans against the city gate. She watches their sweet interaction closely. Sporting the badge of the prestigious Heavenly Sword Corps, she rests her chin on her hand. She muses that he looks so ordinary now. His intense aura has completely vanished. Standing right beside her, a woman with long silver hair crosses her arms and speaks up. She agrees, noting that with skill like that, Rimmer was definitely telling the truth about how the boy survived the Blood Demon's rampage. A man with long bangs covering his face joins them, tying his hair back. He adds that this goes far beyond mere talent. The red-haired girl smiles. She remarks that if he joins her squad, he will be an incredibly useful asset for their future missions. The man jokingly laughs. He counters that he will recruit the kid into the Black Tiger unit immediately after graduation to train him up. She quickly turns around in frustration, telling him to forget it because he does not stand a single chance at taking him. Seeing them fight over the boy, the silver-haired woman speaks. She reminds them that the trainees from School 5 are graduating soon. Once the final graduation exam is complete, they will all have to choose their career paths and step into the world as swordsmen. And while Glenn Zieghart is definitely the most eye-catching trainee of the bunch, he is not the only monster in this class. Martha Burren, Zieghart, Jig, and Ronan Sulian all possess incredible talent. Each of them has the raw strength to reach the absolute summit anywhere. The upcoming recruitment draft is going to be incredibly exciting. Back in his quiet room, Judiel finally asked the burning question on her mind. She asks if he had planned everything from the moment he demanded the duel. Sitting calmly on the bed, he replies. He says he basically did, knowing he would win no matter what. She sighs with relief, saying he is terrifying yet deeply kind. He looks slightly surprised by her praise and asks if she really thinks so. Her face suddenly lights up with a warm glow. She smiles genuinely, expressing her deep gratitude to him for saving her from Master Karun. She bids him goodnight and turns to leave. Once she steps out, Raon Zieghart clenches both of his hands. He looks out the dark window with a serious expression on his face. Judiel's recent reaction was genuine. Looking at how fiercely she tried to protect Sivia, those emotions were definitely real. It was time to finally tell her that the parasite threat from before was just a complete hoax. Meanwhile, in Glenn Rimmer's grand palace, Rimmer was excitedly flaunting a hand covered in sparkling gold rings, showing zero respect for their difference in social rank. Glenn frowned at the display and asked where on earth he got all that jewelry. Rimmer simply slid the rings off one by one, explaining that he won a wager against that pompous fraud, meaning the master of the true martial hall, all thanks to Raon Zieghart. He even managed to secure enough premium elixirs for every single trainee at Training Academy 5. Glenn looked highly annoyed, staring at him and asking if he just extorted his own son. Glenn then took a slow, deliberate sip of his tea, telling him that bragging about jewelry was not the reason he came, so he should just get straight to the point. Rimmer clasped his hands, his face lighting up as he got straight to it, proposing a new plan. The Grand Duke looked quite surprised, repeating the word. A proposal? He was genuinely surprised. He thought training authority had already been settled with absolute trust. Rimmer quickly explained that this was not about the daily training but a request to alter the trainee's upcoming graduation exam. Glenn stroked his chin, still not entirely convinced, and told Rimmer to be more specific about what changes he wanted to make. Rimmer explained that the current exam only required obtaining an instructor's approval or sparring against other trainees. But these kids had already clashed with Owen's elite apprentice knights, and during their second mission, they conquered a massive mountain in a brutal struggle for survival. Despite being mere apprentices, they had already conquered relentless trials, meaning they needed a much tougher test. Glenn carefully weighed the request and asked what Rimmer had in mind. Rimmer nodded perfectly, matching the Duke's expectations. He wanted to test their survival skills. If they could survive in the wilderness, learning to leverage resources under the legendary name of Jazz, they would reach a whole new level of growth. Even if they did not instantly become master swordsmen, they would gain invaluable experience. Rimmer eagerly asked for his thoughts, confident in his plan. Glenn fell silent, reflecting deeply before telling Rimmer that he had truly changed. This caught Rimmer completely off guard. Glenn explained that his face used to be constantly shrouded in darkness, ever since his mana core shattered, forcing him to retire from the front lines. But that gloomy shadow was completely gone now. Ever since taking over Training Academy 5, his eyes shone with ambition, looking exactly like the passionate young trainees themselves. Rimmer raised his hands in defense, claiming the compliment was too embarrassing to handle. Even the old butler standing nearby smiled, agreeing. The old butler agreed. Rimmer's expression had softened. Rimmer rubbed his forehead, explaining his talent for mentoring over fighting. Besides, he was determined to mold the kingdom's next great ruler with his very own hands. Glenn raised an eyebrow, asking if he was referring to young Raon Zieghart. Rimmer merely offered a mysterious smile, refusing to confirm or deny anything. It could easily be Burren, Zieghart, Martha, or even Ronan Sulian. Glenn smiled in satisfaction and stood up, turning away. He instructed Rimmer to submit a detailed proposal for the new exam within a week, or they would forget this talk ever happened. Having anticipated this exact condition, Rimmer beamed with a broad, confident grin. He immediately presented a neatly prepared document from his coat, proving he had already drafted the entire plan. Meanwhile, back at Training Dojo 5, the students were starting to lose their patience. They were sick of waiting. The young Jigit warriors grumbled that their lazy instructor was late yet again. Rimmer was notoriously late, probably having spent the previous night drinking and gambling away his coins until the early morning hours. Right on cue, Rimmer kicked the dojo doors wide open, sweeping in with his usual chaotic energy and casually apologizing for the delay. He claimed he got held up visiting an orphanage, but Burren Zieghart snapped back, telling him to at least make up a believable excuse. Rimmer casually dismissed it, insisting he spoke the truth. Quickly shifting gears, he announced that he had some very important news to share with them today. He admitted he had spent a lot of time agonizing over this big decision, but seeing their determined faces made up his mind. He looked at them calmly, declaring that their graduation exam was finally beginning. They could not remain protected academy trainees forever. One of the students spoke up, mentioning that the exam usually meant facing an instructor, in a duel or sparring against fellow students. Rimmer merely chuckled, having fully expected them to bring up the traditional testing methods. He smiled. Things were changing. He explained that their graduation test would look entirely different from the standard path. The kids immediately grumbled, demanding to know what he meant. Rimmer lowered his voice, telling them they had already gained more than enough real-world combat experience. They fought Owen's finest and stood strong against the Northern Coalition, surviving intense clashes, even against elite regular soldiers. During their last mission, they had even managed to survive a brutal ambush from highly trained assassins. Because of that, rather than wasting time on a meaningless duel, they were going to step out into the vast world. They had to see with their own eyes how immense reality truly was. This time, the sole graduation requirement was pure survival. Rimmer continues, addressing his students. For 1 month, they must cast aside their status as Zieghart cadets and survive completely on their own. They will scatter across the continent with nothing but a single sword. Of course, he also prepares an alternative test for anyone who feels too afraid. Ronan asks if Raon is taking part. He agrees without a second thought, prompting her to immediately decide that she will join as well. Silence. Then the other cadets fall into deep thought before Burren steps forward to agree, believing that their instructor must have a very good reason. Martha remains completely unbothered. She confidently claims that survival has been her natural way of life ever since the day she was born. Rimmer proposed this test, but their sheer bravery actually catches him off guard. This is not just about Raon. He wonders if they are deciding far too easily. Do they even know where they are being sent, especially when it comes to Raon? As the top student, Raon's quick choice could easily influence the others to follow him blindly without thinking things through first. Raon remains completely calm. He acknowledges that the journey will be brutal, but knows their instructor would never make a reckless decision. No way. He reassures Rimmer, stating that their teacher would never hand them a trial that they are truly incapable of overcoming. A satisfied smile plays on Rimmer's lips. He praises Raon, but quickly warns that he still will not go easy on them. Rimmer pulls out a sheet of paper. As the trainees wait with bated breath, he begins reading their assigned locations. The Living Desert goes to Burren, the Kadam Jungle to Runan, the Sayan Canyon to Martha, and finally the Northern Fortress, Haben Castle. The frozen north is reserved for Raon. He quietly murmurs the name, his mind spinning at the choice. Rimmer quickly explains that it is a brutal battlefield. Here soldiers must fight terrifying monsters daily. These dangerous beasts emerge constantly from the North Sea and Mount Stalin. This place is a literal frozen hell. They barely have a moment to even sheathe their swords. Rimmer drops to one knee to look Raon straight in the eyes. He warns the young swordsman of the upcoming suffering. This actually sparks a rare flash of concern within Raon. Rimmer commands them to prepare diligently as they have 1 month left. Soon we see him back in his quarters. Day and night, Raon trains relentlessly to survive the trial while his mother watches from afar with a worried heart. The maid notices her distress. She asks if the young master has been pushing himself far too hard lately. He has been swinging his sword relentlessly, even cutting back on sleep. She truly wishes he would reject this dangerous exam. It is incredibly perilous. However, Sylvia thinks for a moment before agreeing that this is his path to growth. While she understands the danger, she knows this is a vital chance for Raon to mature. After all, it is his graduation exam. He is clearly pushing to reach his absolute peak. They must quietly support him so he can focus entirely on training. Meanwhile, Raon keeps swinging his blade. He feels the heavy fatigue of pushing his body past its limits for a full week. He increased his training intensity immediately after hearing the details of the exam, yet he still feels it is not enough. The thought consumes him. He recalls the reports regarding Haben Castle, where the monsters possess hides so incredibly thick. Their armor-like skin makes it nearly impossible for standard strikes to pierce through, leaving him at a major disadvantage. Since Zieghart's swordsmanship balances offense and defense, he will face a tough fight despite knowing the 10,000 flames cultivation. Those techniques are devastating, but they drain a massive amount of aura. This makes them highly dangerous in prolonged battles. His powerful flame barrier has helped him compensate so far, but he knows he cannot rely on it forever. With only 3 days left, he desperately needs more intel on Haben Castle and a technique to supplement his flames. He continues to swing his sword, rest and swing again. To get what he needs, a major investment is required. Next, we cut to the Lord's chambers. Glenn questions Raon about his sudden decision to trade his silver tokens. Raon confirms his request, prompting Glenn to ask why. After all, he is free to spend the silver tokens as he pleases. Glenn reminds him that he previously claimed he had another purpose for them. Raon frankly admits that is true. He had planned to restore his mother's lineage status. Knowing that, is he still choosing to spend them on a manual? Glenn asks, and Raon explains that his recent mission in Cebu village and his previous duel taught him a lesson. Although his achievements were outstanding, the rewards were only silver tokens rather than the gold ones he truly needs. He remembered Glenn's warning. Restoring her status would not be easy as it strictly requires gold tokens. Hoarding minor silver tokens makes no real difference. It is far better to prioritize building up his own power first. Using his current silver tokens to get stronger now is the wisest path. Only then can he collect gold tokens. Glenn listens patiently and agrees with his logic. He lifts a manual, noting it is a highly reasonable choice. The manual slowly floats through the air toward him. Glenn simply watches his young descendant with quiet expectation. Glenn says he can choose another book if he does not trust him. Holding the dark book, Raon murmurs. The title Fangs of Insanity. He thinks Glenn has definitely given him a proper reward, especially since the head of house handpicked it himself, so its power is guaranteed. Kneeling down to show respect, he gladly accepts the manual. This manual. Glenn looks slightly pleased but simply tells him to study it extremely well and master the technique. As Raon prepares to take his leave, Glenn stops him, asking what he truly thinks about his upcoming final graduation mission. He asks if Raon understands what kind of place Habon Castle is and if he is not afraid of graduating there. He asks why Raon did not refuse the mission. The young swordsman replies that he realized something after his battle with Eden. Glenn gets intrigued and asks what he found. Raon explains that the life and death battle gave him growth equal to a year of training. He realized that to become truly strong, he must put himself in situations that force him to break his limits. Besides, he knows Instructor Rimmer would never give them a challenge that is absolutely impossible to overcome. He is certain this path will be brutal and full of pain, but it will make him strong enough to be grateful later. Glenn's stern face shows no emotion as he listens. He acknowledges the boy's resolve before giving him one last piece of advice. He tells Raon that swordsmanship is not limited to a single form, advising him to expand his range of thoughts before departing. With those cryptic words, Glenn dismisses him. Raon bows his head in deep gratitude for the valuable advice and leaves. Once he is gone, Instructor Rimmer steps out from behind a pillar, praising his student for always understanding his intentions. He feels incredibly satisfied as an instructor, knowing his student is so perfectly in tune with his core goals. Raon is definitely a breath of fresh air compared to the talkative Burin or the highly sharp-tongued Martha. Glenn sighs at the instructor for bad-mouthing his own students behind their backs, but Rimmer does not seem to care. Rimmer casually mentions he did not expect Glenn to give him the fangs of insanity, though it is well-deserved. He teases that the Lord's grandfatherly love is truly boundless. Glenn quickly cuts him off, telling him he talks too much. Rimmer chuckles, claiming he has been quiet lately, but notes that the fangs of insanity is a rather violent style. He worries whether Raon can control its wild nature. Glenn dismisses this, saying his job ends after giving him the book. It is up to the kid to learn it. Rimmer continues to tease him, noting that Glenn still gave valuable grandfatherly advice. That advice was pure grandfatherly love. Having had enough of the teasing, Glenn snaps and uses his lightning to bind Rimmer. He snaps that since Rimmer has the energy to babble, he must have fully recovered from his last battle. Rimmer panics, begging the Lord to calm down and pleading that his body is still far from being fully healed. Glenn ignores his pleas. Since Rimmer looks well enough to talk back, Glenn decides a painful lesson is in order. Believe it or not, Glenn actually strikes him down. Rimmer can only scream in agony, but his regrets come too late. Meanwhile, back in his room, Raon opens the manual. He wonders if this violent style is actually worth a silver plaque. However, the manual Glenn gave him reveals that the Fangs of Insanity is a sensory sword style of the highest order. Now watch, this style relies entirely on raw instinct, delivering relentless attacks to rip apart an enemy's throat. It strikes like the fangs of a wild beast. However, this sensory style cannot be learned through quiet theory. It can only be mastered through the fire of real combat. That is why Raon trains tirelessly with his peers. He spars with other trainees to slowly grasp the fangs of insanity, swinging his sword without a single moment of rest. He pushes himself to make each strike more precise and devastating, refusing to stop until he reaches a higher realm. He trains until none of his peers have the energy to spar with him anymore, slowly mastering the style's true essence. Time flies by extremely quickly, and soon they find themselves on the very night before their critical graduation exam. Judiel applies medicine to his bruised body and sighs, noting that he has been pushing himself far too hard lately. Especially with the exam tomorrow, she warns that his mother will be incredibly worried if she sees these bad injuries. Raon admits he had to push his limits to master the fangs of insanity. She tells him that is why she is here to help. Before she leaves, Raon calls her name and says he has some important news to share. She listens quietly as he begins. He confesses that he lied about forcing her to swallow the worm of madness. Observing her silence, he realizes she already knew. Looking down, she admits she was not completely sure and only had some suspicions. Raon asks what she suspected. Judiel explains that at first, she genuinely believed it was a dangerous worm and never imagined it was just a lie. Yes, at first, I really thought they were just bugs. I never imagined it was all just a massive lie. She was absolutely terrified back then, and all she could focus on was her desperate desire to survive. Yet over time, a strange sense of peace washed over her. It was all thanks to the genuine warmth of the people in the annex. Best of all, Raon treated her like a real human being, demanding nothing in return. He even devised a brilliant plan to keep the central martial palace from suspecting her, risking everything just to save her life. And then everything changed. A few incidents followed, and the truth became crystal clear. She saw the gentle way he looked at Lady Sylvia and the sharp warnings in his eyes. He was simply fighting with everything he had to protect this annex. That realization made her wonder if he had ever actually used the Rage Worm. She had still been unsure, as it was nothing more than a faint suspicion, so she asked him why he was finally telling her. Raon replied calmly it was because she had changed. Just as she had been keeping an eye on him, he had been watching her closely too. She had hidden behind a cold mask for so long, but her true emotions finally slipped out the day Raiden showed up to cause chaos. She was genuinely prepared to risk her life to protect his mother and Helen. Plus, he found the detailed intel on Habon Castle near his bed. He knew she was the one who had quietly prepared it for him. It turned out to be an incredible help, and he sincerely thanked her. Judiel felt a wave of complex emotions. Surprised and deeply moved, she fell silent before finally revealing that she had a younger brother. She had no idea where he was or what he was doing since they were separated when sold as slaves. They only promised a reunion. To see him again, she had no choice but to follow every ruthless command. Bowing an apology, she was stunned by Raon's sudden promise. He vowed to save the young boy, his words carrying an almost magical weight. Since the enemies were targeting him anyway, conflict was inevitable. Once the situation with Karun was finally resolved, Raon promised to search for her brother by any means necessary as long as he lived. Judiel looked up, asking one crucial question. Why would he tell her the truth about the fake Rage Worm? She wondered what would stop her from reporting everything to Karun. But Raon simply smiled, confident she would never do such a thing. Finding his absolute trust ridiculous yet comforting, she swore her loyalty. She promised to follow him as her one true master. Ready to serve his every command, she listened as Raon stood up to give his orders. He was officially entrusting the annex to her. She accepted the duty, promising to keep the home safe. With that, the long night finally passed, ushering in a brand new dawn. The morning of the graduation exam arrived, and everyone gathered at the training ground. Get ready, because their toughest test begins right now. Their ultimate trial had officially begun. All they had to do was survive out in the wild for one whole year and return. Conquering this trial would guarantee they reached incredible new heights. Rimmer then called upon the top trainee to say a few words. Raon sighed internally, wishing the instructor would stop forcing him into the spotlight, since public speaking really was not his style. Yet, accepting his duty, Raon stood tall. He reminded them of the saying that warriors who survive their first battle never fall easily. They had already faced their first true baptism of fire. Even though it happened by pure chance, they had all made it out alive and completed their mission against impossible deadly odds. That was proof of their resilience. He urged them to polish their skills and return with strength worthy of the training ground. The crowd erupted into loud cheers, shouting vows of victory and survival. They were ready to march forward and conquer the world. Rimmer watched the roaring crowd with a proud smile. He had always known Raon was destined for greatness right from the start, but his true gift was not just his raw martial prowess. He possessed a calm mind and an exceptionally broad heart. His quiet charisma effortlessly moved those around him, and he trained harder than anyone, never letting his genius talent make him lazy. To top it off, during their final spar, Raon had actually grasped the legendary fangs of insanity, utterly catching him off guard. Rimmer chuckled to himself. He only sparred with the boy because Raon had already completely swept through every other trainee. Yet, instead of showing gratitude, the cheeky brat actually managed to injure him. But he silently prayed for the boy to return safe. He would deeply regret missing the glorious moment when a new King of Swords was born. Rimmer continued to watch over his favorite student. Suddenly raising his voice, the instructor commanded the trainees to say their final goodbyes, prompting a thunderous salute from the entire crowd. They thanked him with all their hearts. Rimmer smiled, promising to wait right there for them to return even stronger than before. With the speeches over, the trainees began parting ways, expressing their farewells in their own unique and competitive styles. Burin stepped up to Raon, declaring that he would train relentlessly to surpass him, so Raon had better not fall behind. Martha chimed in right after, warning Raon not to dare die out there, since she still owed him a debt. She threatened to hunt him down and beat him up if he died. Raon could only smile, wondering why they were so bad at being honest. Just then, Runan quietly approached, handing him a small parcel. Raon turned around and saw a box of her absolute favorite pastries. Surprised, he asked if she was really sure about giving away her precious sweets. She nodded eagerly, completely unbothered. She assured him she had plenty left, and as he thanked her, Runan waved a quiet goodbye and headed off on her own journey. After bidding everyone farewell, Raon says they should set off. Safe travels, Glenn Zieghart, they shout as the group leaves. Dorian looks pale, completely miserable. He mutters to himself about why on earth he has to go to Habon Castle. Raon drags him along anyway. But then he suddenly stops. There's one more place they absolutely have to visit. Dorian asks where they are going, and Raon explains they need to stop by Camelon to gear up. Arriving at Camelin, Raon and Dorian squeeze into the crowded streets, looking around at the overwhelming rush of people. Raon scans the busy market and realizes that while normal goods are everywhere, the rare item he needs is missing. He needs the black market. No other way. Right then, Dorian suddenly taps his shoulder and speaks up from behind. Dorian asks if the item is missing here, noting that Raon has been walking non-stop, and asks if they are going down. Raon turns around, surprised. He asks if Dorian actually knows about the black market, and Dorian confidently nods. Raon is quite puzzled since this should be Dorian's first visit, wondering how he could possibly know about the black market. Puffing out his chest, Dorian proudly brags, "I grew up in a merchant guild. I know all about these things." At that moment, everything finally clicks for Raon as he realizes this explains his companion's deep knowledge of the trade. With a subtle smile, Raon thinks to himself that he had already suspected Dorian came from a prominent merchant family. No need to beat around the bush since Dorian brought it up himself. Raon suggests they head there right away. However, Dorian's next question catches Raon off guard. Entering the black market requires finding a highly guarded secret passage. Dorian asks if he even knows the way, and Raon hesitantly admits he heard about it from Instructor Rimmer. Dorian nods in realization. It makes sense now. Their gamble-loving instructor would definitely know the way to the underground casino. After finding the hidden entrance, they slip into dark cloaks and quietly step inside the dark, mysterious passage. Raon parts a heavy curtain and peers inside, stepping directly into the bustling subterranean depths of the Camelin black market. The sheer scale of the place leaves Dorian completely awestruck, gasping at how massive and surprisingly clean the underground is. Dorian marvels that it looks cleaner than the surface, then asks if Raon can find his target as Raon pulls out a booklet. He explains he needs to check the auction catalog first, and they both sit down to flip through the pages. Raon stops on a page featuring a butterfly illustration, confirming that the rare black butterfly is indeed up for auction tonight. With a starting bid of 10 gold coins, Dorian peers over and warns him that this item is pretty expensive. Raon silently agrees. He could buy it using all their travel funds, but doing so would be extremely risky. He figures he needs to find a local pawnshop to raise some quick cash, instructing Dorian to follow him close behind. When Dorian asks where they are heading, Raon replies they are visiting a pawnshop to sell off a few things. He needs to raise some money before the bidding starts, but an hour later, Dorian is still quite puzzled by him. Dorian asks if the sales are finished, wondering why Raon is wandering around instead of heading straight to the auction. Raon calmly replies that he is scanning for anything useful, noting that they still have time before the main event. With some extra pocket money secured for the bidding, he figures they can afford to stroll around, though nothing looks interesting. Just as he feels nothing is worth buying, something catches his eye, reminding him that hidden treasures often wait here for the right owner. He decides it is time to head to the auction house, but then a shimmering object nearby instantly draws his gaze. His eyes lock onto a rusty iron ring, instantly recognizing it from his memories of the 10,000 Flames cultivation. He is absolutely certain he saw this relic in his memories of the first patriarch, so he picks it up to ask the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper smiles warmly, praising his sharp eye and claiming the ring can boost physical strength and focus the mind. Before the merchant can even finish his pitch of asking for 5 gold coins, Dorian suddenly screams out in disbelief. Honestly, you have to appreciate Dorian's haggling skills here, as he yells at the merchant for trying to rip them off. Slamming his hand on the counter, Dorian demands the merchant listen closely as he begins to analyze the ring's true worth. He points out that if the mind-clearing effect was genuinely worth 5 gold coins, it wouldn't be sitting in this dusty shop. It would be featured in a reputable magic store instead of sitting in a rundown, shabby pile of junk like this. He questions if the strength boost is even worth mentioning, since it definitely cannot compare to an ogre gauntlet or ogre ring. Furthermore, the ring is barely engraved at all, showing only a few simple patterns with zero proper craftsmanship. It is not aesthetic at all, covered in cracks, and it is almost impossible to even tell if it is gold or cheap brass. Dorian aggressively notes that even if he threw it in the trash, nobody would pick it up, yet the owner wants 5 gold coins, so Glenn Zieghart countered with a different price. He flatly offered 1 gold coin. The shopkeeper had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Hand it over. Dorian gave him a quick wink and praised his quick thinking. The Emperor's essence confirmed that the ring definitely hid some deep secret. Wait, was Glenn Zieghart acting like someone else? Glenn Zieghart just offered a strange smile. Dorian was fantastic at bargaining, but he still lacked an eye for real quality. No matter, this was a massive win. But as he stood lost in thought, an unexpected voice startled him. A wealthy-looking young lady wearing a cat mask approached with her bodyguard, demanding to know if he had already paid. Glenn Zieghart calmly confirmed it. Done deal. The masked girl just stood there, staring him down with an icy glare. She demanded that he sell it to her, offering to pay 10 times his purchase price, no matter the cost. She assumed a needy adventurer like him would jump at easy cash. Hearing this, Dorian's jaw hit the floor. 10 times. A shopkeeper leaped to his feet in disbelief, wondering if his cheap ring was actually a priceless treasure. Dorian nudged Glenn Zieghart, begging him to take the deal since this rich lady wanted to overpay for a cheap trinket. But Glenn Zieghart just stared at her. Absolute silence. He gripped the ring box, knowing she recognized its true value. Judging by her tone, she estimated its worth at over 100 gold coins. Glenn Zieghart flatly refused. He told her he was not interested. Desperate, she immediately raised her offer to 20, then 30 times the price. He stood his ground. 50 gold coins was an astronomical amount, but Glenn Zieghart repeated that his answer was no. Glenn Zieghart turned to walk away, declaring that he simply did not sell his belongings regardless of the offer. Her bodyguard stepped forward, warning him to watch his tone and show some respect regardless of where he came from. Crossing her would only invite trouble. But Glenn Zieghart's sharp, unbothered retort caught the noble girl completely off guard. He told him to stop wasting his time and get lost. She scoffed, her annoyance boiling over. She demanded to know who he thought he was, ordering him to hand over the ring while she was still polite. Glenn Zieghart merely glanced back, calling her incredibly unreasonable for throwing a tantrum just because he refused to sell. He asked if she planned to flaunt her noble background next, suggesting they end this pointless conversation right here. The noble lady narrowed her eyes, cold anger dripping from her voice as she warned him about how dangerous the world is. She advised him to learn why people bow to their betters unless he wanted to end up dead and forgotten. Glenn Zieghart walked away without a hint of fear, casually bidding her farewell if that was all she had to say. Trembling with absolute fury, she ordered her guard to take her to the auction house immediately to track him down. Since those market stalls attracted people from the local pawnshops, she knew he would likely attend the upcoming event. Driven by pure spite, she resolved to steal whatever he desired. Soon the auction hall buzzed as the host began. A necklace sold for 70 gold coins to a cheering winner. One by one, various rare treasures were put up. From silver pearls to rare skill scrolls, the bidding went on. Meanwhile, Glenn Zieghart sat quietly in the crowd waiting. Nothing had caught his eye yet. He scanned the stage, wondering if his true target, the black butterfly, would appear. Suddenly, the auctioneer's loud voice snapped his attention back. The next item was a rare and precious black butterfly, a creature that fed entirely on mana stones. The host pulled away a red cloth, revealing a cage with a stunning insect. The black butterfly glimmered softly. The host explained that they were highly sought after as luxury decorations. Naturally, they had a very short lifespan and required expensive upkeep, but their beauty made them worth every single coin. The bidding kicked off immediately. Hands shot up across the room with offers quickly climbing from 2 gold coins to 5. As the price hit 7, Glenn Zieghart calmly raised his hand and bid 13 gold coins, drawing angry glares. He assumed that was more than enough since paying 13 gold coins for a decorative bug was already pushing it. Out of nowhere, a bid of 50 gold coins echoed through the hall. The auctioneer gasped at the massive offer. Talk about holding a grudge. The bidder was none other than the masked noble girl from earlier, leaving Glenn Zieghart completely stunned. With a smug grin, she secured the winning bid and turned to leave. Her bodyguard, puzzled, asked why she only bought one. She explained that her rival did not care about anything else. He only bid on the butterfly, making it his target. Smirking, she walked away, calling him utterly pathetic. Her petty revenge was complete, leaving him with absolutely nothing. While Glenn Zieghart watched her leave with quiet indifference, Dorian began to panic, recognizing her as the obnoxious girl from before. She did not even try to hide her malice, leaving them empty-handed. Dorian frantically wondered what their next move should be. It will take a while before another one is up for auction. Raon starts plotting. Dorian, don't worry about it, just go out and find some Dark Knight stealth clothes. Dorian is completely baffled. Why would the young master suddenly need a night outfit? Raon pulls down his hood. His face turns dark. He's going to steal it. Dorian panics in absolute shock. The finest assassins on the continent possess legendary skills. Some move with lightning speed. Others are completely silent. In his past life, Raon stood out among those heavy hitters precisely because of his peerless godlike stealth. Peering through the door, he recalls his signature past life skill, the shadowless steps. But things are different now. He already mastered the harmony steps, thinking he would never need his old technique again. But tonight, the shadowless steps return. 10 minutes earlier, in a quiet room, Dorian presented the gear, confirming it is the exact dark cloak the young master requested. Raon is highly impressed. He praises Dorian for finding such high-quality gear so quickly before asking if he gathered any info on the masked woman. Dorian hesitantly scratches his head. He stumbles. Raon immediately notices. What is with that awkward reaction? Dorian quickly advises him to drop the whole thing, revealing that the mysterious masked buyer is actually someone they should never mess with. She is Princess Jenna of the Becca Kingdom. A magical prodigy, her real genius lies in sensing magical items. This talent made her the king's favorite. Helpless, Dorian suggests they give up. It is over. But Jian is already cooking up another angle, wondering if the princess is treated as an elite VIP in this black market. A confident smirk plays on his lips. If she is indeed a VIP, things get interesting. Instead of being carried around, her newly bought black butterfly will likely be stored in a secure black market holding area, the perfect place to steal it. Striking while the item is still in holding is the safest option. Jian whispers that he will be back soon. He dashes out the door, ignoring Dorian's desperate pleas to stop, leaving only a faint promise that he will return shortly. Sneaking up to the holding room, Jian peers inside. Just as he predicted, the princess's prize purchase has not been delivered to her quarters yet. Instead, two guards are slacking off over a game of cards nearby. One of them sighs, baffled that anyone would spend 50 gold coins on a mere insect. The other guard shrugs, muttering that rich folks always have weird reasons for throwing their money away, telling his partner to focus on the game. Jian locks his eyes on the cage. The guards are totally distracted. This is the perfect opening. Right there is his target. The guards are physically present, but their minds are completely occupied by the card game. Quietly extending his hand, Jian channels his magic. Instantly, the black butterfly inside the cage senses the pure energy. Its delicate wings begin to flutter. Because these creatures absolutely hate cramped spaces, it has been cooped up in a cage for too long. It is currently resting on a basic mana stone drawn to the pure energy. But if Jian releases an aura even purer than that stone, the creature will willingly escape its cage to seek his superior mana. Right on cue, the butterfly flutters over, landing gently on his hand. It worked. Suddenly, one guard stops, sensing something strange. He looks around. He is told to just focus on his turn and draw a card, but then he leaps up, shouting in panic that the butterfly is gone. The guard is speechless. The prize has vanished. While they descend into total chaos, Jian slips away. Furious, the guards yell to search for the insect. Meanwhile, back in the lobby, Dorian is pacing around, consumed by deep worry. He bites his nails, terrified of the consequences. If the young master gets caught, this could spark a major diplomatic crisis with the Bika Kingdom. Dorian clutches his head, his heart racing with dread. He beats himself up, wishing he had actually stopped his reckless young master. Just then, Jian quietly sneaks up from behind, casually asking what he is doing. Dorian jumps, startled. He gasps, asking when the young master returned. Jian just shrugs, teasing him for looking like he has seen a literal ghost. Dorian hesitates, praying for good news. With a subtle, confident grin, Jian parts his cloak. Success. Dorian can barely believe his eyes, urging a swift exit. But before they can slip away, a voice calls out from behind. Princess Jenna blocks their path, arms crossed in a display of pure arrogance. She mockingly asks how it feels to walk away empty-handed. She sneers that he should have learned his lesson, claiming he could never beat her, not even in his second lifetime. She offers to trade the black butterfly if he hands over his ring, calling it his absolute last chance to cooperate. Jian cuts her off mid-sentence, coldly asking if she is deaf, since he already made it clear that the ring is not for sale. Jenna loses her cool, her eyes flashing with anger. She growls that her kindness has made him overconfident, warning him about his safety if he leaves. But before she can threaten him further, a frantic guard rushes over, interrupting her. She snaps at him, demanding to know what is so important. The guard stammers in terror before blurting out the devastating news. The butterfly is gone. It was stolen. Jenna freezes in pure shock. Jian smirks teasingly, noting that she seems to have a rather massive problem on her hands. Jenna glares at him in pure rage. This is all his fault. Seeing Gaon's smug look, she assumes he is secretly mocking her. She thinks his smirk means he knew she had already lost. Even if she doesn't know how, she is certain he stole the black butterfly. She starts demanding answers, claiming she thought he had some decency left, but it turns out he is just a common thief. Jenna sneers, asking if he knows who she is. Gaon looks at her with utter contempt, questioning why he should care. Slowly, she removes her mask and lowers her voice, revealing she is Princess Jenna of the Bika Kingdom with a regal look. She demands to know how he still dares to show such arrogance. As she speaks, her loyal bodyguard takes a step forward. The guard cracks his knuckles to prepare a strike, vowing to make sure the thief never steals anything ever again. On her command, the bodyguard throws a straight punch to take him down, but Gaon remains calm, uncaring of any princess. With a sharp counter, he asks, "What of it?" His powerful fist slams straight into the guard's face. The guard collapses. Blood spills from his mouth. Jenna panics and demands to know what her guard is doing. She screams that he is just a thief, but suddenly a familiar voice calls out to wait, asking if it is really Gaon. Footsteps draw closer. Jenna recognizes the voice. It is Gia, walking up with a bright and radiant smile. Gia asks Jenna what she is doing there, casually questioning if the two of them actually know each other. Jenna turns to him in confusion, asking if he knows this man. Gia replies, asking if she remembers the true swordsman he met. He emphasizes that this is indeed Gaon Jig, the incredible swordsman from Jig, leaving Gina completely stunned by the news. She finally starts putting the pieces together. If his last name is Jig, he must be related to the tyrant king of the north. Rumors say the Tyrant King has blonde hair and crimson eyes. Could Gaon be a direct descendant of that legendary lineage? Gaon cuts in asking if she just called him a disgusting thief. Terrified, Jenna begins to stammer in panic. He demands to know if he should consider the Banka family's actions as a direct, unacceptable insult to the Jig lineage. He steps closer with an overwhelming aura, offering a final chance to apologize and dismiss this as a childish mistake. Jenna trembles and tries to excuse herself, claiming she had no idea who he was. Her defense only irritates Gaon further. He warns that if she refuses, he will expose her false accusations and physical attacks as a hostile plot by Banka. Fearing the consequences, Jenna hangs her head in total defeat, desperately begging him to overlook her actions and forgive her. Gaon turns and walks away. He has no desire to escalate the matter. They can end it here. Jenna glares with pure resentment as his final warning echoes. If she wants to keep her kingdom safe, she must watch her step. Jia awkwardly scratches his head, asking if he interrupted. Gaon smiles and assures him it was quite the opposite. He thanks Jia, saying his timely arrival saved him from a false charge. Jia laughs, embarrassedly rubbing his neck. Jia promises to personally handle any trouble with Gina. Gaon gladly accepts, thanking him for taking care of it. Jia picks up a warm teacup, asking what brought Gaon all the way to Camelon, noting it is far from Jig. Gaon explains they only stopped by to buy some new equipment while traveling to complete their graduation exam. Jia asks what kind of gear he is looking for. Gaon quickly answers that he wants to find a new sword. His current blade isn't bad, but he has used it for too long. Jia immediately brightens up at the chance to help. He recommends a great hidden spot. In Western Camelon, there is a small shop run by an incredibly talented blacksmith. He offers to write an introduction, though he must leave for his own quest first. Gaon warmly thanks him. Jia takes his leave, wishing them luck and telling Gaon to visit him in Owen. Gaon promises to drop by later. Dorian lets out a massive sigh of relief. Safe at last. He didn't expect Gaon to act so quickly. Sitting back down, Gaon smiles and reveals it was all planned, though having Jia's timely help was great luck. Dorian eagerly suggests they head straight to the blacksmith shop, but Gaon stops him, choosing to wait until tomorrow. He mentions he has private matters to attend to tonight. Later that evening, Gaon sits completely alone in his dark room. Holding up a glowing flower, he tells the black butterfly that it is finally time to show its true hidden potential. The butterfly cannot digest mana on its own, and the flower cannot accumulate it, so they must meet to break the curse. The two-tone flower can only become a legendary high-grade elixir of dual water and fire elements after absorbing the stored energy. He prepares to swallow the flower, knowing very few people in this entire world are aware of this hidden secret. In fact, he only learned of this secret method by relying entirely on the memories of the story's main protagonist. Success. The freezing frost curse vanishes completely, his core and mana ring strengthen, and his overall power surges. Your divine power has surged, boosting all your stats. Status window opened. Name Glenn Zieghart. Title Unyielding Spirit. Current status: Frost Curse, 4 Chains, 5-star Rage. Attribute: 3-star Fire Ring, 3-star Myriad Cultivation, 3-star Defense, 3-star Frost Aura, 4-star Water Resistance, 1-star Bleeding Curse, 1-star Invisible Strike, and 1-star Unyielding Will. Stats: Strength, 72 Stamina, 66 Senses, 79 Agility, 73 Energy, 70 Rage 10. The next morning, Raon spoke up. Dorian, let's head to the blacksmith. Dorian froze, feeling something strange. What was that incredible golden energy radiating off Raon? His aura and power had skyrocketed in just a single night. What on earth had happened to him while everyone slept? Dorian hesitated. At first, it was just simple curiosity. Raon was once treated as the absolute disgrace of the clan, constantly despised by the main lineage and looked down on by everyone. Yet instead of breaking, he chose to endure in silence, pouring everything into his training. But getting close to him made Dorian realize something else. Raon was more worthy of the Zieghart name than anyone in the 5th squad, which was why they chose to follow him. He silently watched Raon's back, realizing that if he could borrow that power, his own family's struggles could finally be solved. But he closed his eyes and forced those thoughts away. No, he couldn't use his friend like that. That was not why he chose to follow him. Snap out of it, Dorian. Suddenly, Raon's voice broke his train of thought. Why are you just standing there? We need to grab the sword from the forge and set off immediately. Dorian offered a reassuring smile, silently promising himself to follow Raon and grow stronger with every single step. He quickened his pace to catch up, happy to go anywhere as long as he was by Raon's side. Raon glanced back with a sharp, critical gaze, warning that he would be correcting Dorian's sword stance the entire journey. They were heading toward Castle Hebron, and Raon saw plenty of flaws to fix. Dorian could only manage a nervous chuckle. Arriving at a modest house, Raon introduced himself, mentioning they were sent there on the personal recommendation of Prince Gree. The blacksmith kept working, not even bothering to look up. Grey, the 3rd Prince of Owen, Raon confirmed that was correct. He trusted the prince's recommendation completely. The old blacksmith paused, unable to believe that the brat had sent someone here. Turning to look at Raon, the old blacksmith gasped. Even though the boy before him was incredibly young, his aura was immense. His combat rank was already equal to the third prince. Though unpolished, his raw energy felt like a massive razor-sharp blade. It was steady and powerful. The blacksmith, seeing right through him, bluntly stated that despite his youth, he was no ordinary kid. His overwhelming energy was completely different from Prince Grease. He demanded to know if Raon was his Zieghart. Dorian leaned in and whispered, wondering how on earth the blacksmith knew who they were before they even introduced themselves. The ancient spirit behind them spoke up, explaining that true masters could easily read a client's origin and potential. Raon thought to himself that the spirit talked way too much. Meanwhile, the blacksmith admitted he had never met anyone like him. Apologizing for the late introduction, Raon politely introduced himself as a Zieghart, and Dorian quickly introduced himself as well. The blacksmith's voice turned heavy. He introduced himself as Kubiris, a stubborn old man who refused to put down his hammer. Raon froze in place. This old man was Kubiris, the legendary creator of the most outstanding equipment in the world. His reputation had spread across every corner of the continent, and Raon never expected to find him in this remote forge. Kubiris Jaden was a legend, yet here he was. The old man strictly demanded to know why they had sought him out. Raon quickly answered that he needed an exceptional sword for his journey. Kubiris asked if he wanted him to forge one. Raon shook his head, explaining that he was not yet a true swordsman, and he had already promised another blacksmith his first sword. Kubiris narrowed his eyes, asking if that person was Vulcan. Raon's eyes widened in surprise. Kubiris is pretty surprised. He places his hands on his hips and grins confidently, noting that it makes total sense why that old man refused to retire. It turns out he is crafting a sword for the kid, so he cannot recruit a swordsman. Vulcan already handpicked. Then he continues. He adds that before officially becoming a swordsman, the boy still needs a temporary blade. Luckily, everything in this workshop is top quality. He invites him to take whatever he likes. Dorian excitedly asks Kubiris if he can grab one too, and the blacksmith happily agrees. He says since his mood is great, Dorian should choose one. Thrilled, Dorian thanks him and steps into the sword display room. Both are completely blown away by the incredible craftsmanship. The blacksmith truly lives up to his massive reputation across the entire continent. Every single blade is incredibly detailed. But as Glenn Zieghart holds one of the swords, his attention is suddenly drawn to something else. He realizes any choice would be amazing, but then he spots a massive red sword radiating a sinister dark black aura. Looking at that weapon, Dorian is so dazzled by the collection that he gasps, realizing these swords are on another level. This is absolutely incredible. Every single weapon is so good, choosing just one is almost impossible. Hearing this, Kubiris beamed with pride. Of course, he boasted he was the one who forged them after all. The kid could pick any blade he wanted. Then suddenly, Kubiris froze his face, growing dead serious. He nervously scanned the room, sensing a bizarre energy. It turned out to be Glenn Zieghart holding a crimson sword wrapped in a menacing dark aura. He seemed to be falling into a deep, dreamlike trance. Kubiris panicked, screaming at Dorian to grab any other weapon nearby because the blade Glenn Zieghart held was a cursed demon sword. Dorian stood there utterly confused, asking what the old man was suddenly babbling about. But Kubiris just spun around in a panic, urgently pleading with him to pry the weapon away before the dark malice completely consumed his friend. Yet Dorian just remained calm, telling him that it probably was not necessary. Kubiris gasped in absolute shock, demanding to know what he even meant by that. Didn't they see how deadly that energy was? But when he looked back, Glenn Zieghart was just silently staring down at the blade. What in the world was going on? A massive wave of dark energy was erupting, yet not a single drop touched the kid. Inside Glenn Zieghart's mind, the Aster Emperor roared in utter disgust. How dare a lowly insect like that approach his chosen vessel? Gritting his teeth, the Emperor threatened to freeze the dark energy and crush it into dust. But Glenn Zieghart did not even flinch. He casually brushed the voice off, telling him to shut up. The Emperor snapped back in a rage, pointing out that this junk dared touch his property. Besides, without him, Glenn Zieghart would have been swallowed whole by the malice. But Glenn Zieghart coldly retorted, reminding the Emperor that he belonged to no one and didn't need help anyway. Seeing him snap out of it, Kubiris approached. Asking if he was all right, Glenn Zieghart calmly reassured him that he was fine. Then he asked what this strange sword actually was. Kubiris's face fell. He solemnly explained that while he did not know if Glenn Zieghart fully understood this weapon was a cursed demon sword. He began to tell the tragic story. Far to the south lay a small peaceful village called Suren where the locals lived, in harmony, worshipping an ancient sacred tree. But one fateful day, the evil White Blood sect raided their home and slaughtered half the village. The survivors were dragged away as prisoners, leaving Suren a completely desolate wasteland, with not a single soul left alive. After hearing of this horrific tragedy, Kubiris bought a branch of their sacred tree, hoping to forge a sword that would soothe their souls. But it was a terrible mistake. The very moment the forging process was finished, the once pristine white blade turned blood red. Instead of resting in peace, the intense hatred and fury of the slaughtered villagers became bound directly to the sword itself. Absolutely no one could handle it, forcing the blacksmith to lock it away. He was baffled by how Glenn Zieghart remained so perfectly sane. Closing his eyes, Glenn Zieghart felt a sudden rush of strange, vivid sensations flowing into his mind directly through the cursed weapon. He could feel Siren's agonizing memories, their deep-seated resentment, and the sheer helplessness they felt during their brutal slaughter. The tragic fate they suffered at the hands of the White Blood sect was devastating. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with absolute resolve. He told the sword that he still had many goals to achieve, meaning he could not offer them full vengeance just yet. He simply did not have the time. However, he made a solemn vow that if he ever crossed paths with the White Blood sect, he would show them absolutely no mercy. He then asked the weapon if it wanted to accompany him on his journey. Kubiris watched in complete disbelief as the dark aura retreated. Had the demonic blade actually accepted this kid as its new master? Lifting the blade high, Raon Zieghart declared that since it was forged to soothe souls, it would now be named the True Spirit Sword. He thanked Kubiris for such an incredible weapon, grateful to receive both the legendary True Spirit Sword and a standard backup blade. Looking at the two young men, the proud blacksmith folded his arms, telling them not to worry about a thing. It was an absolute honor for any master craftsman to have a rising star wield one of his fine creations. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder with eyes full of gratitude, Raon Zieghart promised a warm welcome if the blacksmith ever visited Richard. Kubiris laughed heartily, wishing him luck on his upcoming test. Meanwhile, the sun began to slowly dip below the horizon, pulling down the velvet curtain of the night sky as the final rays of daylight flared with brilliant fading warmth. It was a beautiful final show before handing the crown to the stars, with orange and golden clouds painting the sky. The vibrant clouds danced above Raon Zieghart and Dorian as they finally set off, leaving the quaint wooden houses behind them. Even the quiet village seemed to watch the new master of the True Spirit Sword depart. Watching their receding figures, the blacksmith fell into deep thought, recalling the shocking moment the blade chose Raon Zieghart. He had originally assumed the boy was just talented, but wielding such a cursed sword and fully syncing with it proved he was truly on a completely different level. That cold, unflinching look on the young man's face lingered in the veteran blacksmith's mind as he stood in silence. Furrowing his weathered brow, he couldn't help but lose himself in deep thoughts about the mysterious youth and his striking hair. Golden hair, bright as sunlight, and those sharp, ruby eyes in his memory made him shiver. Nothing could top that. The legendary name of Zieghart would shake the world again. Time flew. Soon they finally left Camelon to head north. Within days, the scenery surrounding Raon was completely blanketed in endless pure white snow. Pine branches sagged heavily under the massive weight of the snow they carried. Along the path, Dorian lost count of how many times he spotted fresh pools of blood staining the snow and stone walls. Unlike the completely unfazed Raon, Dorian was still, utterly shaken by the sheer cruelty of the dangers they encountered. After days of traveling through the brutal cold, they finally reached Haven Castle. This was Raon's true testing ground, rising majestically under the vast open sky. Haven Castle stood out against the gloomy ash-gray winter clouds. Its design was ancient, massive, and intimidating. Towering spires made of heavy stone reached for the heavens, their hand-forged iron windows casting dark shadows. Black flags, bordered in gold, fluttered in the freezing wind, symbolizing the absolute power and authority of Haven Castle, while the main fortress boasted intricate patterns carved into its brickwork. A cold shiver ran down their spines at the sight of the giant iron gate at the center. Standing before it, they looked like two tiny ants lost in the territory of giants. Suddenly, a sickening stench hit Dorian's nose. He gagged, barely holding back from throwing up on the spot. What is this terrible smell? Ugh. In contrast, the King of Essence grinned slyly, laughing that the battlefield aroma brought him back to life. Raon stared at Dorian's pathetic state and let out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with pure judgment for his weak companion. We just got here, Dorian. Why the face? On the way over, we didn't even run into any trouble. Still panting heavily for breath, Dorian shook his moss-green hair and glared at Raon with wide, frustrated eyes. Are you seriously saying that ever since we left Camelon, it has gotten freezing cold and you forced me to move non-stop? So from morning till night when we weren't traveling, you kept criticizing my swordsmanship. And to make things worse, during your guard duty, you kept swinging your sword non-stop. I couldn't get a single wink of sleep because of you. And yet you say we didn't experience any hardships. Feeling deeply aggrieved, he recalled his sleep-deprived days and dark panda eyes, teeth gritting, eyes glaring. Dorian's angry rant was honestly pretty hilarious as he shook his tiny fists in Raon's face. He looked exactly like a furious little kitten. Seeing this, the King of Essence couldn't resist chiming in as well. Even bronze coins get a break. With this non-stop training, you are keeping even this king from sleeping peacefully. His friends grumbled endlessly about the brutal schedule. Raon, he just kept a completely stone-cold blank face. Clearly, his words went in one ear and right out the other without leaving a trace. As Dorian sat down, completely exhausted on the snowy ground, and Raon maintained his frozen expression under the King of Essence's scolding, a voice suddenly cut through the awkward air. "Are you two the mercenaries? You arrived much later than I expected." Raon slowly turned his head to see a man with an exceptionally sharp, piercing gaze and an intimidating aura that instantly put everyone on guard. Jet black hair framed cold gray eyes that hid all emotion as he stared down at Raon and the still-floored Dorian. Seeing the high-quality, finely crafted fur coat on the stranger, Raon figured he must hold a rather high rank here. Following closely behind the sharp-eyed man were two lower-ranking soldiers dressed in standard basic cloaks. Even so, all three carried weapons at their waists, standing poised and ready to draw at a moment's notice. The man spoke in a calm but firm voice, introducing himself as Tarion, the vice commander of Haven Castle, tasked with guiding them during their stay. His sharp, imposing eyebrows on a rugged face commanded instant respect. He was clearly a very dangerous man, Vice Commander Tarion Berdun. Raon calmly thanked him, while the vice commander raised an eyebrow, scanning the green-haired companion on the ground and asking if he was all right. Raon casually waved it off. Just a normal reaction, he claimed, telling the commander not to worry about him. Watching Dorian sprawl helplessly on the snow, Tarion clicked his tongue and told them to follow, dragging his exhausted friend along. Raon matched the vice commander's long strides, ignoring Dorian's weak whines about wanting to go home. The heavy iron gates slowly lowered, welcoming the duo to a brand new journey. Crossing the threshold into the castle's outer territory, Raon couldn't help but notice the gaunt, sickly figures lining the muddy streets. Women and children were covered in severe bruises and deep cuts, while an old man sat nearby, his face wrapped tightly in bandages, leaving only one eye visible. This grim sight is a total reality check. Seeing things up close, they are way worse than Raon ever imagined. The broken stone walls stood as proof of past collapses and hasty rebuilds. The hollow, exhausted look on the villagers' faces and the lingering smell of blood. From the stone walls hung a heavy stench of death. It was exactly as Judiel had described in her letter. Recalling that young girl with the neatly braided chestnut-brown hair, Glenn Zieghart was lost in his own thoughts. No way. She had never been here, but only for a short time. Meanwhile, Glenn Zieghart and Dorian climbed the stone stairs alongside Vice Commander Tarion to head deeper into the castle. Behind them, a girl appeared. Hair like dark red wine, tied in waist-long twin tails. This was Yua from the Misty Pub. Holding a bag of bread and fresh vegetables, her amber eyes widened in surprise as she turned to the old tavern owner upon seeing them. She murmured that she had never seen those two faces before and wondered who they were or if they were mercenaries. Meanwhile, the old tavern owner with his crooked nose and warm woolen hat seemed hard of hearing. Carrying a sack on his shoulder, he gently urged her on. Asking what she was doing standing there, he reminded her they needed to open up. Yua shouted back that she was coming right away. With that, she quickly hurried toward the tavern. The sudden noise made Glenn Zieghart turn his head instantly, locking that wine-red hair into his memory. Just for a brief moment, then he quickly followed Tarion toward the command room of Haven Castle. Inside, the room felt incredibly warm and cozy, contrasting sharply with the raging blizzard outside that whipped icy gusts of wind relentlessly against the glass windowpanes. With his back to the window, a towering figure radiating pure authority sat at a desk cluttered with documents and open parchment scrolls. Tap, tap, tap. The quiet tapping of his fingers showed his impatience. Right then, Tarion guided the two young men inside. He announced his entry to the commander, correcting himself to say the trainees from Jigen had finally arrived instead of the mercenaries. Stepping into the spacious tiled room, Glenn Zieghart observed the heavily bearded man sitting behind the desk. Standing right beside him was another imposing figure with a perfectly straight back and a long beard draping past his collar. Both men stared at the three newcomers. The commander spoke in a booming voice, welcoming the Jigen trainees and introducing himself as Milan Braden, the lord of this fortress. Deep wrinkles carved the passage of time onto his face. His hair was streaked with gray, and his cold eyes shone like winter seas. Those sharp eyes scanned both Glenn Zieghart and Dorian, while Dorian stood there completely stunned by the commander's massive build. Glenn Zieghart quietly realized they already knew they were from Jigen. This giant was Milan Braden, the northern giant. He had protected Haven Castle for 20 long years. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Milan, the Essence Emperor whispered in awe. That gaze was rare. It had been ages since he had seen a true warrior possessing the look of someone defending this land for decades. Ignoring Dorian, who was still shivering from the biting cold and fear, the commander addressed them, stating that only a select few knew their secret. Everyone who knew their true status inside the castle was in this very room, and he knew exactly why Rimmer had sent them. Rimmer wanted them to gain battlefield experience, but trust me, there would be no hand-holding or training programs in this freezing hell. Leaning forward against his desk with a dead serious expression, Commander Melon made it absolutely clear what they were signing up for. Comfortable beds, warm meals, and gentle teachers did not exist here. Instead, they would find only bone-chilling winds, an endless battle. If they wanted a comfortable adventure, they should leave right now. Turn back while they still could. Dorian frowned slightly, but his determination flared up again as he claimed they could handle it, having come to grow stronger. Glenn Zieghart followed up with an icy, expressionless gaze, completely unbothered by the harsh conditions the commander had just laid out. Seeing their resolve, the commander smiled. He liked their attitude. But really, how long would it last? He declared their status would match regular soldiers, and they would have to start from the absolute bottom of the ranks. Turning to the quiet man standing beside his desk, the commander ordered Charlie to place these two rookies into Scout Unit 3. Whether scouting or fighting, they were to experience it all. But first, he wanted them shown to their quarters to settle in. The long-bearded man nodded in obedience and gestured for Reon, Zieghart, and Dorian to follow him out, politely closing the door behind them. Following closely behind Charlie, Dorian still could not hide his lingering anxiety, while Reon Zieghart maintained his usual cool, unreadable composure. With the boys gone, only Commander Malin and Vice Commander Tarion remained in the quiet office. Tarion spoke up first. He admitted he did not like the newcomers. The commander asked what he meant, pointing out that Dorian was visibly shivering. He complained that Dorian was shaking from fear, while Raon Zieghart acted too relaxed, as if he were here on vacation. Tarion warned they would only cause trouble. Recalling the strange blue glow of the stone bracelet on Raon Zieghart's wrist, he frowned. Looking at that weird bracelet, Tarion stated he simply could not view him as a warrior, suggesting they send them back immediately. Amused by his vice commander's complaints, Millen chuckled. He understood the concern, but reminded him that appearances could be highly deceiving. These kids had survived Jigen's brutal training regime, proving they were far tougher and more experienced than they looked. Flipping through the documents on his desk, Commander Millen calmly suggested they hold off on judging the boys just yet. For now, they should just observe their performance. Hearing the commander's decision, Tarion could only grumble in reluctant agreement. Seeing that Tarion was still not convinced, Commander Millen continued to explain. To be honest, even he had no idea why. They wanted bi-weekly reports on those two kids. Tarion asked if the letter came from Rimmer, a sudden spark in his eyes. But the commander shook his head, explaining that the request came directly from Lord Glenn Zieghart. Tarion gasped in disbelief. Was the formidable Destruction King of the North personally demanding this? The young man's complete shock was exactly what Millen had expected. The commander crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Yes, the legendary lord himself had personally requested a detailed report on everything they did. It was the first time Millen had ever seen the patriarch take such a personal interest. Nobody could guess what the powerful lord was planning. A heavy silence fell over the room as both men thought of that fearsome patriarch. Meanwhile, Raon and Dorian finally arrived at their assigned quarters. To say the room was in a terrible state would be an understatement. A damp, moldy stench immediately hit their noses. Packs of mice and roaches scurried across the floor, staring right back at the intruders with tiny, hostile eyes. Thick layers of dust and ancient cobwebs hung from every corner, making both boys cough and sneeze uncontrollably. The dirty blankets were covered in dark, suspicious stains that looked like a mix of oil and blood. A leaky ceiling dripped steadily onto the floor, and the broken window rattled violently whenever the freezing northern wind blew outside. The place was a total nightmare. Still, Raon needed to use the restroom first, prioritizing his basic needs. But when he walked back out, he froze in absolute shock. The room had undergone a complete 180-degree transformation, turning into a luxury suite. All the trash was gone, and the floor was so clean he could practically see his reflection. Even the broken window was repaired, complete with elegant gold curtains and a patterned rug. Raon watched his companion, who was still busy tidying up, feeling deeply grateful for Dorian's bizarre survival skills. "How on earth did you manage to clean all of this so fast?" Raon asked, rubbing his eyes. Dorian casually replied that he did it while Raon was in the restroom, touching the high-quality fabric. Raon was still incredibly confused. "Where did you even get these gold curtains?" Dorian proudly pointed to his special dimensional pocket. He held up a tiny pouch barely the size of two hands. He smiled warmly as he admired their cozy new home. Grumbling under his breath, Raon wondered if his friend had packed every single color option. To his absolute surprise, Dorian immediately pulled out red, blue, and yellow curtains from the tiny pouch, asking which one he preferred. Raon stood there completely dumbfounded by this magical pocket. Seriously, what kind of ridiculous chi item is that bag? But their peaceful moment was cut short when a shadow appeared at the door. A voice called out, asking if they were done unpacking. It was Radin, the captain of the 3rd Scouting Party. He told the rookies to pack up for an immediate departure because they had just received an urgent mission to survey the area. The captain was a handsome young man with neatly combed, shoulder-length brown hair. He had a bright complexion and a warm, confident smile that made him look very approachable. Wearing a white leather coat with a thick gray fur collar, he exuded a cozy warmth in the dim light. Meanwhile, far away in the frozen north stands a grand white castle with beautiful navy blue roofs. Inside this majestic fortress, the blonde, imposing destruction king of the north frowned as he stared at a visitor with long rose-red hair. He asked Rimmer what wind had blown him in. The vibrant red-haired man stood there casually with his hands on his hips. Wearing a stylish vest, Rimmer smirked and spoke in his usual playful mocking tone. "I know your secret, my lord," he teased. "Rumor has it you threw a secret banquet just to check on Raon. It seems you actually care quite a bit about your grandson." While Rimmer was grinning, Glenn Zieghart looked incredibly annoyed. He held his forehead and glared at his butler Raon, thinking to himself. He knew Raon had been hanging out with this degenerate gambler lately. The butler must have spilled the beans despite strict orders of secrecy. Feeling the heavy accusatory gaze of his master, Raon could only offer a very apologetic and awkward smile. The chatty Rimmer continued to babble on, claiming it was all good fun. He mentioned how Raon found a rare bicolor flower during his mission. He even made the flower bloom and absorbed its energy, which was a massive blow to the pride of that notoriously arrogant foreign princess. Clicking his tongue in disappointment, Glenn sighed. "Your own disciple turned into a thief and angered a neighboring royal, yet you call this fun." Rimmer laughed it off, saying he would happily accept the thief label for Raon, but the princess's failure was entirely her own fault. Raon only responded to her childish provocation after all. Rimmer continued to chuckle, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He looked incredibly smug about the whole situation. Twirling a lock of his vibrant red hair, he spoke with absolute pride. Nobody at that secret party could even figure out how Raon stole the butterfly. The upcoming news about him is bound to get even better. However, Rimmer's smug grin vanished the very instant the Destruction King spoke in a chilling, dead serious tone. "Unfortunately for you, there will not be a next time because I have already ordered everyone to withdraw." Rimmer gasped in absolute shock. "Are you not curious about his next move? I even heard he was just given a special emblem by Kubiris. Another sword." Inside a majestic chamber adorned with rare wood and solid gold, Glenn Zieghart stood with his arms crossed. His brow remained furrowed. He explained that he deployed them to prevent any interference in the family affairs, so he had already ordered them to withdraw. Sensing his tension, Rimmer guessed that he chose to receive updates directly from Habon Castle instead. "From Habon Castle," right? Glenn grimaced, turning a murderous gaze toward his butler Raon, demanding to know how he found out. Raon flinched, raising his hands in total innocence to swear he said nothing. Seeing this, Rimmer smugly noted that Glenn suspected the wrong person. After all, his contact with Habon Castle was incredibly obvious. He suggested that instead of abusing authority, Glenn should just admit that his grandson is the absolute best. If things went smoothly, the misunderstandings with the side branches would easily be resolved, which is great for him. Even his relationship with Sylvia would improve, making it a win-win situation for everyone involved. He let out a soft hum. Rimmer went completely silent at the sight of Glenn's darkening face. The patriarch slowly stood up, fumes of pure rage practically rising from his head. It seemed his last lesson was not enough. Realizing the patriarch was genuinely furious, Rimmer decided that running away was his best option. He blurted out that he had urgent business and needed to leave immediately, bidding a hasty farewell to the terrifying family head. The patriarch's face darkened with absolute fury. He was determined not to let this incredibly talkative brat escape without a proper punishment. He vowed to engrave this lesson deep into the man's soul. Fire sparked in his eyes, fueled by a burning determination to teach him a lesson. Rimmer needed to learn to keep his big mouth shut. Shortly after, a blood-curdling scream from the squad leader echoed throughout the entire mansion. It was so loud that people 10 miles away could probably hear it. That was the price of gossip. But while Rimmer was getting thoroughly thrashed back at Habon Castle, Raon was heading toward Mount Stellan alongside the leader of the 3rd Scout Division. They were assigned to scout the area, facing endless ranges of majestic snow-capped mountains stretching to the horizon. The wild, beautiful yet ruthless face of nature was truly breathtaking. Even though they wore heavy winter gear designed to withstand the freezing blizzard, and though they wore heavy winter gear designed to keep warm, they still felt the biting cold. Raven, the 3rd Scout Division leader, quietly remarked that given the monster count and deep snow, the castle regarded this place as hell on earth. Still, the scenery was spectacular, a truly beautiful view. Raon agreed with his assessment, admiring the snowy peaks. Turning around with an expectant smile, Raven proposed a quick test of their skills before they began the actual scouting mission. He wanted to see how much real-world experience they had, pointing down at some massive horseshoe-shaped prints in the white snow. Raven asked what kind of creature could have left them, prompting Dorian to gasp at how incredibly large they were. He wondered if it could be an ice troll. After a moment of contemplation, Raon tapped his chin thoughtfully. An ice troll would leave prints resembling human feet, except they would be much larger and far deeper than these. Crouching down to examine the snow closely, Raon continued his deduction under Raven's appreciative gaze and Dorian's curious eyes. These tracks belonged to a four-legged animal, most likely a Kerry mountain goat. Raven crossed his arms in sheer amazement. The kid figured it out in a single glance. Impressed, Raven asked if he could also tell when the prints were made. Standing up from the snow, Raon calmly explained that judging by how soft and unhardened the ground still was, they were probably made yesterday. Tracking west would likely lead right to it. Raven then pointed to 3 fresh deep scratches on a nearby tree. Asking what those could be, Raon identified them as the work of a dire wolf. These beasts mark their territory this way. They leave deep claw marks on trees and rocks to warn others. Gently touching the bark, Raon added that the beast was already dead. Raven was stunned by his absolute confidence and demanded to know how he was so sure. Raon explained with a completely stoic face that dire wolves rarely leave their marked territory, yet these claw marks were far too old. Since no new marks were made, the wolf must be dead. Watching Raon contemplate, Raven could not help but wonder who this incredible kid really was and how he knew all this. Traditionally, the 3rd Scout Division had a habit of hazing rookies, but for the Scouts of Haben Castle, hazing was not about running errands or receiving physical blows. It was about showing newcomers that textbook knowledge is completely useless in the wild, forcing them to realize how dangerous this frozen territory truly is. But this test has backfired completely, instead showcasing Raon's brilliant analytical mind and his sharp professional survival instincts. Raven stood frozen in utter shock. The rookie hazing ritual was completely ruined. Realizing he could get no amusement out of Raon, Raven quickly turned his attention to Dorian, who was standing idly nearby, ordering him to go inspect the origin of the next clue. He handed Dorian a mysterious branch. Dorian pointed at himself, stuttering in confusion, asking why he had to be the one. Locking Dorian in a vice-like headlock, Raven playfully flicked his forehead, teasing him for not knowing such a basic thing. While Dorian struggled desperately to escape Raven's grip, screaming for help, Raon simply watched the chaotic scene play out. Glenn Zieghart ignored him and walked forward, his face completely blank. Let Dorian be, he needed to scout the area first. Using his legendary senses, Glenn Zieghart could read the entire area. Snow drifted heavily, painting everything in a dull, depressing white. Suddenly, the true spirit sword at his waist began vibrating violently, unleashing blood-red waves of spiritual energy. Surprised, Glenn Zieghart drew the blade to examine it. The weapon was actually scouting the surroundings on its own. It had been doing this since they arrived, reporting back to him by channeling energy from their fallen foes. It absorbed power from the monsters they killed and passed it to him. Glenn Zieghart studied the blade deep in thought. This feedback loop had actually unlocked a new spiritual energy skill for him. It was doing everything to help him. That was pretty decent of the blade. But out of nowhere, the Essence Emperor materialized in a fiery rage, screaming at him. What do you think you are doing, you brat? My royal senses are far superior, yet you rely on that trash. Glenn Zieghart could only sigh and try to appease the spirit. He explained that using the sword spared his own energy, but the Essence Emperor was still fuming. To him, even a fraction of his imperial sense completely outclassed a parasite blade. He boasted that he was the strongest sovereign in the demon realm. Realizing the complaining wouldn't stop, Glenn Zieghart ignored him. The blue flame hovered around, nagging and calling him arrogant. But the nagging wouldn't stop, so Glenn Zieghart finally spoke up. He pointed out that since this power came from a spirit who wanted his body, there were too many risks. He had no idea what kind of side effects the energy might have. The Essence Emperor only scoffed at his caution. He told Glenn Zieghart not to worry, as the technique he was about to teach him only utilized his own frost energy. He promised to show him the true way to wield ice, unlike any method Glenn Zieghart had ever seen before. That actually got Glenn Zieghart's attention. A surprise reward, he found a flat boulder and sat down to meditate. He crossed his legs and focused, making a hand seal. The Essence Emperor smirked, introducing the skill with pride. The technique is called Glacia. A normal human could never master this. It requires the absolute purest frost energy. And with your average talent, it will take some serious long-term training to see any results. Now clear your mind and relax. Glenn Zieghart closed his eyes and began connecting his energy with the surrounding cold. Hold that connection and look at my frost energy, the spirit instructed. What does it look like to you? Your energy seems to have blended into the snow on the ground, Glenn Zieghart replied, keeping his eyes closed. The Essence Emperor let his power flare, creating blue embers in the snow. That was only the surface, he said. It isn't ice mixing with snow, it is frost energy merging with frost energy. That is the core of this method. Glenn Zieghart opened his eyes slightly, thinking this was going to be incredibly tough. He had to visualize the connection clearly. Only by keeping that image in his head could he perceive distant things as if they were right in front of him. He rested his hands on his lap and closed his eyes again. Soon the cold became his eyes and ears. He could feel the howling wind on the treetops, and the world seemed to slow down with his breathing. No, it wasn't the world slowing down, it was him. In his mind, his avatar stood up and walked. Though his physical body felt incredibly heavy, his spiritual senses were sharper than they had ever been. He saw Dorian getting chewed out by Raven and even saw a distant wolf tracking its prey. He could track everyone's movements clearly. It was wild, even if his range was still limited on this first try. But he couldn't hold it for long. Suddenly, Glenn Zieghart snapped his eyes open and sprinted toward Raon. "Captain," he shouted, "we have got a mole shark tunneling right beneath us, and it is heading this way." Raon blinked in shock. A mole shark, that bizarre creature with a shark's head and a massive lower body. The beast with razor-sharp teeth and rubbery webbed limbs. Raon frowned, highly skeptical of the warning. "This is sterling monster territory," he said. "A water beast like that shouldn't be here, and there are no vibrations." Seeing the captain's doubt, Glenn Zieghart grew even more anxious. "I am completely serious, it is coming right now." Raon still hesitated, muttering that it was impossible, but before he could finish, a massive rumble shook the ground. A deafening crash exploded right behind them, freezing all three of them in shock. Snow shot up in massive columns, and out came a creature far more terrifying than the snow. A massive mole shark burst from the ground. It bared its lethal teeth, ready to shred them. But the nightmare was just beginning as a second one breached. Two colossal bizarre beasts now towered over the group, their hungry eyes locked dead on their prey. They looked like easy prey. Three scouts stand before a pack of red-eyed land sharks staring them down. Raon grips his sword, taking a defensive stance while wondering if these land sharks are really coming out here. He needs a plan. Since it is just him and the rookie, they must escape to warn the others. But suddenly, Raon slips on the slick snow. A massive shark mole with a terrifyingly bulky body lunges right at him. "Damn it," he grunts. "Why did his foot slip at the worst moment?" Just then, a massive crash echoes. The giant shark mole is cleanly sliced in two by a single strike. Raon steps in to save him before turning back. He calmly tells Raon to get back up while he handles them. Raon is left utterly speechless, staring in sheer disbelief. Raon adds that even if the captain cannot trust him, yet he should at least trust his legendary sword. A dazzling hero aura surrounds him. Raon grabs a panicked Dorian, shouting for Raon to stay alive. He yells to dodge and survive until backup arrives. Raon turns back to face the pack. It is showtime. Taking his stance, he prepares to fight. The shark moles charge like wild beasts, letting out ear-piercing shrieks. They leap at him all at once. Raon glares coldly at the monsters, jumping high into the air to decapitate one. This is the frenzied Fang style. It performs beautifully, allowing him to fight without even relying on aura. Pure swordplay is more than enough. Raon effortlessly slices through them, looking completely relaxed as he dances around. He moves with absolute ease, analyzing the battle in real time. He can predict their movements because his cold energy is blending perfectly with the surrounding environment, giving him a cold perception that lets him read the battlefield. Is this the cold power of Glacia? To use it right, Raon must sharpen his senses through real experience. He leaps toward the final shark mole to put his theory to the test, rapidly adapting to this power. Combining the frenzied Fang style and Glacia, he easily overpowers enemies of this caliber. He finishes off the last monster. Raon quietly sheathes his sword, growing faster than expected. Coming to Haeboon Castle was definitely the right call. Right then, Raon rushes back with backup. He shouts out, asking if Raon is okay and telling him to retreat. But he stops, shocked. Did this rookie seriously wipe out the entire pack of monsters all on his own? These are high-threat monsters that could easily kill seasoned scouts even in a group. Who on earth is this kid? Raon stares in absolute disbelief. Raon easily reads his face, realizing that the captain is probably completely speechless. The captain did not trust a newcomer and almost got them killed. Raon looks deeply troubled, sweating. Even if he wants to save face, he cannot. His pride is bruised, but he still does the right thing. Raon steps forward and bows deeply. He sincerely apologizes, thanking Raon for saving all of their lives. His voice is heavy with self-blame as he admits that his lack of trust created this incredibly dangerous mess. He promises not to make excuses using his seniority. Raon is quite surprised by this sudden, genuine apology. He did not expect an apology so quickly. He pats Raon's shoulder, reassuring him that it is completely fine. He wouldn't have trusted a random newcomer either. Raon's eyes light up as he claims to finally understand who Raon is. Raon instantly panics. His mind races, wondering if the captain has somehow found out about his secret Zieghart lineage. But Raon just grabs his hands with sudden excitement. He declares Raon is an angel sent from heaven to save them. Raon can only offer a strained, awkward laugh. Raon then turns to the other swordsman, raising his hands in pure excitement. He announces a celebration at the pub to mark the rookie's success, promising to treat everyone to free drinks. The men can barely believe their ears, joking about their usually stingy captain finally offering free drinks. Of course they go. Inside the warm and lively pub, rowdy laughter echoes all around. Raon modestly tries to deflect the captain's heavy praise. Raon insists he is telling the absolute truth, proudly describing how Raon took down the monsters and commanded trust in his sword. Another scout gulps his beer, questioning why such an absolute powerhouse would join them as a mere rookie, especially since the kid is not even 17 years old yet. It just does not make any logical sense. Radin defensively snaps back at them, asking if they are daring to doubt both his word and their star rookie. Meanwhile, Raon is chewing his food with a highly skeptical expression. He wonders why they have to eat this monstrosity. The taste is completely bizarre. Meanwhile, Wrath is happily babbling beside him, deeply savoring every bit of the flavor profile. To the Demon King, the pairing of rich cheese and tangy pineapple is culinary perfection. Dorian turns to him with a smile. He remarks that the young master's palate is quite unique. Dorian then explains that he used to eat similarly. He complains that the pizza is completely inedible. Ra, the Essence Emperor, fumes at him, calling him a pig with zero taste who dares to insult the food. To Glenn Zieghart, it just tastes like chewing cardboard. Right then, a waitress approaches, whispering that the rumors about the handsome new recruit are actually true. The senior scouts are all whispering that his handsome face is actually way more impressive than his elite swordsmanship. The one speaking to him is a girl with wine-red hair. She holds a booklet that looks just like a menu, introducing herself as Yua before offering to show them some of their other options. Glenn Zieghart politely accepts the offer while the glowing blue flame of the Essence Emperor floats over to sneak a peek at the menu too. For a remote outpost, the selection is surprisingly rich. The spirit suddenly gasps, demanding to order the mint chocolate ice cream immediately. Glenn Zieghart mutters back that he absolutely does not want to order that. But hearing this, Yua beams with excitement, assuming he loves mint chocolate. Before Glenn Zieghart can even try to explain himself, she happily cuts in to hype up their legendary top-tier version of the dessert. She promises the mint grown near Havun Castle is fresher than anywhere else, making their sweet treat a local specialty. Ra instantly loses his temper and yells at Glenn Zieghart, calling him an ungrateful brat after all the secret techniques the Great King has taught him. Glenn Zieghart desperately tries to calm the fiery spirit down, wondering to himself why on earth a tavern even serves mint chocolate ice cream. He sighs and officially orders one portion. But before he can even finish, a booming voice suddenly interrupts the conversation from behind. A veteran asks if the rookie really took down 6 sharks alone, pointing out that his mana signature doesn't actually seem that strong. He quickly adds that it is not an insult, just genuine curiosity about how someone so young can wield such incredible life-saving strength. Glenn Zieghart humbly insists that they are exaggerating his deeds, but the gathered swordsmen just laugh and dismiss his modesty as completely unnecessary. They point out that someone of his caliber is bound to get promoted soon, so they wanted to chat casually before he climbs too high. Another soldier chimes in, agreeing that once he moves up, ordinary guys like them will rarely get a chance to sit and chat. Dorian joins in with a grin, telling Glenn Zieghart that he truly pulled off something absolutely massive out there today. Glenn Zieghart rests his chin on his hand, clearly feeling pretty awkward. Honestly, who wouldn't be in his shoes? The server sets the dessert down, and Ray immediately cheers with absolute delight, commanding Glenn Zieghart to dig in right this second. The sharp freshness of mint washes over his tongue, quickly followed by the rich sweetness of chocolate, which Ra claims is just like him. Cold yet sweet. Glenn Zieghart silently chews on his spoon, muttering to Ra that he gets a similar feeling when utilizing the glacier skill. He asks if there are other ways to channel it, which instantly piques Ra's interest as he congratulates the boy on guessing correctly. Ray explains that much like advanced human training, Glacia is not just a basic scouting tool. It runs much deeper than that. It is the ultimate method to manipulate frost energy with peak efficiency. Glenn Zieghart asks if he can apply it to both offense and defense. The spirit confirms it, explaining that it is a versatile skill that sharpens his senses while reinforcing his actions in any situation. He brags that it is effortless for a king, but suggests a talentless rookie might need a full year of grueling practice to master it. Glenn Zieghart scoffs at the timeline, pointing out that a whole year is way too long to wait. Ray laughs, asking if he thinks it is easy. The king brags that a year is actually extremely fast because he is the one teaching him. That is when Glenn Zieghart makes a bold proposal. He dares the proud spirit to a wager on whether he can master the advanced Glacia technique within just 6 months. Ra hesitates at the short timeline, and Glenn Zieghart gloats inwardly, knowing the spirit is scared of losing yet another bet to him. To sweeten the deal, Glenn Zieghart lowers the limit to 5 months, mocking the spirit until Ra finally snaps and accepts the challenge. A glowing system screen pops up to confirm the official wager. Afterward, the two companions finally decide to leave. Glenn Zieghart calls out to Dorian that it is time to head back to the barracks. Dorian readily agrees, but they are stopped after just a few steps. A soft voice calls out, asking them to wait because she has something to give them before they leave for the night. Yua shyly hands over a small bag of fresh cookies, explaining that she made them using the leftover pineapple from his favorite pizza. Spotting the sweet treats, Ra instantly loses his mind with excitement, praising the pineapple girl for her amazing cooking skills. Appreciating her sweet gesture, Glenn Zieghart accepts the gift with a warm smile, offering Yua his sincere thanks for the treat. Yua beams with joy, expressing her hope that he enjoys them and tells him to stop by any time if he ever wants more. The two boys wave goodbye and head out into the peaceful night. Meanwhile, deep within a dark corner of the forest, A scout patrol from the castle is running for their absolute lives. One exhausted soldier grits his teeth in sheer panic. He repeats to himself that this is an emergency and he must return immediately to warn Commander Millen about the threat. Right on their heels is a massive horde of ice trolls that seem to gather out of nowhere, hot on their trail. Later that evening in the command room, Raon delivers a grim piece of news. They have just received urgent orders. They must march out and wipe out the ice trolls. Hearing this, Dorian instantly looks like his soul has left his body. What, we literally just finished our first mission. Seeing that reaction, Raon only sighs in absolute helplessness. He knows it is rough. Getting assigned another mission right away is exhausting, but this is a direct order from the high brass and he has no choice. Nothing can be done. Hearing this, Dorian falls into absolute undeniable despair. Why? Well, before this sudden order something else happened. Let us go back. Scouting Team Number 2 had just discovered a massive pack of ice chos lurking near underground tunnel number 4. Hearing this report, Milan falls deep into thought. But the scout is not done yet, adding that they spotted a large group. Around 30 of those beasts and more are likely on the way. He suggests it is best to wipe them out first. Milan agrees with the plan. Tunnel number 4 is right next to number 5. Seeing his nod, Tyrion makes his move. They want to clear out the chos before starting the investigation. But why are those land sharks near tunnel number 5? Hearing this, Milan gets a terrible premonition about the area. He turns to his second-in-command with a heavy request. Go with them, Vice Commander. Tyrion does not hesitate, giving a sharp nod and agreeing to accompany the vanguard right away. Pointing to the map, Milan lays out a specific strategy. He tells him to lead both the assault team and the wolf mercenaries. Eliminate all the ice chos and investigate the northern sea before returning. As for the scouting team, before Milan can finish speaking, Tyrion interrupts with a suggestion. He wants to take scouting team number 3 along. This idea leaves the commander deeply confused. Why them? Tyrion calmly explains that he heard rumors about the kid single-handedly handling those land sharks on his first mission. But Tyrion is not finished. He drops another shocking detail, throwing Raiden into absolute shock as he listens from behind. Word is the kid cleared them out instantly with 0 injuries. If that crazy rumor is actually true, then he should definitely join this mission. Tyrion is eager to witness those legendary skills firsthand. Though surprised, Raiden has to agree. Fine, he sighs. The kid said he could fight anywhere, so they might as well drag him along for this. Back in the present, Raiden finishes his announcement, tells them to pack up and get some rest, and walks out. The door slams shut. Both recruits are left frozen in shock. After a tense silence, Dorian buries his face and screams. They are absolutely doomed. They barely survived their very first mission, and now there is no time to even breathe. Going on a back-to-back mission with 0 rest is pure madness. Glenn Zieghart just watches him completely exhausted by the drama. After weeping and whining for several minutes, Dorian looks up with teary, trembling eyes and asks Glenn Zieghart for confirmation. Is it true that swords are totally useless against ice chos? Facing that trembling question, Glenn Zieghart gives an honest answer. It is absolutely true. Glenn Zieghart searches his memory, recalling everything he knows about these bizarre and terrifying creatures. Living in freezing climates gives ice chos incredibly thick, stone-hard skin. Rumor has it that unless you use a mana-infused blade, you cannot cut through them at all. Worse, these monsters possess insane regenerative abilities just like other land sharks. Hearing this grim confirmation, Dorian immediately dives under the blankets, shivering. He groans that they are dead. He is convinced he will not survive, even suggesting they write their wills. Glenn Zieghart cannot stand this pathetic sight anymore. He sits on the bed next to him, offering some half-hearted comfort. Don't worry, Dorian, your sheer speed should handle them. But those words do not help at all. Honestly, who can blame him? Dorian whimpers that he is still absolutely terrified. He ponders for a moment and mentions there is actually another way. Catching a glimmer of hope, Dorian instantly asks what. Seeing the crying finally stop, Glenn Zieghart grabs his sword, leaning nearby. There is a way to lose all fear of them. If you spar with me, those ice chos will look like tiny, harmless puppies. Let us do some night training. Slinging his blade over his shoulder, he gives a deadpan glare. Dorian completely freezes, his tears instantly evaporating. He decides those ice chos are actually weak and cute. He quickly wishes Glenn Zieghart a good night and goes to sleep. This sudden attitude shift leaves the ancient soul inside Glenn Zieghart deeply baffled. What a strange kid. The next morning, everyone gathers. Standing before the grand gates of Heaven Castle, Tyrion holds up his roster and calls for roll. In the back, Glenn Zieghart looks over. His roommate is looking completely sleep-deprived. He asks if Dorian is alright, and the boy mutters that literally anything is better than sparring. At least he is alive. As they chat, an unfamiliar voice suddenly calls out from behind, asking if he is Glenn Zieghart. Before they can even turn around, the stranger steps up with a wide smile, introducing himself as Beto. He is the captain of the Wolf Mercenaries. With a sweet, overly fake smile, he says he is thrilled to meet him. His crew apparently cannot stop talking about wanting to test their skills against Glenn Zieghart. It seems like a simple greeting, but Beto looks him up and down, offering some standard textbook compliments about how impressive it is to see someone so young scouting. He extends a hand, but Raon Zieghart completely ignores the gesture flatly, replying that it is nice to meet him too. He reaches out to shake hands, saying he's really looking forward to working together and receiving a friendly nod in return. Beto has no reason to linger and turns to leave politely, excusing himself so he can go check on his comrades. He mentioned he just wanted to say a quick hello. But the second he leaves, Wrath appears out of nowhere, looking totally annoyed. He snaps that he hates that guy and suggests gouging his eyes out. Raon is left completely baffled by this bizarre extreme advice. The Demon King insists you should never trust anyone with snake eyes. Fearing the boy won't believe him, Wrath starts analyzing the guy. In his ancient experience, guys like that are always backstabbers, claiming 80% of them turn out exactly like that. Raon quickly counters that there's still a 20% margin of error, yet he still takes the warning seriously. He takes another long look at Beto, keeping the advice in mind. He also felt a pretty strange vibe from that man. After weighing his options, he concludes it is best to stay cautious around Beto. Just then, another friendly face approaches. Yua runs up to the group carrying a mysterious box. She gasps out an apology for being late with the requested food. The soldiers are absolutely thrilled to see her arrive. Two of them walk right over to the young girl. They greet her warmly and pat her head teasingly, asking how she manages to look cuter every single time they meet. They praise her cooking skills, calling her the absolute pride of Habon Castle. Yua happily basks in all the sweet compliments. Raon quietly watches the cheerful scene from behind. He notes how Yua is loved by literally all the knights here. He guesses she must be the official mascot of this entire fortress. As he watches, Yua spots him and calls out. She carefully pulls out a mysterious pouch and hands it over, explaining it is delicious homemade beef jerky from her and her grandpa. Raon is a bit caught off guard by this sudden gift, asking why she is giving this treat to him. Yua honestly explains that it is to celebrate his very first expedition, joking that next time he will have to pay. Amused, Raon gently pats her head and thanks her, promising to enjoy it. She beams, telling him to support them next time. With the roll call finished, Tyrion raises his voice to announce that everyone should quickly line up to set off. They gather around for a quick pre-departure briefing, and Tyrion clearly summarizes the major details of their upcoming mission. He explains they have two primary objectives: first, to exterminate the ice trolls, and second, to patrol the rugged Stellan Mountain region. Their main priority is ensuring that nobody gets injured during the operation. Hearing this, Wrath narrows his eyes in deep thought. The Demon King looks incredibly serious for once, which immediately makes Raon pretty curious about what is on his mind. Wrath stays quiet, keeping his eyes locked onto the snowy peaks ahead. He senses a faint but distinct energy from the mountain. He wonders if it could actually be a familiar foe. Though highly suspicious, the Demon King brushes it off as nothing. With the final orders issued, Tyrion commands the troops to move out, and the entire expedition group begins their long journey. It doesn't take long before Raon's unit runs into their first annoying obstacle when the arrogant Vanguard soldiers show up. They rudely dump their heavy gear onto the scouts, turning their backs to leave with an incredibly smug attitude. They warn the scouts to treat the bags with extreme care, joking that they should protect them like their own lovers. They mockingly add that since scouts probably don't have partners, they wouldn't understand the feeling anyway. The sheer arrogance is frustrating. Dorian is both annoyed and completely baffled, asking Captain Raiden why the Vanguard gets to treat the scouting team like personal servants. Raiden sighs heavily, reminding Dorian that this is his first joint mission. He looks over at the loud Vanguard group. He explains those fighters claim they must conserve all their energy for battle since they are the core combat force. Ever since they found that excuse, they abuse it every single time. Raiden looks at the massive pile of baggage. He lets out a tired sigh, admitting they have no choice since scouts have absolutely no voice or authority in this hierarchy. They just have to swallow their anger and obey. This sad, defeatist attitude leaves Raon feeling pretty speechless. Shaking his head, Raiden watches Dorian chatting happily and tries to look on the bright side, noting things are actually better. During their previous mission, the Vanguard forced the scouts to carry everything back even after the grueling fight was completely over. But Dorian simply offers to store everything in his magical subspace pocket, saving them from having to clean up their messes. Raiden softly advises Raon that despite the blatant injustice, it is far easier to just keep quiet and survive here. He reminds him that power and rank are absolute. Raon remains completely expressionless, but his inner thoughts are very different. He deeply despises this pathetic system. He can't help but feel a growing sense of frustration about their true role. The scouts are the ones putting their lives on the line first by going out ahead on dangerous patrols. Patrolling means they will be the very first ones to face whatever monsters are lurking in the frozen mountains. They are treated so poorly despite their incredible value. No longer keeping the thought to himself, Glenn Zieghart speaks his mind out loud. He assumed the front lines would have tight-knit camaraderie, but it seems he was wrong. Hearing this brutal truth makes Raiden sigh. Raon feels helpless, admitting that such brotherhood definitely does not exist within the assault team. Even so, he offers a reasonable theory. He explains that it is likely all because of their captain Edic, who leads the squad and thinks this toxic behavior is normal. Hearing the name, Glenn Zieghart takes a careful look around. That must be Edic, the source of all these terrible and unhealthy traditions. Now that he knows exactly who is behind the trouble, Glenn Zieghart makes a quick decision: he just needs to crush that guy. The group continues their journey, but what happens next leaves Tyrion completely dumbfounded. Talk about an unexpected twist. He stares at the completely empty cave ahead, unable to hide his growing frustration. According to their intel, this makes zero sense. There is not a single ice beast in sight. Raon is just as shocked by the empty cavern, muttering that it is impossible. After studying the area, Tyrion turns to double-check, asking Raon if he is absolutely sure about what he reported seeing. Although slightly flustered, Raon firmly insists that he is positive, having spotted 13 ice beasts gathered right near the forest edge. As they speak, Edic steps up behind them, wearing a look of pure annoyance. He grumbles that this is why scouts should never go alone. He insists a swordsman should always tag along on scouting missions. Backed into a corner, Raon still tries to defend himself. He argues that he definitely saw them. Not wanting the tension to rise any further, Tyrion suggests they put the argument aside. He orders everyone to spread out, push their senses to the absolute limit, and search the entire surrounding area for clues. Following his command, the squad fans out to scour the area. Watching his teammates struggle to find anything, Glenn Zieghart feels puzzled. Several hours have passed, yet they have not found a single trace, even though these scouts are highly experienced veterans. After observing for a bit, Glenn Zieghart stares deep into the woods and starts deducing. Even if ice beasts are stealthy, this is too clean. They should have left something behind. He wonders if someone else is pulling the strings. This situation is definitely not right. With that thought, he steps forward and asks Tyrion if he can take a crack at finding them himself. Tyrion looks at Glenn Zieghart with clear skepticism. Sensing his doubt, Glenn Zieghart is blunt, stating that he simply wants to confirm a few details. Before Tyrion can even respond, Edic suddenly appears and mockingly warns him to keep his nose out of their business. He sneers that the kid should go help pitch tents because the sun is setting, unless he wants to embarrass himself like the rest. Stepping in to stop the bullying, Tyrion tells Edic that is enough, directing him to let the kid try just this once. This compromise deeply annoys Edic. He demands to know if the vice commander seriously trusts this clueless kid who is wasting their time. Ignoring the complaints completely, Glenn Zieghart gets straight to work, placing his hand flat against the ground and closing his eyes to focus. He concentrates on the vibrations beneath him, then slowly opens his eyes. This strange action naturally rubs Edic the wrong way. He snaps, demanding to know what the boy is staring at, telling him to get up and stop wasting everyone's time. Completely ignoring the insults, Glenn Zieghart calmly announces that he has found them, leaving the captain absolutely stunned. To be more precise, Glenn Zieghart clarifies that they are located near the frozen valley northeast of Mount Slyn. Hearing this, the captain suddenly snaps in anger, demanding to know if the boy is treating this serious mission as a joke. Edic mockingly asks if he can truly pinpoint their exact location, but Glenn Zieghart remains perfectly calm and asserts his absolute certainty. He asks if there is an issue. This unwavering confidence leaves Edic temporarily speechless, but after a tense silence, he explodes again. He yells at Glenn Zieghart, asking if he thinks joking during such a critical moment is funny, demanding to know if he will take responsibility. But Glenn Zieghart is as composed as ever. He answers that he is not foolish enough to mess around when things are this critical. Stepping in to de-escalate, Tyrion tells Edic to calm down, noting that he is letting his emotions get the better of him. Tyrion softens his tone, asking how exactly Raon tracked down those orcs. The young swordsman calmly explains that this is a method he learned from someone who roams forests and mountains like his own backyard by expanding his energy detection field. Right on cue, the chatterbox, Ed Quill, speaks up again. Energy detection? Do you even know how far the frozen valley is? How can you be so sure based on just that, Tyrion? Did you hear him? Do you really believe this kid? At those doubts, Tyrion actually begins to waver. Ed Quill is right. At such a vast distance, that explanation of relying on energy detection simply is not convincing, especially coming from a rookie with under a year of combat experience. But as he looks closely at the boy, Tyrion hesitates. And honestly, who could blame him? Those sharp red eyes seem capable of piercing right through anything, carrying an intensity that commands belief. His confident words suddenly remind Tyrion of a certain person. After all, only one man in the Zieghart family roams wild terrain like his backyard, the sort of light rimmer. If he trained under that master, then he might actually be trustworthy. Just as the tension turns awkward, Beto steps up from behind. The captain admits that hearing more has piqued his interest. He then asks how long it will take to get there, Raon. Raon answers honestly. It will take about 30 minutes to reach the target and another 10 to find a good spot. That detailed response catches Beto completely off guard. It seems the rookie has already visualized the entire ambush spot. Regaining his cool, Beto smiles and backs up Raon, noting to Vice Commander Tarion that they still have 2 hours before sunset. That should be plenty of time to check it out. However, this sudden support is something Edquill absolutely cannot accept. Unable to contain his anger, Edquill shouts, demanding to know if Beto is crazy too or if this rookie somehow bribed them. But Vice Commander Tarion completely ignores Edquill's protests and loudly orders the entire squad to get ready to move out. They are going to cross Stalin Mountain. Edquill is left speechless, though Tarion knows the captain is still highly against this. So the Vice Commander points out a harsh reality: if darkness falls, the trolls might attack first, which is far more dangerous. If Raon is right, this is their best shot at neutralizing the threat. Seeing Edquill refuse to back down, Raon steps forward. He asks if that is still not convincing enough. Cutting straight to the chase, Raon proposes they settle this with a bet. That way, whatever happens, there will be no regrets. Hearing that Edquill is intrigued and asks what Raon wants to wager. This is exactly what Raon wanted. He smiles confidently and demands that if he finds the trolls, the strikers must show respect. They will have to carry all the scouts' gear, handle their chores, and treat them with actual courtesy from now on. Seeing the rookie's absolute confidence, Edquill calmly asks what happens if Raon is wrong, expecting him to back down. But Raon is not afraid of a challenge and boldly promises to do whatever Edquill wants if his scout report is wrong. Highly satisfied, Edquill accepts on the spot, warning the kid to prepare for a loss because his big mouth is about to shut. Seeing that the two have finally settled their dispute, Vice Commander Tarion loudly commands the entire unit to get moving. Their destination is the Frozen Valley. The troop marches on, completely unaware that a cloaked figure is observing them from the shadows. This spy is incredibly irritated as he watches them advance, wondering why on earth they decided to keep climbing. This sudden deviation was definitely not part of his original plan. Watching the rear guards, the cloaked man begins to analyze. He realizes these soldiers are circling around to find an easy ambush spot, meaning they must know exactly where the trolls are. The thought makes him grit his teeth in absolute frustration. He is certain he covered up every single trace of them. How could they possibly know the trolls are hidden deep inside this specific valley? Even for a veteran, it should be impossible. No ordinary scout should be able to track them. But then the spy remembers the dangerous monsters he hid down there. At this rate, the squad will run into the ice trolls much earlier than expected, throwing a massive wrench into his plans. He remembers the scheme at Haben Castle, realizing he needs to delay this squad further to guarantee their plans go smoothly. It is already too late to relocate the ice trolls now. But just as panic sets in, a dark realization hits him. He smiles as a sinister thought crosses his mind. Maybe this sudden confrontation is actually a blessing in disguise. Meanwhile, the squad finally reaches the designated spot, and the shocking sight below leaves Edquill absolutely stunned and speechless. Down in the valley, a massive horde of ice trolls is actively roaming around. Edquill simply cannot accept this reality. It should be impossible for a mere rookie to locate a hidden pack from such a massive distance. While the captain stands there in silent shock, Raon casually walks up to remind him of their little high-stakes wager. Before Edquill can even formulate a reply, Raon boldly declares that the strikers will be handling all the chores from now on. Raon adds that he expects a proud captain to keep his word, which absolutely infuriates the proud swordsman. To prevent a full-blown fight, Vice Commander Tarion immediately steps in and tells them both that enough is enough. Tarion admits it is hard to believe, but they only found the trolls because of Raon's sharp scouting senses. Refusing to let the bickering continue, the Vice Commander issues a stern order for all squads to draw their weapons. With bows drawn and weapons fully prepared, Tarion swings his sword down and commands his forces to unleash hell. A devastating rain of arrows pours down on the valley, instantly taking out several ice trolls before they can react. Tarion leads the charge to strike first, while Beto leaps into the fray to slice down an ice troll. Beto warns the rest of the squad that these trolls will regenerate if they are given any room to breathe. He yells out to aim for their necks and hearts, and Edquill puts aside his anger to fight alongside them. They hold the line together as a unit, while Raon stands on the cliff above, calmly observing the entire battlefield. Glenn Zieghart can't help but admire them. Seriously. Seeing how they move in perfect unison, these guys are absolute pros. They use their formation to crush the ice troll with ease. But then, Glenn Zieghart's attention shifts to Beto fighting like a demon. And wow, Beto in combat is a totally different beast. He was dead calm just seconds ago. But right now, his eyes are practically glowing with intense light. That creepy vibe from earlier, could it be his raw bloodlust washing over the field? While Glenn Zieghart stands there completely dazed, Dorian suddenly jogs over and yells, "Glenn Zieghart, why are you just standing around like a statue?" He is genuinely baffled. Normally Glenn Zieghart would just charge straight in. Why on earth is he so quiet and calm today? To ease his roommate's confusion, Glenn Zieghart slowly replies, "Our job is to guard the scouts, so we stand here." But wait, Glenn Zieghart drops a rather mysterious hint right after. "I have already found my own opponent for this fight." Dorian can only stare in sheer confusion. Meanwhile, the main group keeps slicing through the tro, shouting warnings to everyone. They tell the scouts to stay back and provide cover, but Raon ignores his own advice. He immediately jumps into the fray. He directs the swordsman to hold the front line against the tro, while crossbowmen distract them. Soon the monster count drops fast. Raon can't help but grin. Success. Things are going way smoother than usual as the beastly tro drop dead one by one. He realizes their ambush gave them a massive upper hand. The tro simply didn't have time to recover. They are totally disoriented. He enjoys the sight of their easy victory. Slowly, his thoughts drift back to the guy who set it up. It is all because of that clever rookie Glenn Zieghart. Raon suddenly snaps out of his daydream, deciding he should definitely buy the kid a nice treat later. But wait, a chilling sensation hits him. Panic. He whips his head around to see what is lurking directly behind him. Two massive new tro are looming. One look at their high-tier gear sends shivers down his spine. An ice warrior and a mage. Seeing Raon completely frozen, the beasts instantly pounce. How did they get here? While he stands paralyzed in shock, they strike. Raon can only brace for impact, completely done for. But thankfully, just as the deadly claws are about to land, rescue arrives. Beto storms in with a heavy slash. Safe. At the same time, Tyrion pulls Raon out of harm's way and barks at him. Focus, Raon, or you're dead. Hearing that, Raon finally snaps back to reality and grips his sword tighter. Yeah, I got it. Even as Beto holds off the vicious assault, he can't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, this warrior is totally different. Before he can even finish, a sudden magic blast erupts. Luckily, all three manage to leap clear just in time. Close call. Glaring at the attacker, Tyrion grits his teeth. That mage is sniping from high ground. Fighting while dodging those spells is rough. Realizing the danger, he raises his voice to warn the entire squad. Listen up, everyone. Keep your guards up and stay alert. Tyrion immediately starts issuing commands. Attack squad, assist Beto with that warrior. Scouts, keep that annoying mage distracted at all costs. Got it, Raon, seeing how desperate things are turning quickly, echoes the order to his own unit to back them up. Scouts, reload your crossbows now. But before they can even get into proper formation, a barrage of ice disrupts them completely. Out of thin air, a storm of sharp ice arrows materializes. Danger! It rains down directly on Raon and his men. Before they can react, Glenn Zieghart leaps from the rear and shatters the projectiles. He glares furiously at dark hooded figure. You're finally showing yourself, Glenn Zieghart mutters. This intense reaction completely baffles Raon, who asks Glenn Zieghart what's going on here. Ignoring the chatter, the cloaked figure simply chuckles upon being blocked. He steps forward, slowly, amused that some kid stopped his spell. Standing beside his two tro, the man praises them. He adds that having a vice captain who read the situation so well and coordinates so well is impressive. You both are quite remarkable, actually. But Tyrion immediately goes on high alert at his presence. I was wondering why the tro were acting so bizarrely, Tyrion growls. It was you bastards pulling the strings all along. He glares at the newcomers, spitting out a name with absolute disgust. Eden. This is indeed the infamous Blue Phantom Eden. Unbothered by being recognized, Eden calmly smirks. He begins summoning a massive dark ice magic circle right beneath their feet. No need to be so hostile, Eden sneers. Instantly, a heavy suffocating dread washes over the squad, freezing them in their tracks. Watching their terrified faces, Eden gives a wicked laugh. None of you are walking out of here alive today. Not a chance. Suddenly, a dark pulsing energy erupts underfoot, bringing even the toughest veterans to their knees. A bone-chilling cold paralyzes them completely. Their muscles completely lock up under the dark curse. Seeing them struggle so desperately only brings a twisted smile to Eden's face. He gloats about their glorious resurrection plan. Hearing those words, Tyrion glares back with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. Unfazed by the glare, Eden confidently declares that today is their funeral. With a roar, his dark power explodes outward. Die, he screams. But right on cue, Raon Zieghart charges straight through the curse, delivering a devastating lightning-fast slash. This completely ruins the villain's grand plan. Eden gasps in utter disbelief. How on earth are you moving freely under my curse? Raon calmly explains that he is used to it as his entire life has been plagued by a far colder, deadlier curse. Immediately after, he swiftly unleashes his wild-fanged sword dance, carving deep and shallow wounds all over the cultist. Ed collapses after taking the full blow, while Raon lands with cool confidence, entirely unfazed by the darkness inside him. Sheathing his sword, Raon looks down at Ed and offers a blunt warning that curse will only drag your close combat down. The very moment the cultist crashes down, the dark spell shatters, and the suffocated soldiers finally return to normal. The curse is lifted. They gasp in disbelief. How did a kid break a spell even their vice commander could not handle and slay the blue spirit? Before Raon can answer, Tyrion cuts in, reminding everyone that they are still right in the middle of a war. They must destroy the remaining ice trolls before they regenerate, forcing the soldiers to snap back to attention and obey. With the area secured, Tyrion mockingly interrogates Ed, asking if he is disappointed that he failed to kill a single person. Dropping the sarcasm, the vice commander demands to know why they were ambushed, promising a quick and painless death in return. This promise of mercy only makes Ed howl with laughter. Even staring death in the face, the cultist shows absolutely no fear. Rejecting the offer, he spits out that he has no use for mercy, telling them they should have just killed him already. This bizarre indifference leaves the soldiers completely baffled, and let me tell you, things are about to get so much worse. His goal from the very start was to lure out and divide the defenses of Haven Castle. Suddenly, a soldier screams in panic. The soldier points back toward the fortress while Ed cackles, telling them that since they are here, he has a parting gift. He mocks them, saying that because of Tyrion's pathetic mercy, Haven Castle is doomed to fall in this very battle. Right on cue, a massive explosion echoes in the distance, shocking Tyrion as he struggles to get a grip on the situation. Desperate for answers, Tyrion demands to know why the bastard claimed they should have killed him already. The cultist only sneers and responds confidently, declaring that their foolish pity will bring about the complete ruin of Haven Castle. Amused by Tyrion's disbelief, the cultist laughs, telling him that whether he likes it or not, he will see it soon. Tyrion is deeply unsettled by this sheer confidence, but before he can even process the threat, Raon shouts in absolute terror. Raon urges Tyrion to look behind them, prompting the vice commander to quickly spin around toward the distant horizon. And there, exactly as the cultist predicted, thick black smoke and massive flames are already rising directly from Haven Castle. Tyrion stares in absolute horror, unable to believe his eyes, while Raon beside him is just as frozen with shock. They always believed Haven Castle was an indestructible fortress. Seeing their panic, the villain breaks into a maniacal laugh. He boasts that the original plan was to use them as bait to draw Commander Millen out of the castle. With things going sideways, they trigger their backup plan, and Ed wastes no time dropping a brutal bombshell. He smugly reveals that he used a dark spell to unleash the savage troll army directly inside the walls of Haven Castle. The madman cackles, gloating that the trolls are already tearing the fortress apart from the inside, finally pushing Tyrion over the edge. Gritting his teeth, the vice commander delivers a crushing blow that shuts the villain up, grabbing his collar in absolute fury. He barks at the blue spirit to shut his mouth, confidently declaring that Haven Castle won't fall to a few stray trolls. Standing behind them, Raon completely agrees, noting that even with their elite forces deployed out here, they are safe. Commander Millen is still guarding the castle, and he isn't about to let ordinary ice trolls tear down their home. But the cultist merely laughs at their confidence, mockingly asking if they really think only basic ice trolls were sent. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet begins to violently tremble instantly, putting all the soldiers and captains on high alert. As they draw their weapons and brace themselves, the captains wonder if they are experiencing a sudden massive earthquake. Even the confident Raon feels the unnatural vibration and begins to worry, realizing this is absolutely no ordinary tremor. Enjoying the sudden panic rippling through the ranks, the bound cultist smirks and continues his psychological torment. He sneers, asking if they truly thought Eden would plan so poorly, proving they have been dancing in his palm all along. He tells them their only option now is to watch the ruin of Haven Castle from afar, fueling Tyrion's rising fury. The masked villain relishes Tyrion's speechless fury, mocking the soldiers as arrogant fools who are about to plunge into deep despair. Unable to take any more of his mockery, Tyrion explodes with rage and executes the gloating villain on the spot. With their leader standing in tense silence, the captains nervously whisper, calling out to Vice Commander Tyrion for guidance. Finally snapping out of his thoughts, Tyrion orders them to alert all units, unable to waste another precious second. He sternly orders the entire force to head back to Haven Castle immediately. Just as the flames back home grow larger, chaos completely erupts. Panicked voices echo everywhere, screaming to prioritize evacuating the helpless citizens immediately. Commander Millen screams at the top of his lungs, demanding the first squad suppress the spreading fires. The second squad must block those ice trolls. Right then, Tyrion arrives. His scouts are finally back. Seeing him return safely, Millen relaxes. Good job, Tyrion. He quickly shifts back to a serious look. The commander urgently asks for details about their trip, explaining they are currently being ambushed by trolls. Tyrion stays perfectly calm. We have something to report, so we had to return immediately. He cuts straight to the chase and shares exactly what he discovered. This sudden ambush was orchestrated. It was Eden. Hearing this, Millen does not look surprised. He knew something was definitely wrong. It makes perfect sense. Seeing the commander so calm, Tyrion pauses to think before sharing his own theory. We killed the blue spirit who summoned the ice trolls, but this earthquake suggests a larger plan. Their scheme is not just limited to trolls. Something is very off. Millen stands in silent thought. They gain nothing from attacking Haven Castle like this. This sudden assault makes absolutely no sense. Tyrion agrees completely, but one terrifying detail bothers him. Forgive me, we still do not know their goal. However, due to their interference, the giant monster wave is coming much sooner than we anticipated. The news leaves Millen completely speechless in shock. But the dark updates do not end here. Tarion explains that the recent earthquake was triggered to force a massive monster wave directly at them. The surrounding soldiers instantly freeze in pure panic. A heavy silence falls. Then absolute terror takes over. Despair sets in. The castle is already in chaos from ice trolls, and now a beast tide is coming. We are doomed. We are all going to die. Raon remains calm, silently watching the panicked soldiers. With the warriors quickly losing their composure, Raon knows that defending the castle will be nearly impossible. As the chaos quickly worsens, Milan suddenly roars. Quiet down, he furiously scolds his panicked subordinates. How dare you give up so easily? Milan then slowly calms down, gently reasoning with his men. Have we ever lost to a monster wave? This is Haven Castle, the Iron Fortress protecting our continent. If we fall, what happens next? He suppresses his rising emotions and speaks to them very softly. Who will protect our families on the mainland if we fail? Milan grips his sword with fierce confidence. We can do this. We have always survived, and we will survive today. Steel your tired hearts. Draw your weapons immediately. Do not fight for yourselves, but protect the families you deeply love. The soldiers roar in determination. We will obey you, sir. Raon watches them in utter shock. This is incredible. He completely restored their fighting spirit with only a few simple, powerful words. Raon observes him closely. This is the seasoned battle experience of Haven Castle's legendary master. With their morale successfully restored, Milan leaves with Tarion to discuss their next crucial moves. All squads not helping citizens must follow him to the walls. Dorian will support the rear units. This order confuses Tarion. Why is the commander not bringing both of them up to the walls? Milan looks surprised. Are you serious, Tarion? The wall is far too dangerous for rookies. They must face a massive monster wave. No matter how talented, one mistake will cost their lives. Understanding his deep worry, Tarion calmly drops a massive bombshell. I understand your fear, Commander, but Raon defeated the Blue Spirit in a single blow. Milan absolutely did not expect this. There is even more. Dorian actually returned from this incredibly dangerous scouting mission completely unharmed. They left a bad impression initially, but we cannot underestimate their skills. Please trust me on this. After a brief silence, Milan is fully convinced. I will give both of you a direct order. Raon is slightly caught off guard. Milan tells him to head straight to the castle walls immediately. They must protect Haven Castle with him. Despite the incredibly sudden order, Raon accepts without hesitation. With their forces organized, Milan quickly leads them up to the wall to check enemy movements. He asks the scout for updates. The petrified soldier turns around, stammering about a massive monster wave. Seeing the scout's pure terror, Milan quickly rushes forward to inspect the chaotic situation himself. Seeing the horrific scene before him, Milan was instantly struck with dread. Even the two squad captains behind him were left speechless, questioning reality itself. He asked Edquil if he had ever witnessed a beast wave like this, and the captain quietly shook his head. This was a terrifying first for everyone. Raon stepped up to observe instantly, recalling the solemn warning his master had once given him. He was bound for the north of Haven Castle, an endless battlefield where he would face monsters from the Northern Ocean and Stalin Mountain daily, a living hell. A place where warriors never lowered their swords. Staring at the horrific horizon, those words echoed back. A warning carved deep into his soul. Others would face hardships, but his path would be far more agonizing. Then Commander Milan spoke. Milan asked about the scale of the monster wave. A scout replied that they had initially only estimated a few thousand, but looking at this endless swarm, there had to be tens of thousands. None of them had ever witnessed such numbers. Raon stared with a tense expression, realizing he could not even begin to sense the sheer limit of the approaching horde. The entire swarm was charging straight toward Haven Castle. Milan turned to him, asking if he was familiar with these massive monster waves. Raon replied that he knew a little. He understood that defending against these waves always resulted in a catastrophic loss of human life. Milan explained that scouting missions and frantic preparations were designed specifically to anticipate these tides and minimize the casualties as much as possible. Broken castle walls could be rebuilt and shattered gates could be replaced, but a fallen soldier was gone forever. With a grim expression, the commander gave him a critical order: protect as many soldiers as he could, no matter what. That was his mission. Nodding with absolute determination, Raon prepared himself. In the distance, monstrous roars echoed closer. Milan grimaced. No more time for talk. He spun around, facing his troops with a booming voice. He ordered them to draw their swords, acknowledging their fear but reminding them of who they were. This was a trial that every warrior trained at Haven Castle is destined to overcome. They would stand firm and conquer it together. Once the dust settled, they would raise their cups and celebrate. He commanded the shield bearers and spearmen to line the front walls. The archers took their positions along the battlements. Milan bellowed the order to fire as the massive black beasts surged forward. Right on cue, a deadly rain of arrows descended from above, blotting out the sky as it poured down on the beasts. Steel tore into flesh, sending dark blood spraying across the snow. Giant bodies collapsed onto one another in a chorus of agony. Looking through his spyglass, a scout suddenly gasped. Over on the eastern flank, a squad of elite orcs was sprinting forward. These formidable monsters were far stronger and larger than the frontline beasts, charging in a heavy unified stampede. Pure panic erupted. The beasts were targeting the heavy gates, and the normal archers could barely scratch their armor. Suddenly, a crackling wave of energy split the sky like lightning. The destructive force slammed directly into the elite orc vanguard. It was Milan's devastating strike. He urged his men to hold the line, promising that he would defend the main gates himself. Inspired, a captain rallied the defenders, shouting that Commander Milan was fighting alongside them as they held the wall. They were scaling the fortress walls. The defenders had to hold them back at all costs. The soldiers prepared to release their aura blasts, but an elite orc managed to crest the stone wall first. A terrified soldier collapsed, screaming for help as the monster lunged. Fortunately, Raon flashed forward to intercept the beast. He delivered a swift, brutal slash across the orc's midsection, causing blood to splatter as it crashed lifelessly to the stone. Raon quickly checked on the dazed soldier, who stammered out his gratitude. But looking around, the battlefield was descending into chaos. This was indeed a living hell. Despite slicing down dozens of enemies already, it felt like a drop in an endless ocean. Below the wall, a pitch-black swarm of orcs seethed like angry ants. Just then, another frantic warning echoed over the noise. They were ordered to prepare for a shockwave as a barrage of explosive skulls began raining down from the right flank. Raon braced himself just as a massive fiery explosion erupted, forcing him to drop low to avoid the lethal shockwave. Suicide bombers. The realization hit him hard. He scrambled up, looking around frantically to see if the soldiers were still breathing. An agonizing scream pierced through the smoke, catching him off guard. Wounded soldiers lay writhing on the cold stone. They cried out in pure agony, searching for severed limbs lost in the blast. Some had even been blown entirely off the wall. Overwhelmed, Raon rushed forward to help them, promising to save them, but a sudden transmission forced him to halt. It was an aura message sent directly from Commander Milan, ordering him to stay in position. Milan commanded him to protect the remaining standing walls, warning that focusing on minor casualties would cause their entire defense to crumble. Raon looked down at the suffering soldiers. Intellectually, he knew the commander was making the only logical choice. If they abandoned the ramparts to carry the wounded, the entire fortress would fall. Yet the horrific sight before him was unbearable. The tragic sight hits him hard. Soldiers crawl on the frozen ground, desperately holding back their pain. Raon clenches his teeth, struggling to make a choice. He isn't a soldier. Gripping his sword hilt, he knows his only duty is to save the warriors of Habon Castle from certain death. With that thought in mind, he leaps straight off the castle wall. Raon lands heavily on the hard ground. As he lands, the King of Essence appears with a scowl, asking if he's crazy, and if he even thought this through before leaping. Does he really think he can fight and protect everyone? Raon stares straight ahead, murmuring that it will be hard, but he will try. The King of Essence looks at him with utter frustration, shocked that his host would make such a foolish emotional decision. Only death waits ahead now. Even so, Raon simply reaches out and firmly grips his sword hilt. An emotional decision. Yes, fleeing is the smart choice, but in this life he is determined to live as a swordsman, not an assassin. With that burning resolve, his power begins to erupt. Raon's eyes are filled with unwavering determination as he faces the horde. He declares that no monster will ever step past him until he falls, swearing to endure and survive this frozen hell. Then Raon leaps off the ground, lunging directly at the elite orc. The massive beast charges forward with bared fangs. The battle rages on. No rest. None. He just slashes, slashes, and slashes again, pushing forward. He continuously swings his blade. The skin on his hands, tears dripping with blood as he squeezes out every last drop of his aura. Numbness sets in. The only sensation left is his sharp sword, cutting deep through flesh. The only thing remaining in his sight is the deep crimson of blood. Soon, Raon's fierce face is completely splattered with red. His small body tears through the giant elite orcs, only to get surrounded. You can practically feel the tension building here. The newly risen moon begins to fade, just as the first light of dawn breaks to finally end this brutal battle. Raon stands covered in blood among the corpses of the elite orcs. He exhales a heavy, exhausted breath with no monsters left. Somewhere else, a dark magical sphere displays Raon's image. A clawed hand with razor-sharp nails slowly rests on the glowing surface. The figure, wearing a mask that covers his upper face, lets out a sinister laugh, whispering Raon's name with pure malice. His original goal was to destroy Habon Castle and seize the divine body, but he just ended up finding an unexpected treasure. Those sharp claws continue to manipulate the sphere. Meanwhile, in a different place, Raon suddenly jolts awake from his sleep. He looks around in complete confusion. What happened? He only remembers holding the line until the very end. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him from the side, making him turn his head in absolute surprise. Raon, he gasps, stunned by her sudden appearance. Yua's eyes well up with tears when she sees him sitting up. She tearfully cries out that he is finally awake. Later on, Dorian sits by his bedside to explain everything. He explains how worried they all were when Raon remained unresponsive for 3 whole days, fearing he might not make it. Raon lets out a weak smile, apologizing for making everyone worry so much and thanking them for taking care of him. But Dorian quickly shakes his head. No, he says the person you should really thank is actually Yua. Raon is stunned. Dorian explains that Yua stayed by his side, nursing him every single day until the monster wave finally ended. She was incredibly worried about him, even though she was busy working at the tavern. Right then, Yua walks in with a tray of food. She sweetly offers him some freshly made porridge, explaining that she made it soft and easy to digest since he is still recovering. She warns him to eat slowly, since it is still hot. Raon stares down at the steaming bowl of porridge in silence. He softly calls her name, offering a gentle smile and thanking her for looking after him. Hearing this, she beams. She playfully responds that nursing a regular customer is just basic business etiquette, reminding him to visit her pub later. She tells him he must visit her pub to help boost sales. Raon pulls back the blanket and steps out of bed. He suggests eating at the Branch of Frost tonight, complaining that he is tired of bland food and craves something rich and greasy. Dorian happily agrees but reminds him that they first need to let everyone know he is safe and sound. Raon is left quite confused, wondering who exactly is waiting for him. Dorian just grins widely and throws the bedroom door open. He says it is everyone. Raon is left speechless by his casual attitude when a loud shout suddenly echoes outside. Someone bellows that the hero of Reborn Castle has finally awakened, making Raon widen his eyes in utter confusion. Soldiers immediately surround him with joyful cheers, thanking Raon for saving Reborn Castle and expressing how worried they all were. One soldier admits he feared the young swordsman would never wake up, while another tearfully thanks him for saving his comrades. They praise his wild bravery, promising to buy him drinks tonight and swearing they will never forget this massive debt of gratitude. Raon is slightly bewildered by all this intense warmth and gratitude. Just then, Commander Millen walks up with a proud smile. He smiles warmly, expressing relief that Glenn Zieghart is safe. The commander speaks, leaving him stunned. This wave was unlike any other. It struck far earlier than expected and on a massive scale. Normally, the fortress would have suffered devastating losses, but you leaped off the wall without a single thought for your own safety, thanks to your sheer determination and courage. Not a single soul perished in this wave. It was all because you stood on the front lines, shielding everyone. Milan places his hand over his heart, showing deep respect to Glenn Zieghart. You came here only as a mercenary, but every one of us is incredibly grateful to you. On behalf of Reborn Castle, I offer our deepest thanks. Tarian Baradun speaks up as well, and Idig also has something to say, leaving Glenn Zieghart quite puzzled. Idig steps forward, admitting he had been completely wrong about him. He admits he saw Glenn Zieghart as a mere rookie and looked down on him despite witnessing his actual strength. His face shows deep regret. But watching Glenn Zieghart stand on the wall to protect his comrades showed him the true path of a swordsman. It represents the noble, unyielding path that every warrior strives for. With that, Idig bows deeply before Glenn Zieghart. He offers a sincere apology for his past attitude. Millen then raises his voice, reminding everyone of their hard work. To celebrate this unprecedented victory, they are throwing a massive festival filled with plenty of food and drinks. It will be hosted at the Frost Branch, and for 3 whole days, everyone can eat and drink to their heart's content. The soldiers erupt in pure joy, asking if the commander really prepared all of this. It is a rare sight for Reborn. They rally each other to head to the Frost Branch and drink for the next 3 days like they survived death itself. The crowd eagerly dashes off. Glenn Zieghart can only smile warmly as he watches his companions rush toward the party. Milan turns to him, telling Glenn Zieghart to join them. The commander will catch up right after a quick meeting with his officers. Dorian calls back, urging his young master to stop spacing out. They need to grab the best seats before they are taken. Under the clear blue sky, Milan crosses his arms and asks a serious question. Surely they will not just praise Glenn Zieghart and offer nothing else. Tarian Baradun laughs, promising a reward that truly fits his deeds. Glenn Zieghart saved countless lives out there. Milan speaks up, suggesting a gift that is worth far more than mere gold. The officers are puzzled, wondering what could possibly beat gold. The commander reveals he plans to present the White Soul armor. This shocking revelation leaves everyone stunned. Raon wonders if Milan is handing over the sacred Pure Snow sword as well. Does he intend to appoint Glenn Zieghart as the next lord of Reborn Castle? Milan is left completely speechless by the ridiculous guess. He snaps back, "Stop talking nonsense, that sword is a symbol, not a relic, and Glenn Zieghart is getting something else." Raon laughs nervously as Milan presents a heavy chest, sparking curiosity among the officers as he prepares to open it. Inside lies the White Soul armor forged from a rare magic stone. It is a legendary treasure unique to Reborn Castle. This special inner armor is worn beneath regular clothes and is considered far more valuable than their symbolic sword. Considering what Glenn Zieghart has done for them, this is the absolute least they can offer to repay his massive debt. He risked his life for everyone, so giving him this protective gear is the only way Milan can rest easy. Raven agrees it is the perfect gift, while Tarian adds that no reward could ever match the lives Glenn Zieghart saved. Suddenly, Idik asks the commander a direct question, wondering if Glenn Zieghart is truly just an ordinary mercenary. His swordsmanship is far too advanced. No matter how talented, a simple mercenary could never reach such a high level. Idik admits he noticed this long ago and believes it is finally time for the commander to reveal the truth. Milan quietly declines, explaining there are secrets he must keep, but he promises the young man is completely genuine. When the right moment comes, Glenn Zieghart will reveal his identity himself. Until then, they should trust his pure intentions. He is untouched by darkness, so there is no need to worry. Now it is time to enjoy the festival. They raise their glasses to celebrate their new hero. Soon the seasons change and the first winter snow blanketed the land. White snow covers the rooftops and branches. Sitting alone, Glenn Zieghart looks into the distance, reflecting on his 10 months here. It has been a journey both long and short since he first arrived at Haven Fortress, filled with countless trials. He achieved so much, even mastering aura control thanks to the true soul sword he received from Ruby. He survived a terrifying monster wave right here at Haven Fortress, a place many consider a hellish battlefield. Over the past 6 months, he even unlocked a new way to utilize Glacia. Thanks to these hard-earned victories, the defenders of Haven Fortress became his most trusted allies. Because of his legendary defense against the wave, everyone began calling him by a brand new nickname, completely unaware that his heroic deeds were already spreading far and wide. The hero's fame quickly spread across the continent. Meanwhile, in the northwestern desert of Levne, Buran gasped in utter shock after hearing the news. The bespectacled hero of Haven Fortress stood next to him, leaning against the wall and confirming that the rumors were indeed true. He fought until the crack of dawn to protect the wounded. Everyone is calling him the hero of Haven Fortress. They also call him the Sword Demon. Rumor has it he is a blonde swordsman around your age, holding such an impressive title. Hearing this, Buran gritted his teeth in sheer excitement, muttering that Raon was getting stronger by the second. His ally smiled. Sitting down beside him, the glasses-wearing warrior asked if that was the rival he wanted to surpass. Buran simply nodded. Curious, his companion asked why he looked so happy instead of being frustrated that his rival had pulled so far ahead. Buran calmly explained that it actually made him happy. Catching up to him would be far more rewarding this way. The stronger his rival became, the more Buran could push his own limits. His face lit up with absolute thrill and joy. The glasses-wearing hero grinned, admitting he was quite jealous of their bond. But Buran quickly denied they were close friends. No way they were close, he insisted. Raon was strictly a rival. Meanwhile, in the northwestern desert, Martha heard the news. She gasped in complete disbelief, shocked to hear that a young blonde swordsman was now hailed as the hero of Haven. Her tanned companion confirmed the story, explaining how they stopped a massive monster wave. He knew she would want to know. Martha muttered to herself. She always knew he would grow stronger, but she wondered just how powerful that crazy guy had become. The tanned warrior tried to reassure her, saying rumors are always exaggerated. He was confident she was much stronger by now. He pointed to the pile of dead beasts behind them as proof. But Martha immediately shook her head in disagreement. She called him a genuine monster, saying this was not enough. Her words left her dark-skinned companion deep in thought. Martha clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she felt his rapid growth. Her companion laughed, curious about this mysterious rival. Looking off into the distance, she described him as both her savior and the ultimate opponent she was destined to defeat. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where everyone was buzzing about Raon's legendary feat on the battlefield. They knew reinforcements had arrived, but they could not believe a single warrior charged down to protect all the wounded. The short-haired recruit scoffed, dismissing it all as fake rumors. How could a mere kid pull off such madness? Another recruit turned to Raon, asking for her take since she knew him. Raon smiled warmly, confirming it was all true. She was absolutely certain he could pull it off. This only made the short-haired girl even more curious about his strength. She admitted he was actually much stronger than her, both in terms of raw physical power and mental fortitude. The others gasped in absolute shock, refusing to believe anyone could possibly be stronger than their top genius. They pointed out she cleared the forest in 6 hours, while veteran hunters took 8. Just then, a girl on a branch spoke. She teased Raon for acting like a completely different person whenever his name came up, asking if he was her main goal. Raon quickly shook her head, stating she did not train just to beat him. The girl smiled, prompting her to continue. She explained she wanted to stand proudly by his side, to never be a burden and to protect him when needed. Back at the snowy fortress, 10 months had already flown by since Raon first arrived. He was making incredible progress. The more he utilized his Glacia trait, the sharper his senses became. It was an absolutely absurd skill that let him see with his eyes closed. No wonder Wrath had thrown a massive fit of anger when Raon first unlocked it. The Demon King's spirit suddenly popped up, whining. Raon glanced at the grumbling spirit. Wrath had been unusually quiet lately, constantly staring toward the peak of Mount Sterlin. He realized he needed to bait the demon into another bet to extract more rewards. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Raph looked over asking if it had been too long since they last wagered. Raon blinked, noting how quiet the demon had been. When Raon asked about the stakes, the demon proposed a simple bet regarding the one-year survival test at the fortress. Raon confirmed he had less than 2 months left. Seizing the opportunity, Wrath urged him to put those final months on the line. The Demon King wagered that Raon would not survive the remaining 2 months. Raon frowned, questioning if he was being serious. Wrath snapped back in frustration, demanding why he looked so suspicious. Raon merely pointed out how many times he had survived before. The Demon King pouted, thinking Raon was missing the bigger picture. With only 2 months left, the risks of an attack seemed low. With graduation only 2 months away, the danger had passed, and the risk of Eden launching another surprise attack was minimal. Since Owen's forces were deployed after the White Ghost's defeat, Eden would not dare strike. Raon only needed to train and survive. All he had to do was train and safely return home. Raon calculated there was no reason to decline this wager. He readily agreed, accepting the challenge. Hearing this, Wrath let out a highly sinister, satisfied grin, praising his choice. It was a smart move. 1 month had passed since his bet with Wrath, and now only 1 month remained before his test ended. Despite the Demon King's strange warnings, absolute peace still reigned over Habun Castle. Everything remained entirely quiet. Although Wrath occasionally screamed towards Stalin Mountain, calling someone a lazy bastard, things were turning out quite differently than expected. Raon pondered idly, realizing this quiet peace only worked in his favor. Suddenly, a massive flock of birds swarmed the sky. Staring at the flock of pitch-black crows, Raon felt a chill. Why so many? Had monsters actually breached the perimeter somewhere? He looked down, his suspicion growing. What now? Driven by intense curiosity, Raon quickly rushed forward to investigate the ground. Staring at the tiny frozen corpse right beneath his boots, he froze. A frog, severe worry instantly clouded his eyes. Why would a frog be out here? This freezing wasteland was far too cold for them to survive before summer. Suddenly, something pulled his gaze. Just as the last drops of water dripped nearby, a massive tremor shook the very ground beneath his feet. Terrified soldiers screamed, wondering if it was an earthquake. But Raon's sharp eyes saw the truth clearly. The monster wave had arrived. As that grim warning echoed, both Raon and Commander Bryden turned completely pale. The sheer scale of the threat was unmistakable. Terry and Bryden and Raiden were equally stunned by the urgent alert. The horde was here, and panic immediately spread among the sentries. They murmured in disbelief. A monster wave shouldn't be happening in this season. Raiden yelled to get everyone armed and onto the walls. Raiden turned to him, telling Raon to gear up so they could head out together. Raon nodded, instantly ready for battle. As they sprinted, Raiden shouted that they would warn the other squads along the way because they didn't have a single second to waste. They dashed off, leaving the tiny frozen frog completely forgotten in the snow. Meanwhile, on the walls, chaos was already breaking loose. Reeking of thick, coppery monster blood, frantic soldiers screamed for immediate backup as the beasts began breaching the outer defenses. It was an absolute mess. The scale of this stampede matched their worst nightmares, and the defensive lines were rapidly collapsing. Watching the utter madness unfold, Terry and Bryden looked to his father, wondering if the terrorist group Eden was pulling the strings again. But Raon silently disagreed. This felt entirely different, as he couldn't sense any bloodlust or madness from the rampaging beasts. Instead, it looked like they were running for their lives, desperately fleeing from some unspeakable terror hiding in the mountains. Now check this out. A cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind, mockingly reminding him to leave while he still could. Wrath gloated, calling this disaster the ultimate price for ignoring his grand warnings. Raon knit his brows in confusion. He demanded to know what the demon meant, but Wrath simply floated around him with a smug, careless attitude. The demon warned that while they had a chance before it woke, the creature had now targeted every soul in the castle. It would not stop until Habun Castle was completely flattened and everyone lay dead. But then Wrath offered a grim solution. A proper sacrifice could change their fate. Raon was deeply unsettled. What kind of monstrous entity required a sacrifice to placate? As Wrath retreated back into the ice flower bracelet, he mockingly told Raon to just watch and see for himself. The demon claimed he had no obligation to explain. Shaking off the chill, Raon quickly rushed over to Commander Milland. Milland was busy but paused, asking what was on his mind. He stiffened when Raon asked a deeply unsettling question. He asked what the commander would do if they faced a completely unbeatable enemy. Even Raon surprised himself with the question. Commander Milland took a breath and calmly answered that they would fight. Retreat was never an option. If they failed to hold this castle, countless innocent lives would be slaughtered. They had to buy time at all costs. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Protecting those who couldn't protect themselves was why Habun Castle existed. As they spoke, a stray beast lunged at Raon from behind. Still, he kept pondering what nightmare was truly heading their way. He couldn't order a retreat without knowing the enemy's true nature. Instantly, Raon swung his blade, cleaving the attacking beast. For now, he had to focus on stopping the stampede. As the cold moon climbed higher, the air grew incredibly heavy. A veteran commander yelled that these beasts were acting strange, urging the archers to shoot down the flying monsters. They had to strike while the stampede was disorganized. But suddenly, a strange sensation caused Raon to completely freeze mid-swing. He stared at the terrified forest deer sprinting past them in panic. Even the wild animals were fleeing for their lives. This bizarre behavior never happened during the previous monster waves. Sensing the impending doom, Commander Milan knew they had to act fast. He barked an urgent order to Tarion to start evacuating the nearby civilians. His son stared back at him in utter shock. He commanded him to clear the outer settlements immediately, repeating that they didn't have a single second to waste. Tarion obeyed and ran off to execute the order. Milan then turned to Raon, his voice low and serious. He warned the young mercenary to flee if things got too dangerous. Raon stared back, stunned by the commander's sudden aura message. He asks again. The general quickly explains, admitting he finally understands. The boy sees things much further than anyone else. Your future is vast, so survive for that future. Raon grits his teeth, taking those heavy words to heart. He promises that those efforts at Havon Castle will never be forgotten. Eren remembers all the warm, happy times here. He refuses to run away and let these brave people die. Gripping his sword, Raon looks up with absolute resolve. No way. That will not happen. He refuses to escape alone. But suddenly the air shifts and thick darkness begins to creep in. Raon senses something deeply wrong. Right in front of him, a shadowy crow stares back with glowing blood-red eyes. Before he can even process the danger, a chilling realization hits. It has been 12 hours, so why is the sun still down? Endless shadows and grotesque beasts completely overrun the castle. Then a massive, monstrous silhouette speaks from the dark. It complains about how cold and boring everything is. Taking a slow step forward, it mutters that since it is finally awake, there is no choice left but to wipe out everyone. As the voice fades, the entire earth violently shakes beneath their feet, yet that monstrous body remains completely still. Watching this nightmare unfold, Raon's face drains of all color. The Essence Emperor appears once again, mocking him, asking if the idiot finally sensed the threat. Right in front of them, an army of monsters bows down in absolute submission. The spirit warns that it is far too late to run. That lazy monster is none other than the Monarch of Sloth, and he is a demon king of the same tier. The beast's crimson eyes glow in the dark. A colossal two-horned monster stands tall, cloaked in pure shadow. This lazy monster is indeed the Monarch of Sloth. Milan's hand shakes as he grips his sword, completely overwhelmed by fear. He wonders what kind of nightmare this is. Frowning, he stares in utter shock as cold sweat pours down his face. How can such a terrifying being even exist? Beside him, Eren stands bloody and completely frozen in deep thought. He wonders why even Milan, a powerful master, is panicking. Does a demon king really possess that much crushing pressure? Actually, it is probably because of his high level that Milan can clearly feel the hopeless gap between them more clearly. The Essence Emperor floats over with a smirk to warn Eren. Although it is not as intense as the demon realm, he has gathered a massive amount of energy. For a lazy beast that only sleeps, this is pretty impressive. Eren frowns, whispering in complete confusion. Why is he even here? He asks the blue spark if it was the only demon king who appeared in the human realm. The Essence Emperor shrugs with closed eyes, stating that even if he explained, it would do no good, because at his low level he would never understand. Eren stares down at the giant beast, slowly walking through the shadows. He still wonders why this monster is here. The spirit mutters that the reason is actually pretty simple. Think back to all the conflicts over the years, from minor skirmishes to the attacks by those masked zealots. Even after the monster waves ended, constant disturbances and scouting missions kept spreading across every single path. Aggressive orcs armed with weapons ran all the way up the mountain peak. And because of all that noise, the Monarch of Sloth finally woke up from his deep sleep. His giant eyes burn with absolute fury. He is completely awake now. The Essence Emperor smirks, and Eren can only stare back in absolute shock. He offers to tell Eren an interesting story about the Demon Realm, a desolate land ruled by endless violence. Sleeping out in the open in a place like that is basically begging someone to slit your throat. Yet the Monarch of Sloth spent thousands of years just sleeping. So how did he become a demon king? The spirit recalls how the beast dealt with anyone who dared to disturb his slumber, leaving mountains of corpses. He would ruthlessly slaughter anything that made even a single sound. He once choked out a high demon without blinking. Even when a massive minotaur attacked him in a frenzy, the Monarch of Sloth took zero damage. Every path he crossed became a river of blood. He simply slaughtered anyone who interrupted his nap. For thousands of years, he walked around half asleep, his body radiating a terrifying dark aura. That is how he became a demon king. Hearing this crazy legend, Eren can only stare at the spirit. He asks if that means the beast is here for revenge. The spirit smiles sinisterly and nods with excitement. He is here to completely wipe out anyone who woke him up. Hearing this, Eren facepalms in pure frustration. Damn it, is there really no way to stop this guy? The spirit tells him that it is absolutely impossible. He remembers his true form, a powerful being who commanded snow and beautiful white flowers. If someone of his caliber or Eren's grandfather were around, the beast might back off, but they are completely alone. He listens deeply, skeptical. He figured that monster would just kill anyone who dared to wake him. The majestic image of Raon Zieghart's grandfather flashes in his mind. The Spirit Emperor adds that the outcome is strictly victory or defeat. But if the battle drags on for too long, it means he cannot sleep, and he hates losing sleep more than anything. Raon Zieghart frowns in absolute disgust. That bastard is a total lunatic. Sleep dictates every single thing he does. Meanwhile, the Spirit Emperor keeps whispering urgently in his ear. Right now, you only have two choices left to make. Either hand over your body to me so I can stop him, or keep holding out on your own and die. He looks over at the soldiers collapsed on the ground in agony. Aside from those two options, there is no way for you and your kind to survive. Hearing this, Raon Zieghart freezes in hesitation. He needs to make a decision. If he does absolutely nothing, the slaughter will begin. But if wrath forcibly takes over his body before he dies, humanity faces the ultimate worst-case scenario, two demon kings running wild. Finally, he scowls and looks up at the Spirit Emperor to make his final choice. If it comes down to this, then he should surrender his body to Wrath under one condition: destroy Sloth. He prepares to tell Wrath to take him. But right next to him, Millen steps forward and clears his throat. Raon Zieghart looks over at him, utterly confused. The commander remains incredibly calm as he slowly begins to speak. I am truly grateful to you, Raon Zieghart. Raon Zieghart stares at him with wide, baffled eyes. What do you mean, sir? Why are you saying this now? The surrounding space falls dead silent as Raon Zieghart listens closely. Ever since you arrived, everything in Haven has changed for the better. Seeing your back during the last raid made me feel completely safe, and now it is my turn to step up and lead. With those words, Millen raises his hand high and an immense surge of raw power begins to erupt from him. Seeing this, Raon Zieghart panics and yells out, Commander, you should be completely exhausted. What is with this massive aura? But Milon continues to unleash his energy, stubbornly replying, I have lived long enough and achieved everything I ever needed. He looks down at Raon Zieghart, who stares back in absolute disbelief. But you are different. You have so much more to accomplish. Your era has not even begun yet. Raon Zieghart watches him, his mind racing as he realizes what the commander is planning. Even in this hopeless situation, the commander refuses to back down, showing the true heart of a leader. Is he really planning to sacrifice his own life? Suddenly, Raon Zieghart grips his sword tight and raises it as energy surges through him. How could he even think of giving up? Filled with burning resolve, he stands proudly side by side with Milan. You are not carrying this heavy burden alone, Commander. I will fight right alongside you. The two stand firm, radiating incredible energy as Raon Zieghart barks orders to the rear. Everyone evacuate the castle immediately. This is an official order from the commander. The soldiers look back in disbelief. Tarian plants his sword into the ground, respectfully yelling out, We cannot leave you behind. We will fight with you to the death. Hearing that, Milan glares at them while his energy continuously roars outward. Tarian, look at yourself. Do you honestly think you can fight when you can barely even stand? At the very least, save whoever you can. He emphasizes, isn't that exactly what we are here for? Tarian's face darkens, grit teeth, showing his utter defeat. Unable to argue, Tarian finally turns to the knights and commands everyone to abandon the wall and open the southern gate. The more time we waste here, the heavier the burden we place on those two. Sweat pours down his panicked face. He screams at the top of his lungs, use every single second. Raon Zieghart and the commander by us to save lives. The soldiers quickly retreat behind Tarian. But he cannot help but cast one last desperate look back at them. Please, Commander Raon Zieghart, you both have to survive. Up above, the Spirit Emperor watches the scene with amusement. He mocks them. The sight of weaklings struggling so desperately to survive almost brings a tear to my eye. But this is the end. Raon Zieghart grips his sword, watching the retreating crowd. Then the Spirit Emperor warns them he is here. They peer down at the city gates. Sloth is standing right there, his chilling bloodlust locked onto the entrance. His face darkens as he mutters incoherently, his aura thick with pure irritation. It is so cold and exhausting, all because of you. He grits his teeth, furious that he had to travel all this way. His terrifying presence slams directly into the defenders above. Raon Zieghart grits his teeth, holding his sword tight against the pressure, while panic begins to creep in. What is this pressure? How is he this overwhelming without even trying? The Spirit Emperor's tempting voice continues to echo in his ear, making him shut his eyes. I told you only have two options. If you want to stop that monster, hand over your body to me right now. He struggles to open one eye, his mind racing through the chaos. No, he cannot trust Wrath just yet. Things look grim, but it is not completely over. If he pieces together everything he knows, there has to be a way. The image of Sloth flashes in his mind as Glenn Zieghart turns his head, searching frantically for any piece of the puzzle. Looking up at Wrath, the king of essence, Raon knew time was short. He pursed his lips as power surged from within. The energy kept gushing. Above him, Wrath grinned smugly, asking if he had finally decided to hand over his body. But Raon angrily cut him off, proposing another bet instead. Startled, the Demon King flew right into his face to demand an explanation. Meanwhile, Raon directed his energy toward the troops below. Wrath was shocked by the proposal, but Raon calmly offered a deal. He would absorb the Demon King's anger if Wrath granted him the power to fight Sloth. But Wrath scoffed, flying around him. Fighting Sloth would change nothing, and Wrath claimed this bet offered him absolutely no benefit. Hearing this, Raon frowned deeply. He threw back a cold threat, asking what would happen if he died and refused to give up his body. Wrath gritted his teeth in fear. Raon released more energy to hold his ground, asking if Wrath had truly learned nothing from watching him. Just as Wrath never lied, Raon never made empty promises. If the Demon King refused to cooperate, they would both perish. But if his plan failed, Raon promised to hand over his body immediately. Wrath could only grit his teeth in sheer frustration. Wrath fumed in silence. Raon glanced at Mirren, who lay unconscious on the ground from overexertion, before shouting out with pure determination. He demanded a final answer, yes or no. Terrified and pushed to his limit, Wrath finally snapped under the pressure. The spirit reluctantly surged into Raon's body, screaming in protest. Below them, Sloth paused and looked up in confusion. Sloth sensed the bizarre new energy. Standing high on the castle wall, Raon looked down, his body now acting as Wrath's vessel. Wrath used Raon's mouth to roar, demanding how trash like Sloth dared to cause trouble at Habon Castle. Wrath's energy flared. Raon boldly declared this place as the territory of the King of Wrath, which sent the spirit itself into a sudden panic. He announced himself as Wrath's vessel. The spirit screamed in utter disbelief, demanding to know what kind of game Raon was playing. Wrath yelled, asking why Raon was pretending to be his vessel. Raon's eyes flickered with a quiet, plotting determination. He told Wrath to consider this payback for his teasing. Down below, Sloth stared up at Raon, completely baffled by the situation. Staring down at his opponent, Raon planned to stun him completely. Meanwhile, Wrath lost his cool and started screaming again. Wrath demanded to know why Raon was claiming to be his vessel, even flying over to tap his head in sheer annoyance. Wrath snapped, asking why his grand name was being tied to this pathetic castle. Raon quietly sent a telepathic warning to shut up. He told the spirit to stay quiet and let him cook. Down below, Sloth looked up with narrowing, suspicious eyes. Sloth asked if Raon was truly Wrath's vessel. Raon stared back and confirmed it, adding that Wrath was currently furious. He claimed Sloth had trespassed on sacred ground. While Wrath panicked internally, Raon remained completely calm and unbothered. Wrath begged him to stop talking nonsense. Raon simply pursed his lips and furrowed his brows, focusing on his next move. Raon urged Wrath to let his anger explode. Down below, Sloth felt the sudden shift in energy and clenched his fists. Sloth grew increasingly suspicious of the growing pressure. Raon knew his enemy would feel the pure rage transfer through their bet. In his mind, Raon urged the fury to rise. The raw anger of Wrath began radiating intensely from his physical body. Sloth stared up, muttering the name of his old rival. On the wall, Raon kept a straight face while Wrath trembled. Standing as the vessel, Raon declared he would deliver the message perfectly, warning Sloth to engrave it deep in his heart. Raon took a deep breath and drew his sword. He unleashed a furious shout that left even Wrath completely stunned. He roared, demanding how Sloth dared to trespass. He threatened to ensure the Demon King would never find peaceful sleep again. He called Sloth a lazy bastard. Wrath screamed in utter horror, asking if Raon had completely lost his mind. Wrath protested that he had never said such embarrassing things. Meanwhile, Sloth stroked his chin, actually starting to hesitate. Sloth pondered the threat of losing his precious sleep. Raon observed him quietly, realizing his crazy gamble was actually working. Suddenly, Raon began to fake shiver loudly, begging Wrath to hold back his devastating power. Sloth looked up in surprise. Baffled, Sloth watched as Raon reached toward the sky, putting on a dramatic show, begging Wrath to restrain his wrath. Raon pleaded with the spirit not to descend yet. Floating beside him, Wrath watched this Oscar-level performance in pure disgust. Wrath screamed, demanding to know what trick Raon was pulling. But Raon ignored him, continuing his dramatic solo performance. He shouted that such supreme power should not be wasted on Sloth, but saved to conquer the entire continent. Wrath flew around, utterly bewildered. Down below, Sloth's eyes widened in genuine panic, and he raised a hand to wait. Sloth noticed the Lily of the Valley bracelet on Raon's wrist, instantly recognizing it as Wrath's signature artifact. Raon looked down at the bracelet, loudly begging Wrath not to seek revenge just because his subordinates had been touched. He pleaded against Wrath, stalking Sloth forever to deny him sleep. Suddenly, silence fell as both demons stared in shock. Glenn Zieghart looks on, confused. Sloth stares back in shock, repeating that Wrath will stalk him, keep him awake, and force him to fight. Just thinking about fighting Wrath makes Sloth shudder. If this battle drags on, his precious sleep will be gone forever. He can't understand how a mere human possesses the aura of Wrath, holds the sacred wreath, and knows his absolute worst pet peeve. Sloth bites his lip, muttering that this human truly is the vessel of Wrath. High above them, the Spirit Emperor drifts. His eyes roll back as he floats helplessly in the void. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart looks down at Sloth, his heart pounding with tension. He had put together a risky bluff using what Wrath told him, even showing off that flower wreath. Now the trap is set. Everything is playing out exactly as planned. As the area falls silent, Raon Zieghart holds his head high and glares down. He reminds him coldly, "Let me introduce myself again. I am the vessel of Wrath, destined to be his mortal shell." He adds, "And I know exactly why you came. Your precious slumber was disrupted by the wave." Sloth stares back, completely speechless. Behind him, cracked castle walls tower over piles of corpses and thick, swirling bloodlust. Sensing the heavy bloodlust, Raon Zieghart speaks up. "Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong enemy to blame. The real culprits are the E organization using monsters as mere pawns. We are only defending this castle from their waves. Besides, we have no idea where those bastards from E are hiding." Sloth tilts his head, remaining totally unfazed. He reasons that if Raon Zieghart is uninvolved, he has no reason to fight Wrath. With that, Sloth turns to leave. He mutters about heading back to bed. Watching him walk away, Raon Zieghart senses his terrifying aura finally begin to weaken. High above, the Spirit Emperor screams out in mock panic, "Lord Wrath, restrain yourself. You cannot manifest just yet." Hearing this, Sloth stops, glancing back over his shoulder with a hint of suspicion. In his ear, the Spirit Emperor whispers in terror, "How much further will you push this, you lunatic?" The ring on Raon Zieghart's hand flashes. Ignoring the spirit's screaming, Raon Zieghart pretends to speak to the glowing ring. "My lord, what is your command? I will relay it now." He lowers his hand, stands tall on the wall, and roars, "Sloth, how dare you walk away after laying hands on my subordinate?" Below, Sloth is completely fooled. He looks up in a panic. "Wrath, I had no idea you were actually here." Raon Zieghart cuts him off, shouting, "Silence! If you are only going to make excuses, you would have slaughtered my subordinate." Speaking with the terrifying authority of a true high demon, Raon Zieghart demands, "Surely you understand the consequences, don't you?" Sloth tries to lazily defend himself, but Raon Zieghart instantly cuts him off. "Do not dare argue with me." He stares down, demanding, "Because monsters fled from you, my people died. Yet you blame the innocents who woke you." Sloth looks up, utterly speechless. You have to hand it to Raon Zieghart. This bluff is working flawlessly. Taking your life would not even be enough. Therefore, as a noble king of the demon realm, I will grant you one chance. Make your choice now. Raon Zieghart places his hand on his chest. He glares down at Sloth with menacing eyes, shocking the Spirit Emperor. "Will you give up your precious sleep forever? Or will you surrender your power to this vessel?" Beside him, the Spirit Emperor glares at Raon Zieghart in pure rage. The spirit screams in his ear, "You bastard, this was your plan all along, you devil in human skin." Sloth remains calm. He slowly points a finger at Raon Zieghart, murmuring, "Choosing between sleep and power is easy." The Spirit Emperor screams in despair. He cries out, "No, you have to kill him, Sloth." But Sloth's finger already begins tracing a magical circle. The spirit desperately begs, "You are being fooled by a human worse than any demon. Just kill him with a wave of your hand." Raon Zieghart watches, trying to hide his panic. The Spirit Emperor screeches, but a sudden surge of dark energy envelops Raon Zieghart. The dark power sinks deep into his soul, leaving Raon Zieghart staring in absolute disbelief as the system initiates the transfer. System notifications flash. Raon Zieghart reaches out his hand, feeling the massive current of foreign energy coursing through his veins. "A portion of Sloth's power has been infused into your soul and body. Skills will unlock once adaptation is complete." Raon Zieghart marvels at the aura of Sloth. Beside him, the Spirit Emperor collapses to the ground, weeping and trembling in utter defeat. The spirit gasps, "So this is where I die of stress." Immediately after Sloth turns to make his exit, Sloth mutters that he is going to find a bed. But suddenly, Raon Zieghart calls after him. "Sloth, wait." Sloth stops, his face darkening with intense murder lust. He growls with total impatience, "What now?" Raon Zieghart flinches, feeling the crushing weight of that terrifying aura. He slowly reaches inside his coat, trying to stay composed. He knows that if he pushes this beast any further, fake wrath or not, he will be instantly obliterated. Forcing a calm expression, Raon Zieghart offers, "I have a gift for you." He tosses a package which Sloth catches cleanly. "Take this, you will definitely need it." He unfolds a cloth wrapper, revealing a glowing red magic stone. This is the Goblin King's magic stone. Sloth feels its warm energy flowing. He thinks he could sleep forever. Forever. Raon Zieghart then makes a proposal. Sloth stands dazed, clutching the gem. "I will give you this," Raon Zieghart offers. "So no matter what happens here in the future, do not come down." And if a monster wave ever breaks out, make sure to control it. Sloth looks up hesitating. It is not hard, but is this also Wrath's will? Wrath's will, Raon Zieghart explains that this is a deal he proposed on his own, so Sloth never returns here again. Sloth calmly points back at Raon Zieghart, declaring that compared to the magic stone's worth, that price is dirt cheap. Suddenly, a strange dark energy surges around Raon Zieghart's hand, leaving him utterly dazed as his hand begins to glow. What is this? Raon Zieghart mutters in disbelief as the thick black smoke gathers right before his eyes, shaping into a dark bracelet with a crimson flower. Do not worry, it is just a bonus gift. Keep it, Sloth says. Raon Zieghart is suspicious. Why a flower bracelet? Sloth explains it was made to suit the taste of Raon Zieghart's master. With that, the demon lord turns to leave, wanting to go before the master starts bothering him yet again. Watching Sloth leave from the wall, Raon Zieghart is completely exhausted, yet his mind urges him that he must stay strong. He cannot collapse until Sloth's presence has completely faded and the sun finally rises once again. Not now. He turns his head slowly to look behind him. That was a terrifyingly close call, but he survived. Below, the Essence Emperor lies flat on the ground, helplessly cursing. You bastard, Raon Zieghart, he screams out. Raon Zieghart looks at the fallen knights. Without information on Sloth or if Wrath had rejected the bet, this plan would have utterly failed. If anyone in the castle had remained awake, he would have been completely doomed. That desperate, endless night is finally over. Honestly, seeing the morning sun rise has never felt this satisfying. Raon Zieghart stands there, bathed in the morning warmth. As the demon lord's presence completely dissolves back into the shadows, oppressive darkness finally fades away. The sun rises, ending tonight's nightmare. Soon Commander Milan begins to wake up, groaning as he rubs his face. The other knights groggily stand under the bright morning sky. It seems they made it through alive. Milan looks down at his hand, which is barely holding his sword, and falls deep into thought. He still remembers that overwhelming apocalyptic energy wave. The memories of Sloth's terrifying wrath flood back to him. That power belonged to a transcendent being who reached an unmatched state. Milan is still utterly terrified by it. It was enough to rival the Northern King of Destruction. How did they survive? Suddenly, Tarion rushes over, calling to his commander. Milan stands up, asking how the rest of the unit is doing. Tarion looks over his face, pale with shock. Yes, everyone is fine, Tarion stammers. Milan, noticing his stunned expression, asks what is wrong. Milan follows Tarion's gaze and gasps. Right there in front of them stands Raon Zieghart, his hand still tightly clutching, his sword pointing it toward the sky. Milan calls out. Exhausted, Raon Zieghart turns and gives them a weak smile. I kept my promise, he whispers. Tarion stares in disbelief, remembering how Milan struggled during the attack. He survived? Did Raon Zieghart actually stop that monster alone? Even their commander was knocked out cold, so how did he hold his ground? Raon Zieghart sways, muttering that he is glad everyone is safe. Milan rushes forward while Tarion stands frozen in shock. Closing his eyes, he collapses. Milan catches him, whispering that the battle is over. Rest now, hero. Later, as the town is gradually being rebuilt, Milan folds his arms in deep worry. Has Raon Zieghart still not woken up? His subordinate reports that he is still asleep. Although Raon Zieghart seems perfectly healthy, he has been out for 3 days. Milan looks at Tarion and the patrol captain, sighing. The boy is completely drained and his body needs time to recover. Tarion looks at the commander, still deeply troubled. Who on earth was that monster they faced that night, he asks. The moment that overwhelming pressure hit, Tarion recalls his entire mind just went completely blank from the sheer terror. Milan speaks softly, but his words shock them. That creature was a demon. That brutal aura was pure demonic energy, a power that devastating could only belong to a demon king. Ordinary humans cannot possibly stand against a demon king, unless they are a legendary figure like the Northern King of Destruction. They turn their eyes toward Raon Zieghart's sword. They stare at the weapon on the rack in utter confusion. How did Raon Zieghart survive? It makes no sense. The patrol captain voices his dark suspicion, wondering if Raon Zieghart might have made a deal with the Demon King. Tarion looks over, completely stunned. A deal with a Demon King? Now that would be a completely crazy twist. No way they could ever defeat a Demon King. Negotiating was the only logical choice left, but that is just my opinion. But my guess is he chose to sell his body and soul to save everyone. Nearby, Milan strokes his chin deep in thought. He mutters about hearing the word negotiate while he was unconscious. Tarion looks doubtful. Did he really sacrifice himself to save us? The patrol leader then steps forward with a request. Please tell us more about Raon, because we need to know who he really is. We all know he is no ordinary mercenary and you cannot hide his identity for much longer, the leader adds. Hearing that, the commander decides it is finally time to come clean. He recalls Raon in his noble attire, knowing the truth must be told. Raon carries the blood of the great Zieghart family. Hearing this, the patrol leader next to him nods in agreement. A 16-year-old with that kind of monstrous talent must be from the 6 kings and 5 demons. Tyrion looks slightly hesitant. She knew he was special, but if he belongs to the Zieghart house, everything makes sense. Then Milan looks out the window, sighing. Raon has put his life on the line so many times for us. We owe him our lives and we must repay his sacrifices. The commander crosses his arms and makes a firm decision. From this day forward, they will fully support him with everything they have. Elsewhere, Raon slowly opens his eyes on a hospital bed. He turns his head to scan the room, recognizing the familiar sights. He is back in the infirmary of Habon Castle. Groaning softly, Raon sits up thinking that since he woke up things ended well. Suddenly, he spots someone sleeping right beside him. Yua is slumped over the desk, resting her head next to a washbasin. Raon blinks in confusion, wondering what she is doing here. He looks closer at the water basin and the folded towel on the desk. She must have been looking after him while he slept and drifted off. To do all this without even knowing when he would wake up. Then Raon looks down at his palm, realizing his body is not in the terrible state he had braced himself for. He expected his body to feel completely sluggish and weak due to the power of sloth. But as Raon clenches his fist, he feels an amazing surge of energy. Even his senses are sharper than before, leaving him wondering what exactly happened. Suddenly, a voice echoes, making him widen his eyes in shock. Are you really that confused about why your body feels so light? Wrath, the king of essence, floats over in a fit of rage. The only problem here is your stupid head, not your body, he yells. Raon looks up at him with a smirk, thanking the angry spirit for the help. The spirit, however, looks ready to explode. He asks if Raon is mocking him, furiously demanding to know if he wants to die. Then the king of essence circles him. The spirit keeps complaining while Raon just tracks his movement. You are the first person in history to trick 2 demon kings at once. Sloth must be the dumbest demon king to ever exist, he rants. Finally, he screams out in sheer confusion. How on earth did your soul level increase just by holding out for a few minutes against a brat like that? Raon stares back, puzzled by the mention of his soul level. Just then, a series of system notifications pop up. His soul level increased after battling a transcendent being. The 10,000 Flames cultivation and his Glacier Frost have reached 4 stars. He successfully endured the Torment of Wrath, earning a boost to water resistance plus 2 points to stamina, sense, and agility. He won his 6th wager with Wrath, gaining 5 points to all stats plus 2 to strength, energy, and stamina. He has also unlocked a brand new title, King Pacifier. This special title is awarded to those who can sway a ruler, not with physical force, but through other means. The effect increases trust and favorability when dealing with stronger or higher status individuals. Raon scrolls through the details with a grin as everything clicks. He could not check due to being knocked out, but the rewards are incredible. This haul is way more than he ever expected. But then his eyes widen as he spots one particular stat. The system screen reveals a new trait has been unlocked. Sloth is active, meaning his stats will actually increase while sleeping. His stamina and aura recovery rates are also heavily boosted during rest. The King of Essence floats over, screaming in absolute disbelief. Just sleeping can boost stats. Raon can only stare at the screen, completely stunned by this ridiculous power-up. A wave of sheer joy washes over him. No wonder his body felt so light. This is basically like training 24 hours a day. He laughs out loud, thrilled by the massive upgrade. Meanwhile, the King of Essence zooms away, grumbling that Sloth should have killed him. Suddenly, the spirit glances back with a suspicious look, demanding to know exactly how much his stats went up. Raon calmly replies that they increased by about 11. Hearing this, the spirit freezes in place, completely stunned by the news. Losing his patience, Wrath screams, asking if Raon is just trying to mess with him. Raon checks the screen. Your anger just boosted it again. Right then, the door swings open. Dorian rushes in, incredibly relieved that he is finally awake. Yua also stands up, flustered. She approaches the bed, asking if he is all right. Raon smiles at them, telling them they worried far too much. Dorian grins, mentioning that he almost forgot something important. Hearing this, Raon looks back in confusion, wondering what it is. Raiden delivers the surprising news. The general wants to see him the moment he wakes up. At the mansion, he respectfully bows, asking to meet the general. He gets a calm reply in return. Well, looks like you have fully recovered. Milan sits on the main seat with arms crossed, observing him. Tyrion and the patrol captain stand nearby. I have met plenty of geniuses before, but none who grow as ridiculously fast as you. You will soon surpass me. Jion looks at them with humble eyes. No, I was just lucky, he says, eyes wide. The general looks at him calmly. There is no need to be modest. Truly. Sorry for calling you here right after you woke up. But then his tone shifts. How exactly did you defeat that monster? Jion feels a sudden wave of panic. Here it comes. He stays silent, looking at them while his mind starts racing. These people do not know much about the Demon King. If they suspect any connection, they will definitely throw him out. He needs a solid excuse right now. Seeing his silence, Milan speaks up, telling him that he does not need to answer. Jion blinks in complete surprise. Wait, what? The general closes his eyes and nods knowingly. We all know that. The Demon King is incredibly powerful, so you must have made a heavy deal to banish him. As for the cost, we believe. You offered your own body and soul as collateral to save everyone. Jian just stands there completely speechless. The patrol captain nods in agreement. Looks like they hit the mark. Tyrion sighs, blaming him for making a deal with. Jian is completely frozen. Talk about a massive misunderstanding. Why is their theory going in such a bizarre direction? The spirit next to him screams in annoyance. Those fools, the one who surrendered his soul was the Demon King, not you, Gian groans. The voice keeps shouting in his ear. Why would we even want your worthless souls? Suddenly, Millen stands up leaning on the table. Since you sacrifice everything to protect us, we must repay the favor. Instantly, all of them stand up together, placing their hands over their hearts with warm smiles. I offer you my deepest respect for your incredible sacrifice, Millen says. Then he delivers an announcement that leaves Jian completely stunned. From this moment on, the entire castle of Haven will stand right behind you. Jian can only smile at their earnest misunderstanding. Just let us know if you need anything. Hearing this, he takes the chance. Actually, there is one favor. Millen grins back, telling him to go right ahead. Jian places his hand over his heart. Please spar with me one last time before I head back home. Time flies. It is now 1 week before graduation. Sunlight bathes the guarded mansion gates. Jian stands outside, feeling the sheer growth from his sloth skill. His body has adapted, getting stronger while gaining a profound understanding of entirely new battle techniques. Today, as he prepares to leave Haven Castle, his eyes burn with absolute determination. Right ahead of him, Millen waits, in the arena. Jian feels his physical condition is at its absolute peak. Up in the stands, the crowd cheers as they watch his back. You can do this, Jian. Defeat the commander before you go. We believe in you. Across the ring, the general smiles warmly. Are you ready? Jian smiles back, confirming that he has been waiting for this. Millen tosses his heavy coat aside, drawing his sword with visible excitement. Let us not waste any more time then. At least this will not be boring. With a sudden burst, he kicks off the ground and launches forward, gripping his hilt. He leaps into the air, sword pointing down as a massive wave of energy erupts outward. Milan grins wildly, telling him to show what he has got. Jian grits his teeth, facing the incoming pressure with thrill. So this is the legendary power of Haven Castle. This aura is absolutely terrifying, he whispers under his breath. Let us do this, he yells, lunging forward with a heavy swing. Milan swiftly raises his blade to block the blow. The commander smiles at him. Down below, the two clash in a blur of attacks. Up in the stands, the spectators. Even standing this far back, they can still feel the massive shockwaves vibrating through the stone walls. The patrol captain is sweating buckets. Tyrion frowns deeply as he watches. This is insane genius or not, he is only an expert rank. Yet he is holding his ground against the general like this. His growth, speed, and feats make no sense. The captain agrees, looking at Jian fighting with absolute focus. At this rate, he is just one step away from becoming a true master. When he first arrived, he was even weaker than me. It is honestly unbelievable. Down in the dirt, Milan calls out while pressing his offense. Your power and speed are great but lack sharpness. Still not enough. Even if this is just practice, you did not think you could beat me like this, did you? Jian smiles effortlessly, blocking those heavy strikes. Of course not. I am only just getting started. He swings his sword, unleashing sharp blades of light that surge toward Milan using his wild fang strike technique. The slash roars forward, but Milan gracefully steps back to dodge. Jian spots an opening on his flank, eyes wide. Spotting an opening, he frowns and winds up his fist. Gritting his teeth, he throws a heavy punch, but right then, his body halts in absolute shock. Millen catches the punch with his bare hand, leaving the young swordsman completely stunned. Impossible, he actually blocked it. With a swift flick of his wrist, the commander hurls him back. Raon skids along the ground, bracing himself as he looks up in disbelief. He thought striking that opening with everything he had would give him hope, but Millen shut it down instantly and even countered. Raon knew the commander was stronger, but the man did not even break a sweat. Noticing his shocked expression, Millen speaks up, surprising him even further. You look pretty surprised by this, do you not? Kneeling on one knee, Raon admits that it felt like the commander could predict his every single move. On top of that, despite constantly channeling aura and sword energy, the man does not look exhausted at all. Hearing this, Millen smiles confidently and places a hand over his lower abdomen. The difference lies right here, my intermediate mana core. It unlocks once you reach the master class, granting access to immense power while consuming only a tiny fraction of your aura. Everyone carries the flame of a mana core. You may be at the very peak of the expert level, but you are not a master yet. Finally, he delivers his ultimate verdict, simply put, you cannot defeat me. Raon stares at Millen stunned. He had only heard about this level before, but seeing it in person is a whole different story. The advantage it provides is absolutely massive. In front of him, Milan grips his sword, ready for whatever comes next. So this is the power of a master, Raon realizes. Suddenly, he smiles, which catches Milan off guard. Why are you smiling? Raon grabs his sword, coating the blade in sharp energy as he looks at him calmly. Because I can see the path ahead now. There are still so many heights left for me to reach, and that makes me incredibly excited. Hearing this, Milan narrows his eyes, realizing the young swordsman is determined to push forward even after hitting a massive wall. Tightening his grip, the commander channels a vast stream of energy around his blade. In that case, let me show you what you have yet to conquer. Glaring at Raon with absolute resolve, Milan unleashes his full power. A massive wave of sword energy erupts, surging toward him. Raon's eyes widen in shock as he prepares to receive the blow. The technique I am about to show you is called the Ice Dragon Slash. It once brought down the legendary Ice Dragon. Milan steps forward calmly. I will not use my full strength, but you are the first student I have ever used this on. An overwhelming aura gathers around his sword. Try not to die, he warns. Feeling the sheer weight of this attack, Raon immediately understands the threat. This aura can slice through anything. Taking it head-on is suicide. I should dodge and counter. He closes his eyes, thinking back to his usual evasive maneuvers. But a sudden surge of determination overrides that thought. Holding his sword horizontally, he looks up. If I keep running away, there is no point in me even standing here. This is the perfect chance to test my limits. Milan smiles with a hint of curiosity. Is that all you have got? What is the name of your technique? Meanwhile, Raon is completely focused, combining his hard work at Habun Castle with the secrets of the 10 Flames method from his battle against Sloth. He looks at the commander. This is my strongest technique. I am going to use 10 Flames' 10th form Dragon's Breath. The two opposing forces stand at the ready. I call it Dragon's Breath, Raon announces. Right after Milan stomps his foot onto the ground. Excellent, let's see which is stronger, your dragon or my blade. Raon widens his stance, ready to meet him. Finally, they charge at one another with everything they have. A massive explosion erupts, sending smoke billowing everywhere. The spectators in the stand struggle to see through the haze. Tyrion shields his face from the intense shockwave, completely stunned. Is he actually going toe-to-toe with the commander? He peers down anxiously through the smoke. Who won? Slowly, the thick cloud of dust settles. Milan and Raon stand past each other, breathing heavily. Raon turns around and bows respectfully. Thank you for this lesson, Commander. I admit my defeat. Up in the stands, the crowd erupts into wild cheers. The commander won. Unbelievable. Raon almost had him there. That was an incredible match, yet Milan simply stares at him with a mysterious smile. Raon smiles back as the loud cheers continue to echo all around. You were amazing, Raon. The commander can only watch him with a soft sigh, thinking what a bizarre kid he is. He thought standard aura would suffice, but remembering that final clash, he closes his eyes. He actually had to employ defensive barrier energy to block it. Watching the young man wave to the cheering crowd, Milan realizes that supporting his journey might just be the best decision he has ever made. The next day near the city gates, Raiden and his men assemble. They look at him with deep regret. It is time for you to go, and honestly, we have gotten so used to having you around here. The long-haired man praises his efforts, saying he did an amazing job, while Jian smiles, standing beside Dorian with all their gear packed. Jian looks at Commander Milan and thanks him for everything. The commander smiles warmly, reminding him to stay safe and take care of himself. Standing nearby, Tyrion gazes at him with deep affection, telling him to return whenever he misses them since he is always welcome. The long-haired man smiles, hoping they will meet again. Suddenly, Jian glances back at the patrol captain standing in the rear. He cracks a playful smile and asks if the captain promises not to bully the patrol squad just because he is leaving now. The captain waves his hands in absolute embarrassment, swearing that will never happen. But then Jian reaches out with a calm smile. He says he was only joking and knows the captain is better than that. It was truly an honor to fight alongside him. He wishes that both of them will grow much stronger before their next reunion. The captain accepts the handshake, shocking everyone watching. He promises to get stronger to support Jian even better next time. Right after that, Jian and Dorian finally make their departure. Jian turns back one last time to wave at the emotional crowd who shout, reminding him they will always have his back. They tell him to stay safe until they meet again. Walking through the massive gates, the duo steps into the deep, heavy snow. Dorian pulls out their map and studies it closely, saying they just need to head straight forward from this point on. He notes that if they keep a steady pace, they should make it back just in time for graduation. Suddenly, someone calls out. The sudden shout makes both of them turn around. Jian smiles at Yua, admitting he was sad she had not shown up earlier. He is relieved to see her before leaving, while Yua stands there completely out of breath, holding a wrapped package for him. She hands it over, explaining she was late preparing this special gift. Dorian immediately smiles, calling her the Pineapple Girl. The Essence King's eyes sparkle with excitement, asking if she brought pineapple pizza. Jian happily accepts the package with a warm smile. He thanks Yua, telling her he absolutely loves it. Suddenly, her face turns bright red as she nervously clasps her hands together. She hesitates, but seeing Guyon's incredibly gentle smile completely stuns her. Ultimately, she loses her courage to ask the question. She tells him to forget it, claiming she cannot say it right now. John looks at her totally confused, asking why. She promises to tell him later. Though slightly curious, he smiles softly and agrees to wait for her answer. He tells her not to forget, and the two finally turn to leave. Dorian waves goodbye, wishing her well. He bids her farewell as she quietly watches them walk away. Blushing deeply, Yua whispers to herself that she will tell him someday. She silently promises that one day she will ask to walk alongside him on whatever path he chooses in life. And just like that, a full year has passed since the challenging graduation process officially kicked off back at the 5th Training Academy. Inside the bustling grounds, students gather around showing off all the incredible experience and accomplishments they have earned. The once quiet and empty training academy is now completely alive with the loud chatter of returning students. The campus is packed with students who have grown significantly. Sitting at a desk, one student curiously asks his friend. He wonders if they have both gotten incredibly strong over the past year. His friend agrees, aiming for expert rank soon. They fail to notice a red-haired man watching them from a distance. Meanwhile, another student approaches with a curious look. She wonders how strong the rest of the class has become. Suddenly, they notice him and call out to Instructor Rimmer. The curious crowd surrounds him, asking if young Master Jian has arrived, yet worried since graduation is literally tomorrow. Hearing their concern, Rimmer stands up and scratches his head awkwardly, asking if they have not known Jian long enough. He reassures them, asking if they really think Jian is someone who gets kidnapped easily, telling them to stop worrying. He urges them to focus on preparing for graduation instead. Agreeing that Jian must be fine, the students smile in relief. Rimmer sits back down and tells them to run along. The students thank him and politely take their leave. Once they are gone, his fake smile vanishes. Rimmer bursts into tears and dramatically begs Lowen to save him. Lowen stands there, completely flustered, sighing that he cannot help. He looks down at Rimmer, who is now kneeling. He desperately clings to Lowen's legs, crying out that Jion and Dorian still have not returned with graduation tomorrow. Jian was supposed to be back a month ago. Later that evening, Lowen calmly asks him why he did not send a letter. Rimmer raises his hands to the sky, wailing that he wanted to do exactly that, but physically could not. He remembers guards blocking his path. The Heavenly Sword Group is guarding the Dark Guild, totally sealing off his usual entryways. They went so far as to place traps on the ceiling, leaving Lowen standing helplessly with his hands on his hips. He sighs that he wants to share whatever info he has, but they are completely cut off from any updates about the young master. Rimmer looks up in complete doubt. Still the same, he sighs helplessly. Indeed, the head of house made it clear. Information on the young master is top secret, Raon adds. Lately, Glenn has not even muttered a single word to me either. Hearing this, Rimmer yells out in sheer frustration. Is he really like that? If he cares about his grandson, why not just show it? Why act this way? Scratching his head, Rimmer finally leaps down the steep cliff in pure irritation. This is so incredibly annoying. Roman watches him from behind, completely stunned. Wait, where are you going? But Rimmer is already dashing off, determined to ask Glenn directly. Running down the mountain trail, he waves back at Rowan. He is not going to kill me over this. I will let you know what he says. Left behind, Rowan can only shake his head and let out another helpless sigh. Staring at the central palace, Rowan feels a massive, oppressive energy erupt from it. He can only hold his head, completely speechless. Late at night, inside the central martial palace, Karun sits with crossed arms, staring out with deep suspicion in his eyes. Raon might actually be dead, his butler reports respectfully from across the room. He was supposed to return an entire month ago. We sent a search party, but a sudden surge of monsters completely blocked them from reaching Haben Castle. The threat is gone now. But with zero contact from Raon and his squad, we suspect he is either severely wounded or did not survive at all. Their instructor Rimmer is so incredibly worried that he went to meet the head of house in person over this matter. Hearing this, Karun smiles with wicked satisfaction. Perfect, that brat was always a massive thorn in my side. I am glad he is gone. I did not even have to lift a finger. The butler adds that Raon apparently defended Hebon Castle against the monsters. Perhaps Eden launched a surprise attack on him. Karun chuckles in agreement, noting that it is highly likely they targeted him. He was definitely an annoying obstacle for them too. Looking at the documents, Karun notes that his death is still unconfirmed. Even if he manages to survive and return tonight, it will change absolutely nothing. Unlike the usual evaluations, this graduation exam is different. Rimmer assesses their yearly progress to decide who gets promoted to an official swordsman. This crucial review process is no simple test. It takes anywhere from several days to over a week to complete, with each trainee receiving a very detailed evaluation form. Tomorrow is already the official graduation ceremony. So even if the brat somehow crawls back tonight, he will never qualify. The butler bows in understanding. I see. From his comfortable chair, Karun leans back, crossing his arms with smug satisfaction. It is going to be so entertaining to watch his devastated face when he realizes he failed. Keep me updated on any news. The butler turns and leaves with a respectful nod. The room falls quiet again and Karun lets out a joyful chuckle. He was scheming on how to eliminate the brat, but it looks like this is his absolute limit. You served as decent entertainment while you lasted, Raon, Karun mutters to himself, staring up at the ceiling. The next morning, bright sunlight floods the 5th training hall. The big graduation day has finally arrived for the trainees. Everyone is wearing their finest uniforms, chatting excitedly. But Sylvia stands there with a deeply worried look. Where is Raon? Today is his big moment, and starting without him means he fails. Her maid quickly steps in to reassure her. They would never start the ceremony without the top representative. Please do not worry, my lady. Nearby trainees are celebrating. Our graduation is finally here. When we were sent out on those dangerous missions, I honestly thought we were dead. But now I feel like even a massive ogre would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, Burin steps forward to interrupt. Hey, the ceremony is about to begin, so stop standing around and gossiping. The trainees jump in surprise at his voice. Burin warns them with a stern look. Quit slacking off and get back to your positions right now. Watching them run off, he sighs, wondering when they will ever grow up. Just then, a familiar voice calls out. I thought you matured a bit, but you are still as stiff as ever. Burin frowns and turns around immediately. Your sharp tongue has not improved one bit either, he retorts. Martha steps forward with an incredibly confident stride. Who cares about being polite? Burin is left completely speechless by her attitude, which might have worked during training. But once they graduate, the real world will not be nearly as forgiving, especially when dealing with dangerous outlaws. You always pick fights for no reason. Martha just shrugs, claiming she only needs to beat them to a pulp to shut them up. Let us see how long that confidence of yours actually lasts. Then Martha turns her gaze toward the entrance, looking expectant. Why is he still not here? The ceremony is about to start. Could he really have been ambushed by Eden on his way back? Raon Sullivan suddenly appears right behind them, quietly stating that Raon will definitely return. There is no way he would lose. Martha scoffs, demanding to know how she can be so sure. Honestly, it might be better if he never shows up. That way I get to take his place as the class representative. Raon Sullivan frowns deeply and raises her voice. Martha snaps at him. Stop talking so irresponsibly. If he were actually coming back, he would have already been here long ago. Burin rubs his forehead, completely helpless. Suddenly, a loud announcement cuts through the tense air now. The graduation ceremony is about to begin. All trainees return to your spots. Right then, a grand figure descends the staircase. He is introduced with grand legendary titles. The eternal son of the Zieghart clan, the supreme lord of the north. He takes his seat at the absolute peak of the hall. Head instructor Rimmer steps forward with an awkward welcome. He hesitates, offering a forced smile. Patriarch, 2 trainees have not returned yet. Can we please wait just a little longer? But the Patriarch shuts him down instantly. No. The deadline was February. There are absolutely no exceptions allowed. Anyone failing to show up is deemed entirely unqualified. They simply do not deserve to graduate from this prestigious academy. Rimmer cannot possibly expect the entire clan to delay the graduation ceremony just for 2 missing slackers. The instructor falls silent, completely unable to argue. He turns back to face the anxious crowd of trainees. We will proceed. The ceremony will be hosted by the Patriarch and the Elders. It is time for the final roll call. Out of 43 trainees, 41 of them are present. 2 are still missing. The crowd instantly grows worried for Raon. Will he really not return? Are we truly starting like this? The official announcement goes on, completely ignoring their murmurs. The roll call is complete. The graduation ceremony will now begin. Close the gates. The massive doors begin to slide shut. Raon watches the closing doors with immense regret, while both Martha and Burin stare forward in absolute tension. The doors continue to close, but suddenly an incredible external force slams against them, stopping them in their tracks. The trainees stare in total shock. Why did the gates stop? Nothing like this has ever happened before. Right on cue, through the gap, a young man with brilliant golden hair steps inside. It is none other than Raon. He calmly speaks up. I did not mean to cause such a scene. Head instructor Rimmer exhales a massive relieved sigh. If you are going to be late, do not make it this dramatic. The kid is truly a master at causing worry. He steps forward proudly. Glenn Zieghart is present. I have returned, but the explosive reactions of his friends catch him off guard. They yell his name in pure excitement. Raon simply smiles, apologizing for being slightly later than expected. Raon was waiting for him. But Martha immediately snaps, calling him an idiot for nearly disqualifying himself. Aren't you our representative? Why are you so late? Behind them, Dorian stands completely ignored and forgotten. He silently grumbles that he returned too. Rimmer cuts in with a warm smile, genuinely happy to see them back. He gently tells them to apologize to the instructor. Now get to your position at the front. Everyone is waiting. They are all smiling. But suddenly, a booming, furious shout echoes directly through the hall. Stop right there. Glenn Zieghart stands up with a dark, furious scowl. addressing the Supreme Patriarch directly with immense cold arrogance. He argues that the other trainees proved their strength a month ago, but Raon has only just returned to the house today. We have not verified his mission yet. I believe he should not be allowed to graduate at this moment. Several elders nod in agreement. Yes, graduation is strictly determined by the accomplishments they displayed over the entire year. Raon has proven absolutely nothing. Karun turns to the young trainee with a smug, self-satisfied sneer. Surely you do not expect everyone here to sit around and wait for your proof, just leave the hall. Rimmer simply smiles, looking up. Patriarch Arena Lord, can I verify the boy's strength right here and now? Before anyone can even voice their objection, Rimmer draws his blade and fiercely lunges directly at his own student. To everyone's utter shock, Raon casually blocks the heavy blow. Martha gasps. Is his power not just expert level? Rimmer laughs heartily during the fierce clash. True swordsmen should only communicate through the clash of their blades. Raon instantly unleashes a massive surge of aura, fighting back head-on with absolute raw confidence. Their weapons collide with explosive force, sending both of them flying high into the open air. The colliding energies detonate above like a magnificent fireworks display. Sylvia watches the spectacle with glowing pride. Meanwhile, Glenn Zieghart grits his teeth in pure rage. Even if Rimmer is holding back, this is absolutely impossible. No ordinary trainee should ever be able to withstand a strike of that caliber. What did he do out there? While Karun seethes with jealousy, the rest of the crowd remains completely mesmerized by the beautiful light show. Staring down the heavily frustrated elder, Raon calmly asks if this display is finally enough proof for him. He stands tall with ultimate confidence, leaving his arrogant opponent completely speechless and utterly humiliated. Feeling like he was being completely played, he could only stomp back to his original seat in sheer frustration. Meanwhile, Rimmer beamed as bright as a flower and asked his lord if they were finally qualified to begin the graduation ceremony. The Patriarch scoffed at his shamelessness, pointing at the wrecked arena, and promised to discuss Raon once the ceremony ended. Glenn then officially instructed Instructor Rimmer to proceed with the long-awaited graduation ceremony for the 5th training hall. As Raon stepped forward to represent them, Rimmer announced that all 43 trainees of the 5th hall were present. With not a single trainee absent, the ceremony officially commenced, but watch closely as a dark night envelops the magnificent castle. The scene inside turned incredibly chaotic as brainwashed assassins lunged forward to viciously slaughter each other with sharp weapons. Piercing through the weak, Raon calmly walked right through the brutal bloodbath, heading deep into the inner castle. Kneeling down loyally, he reported that he had arrived as summoned to Derus, who sat lazily on his throne. Derus turned to look at him, asking if he had arrived, while Raon knelt respectfully to listen to his master. Derus offered a fake apology for summoning him right after a mission, but Raon submissively replied to order him any time. Listening silently, Raon kept his head lowered as the cunning villain mocked his hypocritical face, calling it utterly nauseating. Raon knew better than to judge this man solely by his gentle appearance or his public acts of charity. This was Sky Sword Saint Derus Robert, one of the legendary 6 Kings, a title representing absolute power. People everywhere blindly praised that name, constantly celebrating his endless charitable deeds and supposedly noble public image. Yet Raon knew his true nature, having witnessed him secretly orchestrating horrific slaughters behind closed doors. Derus was an absolute monster who kidnapped and brainwashed orphans, turning them into cold-blooded killing machines. Deep in dark dungeons, Raon had once fallen for the act, even believing this devil was a good man. He had been ready to throw his life away for him, completely under the grip of his brainwashing technique. But after narrowly surviving a near-death mission, the mind control shattered, finally freeing him from the mental shackles. With his eyes open, he saw the sickening truth behind the hero, prompting him to secretly plan his escape. As he plotted his escape in silence, Derus leisurely handed him his next mission in the island territory. Secret intelligence claimed that an incredibly rich vein of high-grade magic stones lay hidden deep beneath those quiet lands. The local Lord Island would soon discover it, which was exactly why Derus wanted the man eliminated as quickly as possible. Leaving the gruesome execution method entirely up to his top assassin, Derus made it clear this was no ordinary hit. Raon knew the true objective was not just taking a life, but seizing the entire magic stone mine underneath. The greedy tyrant wanted to expand his influence by stealing the raw power hidden right under the territory. Lacking a better option, Raon quietly accepted the mission, promising to report back once the job was done. Extremely confident in his perfect tool, Derus dismissed him, and Raon quickly turned to leave the cold, suffocating room. Derus watched him go in silence, turning his gaze toward the bright, peaceful sunlight shining outside his window. Now the real quest begins as Raon arrives at a small village where the tavern owner gasped in surprise at his questions. Wiping a glass, the owner asked if he was a traveler, to which Raon politely replied it was his first visit. The owner smiled, explaining that the Lord was exceptionally kind, caring deeply for every single person in the territory. During terrible droughts, he would open his personal granaries to feed the poor and regularly cut their taxes in half. He was praised as the ideal noble, and Raon quietly listened as other patrons quickly joined the conversation. One man eagerly agreed, stating that absolutely everyone in the village owed a massive debt of gratitude to their lord. Even a mercenary nearby chimed in, claiming that the local lord made life much easier for everyone, including them. He mentioned how the mercenary contracts were always transparent and the payouts for their work were incredibly generous. The barkeep turned to tidy up, adding that the lord would even deploy soldiers to support them against monsters. He also generously leased out fertile land to countless struggling farmers, giving everyone a fair chance to survive. Stepping out of the tavern, Raon wandered down the bustling streets, catching endless snippets of conversation praising the lord's unmatched kindness. Passing locals openly admitted that without Lord Island, their lives would have been a constant agonizing struggle. They felt incredibly blessed to live in his peaceful territory, expressing their deep, heartfelt gratitude to their lord. Everywhere Raon went, he was met with nothing but absolute devotion and glowing praise for the ruler. He truly had the hearts of his people, leaving Raon to deeply wonder about this beloved leader. So what if he scowled in frustration? Glenn Zieghart had always been forced to trample over others just to stay alive ever since he was kidnapped at such a young age he could not even remember his own name. He had spent his entire life living as a cold-blooded assassin. After breaking free from their brainwashing, he had almost finished his preparations to trick that absolute bastard and make his final escape. Once free from those heavy chains, Raon Zieghart never stopped searching for a way out. This long-awaited chance at freedom was finally within reach. But Lord Island was now his greatest obstacle, and he could not allow a foreign ruler to ruin his carefully laid plans. Raon Zieghart clenched his fists tightly, telling himself that this lord was probably just as corrupt and rotten as the desert organization anyway. Who was to say Lord Island was not secretly kidnapping innocent children to train them into killers too? Yes, he was surely the same. But before he could finish that dark thought, a tiny voice shattered his focus, a little girl calling out to him as Big Brother. Clutching a stuffed rabbit, she asked why he looked so pale and if he was feeling unwell. Raon Zieghart gasped in absolute shock. The girl's father rushed over frantically, asking what she was doing and saying she had scared her mother by suddenly disappearing. The little girl sweetly replied that she only wanted to check on this Big Brother because his face looked so pale. The father scooped her up apologetically, telling Raon Zieghart he was sorry and that the girl took after his overly caring wife. He apologized for bothering him, but the little girl pouted, insisting that the Big Brother really did look incredibly worried. Raon Zieghart stared at this blissfully happy family as the father warmly offered to help if he was dealing with any trouble. Their open kindness caught Raon Zieghart completely off guard, and unable to face their warmth, he awkwardly turned to walk away. He told them he was fine and they shouldn't worry, leaving them confused as he walked off, furrowing his brow to clear his head. As he struggled to stay focused, he remembered the tavern owner asking if a wanderer like him wanted to settle down here. That man had spoken with the exact same warmth, explaining that Lord Island always welcomed those with nowhere left to go. He had promised that Raon Zieghart would surely find a good partner, start a happy family, and live happily there. Raon Zieghart had been stunned by those words, especially when the tavern keeper assured him that this land would treat him well. The memory of those kind words felt like an interrogation, urging him to drop his sorrowful mask. He was told to start a new life, but he knew a killer like him never had that kind of choice. His mind flashed back to the blood on his hands, knowing his life as an assassin had claimed countless victims. He remembered standing under the pouring rain after crossing the point of no return where innocent blood was surely spilled. Even if he escaped the grip of the desert organization, he would spend his entire life hiding in the dark. His dark past bound him with agonizing guilt, making him feel that he had absolutely no right to be happy. How could someone like him deserve a beautiful future? Raon Zieghart fell silent, crushed under the weight of his own thoughts. But when night fell once again over the towering castle, mysterious figures cloaked in black gathered to execute their plan. Their leader reviewed the final details of the mission one last time before they set the plan into motion. Raon Zieghart stood among them as they prepared to dump lethal poison into the wells, targeting every innocent citizen in the territory. After that, they would assassinate the Lord and disguise the massacre as a plague so Lord Dusk could arrive as their savior. The other assassins nodded and prepared to disperse, ordered to poison the public wells and vanish back into the shadows. Raon Zieghart spoke with a chilling coldness, declaring that he would handle Lord Aelin with his own hands. Slipping into the Grand Castle, Raon Zieghart found a hiding spot to study the layout, having memorized his target's habits completely. Days of surveillance revealed that the Lord was a widower with only a young son and no knights guarded the castle. Approaching the Lord's bedroom door, Raon Zieghart knew ending his target's life would be as effortless as choking a helpless puppy. Absolutely nothing stood in his way. He hid behind a marble pillar, watching his target resting on a lounge chair. He urged himself to finish the job quickly and leave, refusing to let guilt crawl back into his mind. He convinced himself that this noble was just another corrupt tyrant, no better than Robert of the Desert Organization. Coating his blade in lethal poison, he promised himself that this final hit would buy his complete freedom from Desert. He locked onto his target and lunged forward at all costs, pressing his blade directly against Lord Island's neck. But then he noticed something strange. The Lord did not scream, instead turning to look at Raon Zieghart and asking who was there. Island calmly held the little boy tightly in his arms, telling his son to quickly cover his face from the danger. Though shaking with absolute terror, the Lord begged Raon Zieghart, asking him to take his life, but spare the innocent child. Raon Zieghart froze in shock at the heartbreaking sight. Damn it, his cold heart was starting to break again. Had guilt really made Raon Zieghart so careless that he missed the sound of breathing in the study, and that child nestled in his arms? The Lord was starting to sense the danger hanging over them. To leave no loose ends, both father and child had to die. Not just the father, but also the child who had witnessed it all. Raon Zieghart gripped his weapon tighter. After all, this Lord was undoubtedly, undeniably corrupt, a wicked soul no different from Deus. He raised his blade again and lunged forward to finish the job. It had to end right here. But suddenly his own conscience flared up, halting his blade before it drew blood. Memories came rushing back. Voices flashed through his mind, calling their lord a saint who always helped them in times of trouble. He had never met a leader like him, completely different from those greedy nobles who just rot away inside their castles. The villagers wanted him to settle down and find happiness. Raon Zieghart froze in his tracks at those memories. Those warm memories completely paralyzed him. Then Ephelin's voice broke his trance, begging for mercy as the Lord fell to his knees. He pleaded with Raon Zieghart to spare his child. Hearing this, Raon Zieghart grit his teeth as an intense trembling took over his body. Pulling the Lord back, Raon Zieghart pressed the sharp blade right against his neck, forcing Ephelin onto a nearby chair. He begged him to take his own life instead of the child's. But then Ephelin realized in complete shock. He was completely unharmed. "You're not going to die yet, so get up," Raon Zieghart ordered him coldly. "The poison won't kill you right away. Stand up and tell me, is there a secret escape tunnel out of this place?" Trembling, Ephelin pointed it out. "Behind that wall there is a hidden passage leading straight down to the coastal caves." "Perfect." Raon Zieghart calmly instructed him to grab his child and make a fast run for those caves. Clutching his son, Ephelin gasped in shock. "I will stage a fake death for you both," Raon Zieghart said, splashing wine around. "If you want to save your boy, move now. Wait in the cave and I will bring the antidote to you." Ephelin nodded desperately and fled with his son. Alone now, a clever plan flashed in Raon Zieghart's mind as he struck a flame. Setting up goblin corpses as decoys would easily mislead his pursuers. He tossed the tiny flame onto the alcohol-soaked wooden floor. Flames roared to life, engulfing the mansion. Outside, onlookers gasped in utter horror as the building lit up the night. Shouts erupted from the crowd as people rushed toward the blazing estate, screaming about the fire and Lord Ephelin. They panicked desperately, calling for backup to put out the fire. High above, Raon Zieghart stood quietly watching the mansion burn. "Why did you burn it down?" Raon Zieghart completely ignored his brainwashed partner's desperate questioning. They argued that this would draw too much attention. Raon Zieghart just stared back, calmly studying his brainwashed comrade. This was the terrifying reality of Deus's brainwashing. The victims firmly believed their actions were entirely their own choices. They would stubbornly insist they were making the smartest moves, completely blind to the strings pulling them. They could never see the truth. To keep up the act, Raon Zieghart produced a bright red book full of secret documents. He claimed these were rare martial arts manuals and relics retrieved from Ephelin's study, meant as an offering. He calmly explained that burning the mansion was necessary to cover up the theft and avoid any immediate suspicion. Blaming the fire on Ephelin's curse would easily trick the superstitious locals. His partner nodded, completely convinced. With the excuse accepted, Raon Zieghart ordered his men to deliver the relics back to the Robert family mansion first. He promised to follow after a final sweep, then slipped away to the cave where Ephelin was hiding. Ephelin was incredibly relieved to see him alive, but Raon Zieghart cut him off, demanding his absolute undivided attention. Returning home now was absolute suicide. Raon Zieghart made a sharp, throat-slashing gesture to emphasize the gruesome fate waiting for them. They would be hunted down mercilessly. Terrified, Ephelin hugged his son closer as Raon Zieghart told them to hide. They had to stay put for at least a week. Raon Zieghart then asked if he wanted to know who ordered the hit. Ephelin hesitated. Raon Zieghart looked out toward the distant town, predicting a terrible plague would soon ravage the land. Then a savior would appear to cure it. That supposed hero was the mastermind who sent Raon Zieghart to kill him. Ephelin listened in shock. Once the mastermind's identity became clear, the Lord would realize he was far too dangerous to oppose. Fleeing was the only option. Ephelin agreed, promising to lie low for a week before searching for news. Raon Zieghart reached out, handing over a small glass vial. Ephelin stared at it, asking what the mysterious liquid was. Ephelin carefully took the antidote to the poison. Raon Zieghart warned him that it would only take effect in a week. He instructed him to drink it then. As Raon Zieghart turned to leave, Ephelin suddenly called out to him. He anxiously asked if sparing them would put Raon Zieghart in danger. Glenn Zieghart merely gave him a cold, indifferent look. Worrying about the guy who came to kill you, Glenn Zieghart pulls up his hood, leaving the father and son behind with one question left. Why beg to save his son while facing death? It makes no sense. Don't humans always value their own lives most? Effelin gently strokes his child's hair, replying that some things simply matter far more than your own survival. He only realized that truth after his child was born. Glenn Zieghart listens quietly before asking if every parent out there feels the exact same way. The man sighs. Most parents feel the exact same way. Hearing this, Glenn Zieghart quietly stares out into the distance. He remembers his own childhood, recalling a time when he too was a beloved son. A self-deprecating smile plays on his lips. So that is how it is, he mutters. Turning away, Glenn Zieghart thanks the man for the answer and finally walks off into the night. Effelin looks at his son, relieved that they finally survived, and urges the boy to hurry to safety because staying here is too dangerous. But as Effelin comforts his child, a shadow looms behind him, a menacing figure silently slipping out of the darkness with a raised blade. The assassin lunges. No hesitation. A brutal strike cuts the cold air as a desperate scream echoes through the dark forest. Effelin collapses to the ground, dazed and drenched in blood, as the precious bottle of antidote slips from his hand and rolls away. Back at his quarters, Glenn Zieghart stares out the window at the dark sky, knowing that tonight is the night he finally makes his move. Thanks to his interaction with Effelin, the fog clouding his mind has cleared, and he knows he can no longer stay in this cursed land. This land of demons is no place for him. Escape is the only option. Suddenly, a voice breaks his focus. A messenger announces that Lord Deus has summoned him. Glenn Zieghart turns away from the window, calmly replying that he will be there right away. Glancing at his packed bag in the corner, he realizes this new mission came early, which actually works perfectly to his advantage. All his escape preparations are complete. Once he arrives at the mission site, he can slip away undetected with absolutely no issues. He makes a final bold decision to escape this absolute hell tonight and finally claim the free life he deserves. He arrives to meet Deus. Reporting that he has arrived as ordered, Glenn Zieghart stands ready. Deus keeps his back turned, merely acknowledging his arrival with a cold remark. But as the leader slowly turns around to face him, Glenn Zieghart freezes in absolute horror at the shocking sight before his eyes. Thick spider webs have wrapped around him without him even realizing. The moment he looks at Deus and goes to kneel, a chilling sensation hits. He drops to his knees. A sudden realization of death. Back in reality, Glenn Zieghart sits in deep thought, rubbing his temple. He rubs his aching shoulders and sighs. Did he really just doze off for a second and dream about his past life again? How strange. Diane steps forward hesitantly, breaking his train of thought by announcing that the troops have fully completed their preparations to march. Ordering an immediate departure, Glenn Zieghart looks up at the sky, ready to lead the Gale Corps toward their very first official mission. As the wind howls through the trees, a fierce beast suddenly lunges from the shadows. Junon and Martha draw their blades in unison. Perfect synergy. They strike together and down the beast, instantly standing proud over their fallen foe. Junon casually boasts that he was definitely the one who landed the first strike, prompting Martha to scoff and argue that she struck first. Their bickering is cut short as a familiar voice rings out, observing that everyone seems to have obtained some highly impressive new weapons. Glenn Zieghart approaches them, noting that both their physical techniques and their internal energy have grown remarkably sharper. Seamless teamwork. This display of power far exceeds their past limits, leaving both swordsmen grinning with absolute pride. Of course, it's different from the cheap academy swords they had before graduation, since these are custom blades forged by master blacksmiths. They feel incredibly balanced in hand, allowing for perfect resonance between the wielder's aura and the family heirloom. Not so fast. Glenn Zieghart quickly kills the mood with some brutally honest feedback, pointing out their glaring weaknesses. Junon's energy flow is still far too thin, lacking that biting, bone-chilling cold that is absolutely essential for his style. He needs more intense training, while Martha is relying far too much on raw arm strength, a bad habit that will quickly drain her. Otherwise, she will falter in a battle of attrition. Glenn Zieghart then turns his sharp gaze to the next target. The young man looks back sheepishly as Glenn Zieghart warns him that he is absolutely no exception. Wayne flinches, caught off guard by the call-out. There is still a lingering trace of hesitation in his stance, preventing him from unleashing the true essence of the cold wind technique. Because of that, his slashes lose their biting edge and become sluggish. He needs to cast aside his doubts and focus his energy. Gawain bows his head, apologetically admitting his mistake, while Glenn Zieghart simply stares back in silence, letting the lesson sink in. Turning away, Glenn Zieghart commands the group to keep moving forward. A grand estate looms in the distance ahead of them. A few months ago, right after passing their grueling graduation exams to become official swordsmen, they had attended their initiation ceremony. The event brought together the powerful leaders of the Heavy Martial, True Martial, and Black Tortoise Halls alongside various division commanders. It was a grand gathering of the clan's top military brass, representing the absolute peak of power within their martial family. This ceremony is the ultimate opportunity for rookies to showcase their true strength and decide which faction they will serve. Influential figures from every sector begin to gather. For an ordinary graduate, stepping into such highly coveted organizations is a dream. They all desire to enter places of legendary status. However, the graduates of Training Class 5 have a completely different mindset. A stern officer sits in the seat of honor. At this very ceremony, Chief Instructor Jim M. warmly observes the lavish banquet. He rises to formally announce the creation of an entirely new organization, a specialized unit known as the Tempest Corps. Joining a brand new division means immense potential, offering trainees endless opportunities to earn battlefield achievements and distinct honors. It is a path leading directly to glory. This invitation is far more alluring than any rare artifact or high-grade gear. Hearing this enticing call, the brightest talents step forward, with most of Class 5 deciding to register for the course. They eagerly sign up to serve under the command of Jim M. Suddenly, a clear name is called out across the hall. The next candidate, Gwen, steps forward. He turns to Raon, acknowledging that while the Tempest Corps is certainly impressive, he intends to join the Heavy Force Palace instead. He smiles, explaining that his sole objective since the beginning has always been to surpass his father. Gwen walks ahead, noting that even if their paths diverge, their final destination remains unchanged. He urges his comrades to keep striving for strength. The announcer shouts, asking which leader wishes to recruit the talented Gwen. Hands rise rapidly throughout the assembly. Gwen is taken aback by this incredibly warm welcome, unable to believe his own luck. Yet, as he looks at his father, his heart freezes. His father's hand remains down, causing the crowd's cheers to vanish. The silence becomes deafening. Kazun simply folds his arms, staring coldly without a single trace of reaction, leaving Gwen devastated. He is utterly crushed. He cannot comprehend why his own biological father is rejecting him so outrightly in front of everyone. Onlookers mention to Jian that this brutal rejection leaves a painful lingering scar on Gwen during the entire uniform fitting. Jian silently watches the blacksmith forge. Even while the rest of the unit is completely focused on customizing their gear and sharpening their own blades, Gwen remains utterly detached. He joins the Tempest Corps with his soul shrouded in darkness. There is no time to nurse his emotional wounds before he can even begin to recover from this shocking trauma. Duty drags him right back to reality. Before Gwen can clear his mind, the Tempest Corps receives its first official mission. As they set out immediately, a nearby comrade leans over to whisper into Jian's ear, pointing out Gwen's strange behavior. Normally, that loudmouth guy is constantly causing scenes, so seeing him this quiet feels incredibly eerie and out of character. Usually, he would be picking fights. Jian lowers his gaze and walks forward, knowing simple words cannot comfort his friend. Gwen's entire life purpose has just been shattered. Recovering from a blow like this is something he must do on his own. He had briefly found a path he wanted to follow. Now his friends can only watch from the outside. Jim M. observes him silently, his expression turning somber. Later, he shares his concerns in a private chat with Glenn. He admits his surprise at Kazun rejecting Gwen, especially since the boy's strength and resolve have matured so deeply. Glenn asks how Gwen is holding up and receives a grim update. The boy is completely isolating himself from everyone. He has shut out the external world entirely. He desperately wanted to join the Heavy Force Palace but was denied. His spirit has collapsed, leaving Jim M. at a loss. Glenn looks at Jim, offering a bit of harsh reality. He notes that Kazun dislikes children with strong personalities, wanting them to grow up merely as completely obedient chess pieces. Yet Gwen achieved independent thought far too early. Glenn emphasizes that Kazun's mind remains severely warped by past trauma. They stand on the cliffside discussing the matter. Glenn points out that choosing subordinates is a leader's unique privilege. Even the elder cannot interfere in Kazun's decision. Jim M. turns to him, realizing the implication of his words. He asks if he is the one expected to guide the boy now. Glenn confirms it, leaving the instructor startled. Jim M. looks incredibly flustered, arguing that while Gwen fits the Tempest Corps, he is certainly no babysitter. Glenn gives him a stern, threatening look. Jim M. immediately tenses up in absolute fear, standing straight. He promises to do his best to help Gwen heal, clutching his head in exhaustion afterward. He mutters about how painful being a great mentor is. Returning to the present, Jim M. speaks to Jian. He asks when he intends to draw his newly forged sword, causing Jian to clench his fist in silence. Jim M. mentions that old Vocone spent immense effort crafting a legendary blade, yet Jian keeps its shape hidden with magic. Martha turns to listen as Jian quietly replies that he simply has not found the right moment to draw it. Since everyone is managing fine, there is no rush. Jim M. nods, noting that a time will definitely come. The leader announces that their grueling journey is over as they arrive. Spread out before them is a bustling city. This busy land is Galvan. Jim turns around to instruct his team, reminding them that their main mission here is to hunt down the missing people. They need to gather clues and crack the case in this area notorious for mysterious disappearances. Everyone listens intently since this is the group's very first field mission. He expects them to give it their absolute best. They salute in unison, shouting their agreement to the captain. He nods, telling them to move in, but something suddenly catches his eye. A group of people approaches from the distance, stopping Jim in his tracks. He gasps, questioning what Morel is even doing here. Morel sneers back, saying Jim the Crazy Sword is the one who needs to explain why he is hanging around this place. It is indeed Morel Kazan, the commander of Baka's Solomon Magic Guild. Gion is shocked to see such a prominent figure here. He has heard of the legendary leader of Solomon before, the fierce mage known far and wide as the Flame Serpent. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. Jian asks in curiosity, wondering why she is here. China flinches, clearly caught off guard. It is the princess of the Baka kingdom. Jian stares calmly at Princess China, remembering her as the arrogant brat he previously clashed with at the Camelon auction house. Spotting his gaze, she flares up in anger, demanding that he watch his tongue because she can hear every single word he is saying. She fumes, calling him a low-life swindler who dares to insult royalty, and asks if he has a death wish. Jian plays dumb, asking how exactly he insulted her. She immediately points a finger, accusing him of a serious crime. She claims he pretended to be a direct descendant of the prestigious Red Hat clan. Jian instantly fires back with a cold defense. He clarifies that he never once claimed to be from the direct bloodline. China stammers, desperately trying to justify her assumption. She argues that he deliberately set a deceptive mood to mislead everyone. Jian counters, leaving her completely speechless. He asks if it is his fault she was fooled by her own assumptions when he never uttered a single lie. She boils with silent rage, unable to counter his logic. Right on cue, a sharp voice cuts through the tension from behind. He is told to shut his mouth and show some respect to the princess. It is Inyu stepping forward to defend her honor. He sneers, asking if Jion has 9 lives to be mocking Princess China. He proudly introduces himself as Morel's disciple. Inyu commands him to kneel, beg for forgiveness, and pay proper respects. Martha watches this show-off with utter disgust. She mutters that this arrogant guy is doing way too much. But China's squad is not backing down, and neither is Jian's side. Tensions flare as both sides refuse to stay silent, immediately trading insults. Someone asks if their mouths are just begging for trouble. An opponent points at Jian's squad, mocking them as useless swordsmen who spend all year in the freezing cold. He sneers that the cold must have frozen their brains, leaving them without a single shred of basic manners. Jian's crew fires back, laughing at these fragile weaklings who would probably snap in half from a gentle breeze. The opponent barks in outrage, demanding to know what they just said. Standing in the back, Jim watches the chaotic display with a grin. He chuckles, noting that the kids certainly have a lot of energy. Morel steps up, mentioning that Jim's group is also here for the missing people. Jim remains quiet, offering no response. Seeing his silence, Morel continues, suggesting they skip the small talk to save time. He says they should leave the search to his guild and pack up, as this mission is way too dangerous for kids. This task is far beyond their league. Jim finally chimes in, repeating the word kids with a calm but mocking tone. He counters that in his eyes his recruits are no different from Morel's own people. The remark visibly startles Morel. Morel quickly regains his composure and proposes a deal. Since the youngsters are already fired up, why not let them settle it? They will have a duel. The losers must obey the winners, and the victor will decide who stays to help. Jim chuckles at the suggestion, casting a sly glance back at Jion. He wonders aloud if a duel is really a good idea. Jion sighs internally, thinking that Jim is an absolutely terrible actor. Jim puts on a fake smile, agreeing with Morel's terms. He declares that coming all this way just to go home without drawing a sword is unacceptable. He nominates Jion to represent them. Jion fumes silently, cursing his annoying captain. Meanwhile, Inyu steps forward to represent the other side, bowing respectfully to his guild leader. He begs to take on this fight, stating he cannot stand by while his princess and kingdom are insulted. His resolve is burning. He vows to show these northern swordsmen the true power of Baka's legendary magic. Morel nods in approval, giving Inyu his blessing and full trust. The eager mage steps up directly to face Jian. He puffs out his chest and proudly introduces himself as Inyu, a premier combat mage of the Baka kingdom. As the disciple of the Flame Serpent Morel, he declares he will avenge the humiliation the princess suffered. Before he can finish, Jian cuts him off, telling him he talks far too much and should just get straight to the point. The goal of this match is to win the right to lead the search for the missing person. And as for you, do you even know what that princess of yours was pulling from the very start to open your big mouth? Inyu is left completely speechless by his words. He cannot find any words. Sputtering in anger, he finally loses his temper and yells out that insulting the princess is still an undeniable fact. State your name right now, I will show you the sheer greatness of Baka magic, a power that your sword could never hope to reach. Glenn Zieghart simply turns and calls out to Do-hyun, asking him to pull out the one thing he needs right now. Do-hyun responds instantly with a nod, asking his vice captain if he is indeed talking about that legendary item. The crowd gasps in sheer disbelief at the sight. How could an object like that suddenly emerge from a simple bag? What kind of crazy weapon could be so ridiculously massive? Glenn Zieghart casually holds the giant club and prepares to introduce himself to his opponent. He declares himself as Raon Zieghart Richard, promising to use this massive club to beat his opponent to a pulp. Inu can only stare in absolute shock. Raon Zieghart gives Inu a cold stare, warning him that a severe beating is coming. Princess China's followers watch in horror. They refuse to believe the shocking sight before them. Their top warrior Inu has been brought down with such absolute ease. How could he be knocked out in just a single blow? Prepare yourself, because Mosel is about to realize something absolutely crazy. He knows that channeling aura becomes exponentially harder as a weapon grows larger and denser. Most masters stick to traditional swords. This is precisely why finding an aura master who relies on a blunt weapon is incredibly rare. Mosel is left completely stunned. He cannot comprehend how anyone could seamlessly channel such massive energy into a giant club. Raon Zieghart just stares down at his opponent. He looks down, asking if Inu was really his name. All that arrogant boasting only to turn out completely ordinary. Suddenly, China screams out in anger. She points a finger directly at Raon Zieghart, accusing him of a cowardly sneak attack. She yells that the match is invalid since Inu was still casting enhancement magic. Raon Zieghart remains completely unbothered by her outbursts. He asks if she plans to spout such foolish nonsense on a real battlefield. China is left completely dumbfounded by his response. He asks her again if she expects an enemy to stop with a blade at her throat simply because she was not ready. China tries to argue that this was supposed to be a proper duel, but Raon Zieghart cuts her off immediately. He explains that once a mage begins casting, the battle has officially begun. Nitpicking like that only makes her warrior look like the coward. The surrounding crowd starts murmuring in agreement with Raon Zieghart's logical point. Hearing the whispers, China feels a wave of deep humiliation. She hangs her head in shame as the spectators agree that the vice captain is entirely correct about the spoiled princess. They whisper that her stubbornness has gone too far this time, making it impossible to defend her actions anymore. Nobody expected the Baka faction to be so utterly dominated on their own turf. China trembles, refusing to accept the defeat. She points a finger and falsely accuses him of using some dirty, underhanded tricks to win. She demands to know how else he could have possibly defeated their strongest warrior, completely rejecting the outcome of the match. She claims Inu stepped out on his own and never truly represented Baka. She insists that she is the only true representative. Declaring the match completely void, she continues her childish tantrum until Raon Zieghart steps forward with a chilling warning. He tells China directly that no amount of screaming will ever cancel the bet they both willingly agreed to. They cannot just deny their agreement now. He challenges her to step up and fight him herself if she is that unsatisfied. As the vice captain of the Storm Corps under the House of Richard, he declares that his patience has run out. He warns that even as a princess, if she crosses the line, it will be treated as a direct insult to his house. He promises to draw his sword for real next time. Terrified by his cold intensity, China collapses onto her knees. She trembles with absolute fear, wondering what kind of monster he is. And honestly, who could blame her after seeing that bloodlust? She begins to weep, completely breathless from the suffocating pressure. Suddenly, a hand reaches out in front of her. Mosel steps in to shield the princess, telling Raon Zieghart that this is enough. He tries to excuse her behavior. He explains that she was raised like a sheltered flower and simply lacks real-world experience. But Raon Zieghart remains completely indifferent. He demands to know why they should show any sympathy for her ignorance. Knowing they are in the wrong, Mosel immediately apologizes. He offers a formal apology on her behalf. Helping the weeping princess up, he prepares to make their quiet exit. He promises that the Baka faction will honor the deal and withdraw completely. But Raon Zieghart suddenly calls out to stop them. Mosel turns back confused, stating they are headed home. But Raon Zieghart points out they have not discussed the winner's reward. Mosel is baffled by his words, wondering if withdrawing was not already the agreed-upon penalty for losing. Raon Zieghart quickly reminds him of his own words. The loser must completely submit to the will of the winner. Joachim smiles warmly as he hands over the document. This is the contract. It states that until this mission is over, the Baka side must serve as servants for our Winder Guild. Suddenly, Jim pops up behind Mosel with a grin. Our vice leader is always extremely sharp with his calculations. But what choice do you have? Now that you are defeated, there is nothing left to do but accept your fate. Octid hesitates, looking back and forth. Does this mean Zeech and Baka will not work together on this mission? The mayor asks with a nervous smile. Pointing at Mosel, Zik confirms that his team will take full charge. The Baka squad will simply act as their assistants. Understood. Octid nods, clear on the arrangement. But before they begin, he has one crucial request to make. He asks them to keep this investigation as quiet as possible, keeping the search completely hidden from the local public. The economy of Koan relies heavily on trade. If rumors about these mysterious disappearances start spreading, the city is finished. Joachim speaks up how severe is this situation really for the mayor to be this incredibly worried and tense. Octad sighs in just 2 weeks, more than 100 people have vanished without leaving a single trace behind. And it gets worse. Many of the victims are actually seasoned knights who have reached the expert swordsman tier. Armed with this detailed explanation, the members of the Winder Guild divide themselves into smaller teams to start their investigation. Splitting up across Coven is easily their best shot at uncovering the truth. Meanwhile, Dorian walks beside Joachim. Dorian asks why they are wandering into such a dark, suspicious alley. After all, this isn't even their assigned sector. Everyone else is focusing their efforts on the busy areas like the crowded central plaza and the bustling market. Dorian doubts they will find any useful information hidden inside a quiet, abandoned alleyway like this. Joachim explains that those lively spots are best left to Junan, Maha, and Buan. Moving together in a massive group would only draw unwanted attention to their investigation. Dorian blinks, realizing his master makes a pretty solid point. Joachim keeps patrolling while lost in deep thought. To dig up real secrets, you have to look down, not up. According to the mayor, hundreds have mysteriously vanished. The facts just do not add up for a normal kidnapping case. Quite a few of them were high-level swordsmen. Strangely, not a single gold coin was ever stolen from any victim. It means only the people themselves vanished, leaving their valuables completely untouched. It is clean, almost too clean. If so, there is a very high chance the sinister White Blood clan is pulling the strings behind this. Suddenly, Dorian speaks up, admitting he feels a bit anxious traveling without the mages from the Baka squad for backup. Dorian asks if Joachim is truly okay, after knocking out Mosul's star disciple and leaving the princess in that state. Indeed, it is a miracle they even agreed to cooperate. This reminder makes Joachim wonder about their current status. Joachim asks how Inu and the princess are doing now. Dorian quickly replies that they are recovering in the infirmary. The princess was so utterly terrified by Joachim's overwhelming pressure that she is still bedridden, unable to move. Joachim raises an eyebrow, asking if the security around their quarters has been strictly tightened since the incident. Dorian explains that while there are no physical guards, they did set up an incredibly powerful sensory barrier. If anyone even gets close, an alarm triggers instantly. Still, he is highly curious why Joachim is asking. Joachim remains completely expressionless, claiming it is just a precaution, but Dorian still suspects there is more to it. Dorian playfully begs his master not to keep secrets. Suddenly, he stops, pointing at a large building ahead. They have arrived right outside the Laison casino, leaving Dorian completely bewildered as to why they came here. Joachim explains that running such a massive operation deep inside a shady alley requires some serious powerful backing. It is highly likely they are backed by a powerful organization, or perhaps they have already bribed the mayor. Besides, a casino is packed with the city's worst elements, making it the perfect goldmine for gathering secrets. Dorian still looks doubtful they cannot exactly grab every gambler by the collar and start interrogating them. Before Dorian can even finish his sentence, Joachim strides right inside, leaving his companions scrambling to keep up. The poor guy stammers, begging Joachim to wait. Moments later, inside the casino manager's office, the boss scowls in annoyance. The boss demands to know if they really came from City Hall. Joachim calmly confirms it with a polite smile. Our young master claims they received tips about illegal funds flowing through the casino, politely requesting to inspect their ledger books. Dorian nearly panics, whispering to ask why his master is suddenly acting like a completely corrupt city official. Seeing their absolute arrogance, the casino boss can barely contain his rising rage, preparing to kick them out. How dare you just barge in here like this and impersonate an official from City Hall? Stop talking absolute nonsense. Do you people have any evidence of counterfeit money being circulated? He fires right back. How dare they barge into a business without a shred of proof and cause a total scene like this? Look, we get that you find this incredibly annoying, but once a report is filed, we have to investigate since it is our responsibility. Seeing Glenn Zieghart refuse to leave, the man speaks up darkly, asking for their forgiveness for pretending not to know anything when it matters most. Now watch, do they even know where they are to act so wild? This place is protected by the Thieves Guild, so teach them a lesson. But in an instant, Glenn Zieghart obliterates the entire group in a single beat, leaving the boss beaten black and blue. Glenn Zieghart, standing over him, asks a simple question. So what if the Thieves Guild is backing you? Watching this chaotic scene unfold, Du Dihan can only admire him, realizing his young master is truly one incredibly reckless and wild individual. Unruly, indeed. Glenn Zieghart gets straight to interrogating the casino owner, asking if it is true that even a lot of his own men have mysteriously vanished without a trace. Having been thoroughly put in his place, the owner fearfully stammers out that yes, indeed, many of them have disappeared into thin air. Hearing this massive number, Glenn Zieghart leans in to ask about the exact circumstances behind these strange disappearances. What happened exactly? The owner replies that to be honest, they have no clue since people just vanish while walking together down the street. They would suddenly evaporate into thin air, leaving no clues about who took them when or even how they pulled it off. And it is not just random tourists or passersby. Either, there are plenty of cases where entire families vanish overnight completely out of nowhere. It is as if they never existed. Hearing about these massive unreported incidents makes Glenn Zieghart highly suspicious. Highly suspicious. He notes that he has never heard City Hall mention any of this. The owner quickly starts to explain why. Those high and mighty nobles do not care about some missing peasants, and no matter how many times we try to report it, the mayor is never even informed, which is why we are so incredibly on edge. There is definitely someone blocking these reports from ever reaching the top. Glenn Zieghart realizes something is seriously wrong here, especially since the official commission was only issued after hundreds of people had already vanished. There is definitely a solid case to be made that a traitor is currently lurking right inside City Hall himself. Suddenly, the casino owner remembers something highly important. There is one bizarre common factor that links all of these strange disappearances together. According to a few witnesses, whenever someone nearby vanished, they felt goosebumps. An incredibly abnormal, chilling sensation washed over them. With that crucial piece of information secured, the duo immediately leaves. Walking out of the casino, Du Dihan turns and asks, "Young Master Raon Zieghart, if he provoked the casino owner just to intentionally orchestrate this entire scenario." Raon Zieghart gives a very quick and direct answer. Absolutely. They must locate the Thieves Guild for info, since lowlifes always know what is actually going on. Those at the bottom of society always keep their ears to the ground. That realization makes Du Dihan pretty anxious, wondering if the Thieves Guild will actually accept their request, considering Raon Zieghart just absolutely pulverized the casino manager they were supposed to be protecting. But Raon Zieghart does not care. He casually brushes it off, saying they will cross that bridge when they get there. Du Dihan can only silently pray that his master does not fight them next. But wait, a sharp, terrifying scream suddenly rings out. That desperate cry, Du Dihan instantly realizes it is a woman in trouble. Without a word, Raon Zieghart grabs his arm and bolts extremely fast. Run, Du Dihan. Although completely confused, Du Dihan quickly runs after his master. Down the dark alleyway, two street thugs are cornering a girl. Wrap this up, Raon Zieghart decides. No time to waste. Celine screams out desperately in fear, making the thugs completely lose their temper. "Shut up and stay still," they growl, covering her mouth. "Damn it, where is this girl getting so much strength from?" He grunts to his accomplice that struggling is completely useless, but as soon as he speaks, a heavy foot slams straight into his head. Raon Zieghart delivers a brutal kick that leaves him completely helpless, while Du Dihan rushes over to comfort the shaking Celine. "You are safe now," he reassures. Raon Zieghart merely frowns at the defeated thugs. It is not them. Raon Zieghart quickly realizes that, setting aside the powerful families, these guys are just petty street thugs who have barely trained. There is no way this pathetic crowd is behind the massive disappearances. Trembling with gratitude, Celine looks up and offers her deepest thanks for saving her life. She adds that without them, she would have been done for. Du Dihan is completely captivated by her beauty, absolutely dazed. Celine stands up and expresses her gratitude to Raon Zieghart, directly thanking the skilled swordsman who just saved her life. She acts incredibly flustered, wondering aloud how she could possibly repay such a huge debt. But suddenly, Raon Zieghart senses that something is deeply wrong. Looking at Celine, a highly bizarre sensation washes over him. What is this? He suddenly wants to hug her. He wants to pat her head and tell her that she has suffered enough. He questions himself, wondering if this could possibly be his own genuine thought. No, absolutely not. As a former assassin in his past life, there is simply no way he would ever think of offering comfort before thoroughly analyzing the situation first. He watches her very carefully as she speaks up again, thanking them mockingly for keeping her alive, noting that they actually tracked her all the way here. She thanks them, whispering that they died in her place, before she suddenly clutches her stomach in pain, cursing them under her breath. The woman wonders in complete confusion what is happening, because he was definitely under her charm magic just a moment ago. She is absolutely certain of it, totally shocked at how he could have possibly broken free from her control so easily. Celine ponders if he has a curse-breaking treasure, but her eyes quickly land on the sword in Jaon's grip. Her face instantly pales as she realizes the truth. It is that sword emitting a demonic energy that blocked her charm. Jaon looks down at his weapon, realizing she is right. If the soul-calming sword had not acted in time, he would be done. He would be the one collapsed on the ground right now. He recalls how the sinister white blood sect had slaughtered a whole village. The lingering grudges of those Psy villagers must have gathered within the blade, countering the witch's wicked curse. He smiles, noting that her pale blood and aura prove she is definitely from the white blood sect. Too bad for her, she guessed right. This weapon completely nullifies her sorcery, causing Celine's face to darken even more. Furious, she launches a counterattack, shouting that he shouldn't think he has already won just because of some lucky sword. In a matter of seconds, her aura flares up intensely, surprising Jiaon as he observes her terrifying transformation. She is using blood energy to regenerate, which makes him wonder if she is actually an archbishop in her cult. Celine coldly snaps back, asking how he dares to act so smug before charging forward with a vicious, sudden strike. Her voice is filled with pure hatred as she vows to kill him, instantly triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Dust flies everywhere as Jiaon clashes with Celine, quickly realizing she is resorting to physical combat since her magic failed. He tests her strength, noting that while her martial arts are weaker than her spells, she still packs a serious punch. Her raw power is truly worthy of an archbishop, forcing him to channel more energy to match her aggressive strikes. She mockingly calls him a greenhorn kid, asking if he plans to keep running and dodging forever like a coward. He cuts her off, asking if she's getting anxious before suddenly flashing right in front of her face. He declares he will stand and fight, launching a blindingly fast strike that catches her completely off guard. She curses him in rage, but she freezes in fear as Jiaon raises his glowing sword high above his head. Saying he is sick of her parlor tricks, he slashes straight down, sending her screaming in absolute agony. He calmly adds that he had suspected her wicked cult was the mastermind behind these disappearances all along. As she collapses to the ground, he remarks that only beasts who prey on children and the elderly behave this way. She had attacked him, thinking she could easily harvest his blood, but she heavily underestimated his true power. With a mocking tone, he tells her she does not stand a chance of taking even a single drop of his blood. Glaring at him with venomous hatred, she shrieks and swears that she will tear him limb from limb. But before she can make a move, she realizes something is wrong, crying out in anger as her body resists. She screams at her companions to let her go completely, losing her mind since she has not finished him off yet. She swears she will return to claim his life, leaving Jiaon thoroughly baffled by her sudden dramatic retreat. As she continues to curse him, Jim suddenly walks up to the scene, looking around calmly at the aftermath. He sighs, noting she probably sensed his presence as the captain and fled before he could even join the fight. He praises the young man, smiling as he says his presence was not even needed here anyway. With a proud grin, he points out that her opponent was actually an elite archbishop, yet he handled her. It seems obtaining this sword has helped him break through to an entirely new tier of power. Diane quickly approaches. He asks Jiaon if he got hurt during the clash, but the young master simply shakes his head to reassure him. Jiaon confirms he is completely fine before quickly reporting that the captain's suspicions about the cult were correct. The White Blood sect is definitely behind the kidnappings, and Jim nods, agreeing that the fight proved everything. Jiaon expresses regret that she got away, since capturing her would have led them straight to their secret headquarters. His master sighs softly, explaining that those crazy fanatics would never open their mouths under pressure anyway. Diane nods, pointing out that their tight lips are the exact reason why their main base remains a total mystery. But watch his reaction here. He smiles, explaining that although the main temple is hidden, a branch is coming to light. The location of their faction in Cohen will soon be uncovered. The camera then cuts to another part of the town. He announced to the gathered crowd that he would brief them on the current situation, as some of them likely already knew the real culprit behind the scenes. Behind the string of kidnappings was the White Blood sect. Everyone listened in silence as he explained that the high bishop who fought him had escaped. He was severely wounded and could not have fled far, meaning they had to launch a massive immediate manhunt to track him down. The crowd erupted into whispers at the mention of the White Blood sect, so the five demons really did have their hands in this. With even highly talented swordsmen being abducted, this was far from an ordinary case. But then Glenn Zieghart sensed that something was seriously off. The realization made Glenn Zieghart freeze. He looked at Martha Zieghart, completely caught off guard by her intense reaction, just as Gep suddenly materialized right beside him. Gep gestured toward the girl, asking why she looked so bizarre. That expression was not just mere anger, it was absolute pure hatred burning in her eyes. He quietly pondered. He had always wondered why she was so desperate for power, and now he knew she shared a deep blood feud with the White Blood sect. Just then, Mojo stepped forward. He did not mean to rain on their parade, but he was certain of one thing. The enemies would not be returning. Arrogant and insane as the White Blood sect was, they were not foolish enough to show themselves now. Especially not after being caught by both the Zieghart family and the Baka kingdom. Raon Zieghart calmly responded, addressing Lord Mojo about the situation. Suddenly, an agitated messenger rushed inside, screaming that a massive disaster had struck. Princess China had vanished from the medical ward. The color drained from everyone's faces instantly. Her Highness the Princess was gone, and they could barely believe their ears. It made no sense whatsoever. Her personal protective talisman had not even triggered an alarm, left discarded right on the empty bed. Rage flared through the room. The guards desperately urged Lord Mojo to remain calm as his reaction grew incredibly intense. How could he stay calm at a time like this? If anything happened to her, it would spell absolute doom for all of them. Not just them, but the entire Zieghart family would be dragged down. Suddenly, Raon Zieghart spoke up telling Mojo not to worry. His expression was surprisingly peaceful as he claimed to know exactly where both the princess and the escaped High Bishop were. Meanwhile, deep inside a hidden hideout, Celine let out a furious scream. She stared down at her horrific injuries, utterly losing her mind. The agony was blinding and constant. She could not understand why this torment refused to fade, driving her to the brink of insanity. She whipped her head toward her companion, snapping at Dagon to do something. The old man told her to keep her voice down. Her screeching was hurting his ears. This man was Dagon, the head of the White Blood sect's local Coven branch. Celine kept complaining, muttering that if Dagon had just killed their target from the beginning, she would not be suffering like this. Dagon countered, explaining that Jim the Mad Swordsman had joined the fray. Staying any longer would have meant certain capture for them both. His gaze darkened as he analyzed her wounds. The demonic energy lingering on her body was incredibly toxic and stubborn. Dagon observed that the vile energy was completely shutting down her natural self-healing, meaning it would take substantial time to purge. Hearing this, Celine lost her temper again. That was exactly why she wanted the swordsman dead to break the curse. Dagon turned away, explaining that the dark aura came from the blade itself. Even killing the wielder would not make it vanish. She was practically pulling her hair out in frustration. Was she just supposed to grit her teeth and bear this forever? But Dagon had already made other arrangements. They had not been sitting around twiddling their thumbs while she was out fighting. While she was busy trading blows, he had finalized their secret scheme. She looked at him in utter disbelief, demanding an explanation. He revealed that upon learning Princess China was at the clinic, he used a teleportation spell to abduct her. With the princess missing, the king of Bako would undoubtedly explode with rage, potentially triggering a war with the Reincarnated family. They were the ones hosting the princess after all. Dagon told her to quiet down and wait as some very important guests were arriving. The high apostles of their sect were on their way. Celine was stunned, wondering why such high-ranking figures would visit their branch. As Dagon prepared to leave, he mentioned that the 7th and 10th apostles were coming to oversee their training. Celine spat curses under her breath. She could not comprehend why those stubborn old fools had to show up right now. Absolutely nothing was going her way. Dagon sharply warned her to stop whining and focus on guarding the princess. With that, the old man slipped out, confident that the apostles would easily clean up any mess once they arrived. Left alone with her thoughts, Celine seethed with rage. It was humiliating to find herself reduced to such a pathetic state. She swore that the next time she crossed paths with that Reincarnated brat, she would tear him limb from limb. Suddenly, a loud blast echoed. Through the smoke, Glenn Zieghart's voice rang out. He smirked as he looked around, mocking her for hiding in such a place. He asked if this was the Grand Coven branch of the White Blood sect. Spotting him, Celine immediately lunged forward in a blind rage. Glenn Zieghart parried her strike effortlessly, completely unfazed. Her desperate attack proved she was no match for him, worsening her injuries. Raon Zieghart stared down at her with a cold expression, mocking how his self-proclaimed High Bishop could fall for the exact same trap twice. Using the same move twice, rushing in like a moth to a flame without a single plan to deal with Raon Zieghart and the Azure Dust Soul. Her swordplay completely loose. She collapses onto the dirt in absolute agony, weakly begging to ask him one final question. How on earth did he track them down to this location? Raon Zieghart simply smiles, completely unfazed by her confusion. During their clash, he secretly planted a pin laced with his aura onto her clothes. She was too hurt to even notice it. A pathetic sight. He looks down at her wounded state and continues to judge her with an icy, unforgiving stare. If she had simply changed her clothes, he might have lost her. Luckily, he arrived before she had the chance. He actually owes her a thank you. Raon Zieghart ignores the prisoner and walks past, finding this place solely because of her mistake. As the assassin collapses, Raon Zieghart slowly walks toward the captive Chena. The princess is absolutely furious, instantly snapping at him. Why is he just standing there? Untie me right now, she demands, completely furious at his slow reaction. Raon Zieghart just scoffs. Why on earth should he help her? Her arrogant face instantly twists into pure helpless shock. Why should he save a spoiled brat who has done nothing but trample over him? He watches her squirm in disgust. He admits he only came to watch her story end. Chena glares back, trying to use her status as a threat. She warns him that the kingdom of Baka will declare war, especially with their close ally Reincarnated backing them up. Raon Zieghart shrugs off the threat. Those alliances are paper thin. In reality, they fight like cats and dogs. He points out that she and that guy Yunido are no different. With that, Raon Zieghart turns to walk out of the room. But get this, if she dies here, they can easily pin the blame on the White Blood cult. It is a win-win situation. A cold farewell. That sends Chena into a complete panic as she screams for him to wait, desperately begging for her life. She promises never to cross him again, swearing she won't even step on his shadow if he just saves her. He stares at her with deep skepticism, questioning if she can actually take full responsibility for those desperate promises. Chena nods, frantically agreeing to any condition just to get out of this dark, terrifying dungeon. Glenn Zieghart steps forward and pulls out a paper asking if she recognizes the magical contract in his hand. This legendary contract from Baka binds her to his absolute will, forcing her to unconditionally obey any command he gives. She must grant 8 of his unconditional requests bound by the highly potent magic woven directly into the Baka parchment. Anyone who breaks the terms will pay a devastating price, and he reminds her that she already knows the consequences. Raon Zieghart flashes a wicked expectant grin, telling her to sign immediately if she wants to leave this place alive. Soon after, Junin meets up with Raon Zieghart to report that the entire hostage rescue operation was a massive success. Team 2 and the Salomon mages are already escorting them to safety. Raon Zieghart nods, praising their swift work. He asks about the others, and Junin explains they are gathering on the ground floor of the Coven branch. Chaina briefs them on the situation, explaining that Buen is currently leading Team 3 to block the escaping cult remnants. Meanwhile, deep inside the facility in the exact opposite direction, Martha is currently fighting all alone. Fighting teleportation masters, no problem. Raon Zieghart is highly pleased, entirely confident that everything will go smoothly from here. After a moment of thought, he glances at Chaina and instructs Junin to escort her out with the hostages. He then orders Doyeon to immediately regroup with Buen's team to help block the enemy escape routes, leaving her quite surprised. When she asks why he isn't joining them, Raon Zieghart explains he is heading deeper to help Martha sweep the remaining enemies. While clearing the remaining enemies is crucial, Raon Zieghart is far more concerned about Martha's current state of mind. Even with Buen trying to hold her back, he knows that Martha is likely completely consumed by rage by now. She has probably entered a blind frenzy, completely ignoring her surroundings. Meanwhile, Martha continues her relentless onslaught. She tears through her opponents with pure rage, utterly furious that none of them can put up a real fight. The cultists panic, realizing a single sword master is slaughtering them all. They desperately argue over what to do next. Some yell to abandon the barrier and focus entirely on backing up their leader to exploit any openings. But Martha is moving at lightning speed, leaving her own squad struggling to even keep up with her. Martha has only one single thought driving her forward. She must wipe out every member of this cult. Exterminate them all. Her eyes burn with a cold, unrelenting determination to slaughter every single cultist in her sight. Deep down, she knows a captain shouldn't lose control like this, especially when the safety of her squad is on the line. She knows she must put the mission above all else. But as memories of the past flash before her eyes, she cannot stop. Facing those disgusting scum of the White Blood sect, Martha is driven by pure hatred. She has absolutely no intention of holding back. Her blade will not stop until every single enemy in this place is dead. In just a matter of moments, she tears through them. Martha wipes out the entire crowd, but she tells herself this is barely a warm-up. This small taste of revenge is nowhere near enough. Where are the rest of those hiding White Blood sect rats? Suddenly, the space around her warps, catching Martha completely off guard. A magic circle made of pure blood erupts right in front of her. Martha quickly leaps back, recognizing the terrifying blood summoning array. Could this really be happening? A deep voice echoes out from the portal, demanding to know if humans have actually dared to trespass here. Have the pathetic brats from the Red Scorpion sect really come to die? This monstrous figure is the 10th apostle, their grand commander. The sight leaves Doyeon utterly shocked. Light sword, he stammers, is your Dantian not destroyed? How are you even standing right now? How could you possibly keep pace with my spatial teleportation? Jimu only offers a calm smile, noting that rumors are often dead wrong. He warns them that while he has a mountain of questions, they do not look like the cooperative type, so it is better to end this. Right then, Doyeon lets out a mocking laugh and sneers that they should have arrived a little earlier. Jimu frowns, demanding to know what he means. The old villain smiles smugly, revealing that 2 guests are arriving today. His voice drips with confidence as he promises that once the apostles descend, not a single soul here will survive. The 10th apostle looks down at Martha, mocking the enemy for sending children to fight, but Martha instantly recognizes his face. Memories flash back to when she was just a little girl. That was the day he burned her village, slaughtering half the people. He kidnapped the rest of her family. She remembers this exact man, the deadly disciple of the White Blood sect leader. Rage consumes Martha as she stares at the monster who took her mother. She lunges forward, swinging her blade with everything she has, but before her sword can even graze him, her face pales. The 10th apostle casually stops her blade with his bare hand. She cannot believe her eyes. Her maximum power sword chi is stopped effortlessly, as if he is just playing with a toddler. Fear grips her heart. Just as he is about to strike and end her life, something else suddenly crashes into the battlefield. A barrage of fireballs explodes between them, shielding Martha. Raon appears, warning her not to let her emotions dictate her movements. He steps in front of her, telling her that she cannot face this monster alone. Supporting her, he reminds her of the bigger picture. But Martha is too stubborn to listen, screaming at him to let her go, so she can rip the beast apart. Her face twists with rage as she demands to know what the 10th apostle did to her mother and the villagers of Ajang. He only sneers calmly, replying that he cannot possibly remember every useless little village he has burned down to the ground. He tells her that whoever got sent to headquarters is long dead, so her precious mother probably suffered a similar grim fate. She likely ended up as food for the beasts. He laughs, mocking her that such a death was an honor for pests. Martha completely loses her mind, screaming at the monster, while Gaon frantically tries to hold her back from certain death. He warns her that she stands absolutely no chance, but she keeps screaming that she will end the bastard with her own hands. The 10th apostle coldly cuts her off, declaring that she is not even worthy of standing on the same battlefield as him. As she stares in shock, the entire room suddenly violently trembles, and Jimu charges forward with his blade drawn. He agrees with Gaon, a confident smile spreading across his face as he claims the 10th apostle as his own opponent. The apostle raises his hand, mocking the light sword of the Red Scorpion sect, claiming he has been waiting to crush him. A massive explosion erupts, and as Gaon watches the clash, he realizes just how terrifyingly fast these two titans really are. Even with his mind-eye active, tracking their blinding movements is almost impossible. This is a clash on a completely different level. Is this what a battle between grandmasters truly looks like? Suddenly, a voice snaps him back to reality, mockingly asking if he is distracted. The 7th apostle lunges, unleashing his deadly pure blood art, but his eyes widen slightly as Gaon manages to deflect the blow. He is impressed that Gaon read the exact trajectory of his blade, realizing the kid actually knows their white blood sect style. Gaon grits his teeth, realizing this newcomer is also a grandmaster. Coldly, he demands to know exactly who he is facing. The attacker introduces himself as the 7th apostle, the youngest prodigy to ever earn that rank within the white blood sect. He sighs, admitting he thought this training mission would be incredibly boring, but things are finally starting to look up. He raises his blade once more, eager to see how long a small fish like Gaon can struggle against his overwhelming power. He unleashes the devastating blood-refining sword technique, leaving Gaon with absolutely no other choice but to dodge the incoming strike. Evading the lethal blows, Gaon realizes his opponent's speed is completely insane, far too fast for normal eyes to track. If not for his mind-eye, he would have been sliced to pieces already. On top of that, the pressure of his raw power is staggering. Did this really force his sword aura to swing out this hard? The 7th apostle mutters in surprise, "You actually blocked that entire strike." He feels a surge of excitement. "You bastard are no ordinary small fry, are you? Normal masters who face me usually lose their lives with just that single blow." After a quick thought, he decides, "Fine then. Let's see if you can withstand this next move." Glenn Zieghart raises his guard as he finally using that. It is the trademark of grandmasters. Only those who shatter the wall of the ultimate realm can wield it. He unleashes the devastating destruction sword aura. The 7th apostle boasts that he does not show this to just anyone, so you should consider it an absolute honor. Unleashing this sword aura drains a massive amount of internal energy. His power suddenly explodes. He grins and issues a warning, "Kid, since you forced my hand, there is a catch." The 7th apostle strikes directly, telling him not to die after just one hit. The pressure starts grinding on Glenn Zieghart. Fortunately, he manages to block the strike just in time. The impact is so colossal that the entire building explodes. Touching down lightly on the ground, the 7th apostle mutters in surprise, admitting he never expected this outcome. He stares down at Glenn Zieghart, demanding to know who the hell he actually is to survive that devastating strike. But it does not matter. With a dismissive sneer, he declares that Glenn Zieghart's life ends here. Glenn Zieghart lies wounded. The apostle steps closer. This is the end. Yet he cannot help but wonder how the boy survived. That kid blocked raw sword energy with a single weapon. Normally, both the man and his sword should have shattered. He quickly deduces that the blade must be something special. Is it because of that sword that you survived? Is that blade the only reason you survived my attacks? Glenn Zieghart grips his weapon tightly, telling him who knows. He struggles to calm his racing mind. This is indeed the Chandong sword, a legendary blade forged from Guy. Without its power to amplify his own sword energy, the internal damage from that last clash would be worse. He knows he is dealing with a true master. This sword aura is dripping with pure, flawless killing intent. A head-on clash means certain death. Desperately, he asks himself what his next move should even be. Suddenly, Martha rushes forward to attack, taking everyone by surprise. Glenn Zieghart watches in absolute dread. Damn it, why? Cheap sneak attacks will never work on a master. Why on earth is she acting so incredibly reckless right now? Then he notices her eyes. She is completely calm and focused. This was not a desperate, impulsive move. Realization hits him and his face goes pale. Martha, could she be? The 7th apostle suddenly turns around. He sneers that he almost forgot about this other little pest. With a savage counter, he orders her to die. She coldly snaps back that she is not going down that easily. Martha pours all her strength into a strike. Executing her signature, Mount Tai Slash, she completely blindsides the apostle. Stunned, he gasps, "What is this?" Exploiting the distraction, Glenn Zieghart lunges forward. He unleashes his signature, setting Sunstrike, catching his opponent completely off guard. Yet the lack of a fatal reaction shocks him. The blade only grazed the edge. Did he dodge? The seventh apostle stares at the fresh wound on his arm in dead silence. He cannot believe his own eyes. How could bugs like them actually draw his blood? Pure, unbridled rage begins to see the deep within his voice. He declares that he will never forgive this humiliation. Today, he vows to crush them both entirely. He screams that he will grind their bones and flesh to ash, unleashing a pressure that suffocates them both. They are violently thrown backward despite their desperate defense. Glenn Zieghart realizes something terrifying about his raw power. His strength is skyrocketing compared to before. This monster was actually holding back his true power all along. Turning to check on Martha, the seventh apostle suddenly appears right in front of him in a flash. Closing the distance in a split second, the enemy strikes. Glenn Zieghart tries to block, but the overwhelming force sends him flying. The apostle slowly approaches Glenn Zieghart, muttering that he never expected to be injured by such pathetic little bugs. Yet he is surprised to see Glenn Zieghart still breathing. He casually announces that he was only playing around. Raising his sword high, he vows to give Glenn Zieghart the most agonizing death possible to make him pay. His eyes gleam with absolute madness as he threatens to condense and drink his blood. Die, you pest. Glenn Zieghart refuses to yield. He spits back that he will never die to a monster like him. Facing him down, he declares that the apostle is the one who will perish here. He refuses to back down. Using his mystical Great Harmony footwork, he suddenly vanishes. The apostle turns in shock. What kind of movement is this? When did he slip behind him? While the opponent is still frozen in shock, Raon charges forward to strike. It is the 10 Fire Dragon strike. The enemy laughs in excitement, mockingly thinking Raon has finally revealed his final trump card. But what a pathetic flame this is. Every single time the seventh apostle tries to strike, Raon completely vanishes, leaving him turning his head in confusion. He looks back mockingly, asking if Raon really thinks a cheap sneak attack will work. That flashy flame is obviously just a distraction. It was bait to set up a strike from behind. Did Raon really think such a shallow trick would go unnoticed? The seventh apostle truly believes he has won. He thinks he can easily neutralize Raon's sword energy with his blood-cleansing art. But suddenly, the apostle's expression completely freezes. He asks himself in utter confusion, why is there no sword energy in this blade? Raon grits his teeth, but not out of despair. He knew a basic sneak attack like this would easily be seen through. He expected the opponent to counter with the blood-cleansing art. But Raon knows this legendary sword can slice through that art entirely. This is the true power of the soul-quelling sword. It can shatter the signature techniques of the white blood cult. Even an apostle's defensive magic will crumble. Catching the enemy completely off guard, Raon pours all his remaining strength into the blow. He unleashes the first form of the Raon clan's sword style, darting past the seventh apostle with blinding speed. Meanwhile, in another area, Han Yun and Jim face down the 10th apostle. The apostle is surprised by Jim's incredible strength. He admits Jim is far from the useless failure of the rumors. Jim just laughs, saying rumors are like passing clouds. Only fools get shaken by baseless gossip. He mocks the 10th apostle, suggesting his era of glory has finally come to an end. The apostle finds this attitude amusing, noting that if a rumor spreads across the land, there must be truth to it. Jim must have carved out his own unorthodox path to overcome his weaknesses. It is a brilliant way to survive. Jim is in high spirits, but the 10th apostle is done playing games. He has no desire to waste any more time. None of it matters anymore anyway. While Jim is pinned down by his old injuries, the apostle has already taken a massive leap forward. He raises his weapon, ready to end this. With a single heavy strike of his spear, the ground beneath them begins to tremble. The 10th apostle's power explodes outward in waves. Jim is genuinely surprised, realizing this battle is going to be far more troublesome than expected. Jim quietly admits he has never been a fan of raw, brutish physical clashes. This really was not part of his plan. The master wonders if this dangerous mission might actually be his final journey. But there is no time for doubts. Jim decides to activate his profound sword domain. As the two powerhouses clash, the surrounding area is torn apart by their shockwaves. The 10th apostle glares at Jim with intense murderous rage, yet the calm commander shows absolutely no fear. Meanwhile, Raon successfully lands a clean blow on the 7th apostle, who, clutching his bleeding wound, begins to tremble in shock. The apostle snarls, demanding to know how a mere superficial cut could ever defeat him. But his body tells a different story. His knees buckle as he desperately realizes his legendary self-healing abilities have slowed to a crawl. Those last two strikes were lethal. The demonic energy hidden in Raon's sword is actively shutting down his recovery. The apostle demands to know the blade's origins. Raon turns back, surprised to see the apostle barely dodged a direct thrust to the heart. He is a survivor, a true monster worthy of someone who has reached the Aether-Master realm. Raon grips his hilt, preparing for the final clash. The enemy is running on empty. One more clean strike will end him. Jaon lunges forward, determined to finish the battle. Wait, where did that come from? Just as he goes for the final blow, a massive wave of energy erupts from the sky. Forced to retreat, Jaon leaps backward to dodge the sudden blast. He stares in utter disbelief at the newcomer standing before him. It is the 10th apostle, who furiously growls that he cannot believe his own eyes. The sheer humiliation of this is unbearable. How could a mere peak swordsman defeat an esteemed Aether master? The 7th apostle tries to defend his heavily wounded pride. He weakly insists to his senior brother that he can still fight on, but his savior simply turns on him in anger. He snaps, telling him to stop making a fool of himself because he was utterly defeated. Without intervention, he would be dead. He asks what a broken soldier can possibly achieve. Gritting his teeth, he decides it is time to cut their losses and retreat. He vows to settle the score another day. But Martha immediately blocks their path, asking if they truly think they can leave. She refuses to let these villains escape. She declares she will end their miserable lives right here and now on this battlefield. Jaon firmly nods in agreement with her. Who exactly gave these bastards permission to just walk away after all they did? Jim steps up beside Jaon, fully agreeing with his student. Nobody ever said they were letting these monsters walk free. The master places a steady hand on Jaon's shoulder. He admits he wants to crush them too, but advises caution. Jim warns that while they have the strength to fight, they still have far too many precious lives behind them to protect. His instructor's voice carries a hint of helplessness, pleading that he believes Raon understands the big picture. Raon has to admit it is true. He knows the situation all too well, but then he suddenly asks how scum like them dare talk about brotherhood. The 10th apostle is completely taken aback, demanding to know what he just said, so Raon begins exposing every single thing. Everything they did, driving families to death, slaughtering their beloved village, and literally draining blood and stripping bones to consume them. His voice rises in pure anger as he demands to know if cruel monsters like them actually understand what brotherhood even means. The 7th apostle snaps back, claiming those useless weaklings became perfect nourishment for them, which was their greatest blessing. He boasts that the white blood religion basically saved those miserable people from living like worthless trash on the streets. Raon roars at him to shut up, asking what that makes a loser who got defeated by someone he calls trash. Placing a hand on Martha's shoulder, Raon makes a solemn vow, his voice trembling with absolute rage, directed at the 10th apostle. The sole survivor of that ruined village, whose name they did not even bother to remember, will personally take his life. Raon vows to make that promise a reality, causing Martha's face to flush in emotion as the 10th apostle suddenly speaks up. He asks for Raon's name, and Raon coldly introduces himself as Glenn Zieghart. The apostle nods, finding it interesting. The apostle comments that he did not expect House Zieghart to produce such an outstanding genius before turning to leave. Leaving behind Glenn Zieghart and the nameless village survivor, the 10th apostle grabs the 7th and vanishes into thin air. Promising to wait for their inevitable rematch, the shadow villain leaves as Raon suddenly asks if they have truly retreated. She looks back at Raon as his body sways, sending a wave of panic through her. She rushes to catch him. Desperately, she begs him to wake up, but Rimmer smiles gently and suggests letting the exhausted young man rest. He has clearly pushed past his absolute limit, and surviving a battle like that while remaining standing is a rare miracle. The instructor silently thinks that this boy is truly terrifying, not only holding his ground but pushing forward. Defeating a legendary master-tier powerhouse was impressive enough, but the sheer presence Raon showed against the 10th apostle reminded Rimmer of the clan head's demeanor back in his youth. The resemblance is absolutely uncanny. Raon seems to be a carbon copy of his father. Rimmer chuckles, realizing his initial decision was completely correct. Rimmer looks at the unconscious youth, whispering that he will bet the rest of his life on Raon. The next morning, inside the barracks, the squad members nervously wonder if their vice leader is still asleep. It has already been 3 days and he remains completely out cold in the annex, which deeply surprises everyone who knows him. He usually recovers incredibly fast, proving that the brutal battle against the master completely drained every ounce of his energy. Martha sits quietly nearby and listens secretly, hoping that their vice captain will open his eyes very soon. She has to admit that Raon is an absolute marvel, reflecting on his incredible actions during the fight. For a mere expert swordsman to take down the 7th apostle is a miracle in itself, yet he did it. He stood tall against that terrifying apostle despite his severe wounds, knowing full well that another clash meant certain death. Martha feels a sudden warmth, realizing that Raon had become her shield, allowing her to stand proud in that moment. His unwavering support let her hold her head high, and a strange wave of emotion washes over her heart. It washed away all the anger she had been bottling up inside for so long. She clenches her fists tightly. Feeling immensely grateful to Raon, Martha can only pray to the gods, silently begging him to open his eyes soon. Suddenly, Dorian bursts in with the news that Raon is finally awake. The others stare at him in total confusion. They ask why Dorian is shouting like a madman, and he happily repeats that the young master has opened his eyes. His voice is filled with joy. Inside the room, Raon gathers the squad and begins his official address. He highly praises the entire Light Wind squad, thanking them for their immense efforts throughout this incredibly dangerous journey. Reading through Burin's detailed report, he acknowledges that the challenges faced were far beyond what they expected, yet they performed flawlessly, completing the mission and returning safely without any of them suffering life-threatening injuries. Speaking in a calm, measured tone, he warns them not to grow arrogant or rest on their laurels. Success is the perfect opportunity to look inward, evaluate their mistakes, and learn from their remaining shortcomings. Turning his gaze toward the room, Raon starts with a fair assessment of the second unit's performance. They executed the hostage evacuation and held the line perfectly, but a critical mistake was made during the operation. Failing to closely monitor their personnel led to unnecessary risks, so he expects far better discipline next time. He kept a strict count of the hostages and managed them with extra care. Nothing slipped past Jian. As for Team 3, despite having barely any time to practice together, they executed the Tempest formation with zero mistakes. Keeping their casualties to an absolute minimum was all thanks to Buen's leadership. Jian praised him, acknowledging his hard work. Buen replied, expressing his deep gratitude to the vice commander. Jian then turned his gaze toward Martha and Team 1, making her feel quite tense. She stammered a nervous response before Jan offered a harsh critique, labeling Team 1 the absolute worst performers of this mission. Their leader had let rage cloud her judgment, acting so impulsively that she dragged the rest of the members into a reckless charge. If that situation had been a direct head-on clash instead of a chaotic ambush, people would have definitely died. Jaya made his thoughts clear, acknowledging her deep blood feud with the White Blood cult. However, in a joint mission, a leader must always prioritize the safety of the squad and hostages over personal grudges. Jian fixed his cold gaze on her. Did she truly understand the gravity of his words? Martha bowed her head, admitting her reckless mistake and sincerely apologizing to the vice commander for her rash behavior. Jian then recalled a previous detail, asking if she had mentioned a personal connection to a specific village. After a brief pause, Jian declared that while the Tempest Coalition stands united, they cannot fight personal vendettas as a collective duty. Even so, clashing with the hostile forces of the White Blood cult is bound to happen again in the future. He then made an announcement: once she is mentally prepared, she should share her entire story with the squad. Martha nodded in agreement, expressing her understanding and promising to share everything when the time is right. Jian offered some encouragement, pointing out that her holding back the seventh apostle was what turned the tide in their favor. Martha looked up in absolute shock, and honestly, can you blame her for being surprised by his praise? He smiled, adding that despite her mistakes, he highly praised her courage for facing an Aura Master without flinching. The other members gasped, amazed that their leader actually launched an attack on a legendary Aura Master. Martha flusteredly explained that she only did her absolute best in that moment to delay the monster's advance. Jian called out to wrap up the briefing, officially ending their post-mission review right then and there. He instructed everyone to focus on resting and recovering their strength until they finally initiate their withdrawal. As the squad dispersed, Jian called Buen back. He turned around completely confused. Jian thanked him for his hard work during such a grueling period, a warm smile spreading across his face. He made it clear that the Tempest Coalition, or rather he himself, truly needs someone like Buen on the team. Jian told him to get some proper rest, prompting Buen to suddenly recall his past encounters with the cold-hearted Kazun. The ruthless Kazun had always discarded those he deemed stupid or weak, but Jian was entirely different. Hearing Jian state how much he valued him deeply moved Buen as the vice commander finally turned to leave. And just like that, the Tempest Coalition's first major journey in Koven had officially come to an end. After the envoys from the Kingdom of Baka departed, Jian moved forward with his next calculated plan. He paid a direct visit to Mayor Orquiz to settle the payment for this highly dangerous mission. Since the Tempest Coalition was a newly formed guild, their need for funds and equipment was incredibly high. They had no choice but to completely drain the mayor's budget to support their growing faction. Immediately after returning to their family estate, they headed straight to the main hall to report without even taking a breath. Jian and his comrades knelt down in front of the Grand Patriarch, waiting to deliver the news. Jian stepped up as the spokesperson for the squad, recounting every detail of their fierce clash in Koven. Placing a hand over his chest, Jian concluded his report, and the Patriarch Glenn nodded in approval. Glenn acknowledged their massive victory over Baka, the dismantling of the cult, and the defeat of the seventh apostle. Defeating a legendary Aura Master was a massive victory. Yet Glenn's completely indifferent reaction left Jian stunned. The companion standing right beside him whispered that they shouldn't expect grand praise for such small achievements. To the legendary Four Kings and the Patriarch himself, these minor skirmishes barely registered on their radar. Jian told his companion to drop the arrogant attitude before the Patriarch unexpectedly spoke up, praising their stellar work. Glenn seemed highly satisfied, noting that while a debut mission carries heavy pressure, they performed spectacularly. They proved their incredible combat mettle, especially by leaving the Kingdom of Baka entirely in their shadow. Your performance is highly commendable. Facing an A-class master head-on while keeping everyone alive is an incredibly praiseworthy achievement. The crew burst into surprised laughter. Could this really be true? The family head himself is actually praising us. Glenn then continued explaining that this is exactly why the time from now on is the real core challenge. He warned everyone that those who do not know their reputation will still look down on them and pick fights as before. Meanwhile, those who have heard the rumors will constantly find ways to test you and verify your true strength. Therefore, what the Storm Legion needs most right now is unity and absolute physical power. Saying this, Glenn snapped his fingers. When it comes to unity, you have trained together for a long time at training ground number 5, so you will not fall short of any other group. However, in terms of combat power, you are all still very green and weak. Suddenly, the surrounding space transformed. Everyone stared at each other in shock. It was the legendary Enlightenment Archive. They could not believe they were seeing it with their own eyes. A treasure they had only heard of in rumors, making this moment feel entirely like a dream. Glenn then spoke. This is your well-deserved reward for outperforming the Baka Kingdom and completely crushing the White Blood cult in your very first opening mission. Once you place your hands on the archive, a martial manual will automatically appear. Each member must choose one for themselves. Glenn Zieghart reminded them to go ahead and choose first, as he would be the last. Duna nodded in agreement, thanking the vice commander. Glenn then announced that the Enlightenment Archive would automatically sense the exact things you truly desire and lack. Based on that, it will evaluate and select the most suitable martial manual for each individual. With everyone holding their rewards, Glenn smiled and told them to use this as a solid launchpad to continue training and raising their own abilities. Dunnan stared down at his reward, a manual specialized in storage. Glenn then called out, announcing that the final person, Raon Zieghart, should now step forward. Raon Zieghart was surprised that it was already his turn. Reaching his hand forward, he knew what he lacked most was footwork. Although he already possessed the Tewa footwork, it had not reached its peak, so he needed another footwork technique to complement it. Suddenly, the space shifted drastically once again, leaving Raon Zieghart incredibly confused and wondering what on earth was happening. Why was the Enlightenment Archive suddenly making such strange noises? He was horrified. Unbelievable, the legendary archive was actually weeping, yet it stood completely still and not a single manual fell down. He stared blankly at his empty hand. What was going on here? Why did no secret technique drop? Suddenly, Glenn's voice broke the silence, noting that it seemed there was no martial art here suitable for him at the moment. Snapping his fingers, he added that it seemed Raon Zieghart was rejected by the archive. With that, they would stop there. The surrounding youths began whispering in shock. The archive was closing. Could it be that the vice commander got absolutely nothing? Glenn stood up to speak, ordering the entire Storm Legion to retreat. An urgent voice suddenly called out to the family head. Martha stepped forward, holding her manual. She explained that their lives during this mission were all saved by Vice Commander Raon Zieghart. She earnestly begged him to reward Raon Zieghart just like everyone else, even if she had to give back her own newly acquired footwork manual. She begged him to give Raon Zieghart a worthy reward instead. Glenn silently tilted his head and stared at Martha. She bit her lip in sadness, not daring to look Glenn in the eye. He finally spoke, breaking the heavy silence. He told her she was gravely misunderstanding the situation, leaving Martha utterly confused. Glenn calmly explained that no book falling from the archive did not mean he would walk away empty-handed. The vice commander would receive his reward through another method later, so there was no need to worry. Flustered, she knelt to apologize, thanking the head and begging forgiveness for her insolence. Glenn turned around and ordered them to leave. Dunnan then walked over, teasing Martha that this submissive look did not suit her at all. She embarrassedly told him to shut up. Raon Zieghart then stepped up and called for the Storm Legion to show their respect. Everyone bowed in unison, thanking the family head for granting the Storm Legion such generous rewards. Once everyone departed, Glenn smiled, remarking that he never expected to hear Martha defend Raon Zieghart like that. Loken cheerfully agreed, adding that Raon Zieghart's big heart was truly remarkable. Despite getting nothing himself, he still congratulated his teammates. Witnessing that selfless act, who could possibly doubt his genuine character? A playful voice suddenly cuts in, claiming the Lightwind squad might be newly formed, but asking whose hard work made all this success possible. Rimmer flips his hair with pure arrogance. It is none other than the legendary captain of the Lightwind squad himself. He brags that everything went smoothly because he was their solid backbone, forcing Glenn to offer a dry, reluctant nod. Glenn mutters that he did a decent job, making the eccentric captain burst into joyful laughter before finally turning serious. Rimmer gets down to business, pointing out that the kids carried this dangerous mission entirely on their own young shoulders. For them to survive an encounter with the 10th Apostle is something Glenn knows cannot be chalked up to mere luck. Rimmer lowers his voice, adding that although he could not fully measure his power, that terrifying 10th Apostle was on another level. He had broken through the second boundary to become a grandmaster, making Glenn regret not finishing him off during their very first clash. But back then they were helpless because the leader of the White Blood sect fallen and the heavenly demon were all present. Rimmer quickly changes the subject, teasingly pointing out that only a truly doting grandfather would go to such lengths for his grandson. Glenn furrows his brows in confusion, demanding to know what nonsense the captain is rambling about this time. The captain boldly exposes what happened earlier, mentioning the book that almost fell right out of the Library of Enlightenment. Wasn't it stopped by the Lord's invisible energy because he wanted to personally teach the boy instead of letting him learn from a book? Rimmer finds it hilarious thinking about how exciting it would be if Raon ever found out about his grandfather's secret dynamic. Glenn coldly tells him he is being incredibly annoying, prompting Rimmer to playfully raise his hands and bid him farewell. He asks for a tiny parting reward, causing the old patriarch to close his eyes in sheer exhaustion. Glenn reveals he already has a reward while the greedy captain pulls out a massive empty sack from behind his back. He excitedly thanks the Lord, ready to stuff it with gold, but Glenn coldly cuts in with a sharp warning. They must first settle his achievements against his mistakes, leaving the captain absolutely baffled about what he did wrong. Glenn slams down a report containing just one brief line about Raon defeating the seventh apostle, his anger visibly rising. He fumes at the fact that a major life-and-death struggle was reported in a ridiculously short two-line summary. Rimmer stammers in a panic it was a major emergency, so he had to send a quick, urgent message. Glenn glares at him with terrifying eyes before the scene shifts to nighttime at Raon's training grounds, where the young prodigy stops mid-swing. He drops to one knee in shock, respectfully greeting the old patriarch, completely surprised by his sudden personal visit. Glenn coldly tells him to keep it down since it is late, noting that his timing for training is actually perfect. He abruptly commands the boy to prepare himself, catching Raon completely off guard in the middle of the night. When asked what he should prepare for, Glenn calmly explains that he is here to deliver his special reward. Raon is deeply surprised that the Grand Patriarch came all the way to his annex just to deliver a reward. He realizes how unpredictable his grandfather truly is as Glenn suddenly asks about his progress with the Supreme Harmony steps. He asks how many stages Raon has actually mastered of the legendary footwork technique he previously taught him. Raon confesses he is still at the very beginning, making Glenn frown in disappointment at his lack of progress. He warns that while the first step is profound, staying satisfied with just that level will stunt his growth. Raon apologizes with a downcast look, but Glenn notes that his slow progress actually makes things more interesting. He decides to teach him the next stages of the Supreme Harmony steps instead of granting him a new technique, shocking Raon. Glenn warns him that no complaints or rejections will be accepted, calling this the price of his laziness in training. But deep down, Raon is practically screaming with pure excitement at this absolutely incredible turn of events. There is no way you would complain about being personally tutored in an ancient legendary footwork technique. This is easily the absolute best reward he could have ever asked for, prompting him to loudly thank his grandfather. Glenn begins to release a powerful, crushing aura as he orders the young man to watch his movements very closely. A massive tempest erupts around the training ground just as the scene shifts to the grand headquarters of the White Blood sect. Inside a majestic chamber, a woman lounging lazily on her throne speaks up with a calm, dangerous curiosity. She asks if the seventh apostle was truly defeated by a mere child of the prestigious Zieghart family. The 10th apostle kneels respectfully, confirming that the boy is indeed an incredibly breathtaking genius of his generation. He gravely reports that defeating one apostle was not enough, as the exhausted boy still dared to challenge him directly. Even more shocking, one of the swords the young warrior wielded was pulsing with a terrifying demonic energy. His chi is forged from the absolute hatred directed straight at our sect. If left unchecked, that boy will easily grow to become a truly catastrophic threat to our entire organization. Seeing this, the leader smirks. She feels a deep, twisted amusement. She is the leader of the White Blood sect. Even with a sly grin, no amount of excuses can change the defeat. Losing to a lone swordsman is an utter humiliation, especially after letting the sacrifice escape and dragging our sect name down. Her eyes gleam with a bloody red light. Instant death. She ponders executing the seventh apostle right then and there. The 10th apostle breaks out in a cold sweat, but the leader chuckles, admitting executing him over one loss is too extreme. After all, the sect has spent countless resources and years of grueling training just to raise the boy to his current level. The leader slowly stands up, cold authority dripping from her voice. If the seventh fails again, she issues a clear command. Bring that boy Glenn Zieghart directly to her. When asked if they should capture him alive, she replies with an immediate yes. She intends to make him her personal disciple. The leader cannot contain her thrill, the most brilliant genius of the enemy. A top talent of the Robert family joining her ranks, she asks if they are not curious to see how far he goes. Turning her back to the room, she muses on the day that young boy finally surrenders to the darkness of their cult. With a cold pause, she admits she cannot wait to see the look on that old patriarch's face when his favorite falls. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart grips his blade tight, pushing forward even though his steps tell a completely different story right now. A heavy frown. His skills are not yet ripe. Bending low, he struggles to unlock the power of his inner flame. Only by advancing his flame ring and elevating his realm can he truly grasp the absolute depth of this martial art. Back then, he could barely comprehend a tiny fraction of the Tewa footwork Glenn demonstrated. The memory weighs heavily on him. Calling this inheritance a stroke of luck is a massive understatement. The footwork is a legendary technique meant to endure. While the precise movements are still fresh in his mind, he sweats under the strain, pushing past his physical limits. He leaps into the air. Do not force it. Time flies, and soon night gives way to pale dawn. A quiet observer leans against a tree watching the boy train. It is Silu, captain of the Heavenly Sword Squad. She crosses her arms, whispering, "It has been 3 days since the Lord taught him the Tewa footwork, and he has not stopped." She wonders if the kid has slept at all. She quietly admires his grit. His sheer determination is truly commendable. Flashback to 3 days ago when the Patriarch first gave her this task, leaving the captain completely baffled. She had asked Glenn if he seriously wanted her to monitor the boy. The Patriarch confirmed it with a simple nod. He pointed out her own curiosity, led her to follow him anyway, and the Heavenly Sword unit had some free time. Staring at his back, she argued that her only duty was to protect him. Guarding the Lord is her ultimate purpose. Without a special mission, protecting him is her duty. Glenn closes his eyes. Devotion. He remembers her loyalty well. He acknowledged her dedication, then ordered her to keep an eye on Glenn Zieghart until his training phase was over. The boy has a habit of losing himself completely in his training, blocking out the rest of the world entirely. Back to the present, she watches him push himself to the brink, talking quietly to herself about his slim odds. Fully mastering the Tewa steps is a goal meant for the distant future. She sighs, knowing the harsh truth of it. The Lord's divine footwork is something that absolutely cannot be copied blindly. It is a holy grail laced with deadly poison. Even the most brilliant geniuses often get mesmerized by its beauty, only to waste their entire lives chasing an unreachable peak. They burn through their years pursuing an ideal far beyond their reach. While his effort is noble, she doubts his chances. The technique is simply too advanced for someone at his current level. But just as those thoughts cross her mind, she freezes. Glenn Zieghart's legs are suddenly enveloped in a faint misty aura. For a split second, she sees the Patriarch's reflection in him. Her eyes widen in absolute shock. A dream? No, she is wide awake, staring right at that broad back of his. Staring intensely at Glenn Zieghart's broad back, she swears she just saw the Grandmaster's presence flowing directly through his steps. Even though the gap in mastery is still astronomical, he is undeniably walking the exact same path as the Patriarch. Cold sweat trickles down her neck. No way. The legendary rumors about his insane potential might actually be true. It sends a shiver down her spine. Did he seriously grasp the core of the Tewa footwork in just 3 days? Sometime later, Glenn Zieghart sits with Yua, asking if she likes the food in the annex. She smiles warmly in return. The meals are absolutely delicious, she says, and everyone here has been incredibly welcoming to her. Glenn Zieghart looks at her pleased. He admits he never expected her to make the bold decision to move and settle down in the Robert territory. Welcome once again. A warm welcome to Zieghart. Hearing this, Yua beams with a bright smile. She replies that she is also incredibly happy to meet Lord Raon again. She thinks back on the past. It was not long after Raon and Dorian left she had a heartfelt chat with her grandfather. She wanted to step out into the vast world, just like Raon did. She strongly desired to be a useful person to someone. Talking about this, Yua simply cannot contain her immense joy. Fortunately, her grandfather gladly gave his blessing. Because of that, she immediately sent a letter to Zieghart, expressing her deep desire to train and grow in the very place where Lord Raon resides. She continues her story. Soon after, people from Zieghart arrived to escort her. She finally met the Patriarch. Yua smiles down at her sweet treat, lost in the memories of the past. After hearing her story, the Patriarch advised that staying in the annex building would be for the best. Honestly, she really wanted to show off her cool side and completely shock him. Raon smirks. He asks her, "I heard you were taking sound technique classes from Rowan. How is that going?" She eagerly answers. "Yes," she says. Every single lecture feels like the profound knowledge is sinking deep into her ears. She feels her singing ability has gotten way better than before. Yua suddenly stands up. She runs forward, declaring she will sing, specifically for Raon. He happily replies to her, "Go ahead and sing a quick verse for me to enjoy." Nodding excitedly, she stops at a safe distance and politely announces she's ready to begin now. As she starts her song, her body sways along with the gentle rhythm. Hearing her voice, Raon suddenly freezes on the spot. What on earth is this bizarre and intense feeling? He suddenly realizes that his inner heart is violently shaking just from listening to that melody. It feels almost as if a blazing heat and the chaotic roar of a battlefield are echoing right in his ears, making him want to draw his sword and charge. He wants to fight. Right then, someone steps up. There is a strange divine power residing within young Yua's voice. Standing beside Raon, Rowan offers nothing but high praise. She does not know it herself, but her singing carries the authority of Asarius Sullian, a voice capable of completely manipulating the minds of thousands. Shocked by this, Raon quickly turns around and calls out to Sir Rowan. The old man watches Yua. He adds that her incredible raw talent has even drawn the dangerous attention of Eden. If she fell into their hands, she would become a terrifying guardian. That is why Zieghart decided to step in and protect her. Sweating, Raon thinks to himself. He knew she was never an ordinary girl from the start, but being able to gauge Yua's true power and trace its exact origin shows an incredibly deep, almost mind-blowing level of insight. Talk about an insane level of perception. Staring at Rowan, Raon falls deep into thoughts, suspecting the butler was an outstanding assassin. Given that dark background, it makes perfect sense that he is a master of sound, but what about teaching Yua brutal, lethal assassin techniques? Breaking the heavy silence, Raon suddenly speaks up. He asks her master a crucial question. Sir Rowan, are you truly just teaching her how to sing? Hearing this, the old butler smiles warmly at him and reassures him. He has no intention of passing down brutal secrets. Raon can rest easy. Embarrassed, Raon nods. Suddenly, Cheryl's voice rings out, calling him a brat. Startled, Raon looks up at the leader of the Heavenly Sword. She coldly tells him to follow her. Folding her arms, Cheryl drops an unexpected proposal, asking him to join her. He must complete a job with her. Doubting his ears, he asks if this job is an actual mission. She quickly confirms it. It is a security mission. Raon still has his doubts, pressing for answers. But if it is just an escort, is the Heavenly Sword Division not more than enough on their own? Previously, Glenn had suggested that she take Raon along. This left Cheryl completely shocked. She gasps his name in surprise. The Patriarch solemnly explained that the kid is currently standing right on the precipice of a major game-changing breakthrough. Though he shattered his chains by defeating a master, he has yet to grasp his core motivation. If he witnesses Cheryl's legendary swordplay firsthand, the boy will officially step into the path of a master. Sweating slightly, she stammers her assent, that she understands his deep intentions, Patriarch. Seeing her hesitant face, Glenn asks if there is still a lingering question. She wonders why he is investing so much personal care into this one kid. Cheryl then recalls what she saw, quietly observing how tirelessly the young boy trained his supreme harmony steps. Now she fully grasps the actual reason behind the order to monitor him. Both his unshakable determination and his godlike talent prove his potential is absolutely superior, yet she still raises her final doubt. This is the very first time she has seen the Patriarch act like this, personally nurture someone so closely. Flustered, Glenn snaps back, telling her not to speak of such groundless nonsense. Anyway, Glenn reluctantly offered an explanation. The emergence of the youngest master on the continent was a massive deal, bringing immense glory to the entire clan. As the family head, standing up to sponsor him was only natural. But back to reality, Siryu spoke up in annoyance. The ultimate goal of the Sky Sword Squad is protecting the clan and its leader. Because of that, the Sky Sword Squad is a small elite force with 30% of their members currently out on missions, performing tasks outside. Because of that, the manpower they can deploy right now is incredibly limited. She then turned toward him and asked what his final decision would be. Glenn Zieghart silently analyzed the situation. If a mission required Sky Sword Captain to act personally, it was definitely no ordinary task. If any mistake happened, it could easily cost him his life or cause the reputation he had built over all these years to completely crumble into dust. And yet, Siryu was a top-tier powerhouse who had stepped into the Great Master realm. She was a sword master who had fully integrated various supreme martial arts. The chance to witness the swordplay of someone with such profound strength from up close was exceptionally rare. Not to mention, this trip could be the perfect moment for a massive breakthrough, he recalled. The guidance he had received, realizing he was currently hovering right in that awkward gray area between master and expert. Perhaps this mission would be his chance to break through that boundary. Glenn Zieghart placed his hand over his heart and agreed to go. Siryu nodded with satisfaction. Very well, she said. Before they departed in 2 days, the members of the Gale Guild, including him, had to form a 6-man squad, including the team leader. He hesitated and asked the Sky Sword Captain if he could know who they were protecting. She leaned forward, looked at Glenn Zieghart, and replied that the escort target was the beloved daughter of the John family. Siryu briefly explained that their sole duty was to ensure the safety of the family's youngest daughter. As they prepared to enter Leva, a nation torn by war, he was stunned. If it was the John family, did that mean? But she coldly cut him off. Yes, she said. Not in terms of combat power, but in artifact crafting. They are a prestigious family on par with the Baka clan. True nobility in the world of artifact makers. Immediately after, Glenn Zieghart sprang into action. Having received the mission, he headed straight back to the Gale Guild to select his crew. The team leaders chosen for the roster were Junin Buyen and Martha Zieghart. Next were Don and Jen, who pointed at himself in total shock. Wait me, Raon. Zieghart then thought that the final name on the list was Ren. Although he used to slack off a lot, he had recently improved, leaps and bounds earning this spot. Raon Zieghart watched him helplessly. Even though Ren looked ready to burst into tears, he believed the boy would eventually understand the value of this chance. Talk about some tough love. Once the roster was completely finalized, they immediately joined forces with the Sky Sword squad and their epic journey officially kicked off. Seryu tilted her head toward him, noting that the sky was darkening and they should camp before nightfall. Raon Zieghart replied, immediately understood, Captain. He then turned to his crew and assigned the tasks. All right, everyone, get to work setting up camp. Buyen and Diane handled the tents, while Junin and Jen gathered firewood. Raon Zieghart glanced at Martha Zieghart and said to follow him to help prepare dinner. She protested in shock, asking why on earth she had to handle the cooking. He coldly explained that in a place like this, she was the only one capable of making anything remotely edible. Raon Zieghart then asked if she really wanted to taste Junin's cooking instead. Martha Zieghart stared at the pitch-black pot of food and fell silent. Annoyed, she crossed her arms and grumbled that it was such a hassle, but agreed. He walked over to Diane, telling him to bring over the cooking pots and prepped ingredients. Diane cheerfully complied, immediately acknowledging him as the vice commander. Martha Zieghart suddenly frowned. Come to think of it, she said, looking toward the completely empty clearing. Where did the Sky Sword members disappear? To preparing their own sleeping spots was fine, but Buyen added in utter surprise that they had vanished in the blink of an eye. Diane, carrying a pot, wondered if they would help. As night fell, a playful voice suddenly broke the silence, saying they had totally planned to help them after resting. The speaker casually asked if they had already finished everything, noting that they must be quite experienced with outdoor missions. The man speaking was Eon, the Sky Sword squad vice captain, and the elite members standing right behind him began judging their setup, mockingly pointing out that the tent looked quite crooked with its pegs driven in wrong. Because of that poor insulation, they warned everyone would freeze tonight. They continued criticizing their camp setup, noting that not even the drainage trenches around the camp had been dug properly. Moments later, Raon Zieghart announced that dinner was finally ready. Jap floated right beside him, commenting that although the cooking was basic, the food actually looked pretty decent. When you are starving, everything tastes delicious. He mutters in agreement, saying she is spot on. Martha's cooking skills are honestly way better than he expects. Not far away, the Heavenly Sword squad members continue to loudly criticize. They complain about how bizarre the food tastes, saying it is way too salty and wondering how they will handle being thirsty later. Martha fumes in absolute anger. Those guys did not even help cook, yet they still have the nerve to complain like this. Raon Zieghart raises his hand to stop her. He apologizes, saying they are incredibly sorry and will definitely do much better next time. Hearing this, the squad reluctantly replies that they are counting on them since their team is rather hard to please. They immediately turn around to leave, saying they must go scout the surrounding area right now. They dump the cleanup and night watch duties onto them, saying a rookie's first years are always the toughest, so they must endure it. He quickly nods, saying he understands. Martha scowls in irritation, complaining that those jerks are clearly treating them like errand boys. Buyen breaks into a sweat and tries to defend them, saying they are the elite Heavenly Sword squad personal guards of the Master. There must be a good reason for their behavior, and they even went out to scout the perimeter before eating. Martha turns to him, absolutely furious. What on earth is there to scout? There's literally nothing in this quiet area. They are obviously just making up excuses to torment us. Raon Zieghart coldly stands up, telling everyone to cut it out. He tells them to wash the dishes and get some rest, stating he will handle the night watch completely alone tonight. The others are shocked, asking if the vice commander really plans to stay awake and guard the camp all by himself. He calmly explains that he has a few things on his mind, so they should not worry and just head to sleep. Martha crosses her arms and frowns, pointing out that if he stays up all night, he will have zero energy for tomorrow. She tells him not to baby them, suggesting they split the watch into 2-hour shifts instead. Raon Zieghart tilts his head and refuses, insisting that he is genuinely fine. Martha snaps back, yelling that they are not fine with it, though. Night falls and the campfire blazes brightly. Martha looks at him and asks if he plans to keep tolerating this treatment forever. She points out that the Heavenly Sword squad is clearly going out of their way to make things difficult for them on purpose. Raon Zieghart smirks playfully, teasing her that when she first heard they were traveling with the squad, she was the most excited one, and that all her excitement was written all over her face. She blushes and yells, how could she have known they would be such narrow-minded petty jerks? Martha looks away, highly disappointed that the Master's personal guards would act like this. He smiles and admits that he is also a bit surprised, as they are very different from what he had imagined. She vents in frustration, telling him to stop smiling. She urges him to speak up, wondering why he is quietly putting up with it. She threatens to speak up herself if he won't, but Raon Zieghart suddenly cuts her off before she can finish. He tells her to go practice swordsmanship, leaving Martha completely baffled. He smiles, saying sitting idly on night watch is a waste of time. She stands up and complains, arguing that they are already exhausted, yet he still wants to train, calling him a total training maniac. Glenn Zieghart glances at her and suggests that while they train, he can teach her a few new sword techniques, urging her to get up. She yells in annoyance, telling him to shut up because she gets it already, though she still prepares to join him. Nearby, Seol-yo stands behind a tree, quietly listening to their entire conversation. The next morning, everyone gathers as scheduled. The Heavenly Sword Squad stands in a corner complaining, but during the night they were actually hiding in the bushes, watching the training. Egon tiredly rubs his neck and reports to his captain that he can no longer continue playing this role. He sweats nervously, explaining that even though he tried his best to find any excuse to nitpick under her orders, the kids are simply too flawless and disciplined, making this forced bullying feel like a massive punishment for him instead of them. Furthermore, those youngsters even use every single second of their rare free time to diligently refine their sword skills. Egon cannot help but wonder what the point is of constantly tormenting such incredibly praiseworthy and dedicated rookies. Seol-yo silently recalls her conversation with the Lord, who mentioned that Raon Zieghart has a habit of being too arrogant about his strength and constantly using his fists to solve every conflict. That was when Seol-yo came up with a clever plan. She specifically ordered Egon and the others to make things difficult, hoping to provoke Raon Zieghart and the Tempest Squad. She calculated that if they tried to retaliate with violence, she would use her overwhelming strength to utterly crush them, showing them the vast difference in their abilities. This would teach them a lesson they would never forget, curbing their pride. Yet Seol-yo is left in deep doubt, utterly shocked that someone so young could possess such incredible composure. She finally orders them to stop the nitpicking, realizing that their original plan has completely failed. He smiled with relief and said that from tomorrow the Heavenly Sword Squad would divide the workload evenly. The others quickly replied, acknowledging their captain's orders. Do-hen suddenly asked where the captain was going. Seol-yo explained that she was off to meet those kids, easily guessing they were already hard at work practicing. She walked over to Dalan's group, knowing they would be training. She wanted to make up for the baseless criticism they had endured. She wanted to compensate them for the baseless criticism they had faced. Daon stood there completely stunned by her sudden words. He stared at Seol-yo in disbelief, asking if she really meant to teach him swordsmanship, wondering what this was all about. She casually replied that there was no need to look so shocked, mentioning she had noticed them training during their night shifts. Seol-yo added that until they reached the John estate, she would take every opportunity to personally train them in the way of the sword. These skills could very well save their lives on this dangerous mission. Suddenly, one of the trainees spoke up, hesitating slightly. He thanked her, but asked what her real motive was for teaching them. She turned her gaze directly toward Daon. She replied that it simply bothered her to see them struggling so much even after staying up all night to practice. Daon forced a smile, thinking that his initial hunch was correct. Things were never as simple as they appeared. He analyzed the situation quietly. The Heavenly Sword Squad were loyal guards to the family head, so they would never act without reason. They wouldn't stoop to petty games unless they had a valid purpose. This had to be a test of their reaction and attitude. Daon felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. Silently enduring the hardship and executing their duties perfectly had been the right move. Their patient endurance had paid off. They quickly bowed in deep respect, offering their sincere thanks for her upcoming guidance. Seol-yo spoke up, mentioning she had happened to catch them practicing and noticed they were trying to master the heavy sword technique. Daon nodded, asking in surprise how she had managed to spot that. Without a word of explanation, she suddenly summoned her sword. Ready to get straight to work, Seol-yo coldly pointed her blade forward, preferring a direct physical lesson over empty explanations. She believed that experiencing it firsthand would help them understand much faster. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from her. Do-hen broke out in a cold sweat under the crushing weight. Beside him, Ren stared in absolute terror as the air grew heavy. It felt as if the very space around them was being utterly crushed. Seol-yo coldly announced their very first lesson. Her eyes grew sharp as she paused before declaring that today they would be learning the secrets of the heavy sword. With an imposing aura, she raised her blade. She explained that the core of the heavy sword was not just about channeling aura. Her voice carried a chilling seriousness. At its absolute peak, the heavy sword uses one's own pressure to suppress the surrounding area. It turns the entire space into a personal domain under the user's complete control. To master such a force, the deciding factor is the power of mental imagery. Seol-yo tilted her head slightly, holding her glowing wooden training sword as she taught. Seol-yo tilted her head, revealing it to be mental imagery. Holding a glowing wooden sword, she continued to instruct her students. They had to control the heavy sword while vividly visualizing the surrounding space being crushed under immense physical weight. She then channeled a modest amount of magic into the weapon, explaining she had only infused the weight of a log. Her sharp gaze swept over the three trainees, and she sternly asked what would happen if she applied the weight of a massive boulder. A sudden heavy wave of raw power erupted from the wooden sword, completely shattering their balance and leaving them struggling to stand. Dohan immediately clutched his chest, gasping desperately for air, while Ren stumbled back, completely unable to keep his footing. Even the stubborn Dalon fell to his knees under the immense pressure. He channeled all of his aura to resist the crushing force. It felt as if every bone in his body was about to splinter. He forced his head up to look at Seol-yo. She had not even used her sword chi yet, but the pressure was already terrifying. He wondered how monstrous her full power would be. This was the true overwhelming power of a heavy sword master. Once she felt they had experienced enough of the agony, she relented. She asked if that was enough of a taste for them, releasing the suffocating aura that had held them pinned down. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief as the pressure lifted. She declared that the warm-up was over, sheathing her sword. She instructed them that the more detailed their mental imagery was, the more devastating the heavy sword's strike would become. To reach higher levels of power, they had to train their mental imagery daily. Once they grasped the true essence of it, they could easily use spatial pressure to suppress and defeat even the most agile swordsmen from other traditional martial schools. Before leaving, Seol-yo glanced back and told them that today's lesson was over, promising to continue their training the next day. All 5 of them bowed respectfully to thank her. Once she was gone, Dohan let out a long, exhausted sigh of relief. Experiencing her power firsthand had made everything click. Ren nodded in agreement, admitting he had finally understood her deeper intent. The lesson had been incredibly tough, but the message was clear. Still, just remembering the sheer terror of that suffocating weight, the experience from before still felt absolutely terrifying. Truly, this power was far beyond anything he could have imagined. Everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone fully agreed with this sentiment. Just a simple demonstration, yet the pressure was already this suffocating. The sheer class of a true grandmaster is on an entirely different level. Nearby, Chad scoffed and mocked the group, asking if this was all it took to leave them utterly speechless. How pathetic. He claimed that with just a bit of mind's eye training, even nameless nobodies could pull off such a stunt. Raon raised his hand and muttered, "So is that what the mind's eye really is?" He fell deep into thought. Reflecting on it, not only Cheryl, but even Glenn and Derus highly valued the mind's eye. He realized that raising martial arts techniques to higher levels is necessary, but perhaps reaching higher realms requires cultivating the mind's eye above all else. He narrowed his eyes deeply, reflecting on the soul-suppressing sword strike Cheryl had just demonstrated before them. The more Raon analyzed it, the more determined he became. If he could master this technique and turn it into his own, he could break through the barrier and finally reach the master class. Bright sunlight shone through the forest. Down at the hall, the butler placed his hand over his heart with a warm smile, welcoming the swordsman of the Zieghart family. He expressed how long they had anticipated this visit, and honestly, one look at the place explained why. The swordsman quickly filed inside, utterly amazed that a single family estate could occupy a quarter of the entire city. The butler politely offered to guide them inside. Rumors claimed this family was so wealthy from their exclusive crafting techniques that they rivaled the Balkar kingdom. It seemed those rumors were entirely true and not exaggerated. After welcoming the prestigious guests from outside, the butler walked inside and bowed respectfully before Michelle, reporting that the distinguished guests from Zieghart had safely arrived. She nodded in response. She thanked him and instructed him to guide them to the meeting room. Sitting on her right, Cheryl smiled warmly. "It had been a long time, Michelle." The head of House Yonan nodded, glad to see the Heavenly Blade leader looking so healthy and strong. She was also deeply reassured that this time not only the Heavenly Blade Division but the Light Wind Division, those who had bravely survived the brutal battle against the White Blood cult, were also present here today. However, before they could exchange more pleasantries, Cheryl cut in, suggesting they get straight to the point, since their time was limited. Michelle readily agreed, though a deep shadow of worry fell over her eyes. She explained that she had a precious youngest daughter named Ensia, who had always been pampered by everyone in the family, making her incredibly lively. Showing exceptional talent early on, she was truly Michelle's most outstanding masterpiece ever. Michelle had even seriously considered passing down the headship of House Yonan for her to inherit. But as she recalled what happened next, Michelle grew tearful, explaining how Ensia's health suddenly deteriorated. It started with agonizing pain in her knuckles, feeling as if thousands of burning hot needles were piercing her flesh. Despite summoning countless renowned doctors, they all shook their heads, finding absolutely no abnormal signs. Within a month, the torment spread to her entire hands. As the days passed, the agony only grew more severe. Now she was suffering from excruciating pain all over her body, far worse than anything she had faced before. Michelle wrung her hands in despair, utterly helpless as she watched her daughter suffer without being able to do anything. No matter how many brilliant healers or legendary high priests she begged for assistance, it was completely useless. The agonizing pain only escalated. Now Ensia had even given up on treatments, wishing only for death. Michelle looked directly at Cheryl with pleading eyes, explaining that this was her absolute last resort. She was betting everything on finding the saint, And get this, that was exactly the clue Raon needed. The Saint, could this mission actually lead him directly to a clue about Saint Frederick? Ever since receiving his grace as a young child, he had been searching for a way to repay him. This escort mission might be the perfect opportunity to meet him again. Meanwhile, Michelle cradled her warm teacup. She noted that the legendary saint was a man who always put the lives of his patients above everything else. He certainly was not the type to show himself just because of a simple invitation from their house. For this reason, she needed powerful swordsmen to escort her daughter directly to where the saint resided. She desperately pleaded for their assistance. After hearing the tragic story, Cheryl seriously considered their options. She agreed that if the situation had truly turned that critical, they should set off immediately. But Michelle let out a heavy sigh apologetically, asking them to wait a bit longer. Can we delay our departure by a few days? She has a request. I just heard that the renowned healer Temis is currently staying in a nearby village, so I want him to examine her and make a final diagnosis before we leave. Raon knew the man they were talking about was Temis, and it had been way too long since he last heard that filthy, disgusting name. He's the healer serving the Robert family. Temis possesses such highly formidable abilities that he managed to climb his way up to become a trusted confidant of Derus while also executing the most brutal, underhanded commands directly for Derus Robert. They would put elite families in their debt or even assassinate family heads to force them into absolute submission under the Roberts. Raon lowered his head in deep thought. There was absolutely no way Derus would pointlessly send Temis to this land without having some sort of scheme. There is definitely a sinister conspiracy lurking behind this situation. Right then, Raon suddenly makes a proposal. He asks if he can meet her daughter for a brief moment, which surprises her as she asks if he wants to personally see Encia. He nods, explaining he needs to clearly understand her current physical condition so they can make proper, timely plans if any unexpected situations arise during the long journey. But the mother is still extremely worried, as the main issue is her daughter's current mental state is extremely sensitive and unstable. She refuses to let anyone take her pulse or even absolutely rejects any basic physical checks. Hearing this, Seal immediately speaks up to gently reassure her, pointing out that the advice from the vice leader of the Light Wind Division is entirely reasonable, meaning they absolutely must directly evaluate her situation to build a flawless plan. Raon adds a few reassuring words to put her mind at ease, promising they will only observe her symptoms from a safe distance, and politely asks the madam to accept this request. Michael thinks it over for a brief moment. Realizing it is just visual observation, she finally agrees to the request and says she will arrange the meeting with Encia. Raon stands up to follow her, thanking her deeply for agreeing to their request while she sighs with a hand over her heart, admitting she is still extremely worried. But once they reach the hallway, Michael whispers in his ear, saying that if it is him, she thinks it will be fine. She then leads him near Encia's room, repeating her quiet belief that things will go smoothly with him there. Still, Michael gives them one last warning, begging them to be extremely cautious and not agitate the girl. Stepping closer, Raon takes a careful look at her, and her condition is truly critical. Her hands are severely swollen and bright red, looking like molten glass fresh out of a blazing furnace. On top of that, the life force inside her body is rapidly depleting to an alarming degree. Suddenly, she opens her eyes. In that exact moment, Michael quickly speaks up to comfort her, telling Encia not to fear. But the moment her eyes land on Raon, her cheeks instantly flush as she mutters how incredibly handsome he is. What a looker.